Welcome everybody to the 12-hour track mode giveaways, prizes, mystery, and who knows? Hey, it's Friday night. What's going on, everybody? In a weird live stream, special live stream, depending on how you look at it. Tonight is the like the title implies, a 12-hour track mode. This is what we're going to be looking at for the next 12 hours. Well, mostly you guys. Here, let me show you real quick. Look at that. Look at that beautiful thing. So it's actually the cab right behind me. Isn't that just gorgeous? Isn't that just beautiful? So what we're going to do tonight, it's really simple. It's very, very simple. Let me just remove that right now. You're going to be sitting watching that for quite some time. Tonight we're going to do something, like I said, it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to have a marathon. We're going to have a 12-hour marathon. And throughout this marathon, I'm going to be giving away stuff. Just it's mostly like modding stuff. Some of it is, I'll give you a few hints. Like some of this stuff is used, quote unquote. Some of it is still brand new, still in the packaging. You know that haven't even touched it. Just decided, you know what, I'd rather just give it away. Some of the stuff is one-off. It's unique. It's interesting. So this is going to be open. Some of the smaller stuff is going to be open to anybody, no matter where you are. When I get to some of the other stuff, the bigger stuff, I'll let you know what's going to be. Just I can only I'm paying for all the shipping, and I'm only going to ship that stuff to the lower 48. So sorry, it's just the way it is. But that's the second half. That's later on down the road. The majority of the stuff is going to be anybody can have it. Anybody can have it. So let me jump over real quick. Say hi to the chat. What is going on, everybody? Whoa, look at all these people. All these people with nothing else. Like, what is he talking about? 12-hour? Yeah, 12 hours. 12 hours. I'm going to be hopping in and out. So the thing you got to do is you got to be watching. You got to be watching. You never know when I'm going to jump back in. I might do 2 giveaways within 15 minutes. I might do 2 giveaways in 2 hours. You don't know. And this is kind of hopefully it's a fun way to get people involved that maybe don't usually get a chance to be involved. This is the most elaborate way to say thank you and to maybe get some people, like I said, that don't get a chance to maybe jump on a live stream. So I'm going to be, coming back and forth throughout the night, early morning hours, and hopefully we can get some more people in here. I don't expect everybody to sit here for 12 hours. I mean, if you want to, that's fine, but that's not really the goal. The goal is just kind of maybe spread the love a little bit and say hi to some people that I usually normally don't get a chance to say hi to. So we'll start off right off the bat with NPC 5,120. Is that your number? Is that how many people are in your collective? Just curious about that. How did you know what I'm up to? Oh, what are you doing? My next video is the attract mode 2, or also 2, not 2, but also the MK2 Legacy and Street Fighter 2 World Warrior, because unlike the new ones, it rotates attract modes. Interesting. And you're gonna be watching this one for a while. Let me know if this does anything funky. I'd be curious to know. Mine are 1 hour. Just 1 hour. Listen, but you got to swing for the fences sometimes. We're going to go 12 hours. Ricardo, War 4. Elizonda. What is this attract mode you speak of? It's that thing right behind me. Arcades have an attract mode, and that's the thing. When it just sits there idle for so long, it goes into this mode. It just displays the game, displays some gameplay, some text. Kind of draws you in, right? It attracts you. That's sort of the reason for the name. Nick Garula, Fox, did you fall and bump your head? That's crazy. LOL. Maybe. Some of the damage I have sustained over the years may be contributing to the decision making that is going on currently. So you may be on something there. You might be on something there, Nick. Jason, I hope Yoga Flame will rotate the different attract modes. How do I feel about that? So I think MK30 does. What I would like to do, honestly, is similar to what's going on behind me. Select the game, and then that is the game, right? And its attract mode will come on. Like that. I think I prefer that. Because if I want to have a certain game on just in the background, when I'm doing a live stream, or maybe when you're in your arcade and you want to have maybe a certain game on, and the attract mode coming, going through that, and that cabinet effectively becomes that game. I think I like that better. Not that your idea is bad. I just think that I had, as far as my preferences go, let me adjust it a little bit. As far as my preferences go, I think I probably prefer that. That way you can just decide, hey, I want to have Marvel versus Capcom today. I want to have what are the games? Marvel superheroes. I want to have that. It's a little bit different. But what up? Random Was says, "What up, Fox? How you doing? How you doing?" Charlie Chuck, what's going on, man? Fox Friday is new. We're doing something different. We're kind of inspired by Mistake. I'm going to get into that in just a little bit. Ricardo back again. What does attract mode mean? Hopefully I covered that. Big Reese, my brother from down under. How the hell are you? Hi. How you doing? Big Reese says, check mic settings, mate. Oh, you know what? Thank you for telling me that. Am I using the wrong? Where's my mic? Oh, no. That's the problem. That is the problem. When you plug in another microphone, this is what happens. This is what happens. Where is it? Where is my microphone? Is that it? That's not it. That's not it. What is going on with my mic here? Check. That's not it. Where's it at? Where is it? My condenser. This is fun. I should have really checked this out beforehand. That's not it either. Come on. Where's it at? What have I done? Bear with me just 1 second. What is going on? I carry all these cables plugged in, unplugged. Let's try that. Is that better? Let me see. There it is. There it is. Okay. All right. Let me know what's going on now, kids. See, Big Reese, always there taking care of me, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, wrong Mike Fox. No, it was all part of the. It's all part of the test. We'll go with that. So let me start over. Let's talk about some of the rules tonight. Tonight we're going to be doing a 12-hour live stream. I won't be here the whole time. As I sip my coffee, I'm not going to be here the whole time. The idea of this 12-hour live stream is really just to kind of get some people involved that don't usually get a chance to be involved in the show. So I'm going to be coming in at random times. I'm not going to tell you when. I could do a couple giveaways within 15 minutes. I could do some giveaways 2-3 hours between. Who knows? But I've got several things to give away. A lot of this stuff is going to be sort of mod related. These are some things that I'm not going to use. Maybe I squirreled them away and I've decided that I'm just not going to use them. Some of the stuff is brand new, still in the packaging. Some of the stuff is slightly used. Some of the stuff is really just an open box. I used it like one time and that's it. So I hope that, man, I am so sorry about that, guys. Everybody's here. Check the mic, dude. What are you talking about? Attract mode, again, for those of you that are like, what are you talking about? You sound underwater? Yes. It was all part of it. I meant to do that. Absolutely. Maybe the wrong mic. Yeah. When you plug in your extra cameras, you gotta check that. Don't be a dummy like me, kids. Do your homework. Do the right thing. Let me scroll down. You're right on the money. Absolutely, Justin. Absolutely. Let me just say hi to hey girl. What's going on, Ashley? How are you? See Marvel 360 expected actual 12 hour long of the. You're going to get it. You're going to get 12 hours of the attract mode for Marvel versus Capcom. That is not false advertising. The thumbnail was not a lie. It was reality. That's what you're going to see. You're going to see this going on all the time. You know what? Let's just go ahead and kick it off. Let's leave it there right now. Let me jump over. We'll kind of minimize it. Yeah, that's a word. We're going to minimize it. And then whenever I leave, it'll go back full screen. Pixel Gallery. Hi there, Fox. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, so attract mode, for those of you, and maybe you're being facetious, but I'm gonna take the bait and assume you don't really know what an attract mode is. Attract mode is something that the arcades had back in the day when the game would sit idle. It would just sort of cycle through games. Now let's go back to the other question that I answered. I answered you underwater, so you probably didn't hear what the hell I was saying. But the question was, and I forget who asked it. Forgive me, but the question was, I hope that that's what it was. The question was, I hope the new Capcom Legacies
sort of cycle through or alternate the attract modes for the different games that are on the games list. What I prefer would be you select the game and then that attract mode is used so that you could set up that cabinet to be that game. Whatever it is, whatever you're feeling that day. You got 14 games on Yoga Flame. Pick one, maybe Pro Gears, your jam. Maybe you're just feeling that way. I want to have that played in the background. I want to have that playing while I'm in the arcade, and I want that to effectively become the Pro Gear cab tonight. Then you select that game, and that attract mode cycles through. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's what I would prefer. Like I said, not to say that your idea was bad or wrong. I just think I would rather, if I got to lean one way, I think I'd rather have it that way. You select the game, then that becomes the game, the track mode, all that. You're here for all 12 hours. I knew I could count on you. I knew it. I knew I could count on you. Let's see. We got everybody saying hi. It's awesome. Fred Heflin, will you be playing Rampage for the... You know what? It might take me 12 hours to break the nets that high score. So yes, I was usurped. I was unseated. I was dethroned by Sully. When it comes to the George high score, there's a new king in town. There's a new fist in town. Not a fist of hate, but a fist of love. Fist of Love has the highest score, actually using the Lizzie character, 6.5 million. That's a big number. So that's a commitment. So not tonight, but I'm not going to rule it out. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of waiting until the smoke sort of settles, the dust settles, the smoke clears, and the spotlight is off that for a while. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump back in. That's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to jump back in when nobody's looking and try to get a high score. And then I don't even think I'm going to say anything. I'm not going to make a big deal because then everybody's going to get inspired again. Oh, I'm going to take you. And then I'll be, dethroned again. I'd like the record to stand for maybe a day. Just a solid 24 would be great. Santa Claus. I had no idea. I hope I've been a good boy this year. Well, it's half over. I guess if I've been bad, let me know and I'll maybe course correct. By the way, to get Dragon's Lair to go back into attract mode after you win/die, hold down the player 2 button. May take a few times. Good to know. Santa Claus, thank you. Everybody remember, he's watching you. He's watching you. Jeremy Diedrich says, track mode is what I am in when I hit the... Damn straight. Damn straight. The Real Zim says, Yo, Fox, thanks for the video on the monitor for the MK30. I'm going to try and put one in soon. You are very welcome. I was really, really happy to find that one. There were other options out there, other things you could do. It wasn't going to be quite what I wanted. I had such success with when the Real Smile bit came up and suggested that 19-inch monitor. I wanted to also be able to make a suggestion in the same vein, plug and play, smooth, clean looking, and he set the bar pretty high. But I hope that I was able to accomplish the same thing just in that 17-inch size. So you're very welcome. Absolutely. Do you pronounce it is like dough? Ricardo or dough? Like Homer. Defender Partycade has rotating attract mode if you leave it alone in the game menu. Nice. You know what? That's how MK30th works. I think. No, you know what? I think what MK30th does. Here's what I think that I'm pretty sure this is the way it happens. Wait, I think I've been wishy-washy about this, but thinking now, if you're in the menu, the game select screen, and if you're hovering over one of the games, Mortal Kombat, that attract mode will play. I have not seen it cycle through. So if you're hovering over a game, about to select it, that's the attract mode that will play. Pretty sure. I'm 50 to 51% sure. Maybe a solid 52. We'll see. Okay, now I've caught up with everybody. I've switched the mic. Yeah. Sorry, BA. Sorry. Jason says, more gooder. Your English is as good as mine. You probably almost finished high school, like me. Michael B. Style Stream. I like it. Yeah, so Michael B is sort of the inspiration for this. Just the empty chair. He blames his cat. I don't buy it. I don't buy. Michael B is a little bit smarter than that. I think it was all a ploy. I think he was trying to sucker us because there were some people watching, like, oh, something's going to happen. Michael B wouldn't lie to us. Michael B would just show up and have the camera on for no reason. That's crazy. We're going to go longer, but I'm actually going to give you something to look forward to if you hang out, if you stay. We're going to talk for a while. I'm going to step away. We're going to do another giveaway. Going to come back. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be super awesome and fun. Attract mode. We all stare and get, well, that's uncomfortable. Scott Lee says, hey, attract mode, 19K Fox. Donuts. Is this some of the 12-hour fast or something? Why 12 hours? Yeah, it's 12 hours. I just wanted to have this thing rocking for 12 hours. We're gonna be live streaming for 12 hours. Some of it's gonna be me talking. Some of it's gonna be me giving stuff away. A lot of it's gonna be just the attract mode playing back there. It's gonna go full screen. I'm gonna step away, and then I'm gonna come back. You're not gonna know when, but you're gonna have to be in the chat. You're gonna have to be in the chat. You're gonna have to answer. Well, it's not. Listen, I'm not gonna. Back in the day, if you've been with me for quite some time, if you've been a fan of the channel, subscriber of the channel for quite some time, when I would hit milestones, I would do something like, hey, here's a video, comment on the video. And as long as you commented on the video, you got entered, you were put on the list. And then I had to spin the wheel thing. And it was kind of complicated. And then I was trying to verify people if they were subscribers like live. And that was embarrassing. It really did. It was way too cumbersome. What we're doing tonight is not that. Very simple. I'm just going to bring out one of my famous slides, and it's just going to have a number. It's going to have letters. It's going to have a phrase, and all you're going to do once I bring it up is you're just going to type that in the chat, and the first one that types exactly what's on the slide. Once again, these are simple slides. It's not the Declaration of Independence. It's not a detailed manual on routine maintenance. No, it's just going to be something quick, and the first one to react and type it in there wins. It's just that simple. The first half, maybe a little bit more than the first half, are going to be items that I can ship wherever. Doesn't matter. And then once we get to a point when I get into some of the big items, then I'll have to say, listen, sorry, but these are only going to be for the continental US. But I want to give away stuff later at night. Hopefully some of the people that don't normally get to be involved get to be involved. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Mr. Kefla says, evening Fox, ready for EVO next week? Absolutely. And I think that RK1up is also ready for EVO. I'm just thinking, could be something. Maybe they'll probably be there with just like a banner. What they're gonna introduce is hats. They're finally gonna give us hats. It's gonna be awesome. So what topic are we going for in the chat? We have 12 hours to fill. Exactly 12 hours. What are you talking about? What does everybody want to talk about? This is off the cuff. This is not the this week's show. I'm not rigid. I'm not gonna have a bunch of topics. Just want to talk for a while tonight. And then we'll do a giveaway. Then I'll step away for a while, and I'll come back later, or maybe not later. I love Wizard of War attract mode. Very nice. Yes, Fist of Love. Fist or Love? No, it's Fist of Love, and he means business. Yo, Fox, I was Lizzie for the 4 million run. Nice. Oh no. Oh, okay, sweet, man. I appreciated your help. Or gal. I don't want to misgender anybody, male or female. I appreciate the help, no matter who it was. Thank you. The real Zim. Well, we can start with what's everyone's favorite game in track mode? That's great. Works for me. Jason, make love with your... Well, that's... We're just going to keep going. Ho, ho, ho. Yes, there we are. Merry Christmas. Don't punch people and say it's love. It's not... That's not what we want to do. No whiskey tonight. What has the world come to? That's Sunday. And plus, I've got a long night ahead of me. I can't guarantee I'm going to be awake for all 12 hours, but I'm going to be awake for most of it. Anyone listen to the new AJR song? No. I don't know what the hell that is. Okay. All right. Listen, if your name is 1993 Mazda RX-7 twin turbo, I expect to see a picture of a 1993 Mazda RX-7. I was happy and then I was deflated. So that would be my only criticism because the name is it's actually really awesome. That's pretty cool. It's a good car. Ultra Street Fighter 4 track mode, hands down. Nice. Nice. Good vibes. Good vibes indeed. After 12 hours, it's more like distract mode or Depeche mode. I don't know. Depends. Depends indeed. Scroll down. Nice to see you too. Endless. How's that shirt treating you there, buddy? If everybody, I think I still have it. Where's it at? Slides. Yes. So if everybody, if you needed another reason to envy Endless One Up, this is one of them. He got his hands on the shirt, the giveaway. This shirt looks great. This shirt looks awesome. It's so great. And then, of course, they're not going to sell it. Well, I don't understand. I don't get it because it looks really, really good. So, Endless, we're happy for you. We're glad that you got it. And if it doesn't fit, just send it to me, somebody. Just whatever. Atari Tempest, that as well. It's good that way. Give you choice of screensaver. Yeah, see, I like that. I like the choice. Cat mode. Scott says yes, cat mode. Yeah, I'll believe. Sure, cat mode. Okay, yeah, right. A Defender Partycade will automatically select the game, do a track mode for a few minutes, go back to the menu, select a random game, and repeat. Oh, okay. It's weird that there's such a deviation between a track mode behavior between cabinets. It's weird. Nathan Henderson says, non-cumbersome. Nathan Henderson here. Non-cumbersome. I would never accuse you of being cumbersome. Not at all. Defender Partycade, a.k.a. the Catalina wine mixer. LOL. I love that Partycade. That's because it's the effing Catalina wine mixer, says Rad Dad. Yay. What's going on, man? What is going on? Soul for Sale says, in the arcade, the Trader game Legends Trader. I think maybe Taito? Trader game Legends of Cage. A track mode was playable for a minute or so. I like it. I like that, and I like loading screens that are interactive. Probably more, it's obviously going to be like a console thing, but you have a load for the kids. Let me explain loading. So loading is when a cartridge, usually a disc-based game, would have to load the next level. So you would just sit there and have to wait. And usually just a guy or a gal or a character or something, and just a loading bar, a status bar would just sort of ting, 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 and then you would go. But as you get to like the PS1, really PS2 era, the loading times would sometimes be long. So you would have a little mini game you could play while the loading screen was going on. It would live in infamy forever. CFB in the house. Oh, Star Wars for 12 hours? We can talk about that. Oh, you want me to switch it to the other cabinet? Oh, sorry, I can't do it. Committed to this one, but maybe next time. Maybe next time. There's always next time. Topic: Blitz better not be effed up. Okay, let's talk about Blitz. I'm of two minds. I think I mentioned this Sunday, and other people have mentioned it also. Listen, Blitz has got. What do we talk about? We've talked about this before. Some of the bedrocks, the fundamentals, the foundations of the cabinets. So we're talking about Arcade 1-Up and what they're going to do. What can't they really mess with? What shouldn't they mess with? One thing is we think the monitor, I think, has become a big problem that we didn't think we had before. But it has become a big problem. But overall, I think everybody, when you go back and forth, everything takes a backseat to the game itself. The actual if we're going to go in and change the way the game functions, if we're going to remove features, it's kind of like bad emulation, right? I mean, I know that there's been deviations and changes from the original version to the most well-known version, and I'm sure these changes happen at the programming level from time to time. And I think it's a little bit more acceptable when you're talking about original programming on original hardware by the programmers that made the game. But that's when you give it a different version, right? You give it something, you call it something different. Championship edition, yeah, I don't know, neutered version. I don't know the kid friendly version. I mean, you give it a 1.0, 2.0 something. You note the deviation, you note the change, so that we understand this isn't the Blitz that we played back in the late '90s. Simple, right? Are they going to do that? I don't know. Is this going to be Blitz 2.0 or Blitz 2.1 or uh, Blitz XP? I mean, I don't know what is it going to be. I think it needs to be noted. It needs to be designated. Hey, this is a different version, so that everyone is aware. You don't want to try to sell me on Blitz when it's not Blitz, or when it's Blitz. It's mostly Blitz. It's 99% Blitz, but there's this little thing they changed. I mean, call a spade, say you did what you did, whatever, and there you go. I think a name on a jersey is not that, because you're always going to come back to like NBA Jam, right? And the fact they did have to remove some characters, or not characters, but players and their names because of licensing or whatever. Should that have been given a different name? I think there's probably it's a valid point to say, listen, there's something there. There's a deviation. There's a change. This is not, pixel for pixel, the same thing, bit for bit, the same game that was in the arcades back in the day. And just note that. So if they're going to do that, they need to note it. Now, what do I want them to do it? Hell, no. The late hits and stuff is what the game is all about. It was fun. It was silliness. But for whatever reason, well, not for whatever reason, I don't want to poo-poo the reason. I understand the NFL's position, concussions and all that, but we're not, listen, this is a game. This is fantasy. Listen, when we take these characters and do these things, these players, we're treating them like superhuman robots. I mean, they can do anything. They can run, they can dive and to go tackle somebody, and they're diving like 5 yards, 10 yards to hit somebody, It's an exaggeration of the sport. It's fun. It's looking at these men like superheroes. Oh, it's great. We know they can't do that. Anybody can separate, fantasy from reality, especially when you're talking about a game with graphics from the 90s. So I do think it's silly. I don't think it matters. I don't think it's necessary to prove some point. We understand the concussions are bad, but these are not real players. This is all for fun. It's supposed to be for fun. You don't need to inject reality to our video games. It's not necessary. But what do you do? The reality is, somebody sitting down somewhere said, listen, we'll give you the NFL name, but if you make these changes, let's say, I don't know. And listen, the game may come out and be exactly like it was. And this is all a moot point, and that would be great. I would prefer that to be the way. I would love it if that was the case. But let's say that it's not. Somebody sat in a room somewhere and there were concessions. Somebody had to make they had to give a little bit to get the name. So what do you do? If you're sitting there in this make-believe, I don't know, conference room, giant table, the NFL guy is way at the end and you're way over here and you just got your little notebook, and he's got his lawyers all around him and representatives, and they say, we'll give you the NFL name, but you got to make this change, whatever it is. Let's say, for sake of your argument, that they had to take out the late hits. What do? Do you walk away and have nothing, or do you make that concession? Do you walk away and say, we're just going to call it something else? Well, then, could you get away with just calling it Blitz? Sure. Can you do that, though? Can you even get the name Blitz? I don't know. And I've always said that these cabinets are compromise. Compromise is the name of the game. It is what it is. You're not going to get a 1-for-1 recreation, so there's going to be some compromises made. 17-inch monitors, a little bit cheaper controls. The size, obviously, is shorter. But I think when it comes to emulation, the game itself, that's when it gets a little tough. Not a lot of people want to have that compromised. So, Beach Native 78 says, "What's the bourbon for tonight?" No bourbon tonight. Coffee. Coffee tonight. Staying up late. We're drinking coffee. We're drinking coffee. Are we really doing 12 hours? Yep. I'm not going to be here the whole time, but we're going to do 12 hours. This live stream is going to go for 12 hours, 11 to 11. I've got some giveaways. I'm going to give away stuff sporadically throughout the 12 hours. We're going to start lower dollar amount and go up high. Well, higher. I'm not giving away full cabs. I'll tell you that right now. So I don't want everybody's hopes to get that high, but I am trying to fight the camera focus. What is that? Okay. We'll go with that. I don't know. It's fine. What is it? What is it doing? It's adding gray that wasn't there before. So yeah, hey, Time Crisis, Planet Pal, Time Crisis. Is it coming? I hope so. I hope so. I think that all signs are pointing to two biggies. And by all signs, I mean, some guy said something. And, is it going to happen? I hope so. I hope so. But when you're talking about two biggies, which ones is it going to be? What are those biggies? When David McIntosh said biggies, we were like, "Whoa, my God, a grown man said biggie." But what he meant was really popular games. What did he mean by that? Let's go ahead and bring up the greatest leak, the leak that just kept on giving. Let me go ahead and let's do, where is it at? There. The leak that kept on giving. So we know we're pretty deep in this, kids. We've got Street Fighter 2 Champion Turbo, which has become, 2 cabinets. That's coming out right on the money. We're coming. We're really close to the end of July. If it ships by the end of July, which is supposed to mid-August, great. We got Pac-Man head-to-head, or Miss Pac-Man head-to-head, Countercade. Nobody cares except for maybe the form factor. I'm kind of interested in a head-to-head Countercade, assuming that's going to be kind of like the Pong head-to-head Countercade that we had. So interested in that form factor, but not in the game, not really. The Miss Pac-Man Legacy, we know that's already coming out too. So that's going to be maybe ahead of schedule. So it takes us all the way back to the big three at the end, right? Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Time Crisis, and NFL Blitz. We know NFL Blitz is coming. I don't think it could be any more plain. It could be no more confirmed without actually being confirmed. It's coming. It's coming this year. They're getting ready for it. They're going to announce it sometime. I think it'd be really cool if we see it during preseason football. They announce it, show off the cab. It'd be awesome. That'd be great. But we'll see. So what's the other one? Well, listen, if you keep going back to the GameFly leaks, you're going to see Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and you're going to see Time Crisis. No matter what leak pops up. Those two games, which one is going to be the biggie? What's the other biggie? And if they're both coming out, then which one isn't a biggie? So shooter cabs, any shooter cab is going to be a biggie because we only got 2. This would be the third one. And if that third one is Time Crisis, that's a biggie. It's also very expensive. It's the most expensive arcade upright that they've come out with at $800. If that leak is confirmed, if that leak is 100% true. NFL Blitz is a biggie. I mean, in my mind, I don't know. How could you call either one of those not a biggie? So it's weird. It's weird. I don't know. But we'll see. I tend to think, if you want my opinion on it, I think that, well, what I hope is that preseason football, we get NFL Blitz. At Evo, they pull the curtain back, or maybe Marvel versus Capcom 2 rises from the floor or something with, like, lights and strobes and fireworks and, music blaring, Rock Me Like a Hurricane, and just out of nowhere, just like the Hell's Angels just riding on motorcycles, and the Blue Angels fly over above, dropping bombs, and just Slash is just playing guitar, even though it's not he would play something else. He wouldn't play that song, but you know what I'm saying. That's what I want for that. And then Time Crisis would be your Christmas present. That's what I want. It's going to happen. I don't know. Probably not the whole Hell's Angels and Blue Angels. I think they have beef. They probably wouldn't be at the same event, but we'll see. Maybe one or the other. Nathan Henderson says, "What is Unico up to? The candy cab." So this is what I saw. So I did a stream 2-3 weeks back, and I brought up the whole candy cab thing because I'm tired of the form factors that just keep on giving. I don't have that slide pulled up. The 14 different form factors. And I'm like, of all these form factors, why don't we get something cool? Something that's technically an arcade, but it's something different. That would be really interesting. And I brought it up. I talked about it. Had some cool people on the show. Had P-Dubs and I had Console Kits. And we were talking about it. It was interesting. So I started digging, looking around. And, I saw this Facebook post Unico did back in January, and it was just a poll. It was a survey. It said, "Hey, would you be interested?" I'm like, "Well, hell yeah!" So I jump in there. I look at it. They're talking about a 26-inch LCD monitor, dude, which would be accurate. I mean, that size is accurate. And that also tells me if you're going 26 inches, you're going to be damn near exactly the same size as a candy cab. Maybe not as deep, but to have that control panel stick out as far as it did, I think you kind of have to be that deep, just kind of have the weight sort of offset because the LCD is going to reduce the weight of the cab a lot. You don't want that thing to be teetering back and forth. So, and then I had comments on that from Jay Mason. He's like, "Yeah, might get some news in August." That would just be sweet. That would be great to get an idea of what it is. And what's the news? Is it a Kickstarter? Is it an actual model? Is it we're going to show off a prototype? And even if that's what it is it going to be a bring your own games type thing? You have to. I mean, is it going to be a legit JAMA connection? You can just take a PCB from your favorite arcade game and just plug it into a JAMA harness, and there you go. I don't know. Is it going to be SNK? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it would be. But all the major companies made their candy cabs, and for the most part, they were all very similar. Capcom had their Cutie, which was really kind of a big departure. I don't know if I would go that route. I don't know if it's the most famous, but it's the one that I like the most. It's going to be the Sega Astro City. It's just kind of non-arcade-ish. It's not gaudy. It's very simplistic. It's smooth. It's really kind of just all monitor and very, very thin sort of piece of just, the marquee didn't even have the game, right? But it's illuminated from the back and it just sort of says, what does it say? I don't think it doesn't say Astro City, but it says something like that up top. Speakers are up top. And then the only thing that tells you what the game is like a little placard on the control panel itself, little moves list. I think it's really cool. It's very subtle. And they did it that way so you could easily just swap out games. And it was really no big deal. You didn't have to worry about side art or changing a big bulky marquee. I love the form factor. So they claim that they're working on something. They're working on something. I have not been contacted on the side. They're not in my DMs. I'm not getting emailed pictures and stuff. So I really don't have any other information than that. But I just saw that and I was excited about it because we just talked about it. So I wanted to bring attention to the survey. Listen, I think the surveys, you get sent these stupid surveys about stuff you don't care about all the time. But when it comes to stuff that you care about, I think it's worth taking the time to fill out the survey. I mean, listen, they took the time to put it out there. They're curious, and give them something to talk about. Give them something to chew on. Positive or negative feedback. You don't want them to waste time putting something out there that you don't want. And then there's other stuff you would just love them to really spend some time and effort and sink some resources into. How are they going to know that unless we tell them? Don't make them guess and make something and then it doesn't sell. And now they got to figure out all the reasons why the thing didn't sell. Instead of just saying, well, you know what? Nobody really asked for it. Maybe that's why. I don't know. So hopefully, I really listen. I hope it's a 1-for-1, or I hope it's really close. Because I love that, because listen, they're not cheap to find one without a game, just a cab and a monitor that works. I mean, you're $2,000 all day long, and for some reason, they're all on the West Coast. They're all out in Cali, and they're really tough to find. They're really tough to find for people in the middle of the country. It's tough. It's tough. It's a commitment. So you're gonna have to pay to ship it, or you're gonna have to bite the bullet, drive out there and drive back, and it's just a fly out there and get it. It's like, I'm not gonna spend $5,000 on a cabinet. I mean, now you're in real pinball territory, and I'm not gonna do that. Well, I'll tell you this way: I'm not gonna spend $3,500 for a Raiden 2 cabinet, which I've seen. I'm trying to get my hands on Raiden, and it's like you can either spend $500 to $600 for the PCB. I've got a cabinet, I could do that. I could put it, or I could maybe find another cab, which would kind of be nice. I like to have a designated vertical cab and a horizontal cab, right? Have both. But it's like, I don't know what the deal is with Raiden 2 specifically, but really any of the Raiden game, Raiden 1 or Raiden 2, Raiden DX maybe 2. Those 3 games, it's like people think it's gold. It's crazy. It's like everybody who has like a 1976 Chevy truck saw Barrett Jackson and they're like, "Oh yeah, $1 million." No, that's not. That's not what you have. But for some reason, people think they got gold and they're not going to budge. So I don't know what to do. I keep waiting for the price to come down. We'll see. Like, I just want to find somebody reasonable. I mean, I would pay $300 for a Raiden PCB that worked, fully functional, new battery installed, everything. I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with that. Raiden 2, boom, perfect. $300. It's kind of expensive, but I get it. But $600? There are very few PCBs that are worth that. I just don't. I love the game, but I just don't think it's worth that. I'd rather have more than that. Console Fanboy is actually cooking spaghetti with garlic Alfredo sauce and feta cheese. Sounds delicious. I'm surprised there's no Twisted Chris here. I know. Well, Twisted Chris has actually been busy working on his. I don't know if it's his first love, but it was kind of his business before YouTube, and it was his. He's got these Twisted Films Productions, or I think that's right. But he does these pretty cool videos about like the mini trucking scene or the lowrider scene or whatever. It's the extreme fabrication when it comes to cars and trucks and all that. It's kind of big down in Texas. It's really big, and there's a lot of big shops down there that have shows on like Discovery and all that. So it's kind of a big the car culture, the car mod scene down there is pretty big. So that's what he's doing, and got some good looking models too. So that's always good. CFB sounds, Council Fanboy sounds good. Dude, AJR is like the best modern band. They even have a song about The Office. Got to check out Netflix Trip. I will. I feel somewhat inadequate and unprepared for wow. Okay, sober up, AJR. So good. I'm on it. Oh, and as a side note, Justin, this is a side. My Surf Planet cabinet had what I didn't realize these were licensed like music. So, but the band that I was talking about that sounded like the Cranberries was actually Dover, and the song is Lowly Jackson. So the band is Dover. Lowly Jackson. It's a song from '97. So check that one out. Look who's got homework now too, huh? Oh yeah, I'm checking out AJR. You're checking out Dover. Dover. Are they from Colorado? I have no idea. Oh, I can't listen. It would be awesome. It'd be amazing. Ancient One. How you doing? Good to see you. Hello. Scroll down. Is anyone able to pick up a Street Fighter Partycade? They're out. They're around, but they're $250. They dip down to $199 every now and then, but they tend to shoot back up. And I'm not a Partycade guy. I like there's some modding potential there. You got a 17-inch monitor, so I think that would be kind of cool. But then what am I going to do with it? I don't know. It's like I end up going back to, well, I would kind of maybe like to turn it into a countercade with a 17-inch monitor, and maybe just do that. But that's a lot of work, and I don't know if it would be worth it at the end of the day. I don't know. The kind of the fun of the countercade is that it's a lot smaller, especially when compared to the 3/4 scale. It's not a 4.5 foot, 5 foot cabinet. It's much smaller, and then it's sort of in proportion. But if you go that, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Be a little goofy, but I don't know. But I think of all of them, that and the Defender are the two party cades I would get. I don't know. For some reason, I just can't bring myself to do it. Maybe if Street Fighter party cade was like $100, but there's just so much out there, And then I got that full size cabinet that I'm working on too. So I don't know. It's a good problem to have, right? It's a great problem to have. It is a great problem to have. PS1 had a bunch of loading screens. It was frustrating. Yeah. Oh, yes. Sega Saturn was bad. Sega CD, I think it was really rough. Some of those loading screens were nuts. Yeah, Blitz Light. It sounds like a bad beer, doesn't it? Like, ugh. Anybody want some Blitz Light? No, it's fine. I'd rather just drink muddy water. Let's talk to Sal here. So the NFL wouldn't let a massive company like EA put late hits in their reboot in 2012. You think they're going to let some tiny ass company release Blitz with late hits? You're out of your mind. Well, I can't debate that. It's a good point, though. I haven't actually played. I got the PS3 right here. I need to play Blitz again and see. I don't remember. Well, I have to play it again and see. But to your point, if they wouldn't do it for EA, yeah, probably won't do it for Arcade One Up. But it needs a disclaimer. Not intended for actual use. So that's a good point, and something I bring up every now and then when people want Smash TV and the original arcade. They never program the key so you can beat the game. Should they fix that if they did? No, because you've already got the advantage of infinite coins. I mean, I don't think so. I think you leave it alone. I think it's flaws and all, right? I mean, unless the game is broken, then maybe you do that. But no, I mean, I think that's some of the charm. It isn't really a console experience. These were made to munch quarters, and that's okay. That's fine. It's a specific type of gameplay, right? Or not gameplay, but game experience. It's a little bit different. So, no, I don't mind some of the quirks, but I don't mind some of the quirks. But it's So, another aside, did anyone play Mega Millions tonight? It is up to $1 billion. $1 billion. You don't want that much money. You don't want that much money. Ashley said it's Midway. It will probably get the T monitor. And I probably think that they have to take out the late hits for the NFL. I understand why, but it's not for me then. If the late hits are out, I don't want to be dramatic, but what's the point of the game? I mean, the point was it was over the top action, right? Whoa, NFL crazy. Wow. I mean, the NFL is pretty violent just as it is, right? You're running wide open, full speed, hitting people. Pretty crazy. They took that and they amped it up a little bit. They didn't want to just have a NFL simulator. They wanted something a little more crazy, a little more cartoonish. This camera's killing me. So, yeah, you take all that out. It's like, what's the point of the game? What is the point of the game? What arcade would you buy first if you had $1 billion? On all of them. First? Well, the knee jerk's always going to be Star Wars trilogy for sure. But no, I don't think. I mean, I'll have that. I'll definitely have that. I'll probably just get the stand-up version. The other one is a little too big. You're a little bit too removed from the game. But I think for the first game, I got all this money. The check is cleared. I paid my taxes. What am I going to really go after and find? Afterburner, but the classic Afterburner where you sit in it and it goes forward, back, tilts. That's it's just so. It's so, for me, it's so iconic. It was the culmination of everything as a kid. Like, you had the flight stick games, we had Tron, right? And then you had these the race car games. You would sit down, and that was, but you were fixed, right? You would steer, and games that moved around, that you actually physically move, was like science fiction. It was crazy to actually see that in the thing. And I don't know that was the first game that did that, but for me, that was just the one. I was like, oh, that's freaking awesome. So I would love to get Afterburner, the big full-size cab you sat down that rotated forward and back. That's what I would probably go after first. And then completely just go through it all. Brand new motors. I don't know if they use servos, but brand new motors, control boards. I mean, if I got to have something rebuilt, I will. Obviously, LCD instead of the big CRT. I want this thing to last. I want it to be crisp. I want to cut down some of the weight. Yeah, that's what I would do. And maybe maybe swap out the seat for like a real flight seat or something, or maybe just something really cushioned, really, really comfortable. So I'd probably start there. Something over the top, because you just want $1 billion. Why would you go rational? Don't be rational. And then after that, I would go after, so I was a tanker. I would go get one of the tank simulators. So the tank simulators were crazy. And you can find images on Google if you type it in. But the tank simulator was like going to NASA. It really was. It was crazy. So you would walk into these big giant warehouses, big AC, warehouses. And you would walk down the center hallway, and all the walls were kind of like, they were glass, right? And your tank crew, really just a group of 4 people, would walk and sit down, and there would be this guy, right? And this big workstation, and these big not servers, but they were big, I don't know, computation devices, whatever they were. But you had these big cabinets, I'm assuming it was like transformers and probably a lot of processing going on back then. And then you would walk up these ladders, up this one ladder, really. And the ladder was probably, you're probably 10 feet in the air, 10 feet in the air. And the simulator was completely supported by all these hydraulic pistons. And you would crawl inside. It was just like you were inside a driver's. This was specifically for drivers. You would crawl inside, lay down. And this is in 1995. And these simulators had been around longer than that, right? But it's 1995. I'm crawling inside this thing. And you take off and you're driving. And the whole thing is moving. It's a straight up video game. It's a wild ass video game. It's crazy. More on the simulation side, obviously, but graphics were like, it was 95, so you're probably thinking like PS1 ish, on a massive scale though. So you would drive closed hatch, and then you can actually open up the hatch, and you would sit up and you would see the screens, right? And man, several times I got motion sickness. It was crazy. But that whole setup, I'd go after that next. Like, what can I do with that? And you see some of these racing rigs on YouTube where it's the same thing. It's all sitting on hydraulic pistons, and the whole thing is just, it's crazy. It's a wild simulation. It's nuts. So not the full blown tank simulator, maybe a racing rig like that or something. Yeah, only bought 7 tickets. Only bought 7 tickets. Got a $5 super chat from Console Fanboy. All I ask is be honest. If there are no late hits, fine. Just be honest. Stop lying. Stop surprising us. Full transparency. We deserve it. Little asterisks. Little something. Blitz light. It's fine. I agree with you, Console Fanboy. Just first off, it's not announced yet, so we don't technically, it's not even coming out yet, right? But once it comes out, which we're pretty sure it's going to come out, then tell us. Let us know. I'm hoping the late hits are still there. I'm hoping that the focus is more on the preservation of the game and not so much political leanings now. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, be upfront with this. Don't wait till we buy the cabinet to find out. But listen, stay tuned to this channel because I'm probably going to buy the damn thing as soon as it comes out. And I'll let you know exactly what I think about it. Anyway, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, buddy. Here you go.
Finish him. Skrill wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
All right, let me scroll down a little bit. This is same Saul, did you just write the same one twice? I read it the first time, buddy. Maybe I jumped back up. I'm not sure. Scrolling down. Space Invaders, 80-inch screen. Nice. Raiden 2, 80-inch screen. Do you think all the Time Crisis will be on the cab? No, it won't be, because you got System 22, Namco System 22 is Time Crisis. That's how we got Ridge Racer. So they built that emulator for Ridge Racer, and the Ridge Racer games, all the games that came on that were all System 22. Time Crisis System 22. Once we go beyond that, Time Crisis 2 is, I think, System 23, Namco System 23, but the games list for Namco System 23 isn't that long. It's not that compelling. Beyond Time Crisis 2, there's not that much on it. So, I'm sort of concerned once we go beyond System 22, you can't just build an emulator for System 23 because there's not that much there. So you got to go beyond that. So now we're talking about like Sega Model 2. Now but that's a good thing, right? Because that means we're going to get Daytona. We're going to get other games. Sega Naomi, maybe. Sega Model 2, I believe that's also Star Wars Trilogy. So we're talking about some great games, a great territory to be in, but they haven't built that yet. So unfortunately, no. Namco System 22, you're going to be limited to the first Time Crisis, which is a one-player game. They would have multiple cabinets in the arcades, but it's a one-player game. So there's that. Not bad. I mean, Time Crisis is pretty fun. It's iconic. Those 3D polygonal graphics are pretty iconic, like the first fighters back in the day. But I think you're going to get like Steel Gunner. I think you're going to get was it Point Blank? Which is Point Blank is fun. It's like a bunch of carnival games, a bunch of cool shooting games, mini games. That'll be a great way to kind of break up the cabinet instead of just having a single game on it. Terminator 2 is fun, but it would kind of be nice if there was something else on there. But yes, Time Crisis is awesome. Listen, Anthony just wants more Pac-Man. Is it too much to ask? Could we please? Come on. What has it been, 4 to 5 seconds since we've had a Pac-Man? I'm picking up on your sarcasm. Scrolling down. The Retro Machina. The Neo Geo is the best looking one. Yes, it's pretty good. I don't know. It's personal preference. The Neo Geo one does it good as far as the candy cabs, but Astro City is where I'm at. Just me personally. And Arcade 1-Up Astro City with Virtua Fighter 1 through 3. Fighting Vipers. I love Fighting Vipers 1 and 2. And the Last Bronx. Last Bronx would be sweet. Absolutely. Stay frosty and stay dangerous. Thanks, Donuts. Unico had a pre-order for the 17, the 19, and 26 screens. At the start of the year, they didn't meet minimum orders to proceed. 17 and 19 is still up. 26, unfortunately, is not. So you're right. I think they're wanting to justify producing the 26-inch model, and that's going to be the reason why we see, in my opinion, that will be one of the reasons why we see these candy cabs come out, in my opinion. Raiden is on the 412 and 1, but not Raiden 2. That's the problem I keep running into, Donuts. I can't find Raiden 2. Raiden 1, you can even get Raiden 1 on Nintendo Switch, but for some reason, you can't get your hands on 2 or DX. Either one of those. Killing me. What is this ruckus? It's just your standard, normal, everyday, late night, Friday night ruckus. P-dubs. This is what we do. The Partycade is good for me. It fits on the back of my office door, and let me get one extra cab. Well, so there you go. I mean, it's definitely got its place. I'm not poo-pooing the form factor. It has its place for sure. It's just for me, I'm struggling to get one. I don't think I'm going to. I think there's so much you got to do just to make it playable for me. But I haven't played it yet, so I could be off base here. I'm not lying. I'm not gonna, say that I know all. I don't have any hands on with it yet, but He said, my super chat. I know. It took me a while to get to it, buddy. I'm sorry. I am monologuing. Hi, 19K Fox. This is from Jet Set Barani? Baranai? I don't know. Hi, 19K Fox. Have you ever researched 19-inch monitors for any of your cabinets? Did you find any that would make a good replacement over the 17-inch? Well, the one for the, if you're talking about the 5:4 aspect ratio, the one for the Golden Tee would be the way to go. What was that? What was that? The 1917S? That'd be the way to go. Because it would be the same connectors that we're talking about here. If you're talking about a 5:4 replacement, that would be the way to go. But you got to be careful, right? You could probably get away. You could probably put that 19 in your MK30th, but you got to change the bezel. Obviously, you got to open up the hole on the monitor mount. So there's some stuff you could do there. I think that would probably be the best monitor to go with. So go with the one. If you watch my Golden TXL video, probably go that one. If you're talking about 5:4. Now, if you're talking about, why would you switch from the BOE except for the fact that you just want a bigger monitor? Then you got to look at 4:3. Things get a little more complicated at 4:3. 5:4 for some reason tends to give you more options. The one I swapped out, the 17-inch, the E1715S, the one that I just put in the MK30th, I think that actually came out in 2021. That's the documentation that I found is 2021. I can't remember the build date on the back of the monitor. I actually threw that away. I gotta check that out. I should check that out. But it's actually it was built recently. So that's one benefit when you're talking about the 5:4. The 4:3 tends to get a little complicated. RK1UP should know go woke, go broke. Dr. Ed, got a good point there. Very good point there. But in this case, I don't think it would be RK1UP. I'm pretty sure RK1UP would rather just have VROM from back in the day. It may be out of their hands. So what can you do? What can you do? I believe anyone in the chat would be like, I'm going to buy everything I want. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to buy an island. Yes. $1 billion. Absolutely. Let me scroll down a little bit, kind of catch up with everybody. I feel like I'm what? I'm way behind. I'm not that far behind, am I? It was $500. That's crazy. Scroll up. Instead of a watered down Blitz, they could make an Atari X's and O's trackball football game. That would be dope. That would be the greatest thing ever. The greatest thing since sliced bread. Hacky sack. Oh, hell, here we go. Cubert cab. Make it happen. Make it happen. I don't understand. Cubert is iconic. Sony has pushed Cubert to the nth degree. It really has. They've put Cubert in everything. Dimajina, my brother, how the hell are you? Thanks for stopping by, man. Hope you're doing well this evening. Cubert's crazy. Cubert is iconic. Everybody, if you say Cubert, everybody knows, at least they have an image of Cubert in their head. Maybe they don't know the game specifically, but they know that character. There's brand recognition there. Is it going to sell cabs? I don't know. But I tend to think that if you're going to have some kind of a crowdfunding direct to consumer, I think that's where you start and see how that goes. That's your experiment. I think you got a pre-recognizable brand. Maybe you don't think it's enough to go to retail. Then you go direct to consumer and we see what happens. And I think we really need to do that because I think there's a lot of games out there that maybe you're unsure of. Maybe you don't think that it's going to do well at retail. Then you give us the opportunity to prove you wrong. But it's easy for me to say, I'm not investing all that money to tool up to build the cab. I'm just going to buy one cab and I'm good. I'll spend $500, $600, $700 on one cab and I'm good. They're the ones that got to foot the bill. So it's easy for me to say, just do it. Just do it. But I think it would probably sell 3,000. Mike Hawker, what's going on? Is this a marathon of past episodes or is this live? Either way, hello. Yes, it is live. We are live. We're doing it live. Scrolling down. John D. Transparency for an unannounced title. Genius. Yes, it's important to note that it's not out yet. We don't know anything. Hey, hashtag 1 hour mark. Ancient One is keeping me on my toes. The Cubert Partycade. Why not? Start there. John Rodriguez says, do you think Marvel vs. Capcom 2 will be the best cab of the year? I don't know, because it depends, right? Best cab of the year. Okay, we gotta really think about that. So you talk about the implications. I think the implications of Marvel vs. Capcom 2, what it means for other cabs, is big. It's massive. Will it be the biggest cab? Will it be the cab of the year? I don't know. At the end of the day, the emulation is difficult. You're talking about Naomi. I get it. But at the end of the day, the cab is going to be fairly simplistic. The cab shape was not unique, really. We're very familiar with the layout. So if you're talking, I mean, if you're going to score the whole thing, the cab itself, the game itself, there may be a case to say, I'm going to love it, but there's a case to say, well, there's a lot of people that don't like fighters. But if you're talking about a way to accurately emulate that game, what does that mean for other games out there that we're dying to have emulated? I think that is going to be the bigger hallmark. Marvel vs. Capcom 2, pushing to emulate that game, opens up the door wide for some outstanding titles. It really does. So, this is sort of like a movie studio. You make your big budget Marvel movie, it makes you $1 billion, and now you can make some smaller indie movies, smaller indie films. You can experiment a little bit because you made all that. You got that Marvel money. You can make this little movie over here. Maybe it loses money. Who cares? You justify the development of the emulation because you got Marvel vs. Capcom 2. So that's why you do the hard work. You develop, and you put that out there, and it makes you gobs of money so that you can push to make other games that maybe aren't as marquee. So you factor that in, the bigger implications for all games moving forward, now you got something. So while the cab itself will be good, it's not going to be mind-blowing, groundbreaking, the cab itself, but the implications of that cab, that will be like, the ripples in the pond, right? And we'll feel that throughout for years to come. Because if they can do it there, now we know it's successful. We've emulated correctly. Now we know that cost. It's been developed. How better to implement? How can we implement it in other ways? What games can we now enjoy because of the money we made on Marvel vs. Capcom 2? So I think that's how you do it, right? That's how you do it. That's what it means. The cab itself is not going to be mind-blowing as far as the way it looks or anything. It's going to be a standard 6-button fighter. I'm going to be one of the first ones in line to buy it. But it's what it means for the other cabinets. I think that's the bigger ticket. So for that reason alone, it could be the cab of the year. But the cab itself, I'm sure it's going to be fine. Even if it's even if it's a midway shape, it's going to be fine. People are going to buy it because of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. But those implications could be. I'm so excited if that. And listen, honestly, I'm being truthful with you. I don't know anything. The Illuminati is in, well, at least my corner, the bottom left corner of the Illuminati, is in the dark. I don't know. I really don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I got P-Dub still telling me it's I. It hurt my feelings every time I walk around. You ain't gotta say it like that. Why you gotta say it? Just it's not Fox. It's not coming. It's I. I'm like, stop it. It's coming. And a little tear, And I don't want him to see me crying, so I kind of dab it away. But it hurts. It hurts. It is what it is. Got a $20 super chat from Console Fanboy. This is what I want. Hello, everyone. We don't like Mortal Kombat. That franchise sells itself, so why add money to it by investing in lobbies and BOEs? We love Street Fighter games, not Mortal Kombat, so we'll invest in that instead. That's what we deserve. Thank you so much for $20 super chat. And what else can I give you? You know what? I got to do it, buddy, because you're bringing up the pain and suffering of Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter. You got to go to the pit.
Finish him. Melina wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
Mortal Kombat got that dope shape, though, didn't it? MK30th is the most comfortable fighting cabinet they've put out, in my opinion. In my opinion. It looks really good. The cabinet looks really good. I think if they could have put a BOE in it, I think they would have. I think it would have been easier. They were already tooled up for it. They already, I mean, it's just what they did. The bezels were already cropped at 4:3. I think if they could have done it, they would have. But they couldn't. And then faced with this decision of we got this big announcement, what do we do? So I don't know. But I think that not knowing the behind the scenes, I can't imagine a scenario where they would actively put down a franchise to elevate another. I think they're gonna put out what sells. They're gonna put out what sells. And if Mortal Kombat sells, they're gonna invest as much as they can to get Mortal Kombat the best presentation it can, so that people can enjoy it and buy it and soak it up. So I think it really was just, hey, listen, I'm sure they want to put BOE in everything. They don't want to hear the complaints. The monitor. I mean, listen, and XL was the first one that took the hit. The first XL cab, Golden Tee, the cab we were all asking for, that was the one that took the first hit with the monitors. So it was actually that one that got the hit first. And you can't say they didn't invest in that cab. That was the first XL. That was the big boy. You know, that was Golden Tee. And it suffered the same fate that Mortal Kombat and the Namco and the Atari Legacies did with those monitors. I think it was just an unfortunate thing. It sucks. It sucks. But what are you going to do? You're going to delay all the cabinets because of the monitor? Or are you going to suck it up and push hard, get through it, and then, hey, once BOE kicks in, we'll go. And to be fair, I think that we had Big Blue. We had other Capcom titles that came out before. So they probably thought, listen, we just gave them Big Blue, but we got to get them another Mortal Kombat. We can't just keep reskinning the wings. People don't like the wings. Let's hurry up. Let's push. Let's get that midway. I mean, what better cab to lead with than with the midway, Mortal Kombat, because of the midway shape. They don't say that it's midway, but we know it's midway. We know the shape is inspired by midway. So I think what better cab to lead with that. I don't know. Listen, these is all compromises. Tough decisions got to be made. What do you do? That's why you watch my channel. I show you how to mod it. Put a better monitor in there. But and listen, if you watch my short, I also swapped out some white buttons out of my countercade too. So now it's a pretty damn nice machine. Should you have to put a monitor in there? No, you shouldn't. Monitor should be good to go. But like I said, it is what it is. So, but I really don't. I mean, I know you don't like it, Zohar. I get it. I mean, if it was my baby, I wouldn't want to get crap components in mine either. I would feel the hurt too. I get it, but I don't think I don't think it was a choice they made. I don't think it was a choice to put one down over the other. So, but yeah, take them all out of the Pac-Man machines. No more BOE for Pac-Man, and then we'll just give it to everybody else. Alfred Berger says, I would love to see Tekken 1, 2, and 3 on a cab. I think it makes sense, right? It makes sense. I want to see something different. I mean, I love the progression. I like where your head's at, because that also has the same implications as, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, MVC 2, building an emulation machine for that. If you do the same thing for Tekken, what does that mean for other games? But I want to see variety in my gameplay. Light guns, driving. I want to see a flight game. I want to see a flight game. I want to see something. Now I've been asking for. Well, it's a stretch because what else you can put on the cab? But the precursor to Air Combat or to Ace Combat was Air Combat, and that was Namco System 22. What else are you going to put on it? That's the problem we have. Because, you need more than one game. Now, I think that the obvious flight game is going to be, Afterburner. It's kind of a no-brainer. They made a 1 and a 2. 2 wasn't much different than 1, but still, hey, it's technically 2 games. And it's got an iconic shape. Even the stand-up version was pretty cool. I think that joystick, though, they got to get right. I don't think you can just do a flat deck and put a joystick on there and call it good. I think they probably know that. There's a challenge there. You got to develop something new and different because, that's what we're asking for. Arcade accuracy within reason. So I think that's, I don't know. So I love your idea, Tekken 1, 2, 3, but I want to see a little more, something different, something unique for sure. Hey, Power Stone 1 and 2 and Project Justice. Project Justice. Have you tried to buy that game? Have you tried to buy Project Justice? Dreamcast? Come on, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. That and Rival Schools for PlayStation 1. It's insane. So I'd love, that'd be great. Hell, I mean, the price of that disc would be worth half the price of the cab. Good games, but man, that's another way that they can sort of help preserve some of these games too. And that's another thing I don't know that we talk about that enough because of emulation, because of MAME and all this stuff. This is a pseudo way of preserving the game. It's not going to be one-to-one, representation. It's not going to be an exact copy of the arcade cabinet. And it is emulation at the end of the day, but it is a way of preserving the experience and giving people a chance to play a game they probably couldn't play. Especially when you talk about something like that, where it had a console release, but damn, to get your hands on that's crazy. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, CPS 3, had a PlayStation 1 release and a Dreamcast. I think it was Dreamcast. And try to buy those games. Nuts. Crazy. It's a damn shame. Now, I was able to play JoJo's Bizarre Adventure on Pandora's Box. It's something. It's not the best way, but it was a way. Demajana, my brother, how the hell are you? Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was the last crossover game of that caliber, and that was good. I agree. Marvel vs. Capcom 3, I made a countercade. I probably should have made a 3/4 scale. I made a countercade because I was using the PlayStation Vita, the Vita TV. I don't know if you remember that, Demajana. It would only play certain games. One of them was Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I had the cartridge. So what am I going to do with it? I got my Vita here, but I don't play it that much. So I made a little countercade out of it just because of the challenge of the small size. Worked out great. It's a single player cab. I would have to do it with those. I don't know. See, 2-player would be tough because I got a Titan adapter plugged into the one USB slot on the PlayStation Vita TV. So that would be different. So like if I went full size, I'd have to go with like a PlayStation 3 to run it. But it was cool, that experiment with the PS Vita. So that was cool. Yeah. MK30th is a nice looking cab. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sheila, what's going on? Hey-o. How you doing? Good to see you. I like vodka or Vidka. It's a video about vodka. It's a movie. It's called Vidka. There you go. Content has attract mode. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Hours of attract mode. ACNS, I'm fighter cabbed out. See, I think you're kind of hitting on my point, Ashley. Fighter cabbed out. But they sell, and that gives us hope for the other chances of cab titles. Fighter cabbed out is a great, that should be your hashtag. Hashtag fighter cabbed out. I like fighters. I'm a fan of the 90s fighters, but I've kind of been getting everything I want, right? I got my CPS. My CPS2 was like, it was something when it came to Capcom and that generation of arcade, it just hit on all cylinders for me. It was the art style, it got that upgrade. Marvel was just losing money, so they were selling everything they had, and Capcom was right there to take advantage of that. So you had all the crossover games and the individual games, Marvel Superheroes, X-Men: Children of the Atom. You had those games. It was just a great time. So I'm getting those games. I don't have my Street Fighter Alpha cabinet. Knock on wood. Hopefully that comes soon. I don't have that, but I'm getting that. Mortal Kombat. It's had several releases. This one is the best one yet, with the exception of the monitor. I know the white buttons, but I fixed that today, so that's good. Yesterday. So I'm getting my fill of fighters, and of course we got the classic Street Fighter 2 and all its iterations. So we're getting that, and I'm having fun with that. But yeah, I think I'm with you. Fighting games are fun, they really are. But there's also something about co-op, and we got a lot of 4 players too, which is co-op, so that's fun. But yeah, I'm looking for a little more variety in my gameplay. A little more variety in the gameplay. A flight game. I think that's the next one we need. We need a flight game. We just to round out your little arcades. Let's say you got your arcade, you got space for 4 to 6 cabs. You probably want to chop it up, right? You want to change it up. You want to have your light gun game. Number 1. That's so fun. Everybody walks into your arcade, they grab the gun, they want to shoot stuff. Buck Hunter was cool, but I wanted T2 or something like it because I wanted to blow stuff up. I didn't want to shoot a shotgun or a deer rifle. I got those. I can shoot those. I wanted to shoot something fully automatic, launch grenades, and blow up robots. And T2 gave that to me. It brought that into my life, and I'm thankful for it. So I want that driving game. Ridge Racer's cool. I like it. Outrun was cool too. So you got that. You scratched that off the list, right? So what else is left? I mean, a flight game. That's next. Come on, I want to fly like an eagle, like the song says. So let's work on that flight game. And then we can get the claw game, the claw thing. No, I don't want a claw. I don't want a claw machine. I don't want it. Nooner, what's going on, buddy? Just tuned in. Is this a 12-hour stream? I need more booze. If so, yes. I'm not going to be here the whole time. That's where the attract mode comes in. I'm about to do, actually, we are an hour and 22 in. I'm going to call it. It's time for the first giveaway. So if you're here, you just walked in, you're checking it out, you're in luck. Now, just a disclaimer, this is the first giveaway. I'm going to give stuff away throughout the night. A lot of this is like modding stuff that I am not going to use. I wanted to give back a little bit, and we're going to do 12 hours because I wanted to break it up and give stuff away at weird time slots so that some people can get involved that they don't usually have a chance to get involved because I'm streaming 9 to 10 East Coast. Not all the time zones get to jump in and just chat. That's another thing too. I'm going to step away for a while. I'm going to come back different times. You're not going to know when I'm coming. It's a mystery. You got to tune in the whole 12 hours. No, you don't have to sit here for 12 hours, but hopefully everybody gets a chance to jump in, and I can spend an hour at a pop and we can talk, and I can give something away and step away for a little bit, leave you with the attract mode, come back. It makes sense if you don't think about it. It all makes sense if you don't think about it. Console Fanboy, another $5. What's up, man? Appreciate it. It says, it was 100% a choice, Fox. 2 weeks later, BOE's announced for Street Fighter Legacy. Please supply chain my listen. I understand. Listen, it's okay. It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. It's not worth getting this upset about. I understand. Thank you for the super chat. But come on, man. Let's move on. It's not worth it. It's not worth getting that upset about. Everybody likes Mortal Kombat. Everybody does. I mean, it may not be some people's favorite, but everybody likes Mortal Kombat. We can't get that upset about it. We go on. What you gonna see? You're gonna sit there and complain. You're gonna adapt and overcome. Let's adapt and overcome. And you shouldn't have to crack it open, but unfortunately, that's what you got to do for now. Maybe the second iteration will have BOE, and then all you got to do is just sell your current cab and get that new cab, and you'll be good to go. And maybe it'll be in Mortal Kombat 2 artwork again. Maybe we'll go from Mortal Kombat 1 to Mortal Kombat 2, BOE, same shape, and get those white buttons, and life will be good. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's good, man. It's all good. Thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. And I'm going to give you something. You know what? Watch out. Here comes Chun-Li. I have lost it. The chat has jumped on me. I apologize. I'm trying to catch up. Where are we at? Scroll back up here. Scroll back up here. There it is. Okay. Yes, we have a $6.99 Canadian, which I've been told is the best currency by, well, mostly Canadians tell me that. Positive messaging. Positive messaging. Thank you for swinging in here, Rice Retrocade, with the positive messaging. And because of that, you're gonna. I got to give you my favorite. Here you go. Make that game. Make it happen. It's CPS 2. You can put everything on it. Come on. Make my dream a reality. Single game, Cab? Absolutely. 3-player, though. I'll buy it. Single player, single game, 3 players. Take my money. Take my money indeed. The Fist of Love, the reigning champion on Rampage. Liz. 6,500,000. You set the bar pretty high. Fist of Love, if that is your real name. If that is your real name. So you're saying there's a way. Yes, there is a way. Is this hour 6? I'm like, no. We've still got 10.5 hours left to go. 10.5 hours left to go. So let's go ahead. Now, I teased it, and I got to do it. I got to do it. Damage 9. That needs to be 2 players, though. Okay, so we talked about giveaways, right? Well, now it's time to give something away. So simple, easy. I got it pulled up here. This is the way it's going to go. I'm going to introduce the thing I'm going to give away. I'll tell you all about it. And then I'm going to pop up a slide. Because I love my slides. Okay, the slide is going to have something on it. It's going to have something. And all you have to do is repeat it in the chat. The first one I see that repeats what's on the slide, you get it. So I'm going to talk about it. You can decide if you want to jump in, if you want to get it. If you don't, that's fine. Just don't write down what's in the slide. So not everything is for everybody. Obviously, if you win, you're not going to be able to win anything else. So just let everybody know that real quick. Okay, enough of that stuff. Let's get to the first giveaway. So this holds a special place in my heart. So I got my Marvel vs. Capcom 1, loved it, and I got X-Men vs. Street Fighter, and I had to have both. Eventually, that became a mod. That became, it became Alien vs. Predator, and so it still holds a special place in my heart. But when I got that cabinet, I had a problem. The PCB worked great, except it did not output voltage to the marquee. So what I have here is that original PCB, because they did eventually give me another PCB. Here is that original X-Men versus Street Fighter PCB. Does it still work? Yes. I tested this just a few hours ago before this live stream, plugged it in just to make sure that it worked, because I still have the actual monitor. That was one of the monitors I used in one of my videos. So this thing still works. It does not output voltage from the PCB to your lit marquee. So you could just plug in a splitter and you're good to go. This is a little more valuable than than you would maybe think, because it's not easy to find this cab anymore. But if you've got like a 5-6 button fighter, Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom, Marvel superheroes, you could swap this in and you'd be good to go. So this is it. So X-Men versus Street Fighter, 3rd gen, PCB, functional, tested, working, minus the power output to the marquee. I'm going to scroll down here. First item up, and get ready to type. You're going to repeat what you see in this slide. It's going to be letters. It's going to be a number. It's going to be a phrase. First one to repeat it, you win. You get it. And I will ship this wherever. Doesn't matter. No limitations. Ready? And here we go. If you like it, if this is what you want, Type that in the chat. I'll write your name down, and then you can email me later on. You can get it. X-Men versus Street Fighter PCB. First person to type that in the chat wins. Win it all. Whoa, it jumped. Okay, going down. Let's see. We have, we got a lot of 49s. Good deal. But looks like Music Mike is the one. Music Mike, writing you down. You got it. Music Mike, it is yours. So what you need to do is just email me. Give me just a second here. I'll bring up the banner so that you understand. Where is it? There you go. You can see my email right there is 19kfox1@gmail.com. Just email me. Let me know your handle, Music Mike. And that way I know what you won. And you just shoot me your address and I'll send it to you. P.O. Box, doesn't matter, whatever. Congratulations, Music Mike, winner of the first item. We got more. I'm starting small and working my way up. So there you go. And remember, this is actually a thank you to everybody, helping me out, subscribing to the channel, watching the videos. It really helps. Mike, we've talked about this. This guy can't take you anywhere. Yes, congratulations, Mike. More to come. Hey, Kong, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Blitz joystick. If I had that, I would keep it. That would be mine. I would not give that away. Yeah, for all your references. Well, what does that mean? What does 49 mean? Yeah, you're starting to see that, huh? I will say this: throughout the night, throughout the 12 hours, the numbers, the phrases, the letters, they do mean something. Extra points. I mean, you don't get anything, but extra points if you can identify what that is. Yes, Sinistar, the 49-way joystick. Minor 49er. Absolutely. Got everybody. Man, we got Moat here. We got all the stars. The celebrities in the chat. John D's still here. We got Moat. Absolutely. No, he told me before he don't know nothing. He said, nah, I don't. Never going to happen. That's what he said. Never going to happen. All right, first one down. I got other stuff to give away. You're going to love this one. I'm not giving away right now, but this is going to come up next. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. I'm just kidding. I'm not really. This is a joke. It's a joke. We're not doing that. It's still in the box. I keep it in the box because it's going to be worth something. Because see, the box that plugs in your TV is upside down. So see, that's rare. That's rare. So we're going to keep that. And I can't give that one up. Sorry, I can't get that one up. All right, first one down, out of the way. And hey, 50 like hype. There you go. No, that's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. If you could smash the like button, smash it, because it's the right thing to do, right? It is the right thing to do. Give me just 1 second. I got to download something here real quick. I forgot to do this. There it is. Let me grab this, put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. No, you know what? I did. I downloaded that. Let me go over here. It is a banner that I got to have displayed for various reasons. Some obvious, some not. There it is. Put that right there. Boom. Okay. We'll bring that up. I got an overlay. It's going to be a long night, kids. Long night. So yeah, so the numbers, the thing you got to type in the chat is going to have some sort of meaning. Some very specific, some vague, some nonsensical. Some with deep meaning. Another Canadian, 279, an oddly specific number. Where's the bourbon? Bourbon's coming. But I start off with coffee because we got a long night. We're an hour and a half in. I think we'll probably go another half hour before we take our first commercial break, our extended commercial break. Thank you so much for the 279 super chat. I really do appreciate it. That Canadian money, it just spins better than American. Here you go. Well, yeah, actually, here's a Canadian to testify.
Let's go.
KO! Wolverine win!
Rookie.
Badass Canadian. I mean, listen, as Canadians go, not bad. Right up there with John Candy, for sure. So I think flight games. I think flight games is where you go next. Another flight stick, We had some issues with Tron. These are the growing pains of the that cabinet. There's a lot going on there, so the stick was a little weak in some areas. I think you beef that up and you bring out a flight stick game. System 22, Namco. You have air combat and something else. I don't know. I haven't given the whole games list a lot of thought, but I think that's what you do. I think you can do that, right? So that's there. Would that run a sequel to that? Maybe. I'm not sure if that's on System 23. Maybe not. So you might be able to pull off a couple air combat games on there. So that would work for sure. Afterburner is really the no-brainer. I mean, if you're going to start somewhere, you'll probably start there. I mean, we know you can emulate that. It's really going to come down to that unique joystick. But if you want to start with something maybe a little more traditional, maybe you go with something like air combat. So I don't know, but I want a flight game. That's what I want. Something different. Something just a little bit different. I watched your Golden Axe review. How do you feel about it today versus your review? Brandon Wilson, that's actually a really good question. I was thinking about that. I'm working on another, I got a couple projects going on right now. My Fusion cab is almost complete. If you're a Dragon Ball fan, Dragon Ball Z fan, you know that Fusion is the combining of two fighters to create a stronger fighter. So I've got a Fusion. I've got my Rampage TMNT Fusion going on right now. I'm trying to figure out where to put it. I'm looking around my arcade, and I keep coming back to Golden Axe. Beautiful cab. Absolutely beautiful. I love it. It's got a great layout. It's got a great 3-button layout. I wish they would have done that for X-Men. X-Men, they had to add that 4th button to accommodate what, in my opinion, is a subpar game, and it hurts. It hurts the X-Men experience because that should have just been a 3-button game. So, not the end of the world. It is what it is. But for me, I love the 3 because that control panel is so cramped. 3 buttons for me seems to work out really well. It just lays out well. When you see my control panel for Rampage, OCD in full effect. You got all kind of room. You ain't got nobody on top of you. But it is only 2 buttons, so I had that advantage. So, but looking at it now, looking at my review and the fact that was when we started to see the prices go up. And I think one of the big sticking points for me in that review was not the games list, which is great, or the gameplay, which is really good. It was the fact that for me, the price went up and we lost features when you compare it to NBA Jam, right? We just had NBA Jam, Wi-Fi, all this good stuff. But you got more games. So it was like, what do we do? Back and forth. What am I thinking? It doesn't get a lot of play now. It doesn't. It's a great, which is kind of weird. It's a great games list. Should they have maybe not gone with Death Adder and just gone with a standard 2-player control deck? Maybe. I think there's still, you can make a compelling case for that because the other games, I mean, you're talking about bangers. That's a good cabinet with a lot of great games. But it doesn't get as much play as a lot of my other ones. But we're talking about some of the newer cabs are getting a little more attention because they're newer, Also, I can chase leaderboards on those cabinets where I can't on Death Adder. And then you got gun games and driving games, obviously projects and stuff. So in my world, I'm maybe a little more preoccupied with stuff that the average home arcade enthusiast wouldn't, right? Because I've got other things taking my time. But I think I feel the same. I think while it is a great games list, it's a good looking cabinet. It stands out in a good way in your arcade. I still think, I still feel sort of the same way, about the same. And unfortunately, the price of that cabinet really hasn't come down. But in comparison to everything else, I think it's probably, I guess the value, because of the price landscape, it's probably a better value now. But I also like that form factor. I like that shape. And a lot of people don't. They're not real big on the shark fin. I like it. I like it. And at the time when it was first, when we were getting into, Gen 3, I was like, man, this looks good. And then they talked about this Big Blue cabinet. I'm like, yeah, I remember Big Blue, but damn, I don't want something. I want uniformity. No, I don't. I was wrong. Once you start getting different shapes in there, it's like, oh, okay, this is how it's supposed to feel. It's different. Each cabinet is unique, not just the games list and the artwork, but the feel, the size, the shape, all that. So that's cool. So overall, I think I feel about the same. Great games list, but it's just maybe a little overpriced for what we got, even at the time. Well, especially at the time. Now, the sting isn't as bad, but it still stings. So, but listen, I think that if you're a fan of those games, it's kind of a no-brainer. I mean, it's a great Sega cab. It really is. So, I don't think you can go wrong with that. The shame it doesn't have Wi-Fi. Chasing them leaderboards is a little more addictive than I thought. It's just saying. I'm the goofball that spent damn near 4 hours playing Rampage. To each his own, right? To each his own. Not everybody is, smart in the head. Rights Retro Kid. Little known fact: Wolverine doesn't have a healing factor. Just Canadian healthcare. You just had to just twist it, didn't you? Didn't you? Yeah. You're Canadians in your healthcare. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's great. Happy for you. It's actually pretty good. I thought you were going to say something like he doesn't have blood. He just has maple syrup running through his veins. So it just clogs all the cuts he gets. Your joke was better. Your joke was better. Konami shoot 'em ups. Yeah. We need to kind of roll back the clock. It's kind of weird that the two shooters are actually really, they're new. I mean, Buck Hunter's the newest, right? I would definitely consider that newer as far as the arcade landscape. T2 is more of a classic, but still 90s. I think that let's go back in the 80s and let's get some of those shooters, because you can get a bunch of those on a cabinet. I know you could emulate those or just easily, right? And cram a bunch of them on a cab. There's a ton of them. Get on it. Doggone it. ACNX Rocks Esports. Too bad they couldn't have done a Top Gun marketing thing with Afterburner. Missed a golden opportunity. And that movie, I mean, it's over $1 billion. Talk about the tie-in. That would have been great. Now, listen, you're talking about a lot of the planets have to align for that to happen, right? But if they could have pulled that off, had that at the premiere, have Tom Cruise leaning on the freaking thing at the premiere. I mean, come on. That would have been awesome. That would have been great. Faux show. Shinobi is what keeps coming back to buy it. Thanks for your thoughts. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a no-brainer. If you're a fan of the games, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. It's like I said, for me, with everything else going on, doesn't get that much play, but games list, one of the most solid. I say it beats out Marvel vs. Capcom just because they got that, silly console game on there and no AVP. So actually, I mean, as far as games list, every one of them is good. Every one of them is good. Russian Attack, wasn't that Konami? I like the game. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Konami. Let me know in the chat if it wasn't. I'm sure you will. Let's keep going. So Goofy Foot says, I'm building a Gorf cabinet for the Defender Partycade PCB. Really? Nice. You, sir, are a badass. Altered Beast. Exactly. Let's see. In the beginning, there was nothing. Then Chuck Norris roundhouse kicked nothing and told it to get a job. That's right. Chuck Norris is the man. He is the man. Scrolling down here. Have a great stream, guys. Working on another awesome video Sunday. If you're a 1UP fan, it may not be for you. Peace. We wonder what that might be. Be safe, buddy. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. It's all for the laughs, right? Keep it light. Keep it fun. Talk about a no-brainer. Exactly, Brandon. Smash TV would be a no-brainer whatsoever. Just simple. Oh, no way. I purchased an Astro City Mini to play Death Adder's Revenge. Save space rather than getting the arcade 1UP variant. It had most of the games in a small form factor. I thought you were going to say you got an Astro City. I was like, can I come over? Yeah, no, the Mini was cool too. I like that shape. But man, I'm telling you, if Unico pulls that off, if Unico can come out with something that's, I mean, listen, you're going to pay over $2,000. If the guy that has one is down the street and you can just go get it, you're still going to pay over $2,000. For those of us that have to travel a long distance, it's even worse. It's not good. It's not good. Not good at all. Ancient One. I know I don't say much here, 19K Box, but somebody's got to keep track of the license. I appreciate. Listen, you're saying a lot. You're speaking volumes. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. 70 likes. Absolutely. See, there you go. Keep track of it. Thank you. Pixel Arc Studios. Capcom's D&D games are really good. Could be a great co-op cab. I think so. I think you got to start with. I talk about deep cuts, and some people may think that that's like an insult or something negative. I don't mean it to be negative at all. I think some of the greatest games are weird, different, unique. They were publishers or programmers, developers trying to come up with something different and break into a market that maybe at the time that game was put together was saturated. And so they had to try to break through all that. And so you're going to come up with some weird stuff. And I consider that a deep cut. I do. And, I think that those deep cuts don't have a lot of brand recognition. Maybe they don't have a new game coming out now. Street Fighter is Street Fighter. Mortal Kombat. I mean, they're still making those games today. It's easy to associate that. It's a no-brainer to kind of go and get that money because it's still out there. The brand is still recognizable. We talk about deep cuts. We're talking about some of these weird games that we like. I mean, listen, Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, you're talking about Capcom. And everything they did had a style, it had a flair, it had a quality, which is the biggest thing. Talk about Willow. I mean, games like this they're sort of deep cuts. Willow's kind of a weird one for me because it's like, it's a great movie, but because the movie that it's based on hasn't had a sequel, you think it's dead. Well, but now they've got that sequel announced, but I think it's a movie on a streaming service, so it's not going to be like a big blockbuster. So there's no immediate recognition or tie-in. I think a lot of people are even seeing this like, unless you were a kid in the 80s, 90s, you don't even remember that movie. But it's still from an established company. Capcom makes good stuff. It's hard to find a really bad there's bad Capcom games, but the ones that they didn't put all their effort behind. But I would consider that to be deep cut. These D&D games, for some people, will be a deep cut. Some people consider that, if they just didn't play it, if it wasn't their jam, it's just some weird, obscure game. Not necessarily. A lot of these games had a big cult following. So I think that's where direct-to-consumer comes in, where they, we talk about direct-to-consumer like it's sort of a wish list, and it kind of is. But there's still some, the onus is still on the company, RK1UP. They have to sort of put something together. They have to figure out, okay, what are people asking for? Now we have to put some effort into it. Maybe it's just a render. Maybe they just have to put some time and effort and make a good render and float it out there. Hey, are you interested in this? But if they're going to start taking pre-orders, if they're going to start taking backers, they have to be ready to make this thing. Now, if it's not something elaborate and crazy, if it's really just the game and securing the license and they're going to fall back on a form factor that works, the risk is not that bad. But if we're talking about something that's really weird, different control scheme, well, then now it's a big ask. So they really got to get a lot of backers. I'm curious to see what they do with that. I'm curious to see how do they decide what is going to be an option? It's not like they're just going to say on the website, hey, here's 1 million games. What do you want to see, guys? No, there's going to have to be something. They're going to have to believe in it because they're going to have to, if they bring it to us, if they tease it, if the response is big enough, they got to fulfill it. So I hope that process becomes a little more transparent so that we can understand whether it's a survey or whether it's a petition or whether it's, market forces help us sort of understand what makes the cut to be considered to be made. If they can make us aware of that process. Let us know how we can influence it. You know, the hard part is going to be when some of us have to come to the realization that nobody wants the game we want. And that, you know, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Alien versus Predator for me, I know a lot of people think it's just a tie-in, a goofy movie tie-in, but it's actually a tie-in based on a script that was, you know, written that was going to maybe be a movie. But it's also made by Capcom, a really quality company, and the game is really good. The game is actually really, really fun. It's not just a silly tie-in. It's got that CPS2 Capcom arcade style. So I'm all down. I'm all into it. But are enough people into it to justify them going to Disney to get all the licensing locked down? They have to figure that out. And what do they have to pay for that? And then they got to put it out there. And if listen, if there's a petition that goes around and it's got 5 signatures, I got to realize maybe it's not that popular. And if it's not that popular, they're not going to release it. It's not going to happen. And I got to be able to accept that and move on. That's the hardest part. But no, I think there's a market for a lot of these games. And you're talking about D&D. There's a little show. I don't know if you've heard of it. Stranger Things, I think is what it's called. And D&D is kind of a focus of this season, so it's kind of gaining prominence. Metallica kind of had a song that blew up again, known to a lot of people that were alive at that time, but now you got young kids like, have you heard of this group, Metallica? Yeah, dummy. Where you been? Yeah, Metallica. They're talking to you like you don't know. Like, I'm 45. I know what Metallica is. Go find something else to do. Ask me that question. But these things are gaining prominence. They're gaining notoriety. They're in the lexicon. Not that D&D ever left, but it's becoming more prominent. So, with that being said, Capcom, they got a relationship with D&D. It's possible. It's possible. Who knows? Who knows? Nunu said, hitting the hay. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Got to hit the track and blow up some car parts in the morning. Nice. Have a good night, Fox and chat. You're going to blow up. Oh, man, I hope you keep all that under 1,000. Probably not going to happen. If you're talking about blowing up car parts, it's not going to be good. If you're going to the track, so you're not talking about the drag strip, or you would have said strip. So you're talking about circle track. A lot of parts can be broken. A lot of parts indeed. Thanks for stopping by, Nooner. Appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Let me scroll down here just a little bit. Console Entertainment. Hey, 19K Fox, how's it going? It's going pretty good. Doing a 12-hour live stream. Going to take a break here in a few. Almost at the 2-hour mark. But having fun so far. Gave away something. Going to give away some more stuff later. It's going to be fun, I hope. I can't wait to see some of the people that I usually don't get to see all the time in the chat. So that's going to be fun. Jay Reed said, Krull is a deep cut. Krull is a good movie. Liam Neeson was in Krull. Come on. We had a Cyclops. We had what was the name of the horses? The horse, they were Clydesdales, but they had fire. They were fire something. I can't remember. Jay, help me out. What was the name of Fire Steeds? What was the name of the horses that they rode? They had the fire and they were flying. It's crazy. It's a crazy ass movie. I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts. It's fun, but nuts. Super Off-Road / Off-Road Challenge / Badlands. KLA Customs. Yes, I agree. If you look back on my channel, I actually took my first generation Street Fighter cab and I made a 2-player control deck. 2-player driving games, 2 steering wheels mounted on the same control deck, and it worked out nice. I hooked it up to a PlayStation 2, but it worked out. You can do that. They can totally do that. They can make it work, and it's stable. So, Super Off-Road, 2-player version, you could have 2 steering wheels on. I'm telling you, you can do it. You can do it in a way that makes sense. It doesn't have to be a single-player racing cab. You can have 2 wheels on it. Call me. We can make it happen. Call me. Ohio Red Cannon. Have you seen the new Predator movie preview called Prey? Looks pretty good. I have. I'm hoping it's not weird, woke messaging. I'll just leave that out because The previews look good. Come on, fingers crossed. For me, the Predator movies are going to be obviously Predator. Predator 2 is not bad. Not the way I wanted them to go, but Predator 2 is not bad. Predators with an S is really good. And yeah, that's it. That's it. The AVP movies, while I love the game, the movies were kind of garbage. The first one was okay. Second one was garbage. And then The Predator, that movie that came out, stupid. Why? So yeah, I'm hoping Prey is good. It's a return to form for the series. Back to kind of what they did in Predator 1 and Predators, sort of the same thing. Predators did the same thing that this one's trying to do, sort of a return to form. But Prey is set way back when. So the Nerd Jerk podcast has been really busy today. Saw you start streaming earlier. Glad I was finally able to stop by and hang out. This is why I'm doing the super long stream, so that people that don't normally get a chance to jump in can stop by and say hi, and I appreciate it. It's awesome, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Oh, D&D is Hasbro. So I'm saying multiple licensing going on there. Something to consider. And then you got Netflix. Going to want their cut. Everybody wants their cut. And I want my cut of the $9.99 super chat from BCB147 Fox. Have you tried blackened whiskey yet? Do it. Do it now. Come on. The hell is wrong with you? I will. Blackened whiskey. I will do it. I will actually. You know what? I'm going shopping tomorrow. I'll look for it. I was going to get another bottle. So I got to make a confession. So I didn't finish up the Elijah Craig on my stream on Sunday, but it did get finished up that week. It's gone. It's gone. So I got to get another bottle. So I was going to maybe go back to Jefferson's, but I wanted something different. Maybe we'll try blackened whiskey and see. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Man, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. And what do you get? What am I going to have to give you? You know what? You might want to put a sweater on or maybe a light jacket.
Finish him. Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
Mike, last name, D&D Cab is the number one. Look at this. Number one on my list, especially if it had the second game's artwork. So see, we've got John D's in the chat. He's saying Hasbro is a factor or maybe the sole owner or the sole company to consider when it comes to D&D. But John, you also have somebody who used to work for Hasbro. Maybe there's some connections that can be made, questions that can be asked, favors to be requested, backs to be scratched. Just saying, whatever you got to do, what do you got to make it happen? Because Mike, last name, would like one for sure. Krull is awesome. It's very late 80s, but it's very awesome. Yeah, that's what I said. Capcom Willow. I said, I mean, the series is coming out. Of course, I may be way back in the chat. I don't know. You may have caught me saying that. Yeah. No, it was only 4 minutes ago. Yeah, I talked about Willow. It's a great game. It's got that great Capcom art style. The show, the sequel is coming out. Is it a show or a movie? But it's on a streaming service. I can't remember. But anyway, it's tie-in, man. Come on, make it happen. Because Willow was a fun game. It was a really fun game. Like I said, it had that great art style. Here we are. Fire Mares. I knew it was something. Fire Mares. We got Michael Wayne saying Fire Mares. Lee Reed coming in. Fire Mares. What's wrong with you, Fox? It's Fire Mares. You probably think you're not even a real Krull fan. You're talking schmack on your YouTube channel. You don't even know Fire Mares. Now that you say it, yeah, I remember now. Because you told me. The Real Zim says, it'd be awesome if they got the license for, yep, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs for the D&D cab. I don't think that it has ever had a home release. It'd be awesome with online co-op. Yeah, I think Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, is that Capcom? I thought that was Konami. Not sure. Yeah, it'd be great. Listen, a lot of these games didn't really, Alien versus Predator, it didn't really get a home release. The only time it got a home release is with that Capcom arcade fighting stick that was only released in Europe. I I'm sure it was released in Japan too, but yeah, I had to import mine from the UK just to get mine so I could make my cab. So because I wanted that arcade ROM. I've got it on MAME, and hell, I can even play it on my PSP. But I wanted, what was a more accurate, thing. Willow was all right. The first movie, Mad Mardigan. Come on, it was a good movie. Or you talking about the game? Come on, it's a platformer, man. It was easier than freaking Ghosts and Ghouls. I mean, damn. Cut us some slack. G.I. Joe was a fun arcade game. Yes, it was. A lot of G.I. Joe fans, especially that arcade jam. Very, very good. Very good indeed. The Fist of Love. Wasn't Netflix supposed to have gotten into streaming gaming? I think so. I think Netflix is falling on some hard times. They're losing subscribers left and right because remember, Netflix used to have it all. When you lose bangers like The Office, that hurts, So here's what I'll tell you. What I saw that there's a new movie out on Netflix called The Gray Men. It's pretty good. It's got Chris Evans. It's got what's his name from The Notebook, the dopey-eyed guy. I don't know. All the girls like him. Anyway, that guy. Whoever that guy is. The Russo brothers did it. The same people that did Endgame and Civil War and Infinity War. The Russo brothers did that. So smack my microphone there. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. If you liked, it's kind of like, what is it like? They're like secret agents, and but it's got this real smart ass kind of attitude to it, which is kind of funny. I mean, it's got some laugh out loud moments for me. It's like Chris Evans is a bad guy. It's kind of fun to see him play a bad guy. He actually does a pretty good job of it. But as far as streaming gaming, that's probably on the back burner. They're probably just trying to keep afloat now. EPT Cyclone, I'll get Fox 2 more likes. I appreciate it. Double up on them likes. I appreciate it. Ancient One says Mortal Kombat 2 announcer Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Fatality. Absolutely. All of the above. All of the above. John D says we have a Hasbro license with IGT. Capcom also has rights. Wheels are turning. This is what we're talking about, people. Get loud. Let your voices be heard. BCB 147 says we need Willow. We need it like air to breathe. William writes as a 4-player gauntlet cab would rock. Absolutely. Absolutely. Scroll down here. Double Down says they need to release a 720 cab. 720's got a lot of love, actually. I'm hearing a lot about 720. I didn't think that much of it back in the day, but it's got a big fan base. Oh, 720. Bonafide Picker says, what's the future of the one-up pinball? Own all 3, family loves them. I don't know what's going on with pinball. I think pinball may be on the back burner for a while. There's a lot of development going on with 3/4 scale. I don't know anything for certain, but I think I haven't heard anything about pinball. So maybe nothing yet. Pinball 2.0, probably further down the pipe. They got some other stuff coming, if we can believe these leaks, right? Some bangers, some big bangers they're probably focused on. But, after some of it was really the price hikes that hurt the pinball machines. The pinball machines were kind of at that they were like at the cusp, right? They were like $5.99. Walmart would have them for $5.49 every once in a while. I was going back and forth. What do I do? And then the price hikes hit, and I was like, whoa, way out of my price range. So that kind of hurt them. But other than that, not having one, I did the glass mod on top. It's nice. It's nice. It's not 1080p. It's not 32-inch playfield, but it's not bad. If you could have got it at the $500 or even the $549, I think would have been a good deal. Which sometimes you can see them on sale for that. So pay attention if you haven't got that. But as far as somebody who already owns all 3, I don't know. I don't know if you can expect any kind of big updates. I just haven't heard anything. Maybe there's something coming, but I just haven't heard anything. So that's all I can give you. All I can give you for that. Yeah, 1993 Mazda RX. Still, your picture, bro. Come on, I got it. We got to have the car. We got to have the car, the grill, something, a close up of the wheel, the rim, something. John, do we need pinball with 1080p? I would imagine that would be one of the things they're considering if they're going to come out with a sequel, a 2.0, whatever. $5 super chat from the Nerd Jock Podcast. 19K. Has anyone ever told you that you look like John Hamm? Also super exciting. So close to 1,000 subs. Congratulations, man. You stick with it. You do not let up. I know it's tough to get there, but once you get there, it gets easier to add subs. So you just don't lose focus. Okay, stick with it. Looking on to doing a giveaway to celebrate. Yes, little things like that, a way to give back, get the community involved, let everybody know that you appreciate them. All good things, man. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Keep pushing, man. Keep pushing. Don't get discouraged. I have weeks and months sometimes where the numbers go down. Don't worry about that. You just keep focusing on what you want to do. Be true to you, and take care of the people that subs. Those first 100 subs mean a lot. They mean a lot. So everything else, icing on a cake. Icing on a cake. So keep driving. Don't slow down. And I appreciate the it's a filter. This is the John Hamm filter that I'm using right now. So that's what's going on there. Thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. And here you go.
Perfect. Hyper combo KO. Game's over. Time to call it quits.
All right, here we go. We're well past the 2-hour mark, so you know what that means. That is time for you to partake of the attract mode, at least for a little while. So stick. I'm just going to leave this going right now. Oh, I can't step away just yet because my brother Ezekiel, the Chicago Retro Ranger for $4.99, jumps in to say, "Hey, Fox, just wanted to stop by and say hi, brother. So close to 5K. Plug that giveaway, buddy. I'm keeping my word. Yes, this guy's wanting to contribute to a 5K giveaway, and I'll take him up on it. I will definitely take him up on it. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And Ezekiel, man, you know which one you're going to get. A fellow lover of the Dragon Ball Z. Here you go.
Can't you do any better?
Thanks again for the super chat, buddy. I really do appreciate it. And now I'm going to leave you with the smooth stylings. No, I'm going to do this. Boom. Of the attract mode. The attract mode continues. The attract mode is attractive, and it's calling you. It's beckoning. It's calling your name. So we're going to leave that there, and I will see you a little bit later. What's going on, everybody? Rocking the hat from back in the day here. Let me move me over here just a little bit. You know, when you get older, I think your head swells. I'm sure I got the right mic on real quick. Let me just double check. The audio is correct. Yes, it is. So I wore this hat. Well, I mean, not this particular one. Wore it for about 2 years, probably my last 2 years of service. Get the Swan E5 rank on there. It's tight. It's tight. It's a little snug. I don't know if it's because it shrank or what the hell. You know, it's one of those things you just kind of keep and you hanging on the wall there, and it cuts off the circulation of your brain. Well, I mean, luckily there's not much going on up top anyway, so I had to bring this out. Also, I want to make sure that everybody is aware that I'm a real Krull fan. Okay, we talked about this in the last segment. Okay, Krull, I'm a legit fan. Seriously, I know I was getting a hard time, but the Fire Mares and not knowing what they were called. Okay, it's not a little bit of an oversight for me. Okay, but no, I actually have this bad boy on Blu-ray. So there you go, real Krull fan. While we're talking about movies, listen, I know it's a big deal, right? To watch a movie that's 2 full hours, maybe 3 hours, 4 hours. Whoo, that's a big ask. It's a tall order. But this 4-hour movie is awesome. So this is Zack Snyder's Justice League. This is the Steelbook, which is like a matte gray finish. This is a sexy Steelbook, really nice. This thing changes the game. So when the movie came out, it was a mess. There were some good parts. There was some weird stuff. Didn't know what was going on. It came and it went and it was over, and you're like, this is not that good. It's not that great. Put that down real quick. And then of course all this stuff going on in the background. It was just kind of sad. So when the whole release of Snyder Cut thing was going on, I'm like, whatever. It's good. It's good. I'll put it to you this way. 4 hours. They chop it up in like 6 segments. I watched the whole damn thing with my wife. And when it was all over, we were like, is that it? Is it over? It was good. It was good. So take the plunge. Take the plunge. Definitely worth it. Let's jump over here into the chat. Let me try to kind of scroll back here and catch up. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for staying with me. Fox is me, and I'm alive. Yeah, I'm awake. Just had to step away for a few minutes. We got a long way to go. A long night. Has sound. Yes, I've got it. I've got the volume down. I probably could turn the volume up, I guess. Maybe for the next segment, for the next break, the next pause, we'll go ahead and turn the volume up a little bit, maybe, so you can hear something. So I don't just leave you in total silence. It's probably a little bit eerie or a little bit weird. We'll turn that up and see. I'll have to switch the microphone back to that. But how's the attract mode going? Is it good? Is it skipping? Do you notice anything different? Is it weird? You got to spot. You got to tell me if it's flawed in any way, shape, or form. Got to know. What's the next topic? What are we talking about, kids? Talk to me. Big Blue ship today. Can't wait for that to pop up. Now, I guess, can I go ahead and tell you? Can we go ahead and talk about it? Is it okay? Is it taboo to talk about the actual list price of that bad boy? $149 is crazy. Shipping is going to be obviously different based on where you are, but $149 for Big Blue, that's absolutely crazy. That's nuts. Did I get one? No, I did not. I was tempted. I was definitely tempted. I was thinking maybe I got Big Blue now, but I get the second Big Blue and maybe I could chop it up, mod it. I thought about actually taking the top where it's kind of pointy, right? Chopping that off and make it like the Big Blue 2. There was 2 versions of the Big Blue. There was the version that we kind of see mimicked. Let me go ahead and just put this off to the side. Let me shut that down. There was the one that we saw mimicked with the Big Blue RK1-Up. And then there was another one where the top was sort of flat and then it was separated and you had speakers above that. I thought about maybe doing that. It's only $150. What the heck? But I didn't want to take that on. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm good. I'm good. I think I'll just move on. So, but I'm glad that everybody else had an opportunity to get it. Plus, I kind of had a little bit of insider information, and I was like, that's kind of unfair. So, now if somebody, but listen, like if they didn't all sell, and I have the opportunity to now that everybody's had a chance, I might jump on it. I mean, it's pretty cheap. I'm sure I could think of something to do with it. I'm sure there's something we can think of, right? Let's see. Yo, what's going on? Jerry Smith, good to see you. Sold for sale. I already highlighted that comment, I believe. Yep, we're good. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Send me the link. Well, I mean, come on. How can I not? You listen now, chat. You got to let me know. Do we want this loose cannon in here? I mean, do we really want this guy to jump in and cause all kind of just chaos? Let's see. I don't know. And you know what? Maybe he's just joking. Maybe he doesn't even really want to come in. But we'll give him the opportunity, I guess. So let me clear that out. Let's see. Jerry Smith says he's also asleep. So he's awake enough to type this message, but also asleep. It's an odd time. It's a crazy world, crazy mixed up world. That's kind of nuts. So let's go with Shogeko. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I was the one. I was one of that last to get the very berry mod for the asteroids. Oh man, the very sneaky mod for the track and field. Nice. Tony C, I'm ready. Promotion. I'm ready. Jay Reed, welcome back. Thank you, sir. Glad to be back. Good to be here. It's good to be back, everybody. It's good to be back. Sold for sale. Seth, they haven't shipped from China yet. That's right. Not quite yet. Fire. Hat till yeah, right? It's a little tight. I'm gonna try to keep it on no cranium as long as I can. Because I think if I take it off, then I'll probably like leave a ring around my skull. So that's but yeah, so there was a time when my head was smaller, which is kind of unnerving. I mean, when your brain swells and your skull swells, that's not a good thing, right? It's not a good sign. I don't think so. Not on Laserdisc. What's not a Laserdisc? Oh, well, come on. I don't have a Laserdisc player. I want to watch the movie. I want to have a physical version, but also watch it. So I agree with your critique. I do have the Laserdisc back there. I understand. But you know, I don't have a Laserdisc player, so I wanted to see it. So I don't think that it's on digital. It might be, I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. You can quote me on not quoting me. That's what you should do. That's so we will be warm when we drag it in the house. And I don't know. I jumped into somebody else's conversation. I apologize. Big cheeks. Huh? Like, I get. Tony C says I got this video at first from from eBay. Non-authorized privateers. Oh well, it's sometimes the non-authorized are the best versions. It's the same video on repeat. Yeah, over and over again. 149, great, but pointless if no one is playing it. Well, that's true. I mean, if you're talking about online, but I mean, if you want to play it, if you want to have an arcade cabinet, with that games list, $150, that's not bad. It's a good way to jump in. And not everybody wants to play online anyway, so it kind of is what it is. Speaking of is what it is, being what it will be, Mr. P-Dubs, how are you?
Hey, man, I'm good. Hey, it's late at night. I figured I'd pop in and hang out with you for a little bit. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there. Thanks for jumping in, man. Let me throw a earbud in so I'm not killing you with the echo.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Flip this around.
Hey, I got a surprise for you.
What's the surprise?
Got my cup of ice.
Oh, what's he putting in the cup? It's party time now.
I got my red stag. You remember what happened last time I drank on your show? Things got a little out of hand.
Well, we can always hope. It's on.
A little crazy here.
Just a little bit there, kid. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, just about half full. And then we'll throw some Pepsi in there because Pepsi's better than Coke.
We're going to pretend like you didn't say that. It didn't happen.
I'm a Pepsi guy. What can I say?
So how was go ahead.
It was funny. You know how Numbskull is coming out with they're coming out with a Pepsi machine, so it kind of makes sense that New Wave Toys is doing Coke. You know what I mean? Because like the one company got Pepsi, the other one's doing Coke.
They got to fight each other.
It's pretty funny. So cheers, everybody.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, Fox.
Cheers.
So let's all have a drink and hang out and talk about whatever you want to talk about, man.
A track mode. Yeah, you kind of run the show, chat. So let us know what it is you want to talk about. I'm sure we'll find something to goof off about. But
now you got to explain to me what made you do this. Why are we doing a 12-hour stream staring at a track mode? What is up with that?
Well, so it's not all 12 hours, but it's going to be a large portion of the show. It's going to be so it's a couple of things. I thought about a way to get others involved that maybe aren't involved. They can't watch live because I'm just streaming for a short period of time, a short window. We've got fans. I know you have a ton of fans, different parts of the world, and hopefully we can see a new list of names scroll in the chat, and we can just kind of get them involved and talk and give away a few things. So it's fun.
Yeah,
it's weird, it's different, but it's fun.
Yeah. Well, you're lucky I chose you because Brick Rod is on right now. He's streaming Donkey Kong, and we all love Brick Rod. He's such a who Brick Rod is, right?
Yeah, I am a brickie.
I'm a brickie too. I subscribe to Brick Rod.
Yeah.
What's funny is he'll do shout outs on his videos, and he'll be
Everyone. Yep.
He'll be like, "Hey, thanks for leaving me a comment," and he puts a screenshot of like your YouTube page, whether you're a viewer or another YouTuber.
Yeah.
And it's so funny that he shouted me out twice now. He's like, "P-Dubs, thanks for leaving me a comment on my last video." And when he shows the screenshot, it has my logo, but underneath it says subscribe. He hasn't subscribed to me. I'm like, dude, I subscribed to you, Brick Rod.
How can you?
I'm a brickie, and he gives me shout outs, and he doesn't subscribe to me.
And he's not a dubster. What's going on with that? Maybe it's an old picture. Maybe it's like the first. Yeah, like it's a snapshot he took when he wasn't logged in. Maybe
he's not a subscriber. And like he shouted out Cool Toy because Cool Toy left him a comment once, and he showed Cool Toy's picture, and it said like the subscribe button.
Subscribed, yeah.
He didn't subscribe.
I gotta check my shout out. I don't know. Maybe he's not subscribed to me either.
I feel like I've been used by Brick Rod.
Well, listen, you wouldn't be. You're not gonna be the first. You're not gonna be the last, buddy.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you're doing this, and it's a good social experiment. Is that what we're calling it? A social experiment?
I think that's a fair assessment. That's exactly right. Yeah. I think this is going to be interesting to say the least. I hope nobody gets mad.
Dude, you got 66 people, 69. It just bumped to 69 people watching. Amazing.
Awesome. Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out, man.
Yeah, we had a pretty good episode of Super Game Room Dudes. I thought it was pretty funny. We got a little out of hand.
You had so many topics. There was so much to talk about. It was cool. There was like no dead air. You guys were going.
That's the curse of that show, and that's the way I wanted that show to be. I wanted that show to be, you know how a lot of us do these solo streams.
Yeah,
and this critique falls on me as well. So don't take this personally, anybody. But when we do these solo streams, it's usually one topic that lasts for like an hour. You know what I mean? And so what I like about Super Game Room Dudes is we're supposed to cover like 10 things in an hour. That's the goal, right? So you're only spending about 5 to 8 minutes on each topic, and
quick cuts,
keeps things moving faster. That's what I like about it. And that's also what I try to do on Multicade Mondays. I try to cover a bunch of stuff because if I talk about something for an hour straight, I get really, really bored myself.
Yes, exactly. I'm losing interest as I'm talking.
And I love Console Kits and Michael B, but there's only so much monitor conversation I can handle before I'm ready to explode.
You know what? I've covered monitors. And I couldn't agree anymore. Yeah, you get to a point where it's like, okay, that's how many ways can you say the monitor's not good?
Yeah, the monitor. Monitor
move
sucks.
on. Yeah.
Hey, thanks so much, Ohio Red Cannon. Thank you so much. I tried to type, but I'm already messing up how I type. Thank you.
That's a good sign. That means it's working. That
And
means the bank is
Fox,
working.
I am super proud of you. You are about to cross 5,000 subscribers already.
Fingers crossed, man.
I am
Fingers
very
crossed.
proud of you. Very proud. Of you.
I am very blessed, and I had some great coattails to ride on. You guys
no,
involving me in all this goofiness.
Well, I mean, I'm sure collaborations help channel growth. I mean, there's
Mm-hmm.
no doubt about that. But keep in mind, if people didn't like you, they wouldn't hit the button. You know what I mean? They're not hitting the button because other people are telling them to hit the button. You're a good guy, Fox. You know, you're not that ugly, and your content's decent. So you know,
the hat helps. I put all my faith in the hat.
But yeah,
Man,
I'm happy.
I appreciate it, buddy. No, I'm having a ball. I'm blessed. Come on, as we all are. And the video of the Coke machine working was pretty cool. The fact that it's not just a thing that sits on your desk. It's actually it'll hold what, 2 cans? That Coke machine that they're coming out with.
I thought it was like
Or
2
small
cans,
bottle.
2 cans or 1 bottle. But
Yeah.
what I found most interesting was the most recent video where they actually showed it dispenses cans. You know how New Wave Toys always gives you the fake little itty bitty quarters
Right.
with every machine.
Yeah.
Well, you can take those quarters and put them in the machine, and it'll dispense a little mini Coke can.
No.
Yes.
Okay, now I want. Damn it! Now I want one.
It comes with like 6 or 7 Coke cans, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. It's so stupid. It's cool.
I was like, well, it's going to be like another charger, like the change machine or something, which is fine. It's cool.
Yeah.
You get the whole little thing, your diorama going on. You know, you get your little fake thing, but it dispenses little Coke cans, and it will hold an actual Coke can or 2 and keep it cold.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's crazy.
You wanna play a game real quick? I would love for the viewers.
I have plenty of time. Yes,
because we're gonna try and keep you guys awake. What was the first 19K Fox video that you saw or that you can remember? What was the video that introduced you to what we're going to be calling 5K Fox very soon? Let's see, it's 5K subscribers.
That's
what was the very first video? I got to pull it up here. It's actually the first time I saw your video.
Oh no!
I had no clue who you were. The Fox intro, like the
20th Century Fox. Yeah, it's so
like,
weird. Yeah,
I was like, what is this guy? I was like, and then it started, and I'm like, look at this guy, look at this skinny guy. He looks like a skinny CM Punk. I thought that, like everyone else, like this is a bone skinny.
I'll take it.
All right, hold on. I know what it is. I gotta find the actual title of the video. Hang on, right here. It's pretty.
Oh, yeah, man. This could be. There's some. Yeah. So you know, when you jump into this space, yeah, sometimes just you stumble out of the gate, and I definitely did a lot of that. Sure, but there you go, a blue long drink. Okay,
I'll find it.
Fist of Love, the current reigning champion of Rampage, 6,500,000.
All right, let me grab it here. So.
P-Dubs doesn't have ROMs. He has them. He can't tell you where to get them. It's very.
Who, the ROMs?
Hush. The ROMs, yeah.
Yeah, just go to
the internets.
Go to the internet.
Yeah.
All right. So, if you want to share my, well, hold on. I want you to see the thumbnail.
Oh no.
Because it's one of my favorite movies of all time, and it's what made me click on your video because I had no idea who you are. All right, let me click on share screen. Let's do this one here. So it was a long time ago. It was over a year ago. You want to share my screen? So it was this video right here where you had the Groundhog Day Bill Murray. And look at this shitty thumbnail. Look at this where you took a picture of Marvel vs. Capcom and you just pasted it with the white background. This is a lot of new YouTube. Like I do this too. Like if you don't know how to make a thumbnail, people just like plaster pictures on there without removing the backgrounds.
You're like, it's close enough. Yeah, it's good. That'll be fine.
But the tagline says, "Well, it's sold out again." I know the viewers might have a hard time seeing this right now. Arcade 1-Up sells out with a partial warranty, and I clicked on your video and I saw this, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" I was like,
what's going on?
The thumbnail, and then I didn't get a chance to really see you in this video because it's just you talking about them selling out. But then I clicked on your other videos and then I saw what you looked like, and I was like, he's a skinny CM Punk. But
A
that
little bit, and a little bit of behind the scenes. A lot of those videos where you don't see me at all. It's just the me talking over footage. That's me on the
Yeah.
road because I travel for work. So I'm just shooting something on my iPad and then I voice over it later. So
and when
So-
yeah, and that I was like, he's a pretty cool guy. And I remember I was talking with the other guys who had already been collaborating with, and I was like, we got to put 19K Fox in this little circle of trust. I was like, he's a good dude. I said his channel's going to do well. And your
and look
channel,
how I've brought the group down. It's horrible.
yeah,
It's
and
sad.
you've really lowered our standards. You've really lowered
the
our
average is really low. Yeah, I know. What can you do?
AC Rocks remembers the burden. Sulfur Sale remembers when you were on Unqualified Critics around 3,000
Oh, yeah.
subscribers. Whatever happened to that guy? Did he quit? Did he retire?
I
Guys, where
think
is
I
Unqualified
don't know
Critics?
where he is. I think
Is he
he
done?
opened up a bed and breakfast or something. I don't know. He was talking about getting. I don't know.
Like,
Oh,
does he still make videos, guys? I haven't seen him pop up on my feed in a long time. Whatever happened?
I
to
don't
Unqualified
know.
Critics?
I don't know.
Besnick found you from the Red Cross event. There you go.
And that was such a great event. That was really cool.
Oh,
Great
I like Ryan.
opportunity.
Your 6-player X-Men mod, which you just did. You just did that recently. So
I
you got
did. Yeah.
got some new
yeah.
subscribers here.
I do. That was that was a fun
Unqualified Critics, Mike Hawk. We're asking, does he still make videos? I haven't seen anything from him in a long time.
I haven't either. I think the last one I saw, was a thumbnail for like a wrestling event or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
Kind of hit or miss.
But that's
Oh,
the
yeah.
world. That's the world of
Yes, I know.
YouTube. People come and go. Maybe he'll come back. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I don't know how long I'm going to do this. I mean, the Fox, how long do you think you're going to do this? Honestly, looking at it today.
Looking at it today, I don't know that I could put a date on it. I know that if I burn out and I can't have fun with it, then nobody watching me is going to have fun, and it's a lose-lose. So if I have to take a break, I will. But so far, so good. I'm having a good time. But no, listen, nobody can do anything forever. Luckily, we get to sit down at this job, so we can just talk in the camera and be goofy. But who knows?
A year from now, you'll be as fat as me if you keep this up. I just want to point that
Fingers
out.
crossed.
I have put on a lot of weight since I started doing YouTube. I look at my older videos, and I was a lot skinnier than I am now. A lot of it too is COVID, not leaving the house, but still.
Everybody's locked in, and we're not getting younger, buddy. We're not getting any younger too.
Yeah.
Just not the same.
My goal was to get 1,000 subscribers, but I got there very quickly. So I set a goal. I said I'm going to hit 10,000, which I hit 10,000.
You blew that out of the water.
And then I was ready to quit, but you guys talked me into keep going. I was like, I hit my goal, guys. I have nothing left to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
But it was you, Michael B. the Game Genie, and Nostalgia, who were all like, just keep going into, like you said, until it's no longer fun. Once it feels like a job, you should stop. And then I decided to keep going. So my goal was, okay, I hit 10,000. Let me try and get to 15,000 by the end of the year. And I think I'll be at 13,000 by next week. I'm at like 12,950 something. So
I mean, you're taking off, dude. It's like it's a second wind, It's just
So the goal is if I can get to 15,000 by December 31st, I'll keep going. So that's how I do it, Fox, is I set myself a goal, and if I don't achieve that goal, I'll wash my hands of it. So we'll see.
And call it good, huh?
We'll see.
Well, you just be like Nostalgia. Just still keep the channel, just don't do anything.
You know what I'm happy about? KLA Customs Row. I remember the footage of P-Dubs with 19K Fox, the agony of the feet. I'm happy that people stopped sending me feet pics. I was getting feet pics for about 2 weeks.
I'm always afraid to ask you because I feel like if I ask you, then somebody's going to start sending you some feet. But I'm happy that at least for now. Oh, is your phone buzzing?
No, go ahead.
Are those feet pics? I was just thinking you were grabbing your phone.
Because I do have one. I do have one.
Oh no,
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you.
No, I was just saying that. It's you never know what to say. It's like because then the feet pics will just come. They'll keep coming, even though you don't want them.
Yeah, I did get one today though from who is it? Is it Ashley? Ashley something.
Ashley Bradley.
Ashley Bradley
Yep.
sent me a feet pic today. You guys got to see it. It's freaking hilarious. Let me see if I can find it. Hopefully, I can find it. It was hilarious.
Seth, we didn't see it. Could you type it again? Let us know.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I'm over here now trying to.
My first Fox video was the Marvel vs. Capcom. Oh, yeah, the Z313 speaker mod. Followed by the coin door sticker LED. No, that was fun. I took that first cab and went crazy. Now, with the MVC cab, didn't do much. Did a little speaker mod, and that was it. But my first gen Street Fighter, I just went to town on that.
So this is what
Oh no!
this
All
is
right,
what
listen, everybody in the audience.
this is what
prepare
Ashley
yourself.
Bradley sent me today. It says surprise the kids tonight with feet loaf. This is legitimately it's a meatloaf. It's a meatloaf in the shape
Onion?
of feet.
Are those onion toenails?
Yeah, onion toenails.
Oh dear
onion-
God! It's somehow
Yes!
worse.
Yes. So Ashley Bradley's here. Oh my God. I meant to show this on Super Game Room Dudes tonight, but I was so hyped up on the show I forgot to show this. This
Oh,
is
good Lord.
freaking hilarious. And honestly, you kind of want to make this. You kind of want to get in the kitchen and see if you can make this happen. Look at this.
I mean, you're gonna fight over who gets the big toe. That's the only problem I see. That's the only downside. I want the big toe.
It's feet loaf.
It's what's for dinner.
They should have add a little like caramel on the toenails, put a little like toe cheese on the toenails. You know what I'm
Oh,
talking about? Like
you
a
could
little-
get really nasty with this. You can get really, really good. She's happy you got the picture.
Yes, I love
Yeah.
it. Thank you so much.
Wow. Wow is
Um,
yeah, wow.
But now that we've ruined everybody's appetite for the evening.
Well, they already ate. It's fine. It's late. They already ate. They're good. They're good.
But
I hope.
it's-
I don't know.
It's literally a meatloaf in the shape of a foot. I think it's freaking amazing. I love
Think
it
of the
so
people
much.
that took the time to sit there and make this.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
you got to get the size of the toes all right. It's got to be good. It's got to be good.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at what just happened. See, this is why you shouldn't say anything.
You started the feet thing. you
Because
said
look what just happened. They're watching the stream right now. Share my screen, and there's us. There's the feet loaf, and that would be console fanboys.
There's a
Foot
foot
right there.
within a foot. It's like a
This is
dream
it.
within a dream. It's inception of feet.
No more feet cameos. We're done.
Oh well, it's coming. Oh, the avalanche is coming.
Oh man. So much fun. I love this community sometimes.
Oh, it's amazing. It really is a good time. We are fanatics about preserving history. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's where the passion comes from. I think we want it. We want it right. We want it good. We want everything right.
Yeah, let me read this. So my first video was him talking about the TMT Marvel Superheroes caps. First P-Dubs video was him showing the Toy Shark. Toy Shock. Yeah, what's funny is when I go back and if I watch that Toy Shock pinball review I
Yeah.
did. Chris, did you watch the live unboxing or the review? The review video, Fox, was 30 minutes long.
Oh my God.
I had no
really?
idea what I was doing. I was still new to YouTube. I had when I did the Toy Shock review, I had 1,100 subscribers, and I remember I still had no idea what I was doing or how to make a presentation. And I also didn't have the equipment that I have now.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
And it was a 30-minute review. I should have sold a T-shirt that said I survived the review if you watched it because it was so long. 30 minutes is a really long time.
That's an
review a product.
eternity. Yeah.
I can't do it. And I've had the unboxing was terrible because I'm out of shape and I'm even worse shape now than I was back then, and I was sweating and I was huffing and puffing. Okay, it turns on. There you go. Wow, C Smart the Mario lamp. Yeah, I did them. I had like 400 subscribers, and I was like, well, I think channels do giveaways to grow their channels, so I did a Mario lamp giveaway. Like I was giving away decor for their game.
Oh, that's right. Because you had a long run of decor.
He's been around since the beginning. Damn,
The good old days. Seth said that UC still does content. He just slowed down due to the new house, but he did a recent
Oh, okay.
video of the Yoga Flame. So
All right, so he'll
Yeah.
come back. He'll come back
Yeah.
when the house is ready.
hit or miss.
Fox, out of all the videos you've made, which one has been your favorite? What's your favorite thing that you've done? Like the one you're most proud of, or you just like the topic so much? Which video?
Man, I don't know. It's like it's so much of it just kind of comes in waves. I really get into the projects. That's always fun. But some of the speculation videos really get you going when you have a nugget and you're like, what can they do with this? And you
Mhm.
just get rolling. I don't know what my favorite video is though, honestly. There's just so much material out there. I think, but that if there was a theme, it would be that the projects are cool, but when we can get a nugget and we can really speculate on it and have fun with it and think about the what ifs, that's really fun. I know sometimes it gets you in trouble because you say stuff and you're like, oh, it didn't happen, but that's the fun.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah.
Do you have one that's like,
My Star Wars video is still my favorite piece of crap I've
yeah.
ever made, and nobody's ever watched it. It still has less than 1,000 views. It's terrible,
but it's
but it was fun.
The topic that you cared about.
I mean,
making
I wanted to make kind of like do the funny videos, right? Kind of like what Console Fanboy's doing now. He's doing the funny videos, right? But when I did the funny videos back then, I got fucking ripped on. Like people were like, "You're not allowed to be funny and have a sense of humor in this space. You need to be serious and professional.
We're analytical.
You can't be funny and show your personality." But the guy you see in that Star Wars video is who I really am. You know what I mean? Like, running
Just
around
having
acting like a clown. I think probably the goofiest thing I've ever done though was the alien costume where I got molested by the alien. That was really funny. and yes, Console Fanboy, I have made plenty of videos that I've never published.
Oh yeah.
I've done a lot of hot takes and rants, Fox. I'll hit the record button and I'll just go off like about something I'm pissed off about, but I don't publish those videos because that's not the kind of content I've what's the word you want to say? It's not the kind of content I've conditioned people to watch on my channel or look for on my channel. I'm not a drama channel, you know what I mean? So
Yep.
anytime I'm angry, I might scream at the camera, but I never publish it. You know what I mean? Then I'll re-record the video and be like, so let me talk to you about some opportunities for improvement.
Yeah, exactly. It's therapeutic though, right? You can actually just get it out. Okay.
You got to get it out sometimes. You just got to let it out.
You absolutely do. You absolutely do. We try to be measured, but remember, live streams may be a little bit different, but when it comes to video, we've had time to cut that up, chop it up, reshoot it, so that we can appear to be nice, calm, and cool. But yeah, behind the scenes, we get fired up like everybody else, and we're just as passionate as many of you are, especially when it comes to things like Qbert and Alien versus Predator. So it's just the things of life that really matter. Yeah, the alien costume for the win.
Yeah. Oh my God. Speaking of Predator, did you realize, Fox, how fast time flies? That new movie Prey is going to be released what day? August something? On Hulu, the new Predator movie.
Yeah. So that's coming out. And I don't know, man. I was really excited at first. I'm hearing now I guess everything's woke. I don't know what that means. It's like, political. I don't know. I'm hoping it's not, because we've gone back in time basically. So it's Native Americans. It should be removed from that stuff. But sometimes people try to see
August
something that's not really there. You know what I mean?
So it comes out on August 5th, which don't share my screen, which is next Friday. I had to Google what day was being released. So, and then of course we have Super Game Room dudes and all that. So after the podcast shows Friday, I'm going to watch it late at night Friday. Grab myself a snack. Hopefully it's good. What I'm hoping is this. I don't know if are you guys Predator fans? You guys remember Predator 1 and Predator 2 with Danny Glover? What I'm hoping to see is this. I'm hoping to see that when they like open the movie and they tell us where we are and the year, I'm hoping they say that the year is 1715. And why do you think that? Why do you think that is?
because of the pistol he gave him at the end of Predator 2.
Yes, I'm
That
hoping
would be
that
a great tie.
that would be an amazing
Yeah.
tie-in, as they say it's 1715, which kind of makes sense, right? Like it was the
Right.
first 1715 is supposed to be the first year that the Predators came to visit
The actual
in the
confirmed as far as the lore.
in the actual Predator film storylines. When you do Alien versus Predator, where they had the pyramids and
it gets a little
like
bit
they're
weird,
like
yeah.
they were here like in the BC era, you know what I mean? But that's not
Those
true.
movies don't count. Those movies don't count.
1715.
Yeah.
1715 is supposed to be the first year they came in when the one guy got the pistol. So I'm hoping. Now, apparently these Predators, they live for like 300 years or something is their lifespan if you read like a lot of the comic books and stuff. So here's what I'm hoping, Fox.
Okay.
I'm hoping that this is what will save the movie from any woke crap.
Right.
They say that the movie is 1715, and instead of the Predator dying at the end, the Predator survives, unlike every other Predator movie. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They always kill him
Right.
and make the human the good guy.
Uh-huh.
I want the Predator to win at the end and walk away with the pistol, and you realize he was the young Predator who became the captain of Predator 2 ship. You know what I'm saying?
You'll see that realized and add
Right.
something to the other movies.
That is my hope. That would make this awesome.
I mean, that's what we need, I think. I think to sort of flip it, right? Because it's kind of become a formula. It's like they show up, they appear to be unbeatable, but then we find a way to beat them at the end, you know?
Yeah.
And it's
Why not let the Predator win?
Just let him win. Just that's
Let him
what
win.
they do
Kill
that
the girl.
anyway. They
Rip her head
usually
off.
do that. She
Rip her head
has
off at the end of the movie. It would be
she has
amazing.
she has a great plan. She follows the plan. He gets hurt, but at the end,
And what if because she puts up such a good fight in the Predator 2 ship where we see the alien cameo skull on the trophy case, what if he kills her and puts her head,
her skull
on the trophy case? Come on, that would be amazing. That would tie it all together.
What if this isn't in the past? What if we find out this is actually in the future, like a post-apocalyptic, like it looks like it's Native American back in the day? What if this is actually far in the future?
This is not the Predator Matrix. This is not anything goofy like that. Don't make it overly complicated.
I'm just saying, what if?
I'm telling you.
It could happen.
If it can bleed, we can kill it. There you go,
We
Ralphie.
can kill it.
The first Predator movie had all the best quotes. All the best quotes. Although Danny Glover's quote, what is your favorite? Predator 2, I think, is a very underrated movie. Obviously, it's weird because, it's a predator in a city running around.
It is.
Downtown Los Angeles. And the gangs are kind of goofy, like King Willie, the Jamaican guy. Like, is there really a guy like that running around dealing cocaine?
Probably not. No, probably not.
But dressed like that, you know what I mean? But what's the best line that Danny Glover says in Predator 2? Throw it in the live chat, guys. You can pick whatever line you want. I'll tell you what mine is. It's great. What is yours, Fox?
Do it. I don't really have a favorite. I mean, I haven't watched it that much. I like the movie for what it is, but I'm afraid it doesn't have the standout moments that the first one really had. I think it has a place in the canon and the lore. It is part of my head canon.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't stand out as much as the first one does. What's your favorite line though? Tell me.
The best line is when all the other predators appear after he finally killed the one he was chasing, and he goes, "Well, who's next?" It was a great line, and he sold it. And every time I watch that movie, I still crack a smile every time he says that. Well, who's next? You know what I mean? It was a badass moment for Danny Glover.
And he was also fresh off. Was Lethal Weapon before this one? I think he had the first Lethal Weapon, or was it after?
Mixed in.
Yeah, some there. He was in that zone of just being this. I'm too old for this crap, and it was that same attitude he brought to that.
I love the first Predator movie where he throws the knife at the guy and he sticks him to the pole, and Arnold goes, "Stick around."
Stick around.
Stick around. What about your favorite Predator? Well, Predator 1 had the best quotes. There are some memorable
and everybody had one. I mean, there was so much in there. Arnold gets the best ones.
I would love to get a tattoo that says I'm a goddamn sexual tyrannosaurus. just in the Ventura says. Oh man, come on, guys. There's got to be some Predator quotes out there.
199 super chat from Seth says thoughts on the decor room design ideas for the arcade 19K Fox. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I think my room decor is lacking somewhat. I've been focused on utilitarian. I got the riser. I got the machines. My decor is actually pretty plain. I just have old flyers from arcade machines that I put in the little document thing and I hang it on the wall. That's really about it. I need to.
Yeah.
I got some LEDs down low, but I need to do a little something. It needs help. I need help. And then we got a $2 super chat from Sir Sega, and he just wants to give $2.
Threw it in the tip jar.
I appreciate it.
Yep. Get to the chopper. I don't
Come
got
on.
time. I don't got time to bleed.
I love that moment because you got all these big
Oh.
guys, and then he's like, "You got time to duck?" And he shoots and then it's like kind of puts him in his place a little bit.
Yeah, look at Ralphie. He goes, "Mine's as big as a house." He's talking about the dirty. Why did you say that twice? I didn't.
It's the echo.
Oh man. Yeah, decor. I gotta figure out what I'm doing, Fox. I could expand my loft, and I was going to expand my loft, but then with my mother passing and having to settle her estate and do her funeral and her headstone and all that, it really kind of wiped out my budget for my loft expansion. So now I'm like kind of stuck. Like I could probably just wait until next year and I'll have the money again to do the loft expansion. But part of me, Fox, is thinking about shrinking my collection. That way I don't even have to do all that housework. Maybe I just need to stop buying shit.
Well, I think it's what. Let's not be hasty. Continue to buy stuff, but then sell it. Sell some of it. I mean, I think that's what that's going to be the harder part for me. I'm getting to that point. I'm almost at that threshold where it's like, okay, I can get a couple more. I got a spot for like 3 or 4 more, but then I got to make some decisions. Do I sell some of the projects? Do I take some of these stock machines I haven't messed with at all and just flip those? That would probably make more sense. I don't know. But I'm with you, man. It gets to a point where it's like I got the office, I got the arcade. These things are going to start adding up, and I've actually got a little more room over here. I could probably do 3 more in here, and then I got space for 3 more in the arcade.
Yeah, like a part of me, like I'm getting to the point, Fox. If I want to buy new machines, I'm going to have to make some tough choices. Like I have 2 Legends Ultimates. I have the 1.0 and the 1.1. And I think I'm just going to keep one of them and get rid of the other, because the whole reason why I had both versions is I was under the impression I'd be making more content for both cabinets, but At Games stopped doing all the stuff they were working on,
everything.
You know what I mean? So
what do? Do you keep the original because it was the original, or do you keep?
Well, I'm probably gonna have to keep this one, the original, the 1.0 cabinet's the best one, the original Sam's Club one. Also, it's got my custom artwork on it. It's got my logo on it. I can't.
Well, you can't. You can't sell that.
I'll get rid of the one.
Okay, but artwork aside, if you just had 2 bone stock machines, of those 2, which one would have to go? You think?
I would still keep the 1.0 because the 1.0 I can actually connect and make content on and live stream from without going through the At Games. Because that one you can do the HDMI out.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Versus
gotcha.
This cabinet, they switched to LVDS. So pain in the ass to try and set that up. Yeah.
Wonderful. That's just wonderful.
We're really going to put people to sleep if we keep talking about that stuff.
Oh, no. This is the stuff they crave. You talking?
How many of you guys are out of room? I am legit out of room. I have no idea. I can't add anything, Fox. So if I bring in a cabinet, something's got to go. It's got to go. What about you?
I've got room for, I could probably do 3 more in the office. Okay. And then I said 3 before. I think I just have spots for 2. So I'm talking like 5 cabs, and I want to get 2 this year. 3 if Mortal Kombat or of MVC 2 is 2 and not II. If it's the actual sequel, I want to get that. After that, I'm going to be in the same boat because the office is full. I only got spots for like a couple more. Next year something's going to happen. Something's going to drop. And the cabinets are getting bigger. They're getting bigger. Now they're pro,
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to buy any of the pros, man. My Golden Tee is still broken.
Still you
broken.
kidding me? So
they've sent me a new control panel. They've sent me a new PCB board. They've sent me new cables. It won't work. It's got to be that monitor. And I'm like,
there's nothing else. Yeah.
I'm like, send me a monitor. They haven't sent me the monitor yet.
You know what we need to do? I need to send you my stock monitor so you can just try that to see.
You have your Golden Tee 3D stock?
I have the stock LCD panel I took out.
Ship it to me, and I'll make a video saying thank you, Fox Arcade 1-Up customer service.
You need to get. I think you got to just for troubleshoot, if nothing else, right?
Now, Legs in the live chat says he's got room for 3 cabs.
Okay.
What are those cabs going to be? What do you got your eye on, buddy? Ashley says she's got room for 1 more. What's that one cabinet going to be, Ashley? Do you already have it picked out? EJ's going to get the MVC2, which will give him a 7-cab collection. How many cabs do you have to be a super fan? Did we say 10? Is that like when you're officially a super fan?
Well, that's what the Arcade 1-Up survey caps out at 10. It's 10 or more. But I think if you buy, I think we don't need to, tiptoe around the fact or maybe poo-poo it. $700 for one cabinet's a big deal
nowadays.
Yeah,
I mean,
at
$300 a pop, it was no problem buying.
It was no big deal. But now, if somebody goes out and they want a new cab, whatever it is, Killer Instinct T2, and it's $700, that's a lot of money. So you get a couple of those cabs if you bought them at full retail. You're probably a super fan. So maybe it's not so much the number, but it's the dollar amount that you spent. Because it's not a cheap. Go ahead.
I noticed in the live chat, several people said they're saving space for Marvel vs. Capcom 2 in the live chat. Fox, what if I was right this entire time? What if it's not Marvel vs. Capcom 2?
All right, I gotta get my angry eyes on.
Are people gonna get mad at Arcade 1-Up and the YouTubers for making too much hype?
Okay, I will say this. Okay. If it doesn't come, you can't get mad at Arcade 1-Up because they didn't say it. It didn't come from them. It came from goofballs like me that were super excited and saw 2 eyes and swore that was 2 and was all hyped up and making videos. So
I don't want it's late at night. I don't want to give anyone nightmares, but guys, all signs are pointing to it is not Marvel vs. Capcom 2, that it's going to be a revamped MVC1 Legacy cabinet.
We got to look at the facts. Now that the hype, I'm off my high from a while back, a couple months back, whenever the GameFly leaks dropped.
I'm just glad I can't be blamed for this.
No, you listen, you dodged this bullet, buddy. You got other bullets you can't dodge.
I learned when Michael B roped me into the Shaq hype for Blitz. I was like, I can't make these videos anymore. I was like, I can't do it. I was like, I can't make these videos. I said, we look so stupid right now. People were like, these YouTubers who said Shaq was going to release Blitz. I was like, oh my God, dude. They're so right. We look like effing idiots right now.
But we don't know. And at the end of the day, we don't know, right? I mean, unless we say in the video, hey.
You're going to get blamed anyway.
I got it. Well,
if they announce it and they say it's Marvel vs. Capcom 1 Legacy and it's got a couple of different games and they made some tweaks to the cabinet, better marquee and all that, the first thing you're going to see is someone somewhere is going to be going, those damn YouTubers told me it was MVC2. And I'm like, it wasn't me, bro.
I'm guilty. I'm guilty. But unfortunately, we can't blame Arcade 1-Up this time. Because it's our own damn fault. $5 super chat. Fox, on your Golden Tee, by chance, has the right top corner become dim? Oh, okay, mine has twice already with 2 different screens. Weird. Awesome stream. Thank you for stopping by. I'll have to double check and scrutinize that corner and see, but I have not noticed anything. And that's the one. That's one of those cabs I just walk up to and just play. As soon as I go in the arcade, real quick, I just want to bowl, and I just go over there and I fire it up all the time. So I haven't noticed anything yet. I'll pay attention to that corner. I'll let you know. I hate that you're going through that. That sucks. I hate that we have to swap out monitors on brand new cabinets.
We shouldn't have to.
No. I mean,
how much did you spend on that Dell monitor that you put in the Mortal Kombat cabinet?
Well, before I talk money, because it gets uncomfortable, let's bring in somebody else that might be on my side. Kongs, how the hell are you, buddy?
Oh, hey!
I'm so sorry.
Another West Coaster that's still awake. It's only
Still
midnight
awake.
here on the West
I
Coast.
know, I already like showered and I was in bed. I was like, I thought we were gonna be watching your track mode, and I went to go check on it, and then saw that you guys were on, and I saw a link, and I was like, all right, I need to defend the NBC II conversation that's been happening.
We need somebody because I'm my soul is crushed. I'm thinking it's not coming. He's laughing. He's like, I never said it.
I don't think it's. I still don't believe it's.
What
coming.
do you think?
I still don't believe it.
B, what do you think, buddy? Restore our faith.
You guys don't think the GameFly leaks are accurate as they have been? That has been like the Nostradamus of our arcade Bible this entire year.
I've been living by it, but
the doctrine.
The seeds of doubt over here. He's been planting the seeds of doubt. What does that mean? I'm like, I don't know. Is it too good to be true? We know that they're up to. Is it fair to say that Namco System 22 is like that's the highest that they've emulated?
Correct, for arcade platforms.
Technically. Right. So
but the graphics for MVC2, again, while like it was more advanced, it still is using the sprite characters from the simple
CPS
background designs that are kind of in that 3D modelish portion of it. So it would be what Sega Naomi at this point would be the highest portion that they could do. It's not out of the realm, Dubs. Believe. Wait.
It's not about can they emulate the game? They can emulate the game. It's a question about licensing and can they actually make it happen. This game has been in obscurity for a long time,
You
right?
think it's a licensing thing? Just because of like the sheer number of characters and everything that amount inside MVC2?
That's what John D says, man. He says it's a licensing and hardware nightmare. He says, but it's not. He says it's not a matter of if; it's a matter of when.
Mm-hmm.
He says that a lot.
John D says a lot of things.
He does.
I know. Well, not for a fact, but I know that leak means something. So we're getting a Marvel versus Capcom cabinet. Is it 2? Is it another version of?
Well,
I mean, what
I also hang my hat on is when they did new stock came in for the Arcade 1-Up pinball machines.
Yeah.
They were called Arcade 1-Up Star Wars Pinball II. You know what I'm saying? Like they were,
ooh,
and it's the same. It's the same machine, right? And I don't know if you guys follow Michael B. the Game Genie. Like when that started floating around, Michael B. made video. He's like, they're coming out with new versions of the pinball machines.
Oh no!
There's a number 2 next to it. What's the version 2? Are they the pro pinball machines? Like Mike went off on this video. I was like, Mike, I think it's the same pinball machine. It just maybe includes the firmware up fixes that they've taken off their website due to B. Kong's pinner hack that he made. Right? You know what I mean?
Hacker Nation.
Yeah, but like because they used II before, I think
stupid late right now.
Yeah, look, I'm
it's stupid early. Come on.
I'm joining Fox for a 12-hour stream because he was still on.
Good Lord.
I know. They're talking about nothing. It's what time is it for you, Fox?
It's early.
It's bedtime.
It's 3 in the morning.
It's 3 in the morning for Fox. So I'm helping entertain for a minute. She's giving me that face. So
she doesn't approve at all.
It was like, wait, you already showered. You're supposed to be in bed. Like the kids do movie night on the weekend. So, whatever.
The last I'm just saying, man, the last products that had an II on their product listing were just the same thing as before. You know what I mean? It wasn't an actual number 2.
This whole time though, like you bring up a really good point, Fox. And just in terms of like, can they do it right from an emulation standpoint? So, the Sega Naomi titles, like from an emulation standpoint, that opens up a whole new library of games they could do if they have like that hardware they can run it. And it's not like you can run MVC2, for example, on a Raspberry Pi 4. So like that type of chipset does exist for running Naomi. They haven't done it yet in an arcade one-up platform, but like you can run it off of MVC or Pi 4. And I remember the first time I did it, I think it was like Kyo Daikin was also one of those guys that was heavily testing, can it run full 60 FPS on this hardware? And like you can do it if you clock it a certain way and do that. So I do wonder about the performance issues with hardcore fans that would notice some of those things. So for example, that Marvel vs. Capcom behind you, on the arcade one-up cabinet, it plays at a certain speed. I think it's like Turbo 1, but like the normal speed that a majority of people used to play on either hardware machines and even on Fightcade is like Turbo 2. So it's like it's a slower game on the arcade one-up than if you played Marvel vs. Capcom 1 on Fightcade, which is the standard. So it's I'm curious to see what tweaks they can do for that hardcore community. But you know who's on the payroll? Who's on the payroll?
Who's that? Who's on the payroll? Tell me.
He's an arcade one-up fan. He's in all his videos that he does. He's one of the biggest fighting game content creators.
Justin?
That's right. It's Jay Wong.
There's
no better person to be on your payroll to help test the game than that one. If you get his legit buy-in, it becomes legitimized. So he's literally the best.
If he can have the influence that we want him to have him there, to have him on the payroll, to have his input is invaluable. But is he going to get the game that he wants, or is it going to be like a weird compromise? I don't know.
Well, I don't know Jason Wong that well at all, right? I've never like talked to him or anything like that. I do know that he doesn't mind promoting himself and shilling, to promote an advertised product and what he would sell to put his name on it. But I feel like his brand is known for MVC2, right? And if he put out something that he was testing that was not up to par, then the rest of the community would know it. Like he would be the measuring stick for that particular cabinet. And I think it's the reason why they went and got him, honestly. I think it's the reason why, he probably could test any other fighting game, but if this was their roadmap to be able to release this game, so I do know a few things in terms of if there's any type of, potential opportunity, it would be at Evo. Justin's going to be there. We know Arcade One's going to be there. I might be there next weekend doing some coverage. So
is it going to happen next week? It
just would make sense. That's what all signs have been pointing to in terms of like if they were going to do something, it would. And that
was my one holdout. It's like what would be the best time to release that? And I think we all thought the Capcom Legacies were going to come out during Evo. That's when that was going to happen. Well, that obviously didn't happen. It happened before that. So I can't imagine they're going to go to Evo and just say hi, or just have a booth outside. I can't imagine that is the case.
Yeah, Evo has evolved into obviously modern gaming. They don't really have like a retro component to their platform anymore, which I would love if they had like a retro division, because then all the old people that were playing games could still like do some older things instead of having to learn the new game mechanics.
Yeah.
But it would be fun to like see if Arcade One Up does have a booth presence. And I honestly don't know. Like right now, I didn't know what was going to be at Comic-Con when I went until I got there and saw it. Even though I knew ahead of time that I would be like doing some coverage, like I didn't know what it was going to look like. So I don't know what their presence is going to look like at Evo just yet. But it would make sense. What if they brought all their fighting game cabinets there and they had like people that were like, oh my god, let's do like mini like money matches 1-on-1 or something. I don't know. I think it would just be like a good opportunity to do that, plus showcase your new stuff. If they were smart enough to be able to get all that stuff going, but they will be there. I do know that John has already been like,
they've already said
they're committed. There's a couple people that are like other content creators that have been talking about going already. So I do expect something to happen next week.
Should be fun, man. I mean, we're hoping for a good showing.
Starting Thursday night. So I will be in Vegas Thursday night. Because that's
preview. It's only a 4-hour drive away. I'll meet you up there.
Yeah.
There you go.
Come
what are you doing? Come on, it'll be perfect.
Come on down.
I could drive I could drive up there in a minute if I wanted to.
Yeah. So I
And
mean,
you
I'm
could-
not
you
going to
could-
be
you could dry
I'm
our
gonna be fine.
tears
I have
if
a
they
busy
don't.
week, but it'll be fun.
Yeah.
If they don't show MVC2, you can just dry our tears, P-dubs. It's so sad.
Look, I'm playing it safe because of the outlash. I hope people
No,
understand
that's-
that. Keep in mind, guys, I want these games to happen. I want Arcade 1-Up to release Marvel vs. Capcom 2. It would be huge for them
Massive.
to release that game. Massively. It would be like, it would get a ton of press for them. And their goal is to become a household brand. Because they're not a household brand yet, guys. They're still a tiny, tiny ass company, a pimple on the ass in the video game industry. You have to be a realist and realize that they are very small company. But for them to get that will get them more press, more exposure, and bigger things to happen. I want them to get it. My concern is I don't want to make videos telling people that a game is coming when there's so many what if it's not coming. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, and
because the NFL Blitz thing scarred me. You know what I mean? Like Michael B and I got torn to shit on social media from people saying we're making shit up, it's clickbait, we're overhyping stupid things. You know what I mean? So I hope you guys understand that. I'm trying to play it safe.
Trying to CYA, right?
Yeah.
Essentially,
I'm trying to cover my ass, right?
Nothing wrong with that. It's fine.
That's the technical term.
Trust me. If I'm wrong, and they do release the cabinet, I will be very happy, and I'll make a very positive video saying, "Guys, it's officially announced." But if they don't release the cabinet and the community starts screaming at you guys, I'll just be sitting over here playing Cubert.
What's up? You said next Friday is this season premiere of the next SGRD. Is that going to be a big show for you guys? Is that going to happen, or is
season
that
2?
Season 1.999.
1.99, yes.
999.
Yeah. Hamburger Helper says I don't play my cabs. I play my Mortal Kombat cab all the time, buddy. I'm in the top 10 rankings on all those fighting games. I don't play the Marvel vs. Capcom Street Fighter games, if that's what you're talking about. Because I just suck at Street Fighter. I get my ass kicked. You know what I mean? I get my ass kicked. But I'm on plenty of the Arcade 1-Up at games, iArcade leaderboards. You go through the leaderboards, you'll see me there somewhere. So I play my machines. Sorry, kid. So.
I think when it comes to what we report, I just lay it out like I see it, and I see here it is. And if signs are pointing to something, I say I think. Possibly,
is
maybe.
This gonna be a new thing, Fox, for Friday nights, a 12-hour Friday night?
No. I don't want to set this precedent. Now, I got some stuff to give away.
Okay.
I'm trying to just do something a little bit different, but no, I'm not. This is not every Friday.
Well, I'm just saying. So next Friday, we'll be in the midst of Evo. So by this time next week, there's not like something happening. We can. Definitely. I will be another on the scene correspondent.
Absolutely.
Happy to showcase and if there is or there isn't, and hopefully we can celebrate some good news.
We just have to coordinate and whatever
go to the right booth so that Michael B doesn't yell at me again. I'm worried I'm gonna end up at the Pinball Hall of Fame and be like, sorry, I thought this was Evo. I just wanted to play Godzilla.
Michael B told me to go here. I gotta make up. We got a $5 super chat from Console Fanboy saying not to be a party pooper. But aren't you guys concerned what will happen in 2 to 3 years from now? If you don't have room now, what will happen then? It's a valid point. 2 to 3 years. I think everybody, I know I'll speak for myself here. You're going to get to a point where, okay, I can't take on anymore. I got to start making, like P-Dub said, those hard choices. I got to start giving something up, and I got to be selective, and I can't just buy everything that comes out. I mean, am I off base, guys? What do you think?
Well, I mean, a lot of us are already at that point. I mean, in the past, we used to buy every single cabinet that came out. Now we're selective. Now we're ultra selective, and soon it'll be we might just buy one cabinet a year kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's the what is it? Just the shuffle. I'm in the midst of having a couple of my cabs listed just for space purposes and really keying in on a few key pieces. 2 to 3 years from now, maybe it will be completely different. Maybe they'll be completely gone. Who knows? Maybe this hobby will just kind of fizzle. But I do like my new lineup, honestly. Since I got MK30th and Dragon's Lair, that row, when I look at Dragon's Lair, then Tron, and then MK30th and Big Blue and MBC, like that row, like I just look at it and smile. Like today, I put on a booster, one of those riser boosters for
I
Dragon's
saw that, the
Lair.
4-inch
I saw
booster.
that.
Yeah.
I
It
saw that
looks
video.
amazing.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want every cap. I want to put a booster on my freaking Big Blue because the panel is like a little bit, it slants, right?
Yeah,
And
it's
so
it's too
lower
aggressive. Yeah.
than the other
yeah.
ones. So I'm like, I want to put a booster now on that. I just want them to look bigger. So I love that row. That row looks really good.
Yeah. I mean,
And maybe-
go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, maybe that's the way it's going to happen. It's the improvements will come out, the improved cabs will come out, and it'll feel a little more natural to where it'll be a true replacement. Because it's looking pretty good. I'm liking the diversity. I'm liking the way they're chopping it up. I'm liking the accuracy when it comes to some of these cabinets. So, Patrick, what were you saying? I'm sorry, I just cut you off.
Yeah,
there.
like I've panned Tron. Like I've universally told people I don't have Tron nostalgia.
Mm-hmm.
But when I saw that the cabinet was $449 through Dell and I picked it up, I was like, it's a great price. I'm gonna pick up the cabinet.
Mhm,
I'm glad.
mhm.
I'm glad I did. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
The cabinet is stunning.
It adds so much to that collection.
Stunning.
The variety
just-
that you have in shapes now.
Oh, I gotta
Yeah,
kill
and just like B, I put it in my loft and I shuffled my cabs around just to have Tron next to Dragon's Lair.
Yeah, those two cabs side by side are amazing.
They're beautiful.
Super
They're beautiful.
Um,
Now, hopefully, my flight stick won't break. So, but I'll tell you what, though,
That's not
I've
good.
really enjoyed because I don't have the nostalgia for those games that everyone else does.
Mhm.
I'm really digging Discs of Tron. Like I play that more than regular Tron since I
Yeah.
got the cab. Discs of
Okay.
Tron to me is a super fun.
I miss
game.
competing for the leaderboards, honestly, since I modded mine.
Yeah,
I do. It's one of those things where my channel has been known for modding, and I've gotten to like I wanted to simplify my mods more, and then also I'm tired of like turning on my mods and then having my 5-year-old or want to play, and I have to like babysit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so
I
I'm
know what
like,
you mean.
all right,
You got to kind of
so-
set it up and
exactly. And I try to make it as simple as possible, but
Mhm.
then I still have like 100 of games on there, so I'm just trying to keep it simple. But the games that you can play with it are fun. There's a lot of good variety you can use with a disc and a little flight stick. And I don't think you're gonna break it unless you are Jennifer Yabbit going super crazy on your joystick.
no, I don't. I don't manhandle my stuff. So I'm not a
Fox,
violent. I'm not a
you gotta-
violent gamer.
You gotta check out Sir Sega, man. You gotta-
I was about to highlight that incredible super chat, $80 Sir Sega.
Holy cow!
19K Fox. This is for a bottle of 12-year-old Macallan. They cost $65 to $80. Thank you for your
Amazing.
service. Thank you for the amazing super chat, buddy. Man, I really do appreciate it. This community, I'm telling you, it's amazing. It's phenomenal.
that deserves you either taking off your shirt, Fox, or just for you, Sir Sega. I know that people.
Oh yeah.
I
Hey,
mean,
those are
$80
freshly
for-
showered.
Oh,
I saw
God.
some feet loaf earlier, and just for you, Sir Sega.
You saw the feet loaf pic? Wasn't that
I-
hilarious?
Yeah, I did.
Incredible! Incredible!
Sir Sega is like my hero. I mean, look at this shirt that he gave me at the Smog City event. He's part of the Star Wars Green Buffalo. I think it's
Oh,
like
no
the
way.
set crew that like builds sets and props.
That's the
and so
same
he gave
guy.
me- Yeah, that's Sir Sega. He's awesome. He's local to SoCal. He's supportive of all the streams. He gave me that badass prop that I'm gonna probably put into my Star Wars cockpit. So props
Yeah.
to you, man. Thank you for supporting this guy.
Amazing community member, man. I really do appreciate it. That's too much. But I'm gonna have to go get a bottle because
Absolutely,
I have
you
to.
need to.
I have to. I
And
need.
drink,
I must
and drink it on air.
and drink it on. Crack it open on air. I got to make sure he's here though. Gotta
He's
make sure
amazing. He's
here.
great. He was a great community guy at the thing. He was helping out a lot of people too. I still have such great positive vibes from that event, as well as the one that was in San Diego. It's just really cool to see community coming together. I don't think Evo will have that element. It won't be like that, but I hear that they're going to PAX in
Okay.
Seattle as another
Okay.
next thing to put on your radar. So they're starting to make the rounds back to these conferences and events and things. So keep an eye out.
No, I think it's good. I think the community really has been starving for some of that interaction, and a lot of it was out of their control. I'm not going to give them. You can't really give them a hard time about
What
that.
do you guys think about the new marketing strategy with like the shorts?
The shorts?
And
no, stop, quit. And these aren't
like,
these aren't those cool jean shorts.
Are
like
they
you're
jean
thinking,
shorts?
Pat. No, they're not jean shorts.
If they're jean shorts, I can get on board. No. I can get on board.
These are YouTube shorts. No denim at all.
Ooh, we gotta.
It's not looking good. It's not.
I love Chris's question. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead, but
no, you're fine.
No, I love jean shorts. So
I know you do.
Answer this question now. Me,
so you two have to answer this. I don't.
I have a little bit more nostalgia for Dragon's Lair than I do Tron. So for me, Dragon's Lair. But I am enjoying the arcade one up Tron cabinet, even though it's only got 2 games on it.
Yeah,
it's just fucking sexy. You just want to stare at it. It's so sexy.
It's so sexy.
What about you, B? Which one do you like more?
Yeah, I'm the same. I didn't have nostalgia for the Tron arcade game, but besides being like a loose fan of the series, I've seen Dragon's Lair more in the arcade. If I had to like pick which one was nostalgic for me, I like the look of Tron better because of all the lights and the features that it has. It just like makes you feel like you're in it with and then after I did my mod with the S panel mod, you did an S panel mod, like it just
yes I did.
It's just from a home arcade aesthetic, you won't go wrong with either one of them. But I think Tron has that big wow factor of if you walk in, the size is already like amazing, like height wise. It was impressive when I put it together. And even though I have a broken panel at the bottom of it, the G panel's gone. It's still
it's gone.
It's
dead.
When
the G panel is gone.
When Mrs. Kongs R Us got in the cabinet and broke the cabinet, I nearly had a heart attack.
That was amazing.
I literally panicked. I can tell you one thing though. So I did make a mistake in my Tron S panel video. Well, not really a mistake, but I was too scared to try something. You know how finicky these arcade 1-ups are?
Oh yeah.
You can take the S panel from Tulsa Arcades, the monitor that you need to buy for that one. It does have a USB port, which you could plug a male-to-male USB from the arcade 1-up PCB board into the frame. That way, when you turn to power it on and off, right?
Come on, right.
My biggest fear about doing stuff like that is the arcade 1-up PCB board, is it going to draw to, is it going to fry the board, right?
Right.
And I don't want to make people destroy their machines. So when I did my review video for their panel, I just said plug it into the wall, right? I'm happy to report I have for the last 3 days had the USB connected via USB to USB, no issues so far. Right.
Nice.
But I didn't want to put that in
USB.
Yeah. So it comes on now, it comes on and off with the cabinet.
With the cab.
Yeah. And you have the video playing with the MCP cone.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. But I could add more video files if I wanted to, like have the movie playing and stuff. But I kind of like the cone. I like the cone.
It's really nice for both of those games too. If you wanted to potentially, split the power more safely, and if you're worried about the PCB, would be to Y split the power brick before it goes into the PCB, and then I know what you're saying. Right?
Yeah.
So it goes straight from the power brick, and then Y splitter. One goes to the PCB, still does everything, and the second one make that one a compatible connection to.
Yeah.
That way you're just
what's nice about the PCB is it's 5 volts, and so is the
you don't have to step down.
So is the monitor. The monitor's 5 volts too.
So it doesn't step down.
That makes sense.
It's just, can you imagine if you make a video and tell people to plug this into their PCB
and then it destroys their machine?
And it destroys their machine, and then they blame you.
For educational purposes, and I am not responsible. You can't. I definitely have that in my description for my pinner tutorials because they get.
Because you never know. I mean,
I got one person that was so mad the other day that was like, "Thanks for destroying my pinball cab." I'm like, "I didn't destroy your pinball cab. That was 100% you, bro."
Yeah.
Hey Fox, are you able to pull up his video where you did this the bezel, the 3D things on the bezel for Tron?
Oh yeah. I can pull that up and share.
Oh yeah, you pull it up while I look at this super chat. $10 from Sosa Fan Bam says 19K Fox. Your next drink is on me, Lord Sosa. I will drink in your honor. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
The problem with his YouTube name is I can't say it 5 times fast. Sosa fam.
Sosa
Bam,
fam,
bam, bam.
bam, 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 bam,
Sosa
bam,
fam.
bam,
Bam, bam,
I
bam,
can't
bam,
do it.
bam, Barbara.
I can't do it.
Hey, Mrs. Conklin.
bam,
So what I like is, so B, you did your S panel video mod with the guy who sells them on Etsy. I forget his name. What's his name?
His name is Kai, RNSK
Right.
Skunkworks. Yeah.
Right. And in order to help show the community options, I did the Tulsa Arcades S panel mod, which I think is great as well.
Yeah.
But what I really like is you just did a video showing the bezel 3D printed side things. Dude, I'm going to get those. I'm totally going to buy them. I don't care how expensive they are. I don't care how much they are.
It's so good. It's so good. It's so good.
You guys, if you guys haven't seen this yet, this is going to blow your mind. It's fucking sexy. Sexy.
It's on.
Here we go.
Okay.
All right, I finally created a custom Launchbox Big Box playlist. There's my new desktop image for the art.
Skip ahead to it.
Had this nice spiffy intro video where the graphics are from Visual Dawn on Instagram. Check it out.
This was
and
just like
shoot
my
'em ups.
final
But the
like
cool thing, look, I made a little
playlist.
icon there.
Wow.
And you press up on your joystick.
But you can
it
see the
follows
bezels
you,
that are there.
And then when you
on
press
the
back, it
sides.
follows you back.
I didn't do like the whole like video. Are you talking about the video that I did of the installation?
Yeah, that's what,
Okay.
so people can see what they look like. They are phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now, how did he print these? Did he laser cut these?
He does
or something?
laser cutting, so he has a
Wow.
laser cutter, and then all his stuff doesn't have any of the lines on it because it's all just super clean.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really, really good.
Considering I got
Hobby Hand's gonna.
Hey, this is B from Kong's R Us.
Whoops,
That's B from Kong's R Us.
Yeah, considering I got the cab so cheap, I think I have like room in the budget to mod it. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
like, hey, I got the cab on sale. I can afford to mod it, kind of thing.
It makes sense. Makes sense. Just think about it that way. All right, here we go.
Jay Reed's got the RNSK panel. Look at these things.
Oh, dude.
It's super simple, right? It's just like it matches. It has that plexi cover on it. So the biggest holdup, because I've seen the development of this, was finding a printer for artwork with that neon reflective art.
I don't understand though why
He spent a long time looking for somebody that could actually do the just making sure that it actually can reflect, and it took him a long time to find that. So if once you have that, I have his S panel already too, that as well as like he does this like frame for the window too that you can drop in. Everything lights up. It looks really good. The only problem you'll have though is that, you know, the little light bar, the hump bar, the button is going to be blocked by that bezel piece because you can't press it, and that one doesn't turn on automatically. That one you have to like press the button on your bezel to turn on the hump bar. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So I had to like replace my button to make sure I could not have to like take off the bezel, but it literally just sits there. You can double-sided tape it onto your thing, but otherwise it's beautiful. So yeah, it looks really good once it's all done.
Yeah, skip ahead to where you put the little things on the sides of the monitor. You guys got to see this. I thought this video blew me away when you put them on. They're on there now in that shot.
Right? Yeah.
Look at that. It adds like this whole deep 3-dimensional.
It's like a depth,
to the cabinet.
Yeah.
It looks, and it has the reflective light. Oh my god, I'm buying these. How much are these? Like $1 million?
I think it's about it's like $100. I think maybe
I'm totally
90
gonna buy
or
it.
something.
I'm totally gonna buy it.
It's 3
you have
pieces.
to.
It's the 2 side pieces and that one on the top right there.
Yeah.
Is the piece. And so the difference between mine and Tulsa's, if you look at that my window for my S panel, like his window looks a little bit more like covered for the LCD, so it's not a straight square. So it's probably like the only difference between the two. Like the artwork's slightly different, so it kind of makes it look a little more like the original one. But yeah, it's after all my Tron stuff, that's why it's additionally my favorite cab, just because like it looks more 3D now. Probably modded the heck out of it. It looks fantastic. It's super
That's
fun.
awesome. That is so cool. I like the way it makes the monitor seem like it's sort of deep into the cabinet.
Yeah.
That looks so
Really
good.
You can do a lot. That's what the modding world does, right? You make things a little bit cleaner and fun.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed working with with Kai and other folks. I did a stream yesterday about coin doors, and I brought him back on.
I saw that.
And there's just a lot of folks that are keep putting together creative solutions that we get to benefit from as a community. Like you know Hobby Hands, the guy who does all the $2.
I was about to tell him about it. You tell him about it. It's so cool.
Yeah, so Hobby Hands is an actual a plastic maker. He does acrylic stuff.
Oh yeah. He's emailed me photos of his coin doors.
Yeah.
It's
so
like he sends us pictures and he's like, "What do you guys think? Do you guys think I should sell these?" I'm like, "Yes,
yes,
yes."
Yeah. So he made coin doors, but the biggest thing that you're gonna want, Dubs, from
you're gonna want this, Dubs.
Is he's making a waterfall kind of drop-in control panel for a Dragon Slayer. That's like an acrylic piece that's going to have the art, and it just kind of replaces your acrylic and lays on top of it and goes
so
up
instead of just being flat. He actually broke this thing at 90, so it comes over the front of the cab, and then towards the monitor it breaks up at like a 45.
Yeah, it's really nice.
It looks so good.
I gotta pre-order that, but it's just cool to see solutions from the community, and we get to benefit. It's pretty cool.
Well, the fact that you have guys, what's nice about, you have to admit this, Arcade 1UP brought out companies like arcadegraphics.com, a lot of the guys that you've covered on your channel, Retro 530, Angel Otero, you know what I mean? Like these guys wouldn't be here if it wasn't for these companies. And these guys are just so creative and amazing. And I'm happy to support them and put their mods on my cabinets.
Yeah. I do enjoy supporting all the small businesses, and that's why they were saying like Arcade 1UP, don't make a perfect cab because then we'll be out of business.
Exactly. Don't do that.
You'll have to not be creative to do things. So it's fun.
It's funny how the creatives they really just sort of need something to galvanize them, like a lightning rod, something to kind of get everybody to focus on. And when you have something like this, it's unique. It's obviously playing on nostalgia. It's making the arcade something that's feasible for people. And it's a lot of things to a lot of people. It's interesting to see the hobby just kind of grow and the community to grow. So it's pretty awesome.
How long are you going to be on? Were you planning on being on this late, Fox? Or were you?
Oh yeah, I'm going to be on in and out. I've got several things to give away, so we're gonna stream for a while, do a giveaway. I'll step away for a little bit, come back, and when I'm not here, the attract mode will be on.
I'm just here to drink with Fox and talk because he's awesome.
Have you gotten on the MK 30th on the online boards yet, Fox? Are you an MK player? Have you?
I'm an MK player.
Ask Fox what happened.
We don't have to talk. We don't.
What happened when you and I played Mortal Kombat?
It didn't have to.
How many wins in a row?
It was 10 wins in a row.
11. 11.
You had to make sure the extra one was counted, right?
11. 11 wins in a row, 10 fatalities.
You said you wouldn't do this again. I can't.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Don't forget, guys. 19K Fox, Mortal Kombat 1 got destroyed by P-Dubs. 11 wins in a row. 10 fatalities.
I got up every time, okay? And I got back in the ring.
I was able to put more quarters in.
I hit, let's go again.
Fox was like, I could do this all day, like Captain America. It's like, I could do this all day.
I could do this all day. I can just get my ass
I tell you what,
beat
though.
constantly.
That's Arcade 1UP's ass right there. Yeah.
That's right.
I remember when I played B in Mortal Kombat. B, you and I played Mortal Kombat.
We played when you first got it.
And we played like a 7-game match, and B won 4 games to 3. But the fact that I even beat you like 3 times made me feel good after how my ass got owned on the Street Fighter cabinet. Like my record on Big Blue, literally, guys, is 15 wins, 155 losses. That's how bad I am at Street Fighter. But I take my L's like a man. I don't rage quit like some of these other pussies in this community. You know what I mean? Yeah. But on Mortal Kombat, I'm doing way better.
I think based on your wins and your record, because every time you play, you get better. I would love to do another set with you. I think you might be better than me. I'm really trash at MK.
I have gotten better since we played.
Yeah,
so I've actually switched characters. Like I used to play. I used to only play as Sub-Zero, but now I play as Sonya because whatchamacallit,
using that
it pisses
finger
off
grab.
it pisses off console fanboy if I do his exact same attack style, and it actually works. You know what I mean? It actually works.
Sonya's probably
Oh, it
like my
definitely
worst
works,
player
yeah.
to play against. So I think you were doing really good when you were playing with Sonya against me too. So we should get on for
Sonya.
another match.
Let's do it. Let's do
Sonya's
it,
tough.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could do
I've
that.
got. I might get my ass kicked on that cab, but I probably got the best looking cab out there because not only do I have the mod on the screen, which
You have
is
the white buttons.
excellent, I have the white buttons. I got the white buttons. Sacrifices were made, but I got white buttons.
When you first did your stream, you like put it at the optimal wrong angle, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So-
I was trying to showcase how bad it was. Yeah, now it's like, oh.
You posted a YouTube short, which
I did.
YouTube shorts, usually people in our community not big fans of shorts, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, think about it. The average person who watches these kind of videos is like 40 to 65 years old. They don't care about the shorts thing.
Not the TikTok generation. No.
They're not the TikTok generation,
Yeah.
right? The short attention span generation is what I like to call. But you posted a short yesterday or today showing the button mod. And when I saw you did that, you're like, sometimes you have to make a sacrifice, and you put your white buttons in the other one. I was like, this is why I love this guy. He's so funny. He's so funny. Fox is so funny. He's so funny.
I had to take him. I had to take him out of the countercade.
Yeah.
And put him in the full size, the bad boy. I just had to do it.
You
It looks great.
Buttons? You didn't like go full hap or anything. You just went.
No, I said, you know what? I got this thing sitting here, and I got it taken apart because I modded. I tried to do a mod. I did a mod and it was successful, but then when I reverted back to stock, I had a problem. So it's sitting there not doing anything. I'm thinking, you know what? I could just buy buttons, but I'd have to buy all new ones, or real quick. And I thought, well, what if I just have it sitting side by side, like I just robbed something off it and threw it in there. So that's but yeah, I'll eventually maybe go with different buttons. But honestly, as bad as I am, I don't think buttons are going to help me.
Yeah, you can't play in the buttons.
Hey,
try.
Hey, B, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Now that we have so many cabinets, plus so many cabinets that we've modded, are you at the point now, like me, where I'm starting to, check this out, harvest parts from prior mods and put them in new mods? So I don't have to buy the same stuff all over again, because I'm going to end up selling that original cabinet. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I mean, as a modder, you have your parts stuff, right? And so I think I've definitely have moved buttons around from different cabs that I've owned because I wanted the better buttons in the newer cab. And then I was like, my original Street Fighter 2 Gen 1 mod was a good example of that. I used to mod out of necessity. I thought like I was only going to have 3 cabinets: a fighting game cabinet, Star Wars, and Pac-Man, and Team NT. That was it. I was like going to have my 4-player retro, my fighting game cabinet, my vertical Pac-Man, and then a flight yoke. I would have been happy. And I mounted those 4 out of like necessity. And now that was like, and so that Street Fighter 1, I was like, I can't decide between sandwall buttons or half buttons. So I did one of both. I did one of my first things was like half the control panel was sandwall and half was US. So I can be like,
I've seen that
I want to play on one or the other. And some people are like, that's stupid. Why would you like have different sets of buttons on the same panel? Because I was like, I want options if I want to play on this style or that style, depending on the game that I want to play. But I've totally harvested those buttons into like other cabs at this point, because I'm like, I don't play that cab anymore. But this is like, I guess I can turn it that way. Like my parts area, spare parts of everything, all my extra RK 1-up buttons and things are there. But yeah, this is my parts for modding. But I'm sure Fox has done that too.
Oh yeah.
I have the I have that one of those Optiplex PCs that a lot of us bought for running, various builds on them. I've moved that thing from my Rec Room Masters cabinet to my custom arcade 1-up cabinet. I've connected it to my At Games cabinet. I've connected it to my Legends pinball machine. You know what I mean? Like that little Optiplex PC has traveled all over my house. I'm like, why should I buy another one? I'm just gonna keep moving the crap around. And now I'm at the point, Fox, I'm starting to move buttons around. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna put the stock buttons because I saved the stock buttons.
I do too.
I'm gonna put
I
the
got
stock
little
buttons
bins.
back
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
Really?
And I'm gonna take the nice buttons and put them in the next cabinet. Is that funny?
That's
Is that funny?
it's you're leapfrogging, baby. You're leapfrogging. You get the most you can out of this one. When something new and shiny comes along, you just leapfrog it.
It's funny because people think of me as a modding channel, and I mean I am, right? That was one of my first things, and like people ask all the time, like, "What do you do for a living? Like, are you an engineer? Do you do other stuff?" It's like, no, I work in a nonprofit with volunteer management. Like that's what I do. So I didn't know anything about arcades and the difference between arcade buttons and back in the days. And originally, I had one of these like fight sticks, and these Mad Catz fight sticks have genuine Sandwall parts in it. And I was talking to my friend. I was like, "Oh, like I have that Street Fighter. I'd rather, whatchamacallit, take the buttons out of this." I'm like, "Oh, I don't have to buy buttons. I already have Sandwall buttons. I'm using this fight stick." And he's like, "Do not take apart that fight stick. It's worth so much money." He got mad at me for thinking about like gutting this to take the Sandwall parts out of it because I didn't know. Like when I first started, I was like, buttons are buttons, and the fight sticks are fight sticks. And then I come to learn like this particular Mad Catz fight stick is like $200-300 new. It's still like, you know, I mean, could probably replace the parts about it, but buttons are what, $20 if you, and then buying a stick. So I was like, all right, I'll go and learn everything. But that just goes to show that I think we all start somewhere when you're modding, and some people ask me all the time, like, I'm scared to do stuff, but we all have to start somewhere, and you just kind of like learn as you go. And a lot of those, it's all about preference. You know, people will always say this is better than that, but it's all about preference, and you won't know unless you know.
Yeah,
especially with controls.
I knew crap about modding until 3 years ago. You know? Yeah. And now I feel like I can mod a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's all about just giving it a shot.
Not being afraid to tinker and not having like a crazy garage workshop like Fox. Like
I got a great question for you guys as well as for everyone in the live chat. What is the coolest mod that you've seen all year? What is the coolest mod? Whether they posted it on Reddit, Facebook, a YouTube video. What's the coolest mod? I'll tell you my favorite mod.
Good question.
My favorite mod so far this year, dead serious, is 19K Fox's racing. Racing rig. That was my favorite.
Gran Turismo.
I appreciate that.
I watched every video where you cut this thing from scratch, put it together.
That was fun.
I mean, it took what, 4 or 5 videos before you were done.
Yeah,
it was like watching a TV series. I was like, this is amazing, and it looks so much better than Nostalgia's race car bed. And I always make fun of Nostalgia because his racer looked like my kid's. My kid had a race car bed when he was younger, and it looked just like that. It just had a mattress in the
race car bed.
And I tease Nostalgia. He's got great sense of humor. He gets it's just a joke.
Oh, he's a great guy.
But that was probably the coolest mod I've ever seen. Now, last year, the best mod I ever saw was someone did a tapper cabinet from an arcade one up where they had the real tapper handles.
Pablo.
And he also had the real foot rails, like a real bar foot rails on the bottom for you to rest your feet.
I saw that.
And killer artwork. And that tapper cabinet was the coolest thing I saw last year. But this year so far, Fox, you're winning with the racer.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I think for me, I think the two most talented modders in like building cabinets are that tapper cabinet that you saw. I believe it's Juan Pablo Berthod. Like that guy is the one who made the outrun chair seat. Plus he did that. Remember when you did the coverage of the MK2 when he like molded the first Gen 1 MK2?
That thing looked
shaved off everything.
Sexy. That thing looked absolutely beautiful.
So he's probably one of the best modders in the community, but he hasn't done anything new recently that I've seen. The other guy, Maker Mania, the guy who did the Twin Cab Daytonas, he made a fantastic outrun dashboard that replaces the outrun dash, and like also made the inside bezels of it that kind of make it look, I don't know. You guys know what I'm talking about?
It's like it's 3D. The whole thing is 3D printed.
It's 3D printed and sanded, and then it lights
where the gauges are. Yeah,
where the gauges are. So it's molded.
Beautiful.
And then on the inside of the outrun, it's like molded gray portions of it. So they're making like parts to really make it look like a real cabinet. So I think that like that's beyond like wow, I didn't even think that was possible. But he's like really molding the shape. I gotta find some pictures of it because he's really good. He does more Instagram stuff than anything. Let me pull up his Instagram page. I think
it was Maker Mania, the one that did the he also did the 3 steering wheel off-road.
Oh yeah, the
cabinet.
off-road. His off-road is legit.
And his Big Blue was awesome
mod too.
Yeah,
Right,
looks really good
right now. So he's probably like my favorite modder that does stuff that I've been trying to collab with. All right, show this off. All right, so this is again Wes Maker Mania. He's on.
this guy's
a
legend. He's a legend.
Yeah, he does Instagram. He's getting into real pinball. He's a T2 pinball and an Adams family. But look at this off-road that he did. This is an arcade 1-up off-road that he made out of a Gen 1 cab. And that's his Big Blue that he made he put a CRT in there. CRT mod.
It's crazy.
With the front portion of it. And then those are his twin cab Daytonas on the right-hand side. But yeah, so that's his Big Blue. But this right here, like this is a before and after of his. Oh, he did a Ridge Racer one too. Oh crap! All right, so he's working on Ridge Racer now. That's awesome.
Oh, wow!
But he's just making these molds for it, and so yeah, look at that. Oh, I gotta get the Ridge Racer one now. Look at that. Like he's molding it for Ridge Racer. But his outrun run was really obviously his Daytonas are legendary, but his light up outrun panels. And this, that's the 3D bezel on the inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
That whole section right there is all custom lit up. That is just.
And see, he's doing that. That's what should have happened. We should have got that from Arcade 1-Up. The gauges should glow. You know, they don't have to function, obviously, but just if they glow, that would be so sexy. And that looks great. If they were a little higher, it'd be awesome.
Yeah. So this is my favorite mod of the year I've seen. He's super talented. I love Maker Mania stuff. I talk about modding all day. It's good stuff.
I think about what we can see with an afterburner stand-up cabinet. If they could do the molding on the front, like the cabinet, you know, they could really just get creative. I know there'd be some costs there, but that would look so good. But if they don't, we got guys like this that can step up and.
Yeah. Oh, look, I think he was gonna try to do something with the handlebar to do either a Sega Rally or Hang On. Is that what Sega Hang On? I think.
No. What are you talking about? No, we can finally get an arcade accurate Paperboy. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think he's gonna try to do either Paperboy or something with that. So I think he's gonna.
Wow. Oh, what's that Terminator? What's he got right there? What's that? Terminator?
It's a 3D printed, resin printed. Terminator head that he put together.
Nice little topper for your T2 cabinet.
Yeah, making his own condors, but his off-road is really, really nice. He joined me on the show to talk about stuff recently. So I mean, he's just I love this. And so he's kind of like low-key offering some parts, but a lot of his stuff, he makes a lot of work, so it's not like super turnkey. So he doesn't offer like complete commissions for things, but I think he offers like the files you can 3D print yourself. He offers like some things, but like look at all the work he did to build this outrun control panel, right? So this is like right up your alley, right, Fox? That woodworking.
That's it.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, I love to see this the planning stages, you know, what he's actually having to go through, all the angles he's gonna have to cut to make this work. It's gotta be incredibly satisfying to see that come together.
Yeah. Is that something that you would ever kind of envision from scratch? What's your next big scratch build project that you got going on?
You know, so I'm doing a mini restoration on my real cabinet. I'm wrapping up the fusion cabinet. My next big one, I've got some ideas. I did experimentations with a 2 steering wheel cab. One of the first few videos I did where I took my Street Fighter and actually made a custom board for it, just expanded out the control panels. All I did, cut it at, it's not quite a 45, but they were both at an angle, so they opposed each other, so you could stand side by side, off kilter just a little bit, and still see the screen. And that was really fun. So I want to see what I can do with that. Maybe 19-inch monitor, maybe bigger control panel. But I've been really. There's a giant gap. We don't have any kind of flight stick game other than Tron. I really want to try to do something with that. I want to make something totally new, totally different that's not out there yet.
Yeah. And I think I found
Afterburner.
that tapper cab that you were talking about, Dubs. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, let me see.
Is it this one?
Hopefully it's the same one. He's got the real, I'm talking real tappers and a real foot bar. No, that's not it.
That's not it?
Nope, that's not it.
No? Oh, okay. That's Juan Pablo's version of his tapper. So look, it has a fridge.
With the fridge on the inside. That's awesome.
pretty badass though.
That's awesome.
You know, the guy I saw, you know how there are arcade tapper sticks. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like he had those, plus it was a metal bar going all the even the size of the riser.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, had that bar across the side.
Yeah, I had the bar around. He's got this Pablo. He's got.
Hold it down, guys. I'll be right back.
Oh,
all right. All right, we gotta look for it and see if there's other ones.
Yeah, there's tons of them. If you like go to the Arcade One Up Facebook page and just type in Tapper, you will eventually come across it.
Right,
It
let's
was
do
pretty
it.
amazing.
For it, Tapper.
It was like my favorite mod last year.
This guy? No,
that's pretty. That's pretty close though.
He's got the nice.
He's got the nice artwork on it.
Oh, this is a 2019 build. So let's see if there's anything that's more recent. So like he's done a lot of stuff with his cabs.
Oh, excuse me.
Might be that guy. That's Juan Pablo's tapper. There's another tapper there. Oh, he made that out of an MK Legacy cab.
Yeah. hey B, do you think Fox had to go poop?
He's like, number 2, gotta go.
He's like, I gotta go.
I gotta go. You gotta go. Oh, this is one.
Not that one, but that one's kind of cool. I like what he did there.
Yeah. Or would you get a tapper if they ever made one?
If Arcade One Up made a dedicated tapper cabinet with the right controls, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fun game, but
I mean, it was worth their while to do it so early in their life cycle too. I mean, it was really.
We'll know it when we see it because the guy had the bars going all the way around the riser. I think, not just the front.
Not just the front. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking in the Arcade One Up in modding group, so still not finding anything currently. But if you find it, Dubs,
I'll find it.
Dubs, maybe it was a dream. Maybe you dreamed of the perfect cabinet.
It's there.
I dream of a perfect tapper.
I wish I had the woodworking skill that Fox you have and Bobby has and a whole bunch of other guys. That would be really fun. You know, now I have to wait for other people to make the stuff so I can buy it and then just put it together. You know what I mean?
like a kit, like an assembly. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you're a perfect end user tester. And so, and I talk to the Team Encoder guys, for example, a lot, as well as Kai, who's very technical. And while I can kind of understand some of the stuff they're talking about, I'm happy to be an end user tester for whenever you figure out that stuff. You want to put some extra LED matrix things into everything, can't help you, but I'll be able to test it to see if it instructionally works the way you want it to. You're good end users.
Yeah.
All right. Do any of you have a Fightcade installed?
I do.
I have it on my PC here. Yeah.
Yeah. We should play some Marvel vs. Capcom II to like Let's bring it back full circle.
Triple II.
Oh, Nooner's going to bed. Nooner, we love you, man. Have a
Hey.
good night. Thanks for staying with us. Nooner was watching the Game Room Dudes, and then he's been watching.
He's been putting in the work, putting in time.
He deserves some. He deserves to catch some sheep in his sleep tonight. Go ahead.
It's like almost 4 a.m. East Coast. So if anybody's on the East Coast, wow. This is about the time I woke up and was seeing Michael B on stream last night. Was that the inspiration for this, Fox?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, this is part of that. Yeah, it's like, you know what? If he can do it and not even show up, I can do it and show up.
Did he ever admit to do it?
I don't know. I don't know. All I know is
I was just making fun of him in our chat and was like, Mike, you were on last night. And he was like, nope. And I'm like,
he said it was the cat jumped on his keyboard and hit a button, and I don't know.
He blamed it on the cat.
He blamed it on the cat because the cat has the go live button on whatever.
It's all part of a master plan.
the chat was popping last night, and it was just 7 people all night.
It was so funny. It was so funny. I'm like, what is going on here?
At least you're providing some entertainment here, just kind of blabbing through everything. I think Snoop Dogg did that one time.
You know who did that, and it was really successful, was Chris from Twisted Gaming TV. When it was the PlayStation 5 launch day, he did a PlayStation 5 launch day stream, and he left his computer on and walked away. And for over 4 hours, he had over 1,000 people.
Oh, you're kidding me!
Just waiting.
Over 1,000 people in the chat talking about PlayStation 5, even though all they were staring at was a chair. That's all they were, an empty chair. He wasn't even there. Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah.
That's skill. That's skill right there.
Well, even today, like, what was the biggest gap in this stream where you weren't on camera? Because I saw the chat. There were like 100 people watching you still, or like 80 something people that were still just chatting.
I stepped away for an hour, maybe.
An hour? Yeah, I think Don D was still in the chat, and I saw like a lot of conversation that was still happening. So, you know, your chair is very nice to look at.
Chair is How
captivating can you be? This is the new social experiment that us YouTube content creators, the easiest content can be. Is, talk to the empty chair, and I'll come find back.
And I'll come check on you in a few.
Catch you in a few. So funny. But a lot of Twitch people do that though, right? They're like, be right back.
I think so, yeah.
And it's just that becomes more normal. So it's probably possible.
It's all people way younger than me. I'm an old man.
Nah, come on.
It's bad, Fox.
All right, so
come on.
I do have some inside info that I would love to get your guys' opinions about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody that's in the stream right now, you didn't hear.
So
any
it is
earmuffs.
1 a.m. It's almost 4 o'clock. So maybe the people that might care aren't watching this. But
okay.
Ever since Liv has come on board, right? She's been a new force in the company for Arcade 1UP at least, to have more of a direct to consumer, direct to community communication feel. And so after that live stream event at Smog, she has been pitching along with John now to do a regular Arcade 1UP community show, right? That's she would be kind of the face of, like, and so they proved that at least during that community stream, you know, she's good on camera. She's joined a couple other streams already. Like, she could be the face of the direct to consumer market and not have the controversy pieces that John did. I mean, let's just be honest, right? He was polarizing, but he was never he was put in a little bit of a doghouse for a while, right? So he couldn't join, but Liv now has that carte blanche to do it. If Arcade 1UP was going to be starting to do, you know, a regular show that's on their Arcade 1UP official channel, like maybe like the Zen Pinball one, right, that they do in a formal show, like, what would you want to see from a formal show like that?
Countdowns.
Double.
Are you ready?
Multiple. Yes.
Multiple intros.
Okay, because I can influence and tell them exactly, because they don't know. So I'm like,
wait. Fox, is B trying to hint that he is going to be the host of a show on the Arcade 1UP official YouTube channel?
No, that's crazy talk. That would never happen.
Be absurd.
Not hosting, but providing some feedback on it, because I've at least seen what they would like to do. So this is good feedback. But
well, everybody in the chat, maybe give us an idea of what you would want to see.
Yeah, what do you guys want to see?
Some kind of an Arcade 1UP. What you thinking? Weekly? Would you like to see it monthly? Would you want them to only come out and tell us something if they have something to say? You know, that's something that maybe you could. That's a critique you could leverage with maybe with other companies. Is that you don't always have to come out if there's nothing really to say. If there's no new announcements, we don't necessarily have to have a show tonight.
Because there's two ways you can go about it, right? Yeah. One could be like a true live stream like we normally do, where it's hosted and there's feedback, or it could be more produced, and it could be like that 30-minute produced show where they premiere and then they work with the chat too. Like, do you have a preference for watching those types of shows? Do you like the live interaction? I mean,
I like hosting those kind of shows. I don't like
Yeah. He wants to be on the list.
No, I wouldn't do that. No.
I think, yeah, I think it's got to be live interaction.
Hosting a show sponsored by a company is fun, and I have experience with this with At Games Legend Center. It's a lot of fun, but there are so many people out there who don't understand what you're doing. You're literally there to get compensated to be a host of a show. That's it. And the amount of heat that myself and like Stephen Haywood, the Tech Buzz, got from hosting that show. Literally, it's a gig. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to attack me because I'm hosting a show. I'm literally reading off a teleprompter. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want to do that again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if iArcade or Arcade 1UP came up to me and said, "Do you want to do a sponsored weekly show for us?" I would turn them down because the At Games experience was so bad. So, but I do think they should do the show and just do it in-house, like have John and Scott there and David McIntosh. Just do it in-house instead of hiring from the outside. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think our space of, like, you know, this the mass majority of content creators in our space is still pretty niche and pretty small, but this market is used to the live stream consumption for like their preferred model of consumption. Right?
It's all our fault. Right. It's all our fault.
It could be, yeah, right?
It's
something to watch about the home arcade market, but every other niche out there, it's more produced content. It's more stuff. It's really kind of weird. So I can see that being the model of that, why they would go live. And I, you know, Liv and John have obviously joined some of our shows as guests, so they've seen some of the formats and things they can do. So they have an idea, but like, yeah, I'm happy that there's more direct communication coming from the company instead of that weird abyss where we got no type of communication. So I think it's exciting to think that they're already moving back into that direction. I didn't know your At Games experience was that bad though, like afterwards.
Yeah, no, it was the fact that I think a lot of people out there just didn't understand what we were doing. You know what I mean? Like, and back then, the competition between Arcade 1UP and At Games was huge.
It was really deep.
Think about it. They were both about to release a virtual pinball machine, and both of the companies were expecting it to be the greatest thing ever for each of their companies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was a lot of heat, and a lot of that heat got passed on to us because we were the host of the show. When people were like, if you don't like At Games, be mad at At Games. If you don't like Arcade 1UP, be mad at Arcade 1UP. Don't be mad at us.
You could be mad at those companies, or you could be mad at the Cheddar Bay Biscuits.
Stringer Films. Oh man, I love Red Lobster cheddar. Have you guys had the biscuits at Red Lobster? Like, you go sit down at a Red Lobster and they're like, hey, we're gonna bring you some biscuits. They're amazing.
Do you think the biscuits were bad? He got heartburn. That's not been my experience, but who knows?
Well, in all honesty, Stringer, you did eat them pretty late at night. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't know. I'm in my 40s, bro. I can't eat late at night. I get heartburn. So.
I think
I'm not in my 20s anymore.
Yeah, that was your fatal flaw, Stringer. You can't just. It's like you're like a Gizmo. You can't eat after midnight. Sorry.
It's not like in our 20s where we would go to the bar, leave the bar at 2-3 a.m., go to Denny's, eat a full meal at Denny's, and then head home at 6 a.m. We can't do that anymore.
And then get up 2 hours later to go to work. Yeah.
No. Not with that heartburn.
No.
I think it's only natural for Arcade 1UP to do it. iArcade already does it. They host their own show.
Yeah.
And they finally learned to not do a show if they have nothing to announce. They finally learned. It took them a long time, but they finally learned to stop doing that.
Yeah.
You know, and At Games, they're still sponsoring some other YouTubers doing their Arcade Net shows, but you know, that's
I'm really curious about that model of the hosted Arcade Net shows.
Well, I think we appreciate that something needs to be made by the professionals, the people that have the experience, like the people, the good people at Red Lobster who make those biscuits. They don't just do it out of a box.
That's why. He probably had the box biscuits. You should have got the real thing, bro.
It's not the same.
Got the real
thing.
The
same. I think that's the fatal flaw. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's horrible. No, I think that it's like, what would be the point? Like, if you just come out and everybody's in the chat, and they're listing all the games they want, and all you say is, "Well, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see." That's
does Colin have another role at IRK One Up besides just being Jong's host? Does anybody know? Like, if he has like,
I don't. That's a good question. Actually, I don't know what he does.
Say that part
That's
again.
the only time I see him.
Colin, the other guy that normally hosts
PR Media.
PR Media. Okay.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
okay.
that's a third-party company. That's their marketing company.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. I forgot where I was going with that.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say this. I think it's natural that they go that route, considering the success of all what they see their super fans like to watch these kind of shows that we all do on all our channels. But then again, I kind of don't want them to do that because let's be honest, guys, it takes away from us. And then we're going to have to report on what they say because let's be honest, we get more views than they ever will. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So it's like we're going to have to report on what they say, and then it's just going to sound stupid. You know what I mean? So I think it's natural that they go in that direction, but I also think it's going to suck because you're going to have a bunch of guys making videos saying, well, on the Arcade One Up podcast show, they said this. You know what I mean? And then we all look like jackasses piggybacking off of them. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
I think that's where we got to interject our personalities, our experience, our...
We always make speculation videos about next year's Super Bowl, about what's going to be released.
Ooh. Shaq's going to be there, and he's going to...
Yeah.
The art of the speculation video will never go away. So it just depends on how deeply you like or want to talk about said particular product. So, you know, if it's a hype topic or cab, who's gonna stop anybody from making a video about it?
And I think you raised a really good point. Some of the fun, some of the content, probably maybe even half, is going to be the speculation, the what ifs. Arcade One Up can't do that because they are the source, so they can't say, "Hey, what if?" And it can't be a show where everybody just asks for a game and they say no, or they won't even say no. They'll say, "Well, we'll think about it." They need to have something for people to chew on, you know. So and I don't know if that's something they can do weekly, maybe monthly. I don't know.
All right, let me make sure I say goodnight to the folks first, and I'll come back if I can.
Oh, okay. B may be in trouble.
He'll be fine.
Or you know, possibly divorced.
Mrs. Concerus is amazing.
She's pretty awesome. And you know what else is awesome? Antacids that really come in and save the day. And nothing beats 12 hours of traveling with Tums.
Stringer.
It's the greatest marriage. Tums and the track mode.
You know, you ignored his question, but I think Zohar deserves an answer. So does everyone who's here, all 90 people this late at night.
What's the question? Which one?
Fox, how did you meet up with Justin Console Kits? Was that just random?
Was it?
I don't think this mandate was random at all. I think you have some explaining to do.
Okay, let's be 100%. Let's be frank. I mean, you be P-dubs and I'll be Frank.
Okay, Frank.
I travel a lot for work, and I know roughly where these guys live as far as like states. So if I'm going to travel in that area, I'll reach out to them and say, "Hey, I'm going to be here. Is that close to you? What are you doing? You want to meet up if possible?" With Justin, I was going to Minnesota, coming back through Iowa. He lives in Iowa. So we touched base, we went back and forth, and it just happened to work out perfectly. I kind of stopped on the way home, and he was like, "Hey, there's a cool Chinese place." I'm like, "Let's do it." And it was just, you got to try to make effort where you can. And I was lucky enough to hang out with him. So it was, but no, it was not random. We planned it.
What was it like meeting him? He's taller than you would think he is in real life.
Yes. He's probably,
he's what, 6'1"?
No,
he's taller than me. I'm 5'11". He's taller than me. I met him at CES. I think he's like 6'1".
No, because I'm 6'1", and he was a couple inches shorter. I think.
Then why was he taller than me?
Shoes?
Maybe he was. You know what? He was wearing the lifts again.
Not again. I hate it when he does that.
He was wearing the lifts.
Well,
oh my god.
Hopefully he's come back unscathed.
Yeah, they're all passed out. So
Ah, you're good. You're golden.
Yeah.
You're in the clear. So yeah, so no, me and Justin planned to meet up. We called, we texted a couple times, and then it was cool. It's cool. Hopefully we get to meet all of you guys.
You guys called into the Super Game Room dudes that night, and Justin had terrible cell phone signal.
It was really bad. Yeah,
we had no idea what you guys were saying, but when he turned the camera and you were hiding in the background and made your appearance, that surprised a lot of people. I think a lot of people enjoyed that. That was
fun. It was fun, and it's great to meet. I will say it's a little weird when you always interact with somebody on this, the screen, on the other side of the camera, to see them face to face, and it's really cool. And Justin is pretty much the guy you see on camera. He's very, very cool, very personable, very kind, and we both like ramen a lot. It was really good. It was really
good. That was last Friday, right? That was last week on SGRD?
Yeah, it was last week. Yep.
I think I missed when you made the cameo because I was like in and out still at Comic-Con. And then when you guys did the call, I was driving back home. And then I was just like, what is this random like Facebook call?
What is going on?
It was cool to see you guys. Definitely.
It was definitely fun. Yeah. Been a busy couple weeks for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cool Toy. When I met Cool Toy at CES, he was also a lot taller than I thought he was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a tall guy, 6'2" or something. Very tall guy.
Wait, how tall are you guys?
I'm 5'11".
I'm 6'1".
Cool Toy's got to be.
Are you really 5'11"?
Yeah.
If I sit next to you? Okay, I'm 5'10". Oh, damn it.
Yeah, I'm taller than you, B. Accept it. Accept it. But Cool Toy, although he works out and he goes to karate and stuff, like he's a lot skinnier in person than you think. Like I thought he was going to be like really jacked when I saw him, but he's like 19K Fox size. Whereas whereas like I'm a fatty,
So minus his karate skills, I could take him.
I think it would be a close fight. No, actually no. Cool Toy will kill you. He's been practicing.
Yeah, he's been. Yeah.
I have a funny story about being 5'10". Yeah. Back when in Disneyland, when they opened up Star Wars Land, they were hiring stormtroopers to be like walking around, and they had open auditions to be a stormtrooper, and the requirement was you had to be between 5'10" and 6 foot tall to be able to like fit in the. You have to be an exact type of build to be a stormtrooper, right? Those are like the minimum requirements, and then from there it depends on how your acting skills. So they hosted open auditions. I was like, that'd be cool to just like audition and see. And so you go there, there's a line of people outside to like go into the casting room to be a stormtrooper. And the first thing they do, because you have all these people that are there with different body types thinking that they're going to be able to do it, they like put you to this little stand to check your height. And then they have this guy that looks at you and says, you're not the right like fit. And so like if you make the first cut, then you go to the next round. So it's just like stand under here, measure your height, and then you go to the next. So finally, like I'm getting close to there. I see the people in front of me. They're like, oh, you're not you're not tall enough. You're not the right build type. And I get that. I'm like super confident because I'm like, I'm 5'10". I'm the right build type. And they're like, you're not 5'10". You don't meet the height requirement. And I'm like, I'm not 5. It says 5'10" on my license. Yeah. And then I take a picture afterwards that says, I was a little too short to be a stormtrooper. Aren't you a little too short to be a stormtrooper?
Like Leia.
So was Luke. So you're in good company.
Too short to be a stormtrooper, but I'm like, I'm 5'10". Damn it! It's on my license. Like,
how dare you?
That I didn't make the first cut to be a stormtrooper.
Yeah.
Stringer, if I'm ever down in Atlanta, I will definitely hook. I will call you. I will not venture into your basement till I know it's safe. So that's
he has a badass basement though. So I vouch for how amazing.
Look at what Seth wrote. Stringer, that sounds murdery.
That's what I was worried. I was worried about the murdery-ish implications. And we got a $5 super chat from Hamburger Help Her, who says 19K Fox multiple times.
No, you got to say it. He wants you to read it.
19K Fox, 19K. We'll get back to that. Yeah,
say that.
I've got 6 more hours.
Console Fanboy wants to know why. I mean, it's really late at night to think this hard, but he wrote, why do you think Time Crisis is the most expensive cab?
Oh, I'm on record.
Who said it was the most expensive cab?
Gamefly did.
How much did they say? $7.99?
Dude, $7.99.
I'm out.
Well, okay, so I've got this whole theory. Okay, so I'm thinking a couple weeks ago I went through this. So this is the year, according to David McIntosh. B, you were standing right next to him when he said this. This is the year of the XL. next year's probably going to be the year of Pro. That's what he said, because Pro's been delayed. We got a $799 cab, the most expensive upright cabinet ever, excluding other stuff, excluding infinite game tables.
Most expensive arcade one-up.
Most expensive arcade one-up.
Right.
I think that Time Crisis is going to be either an XL or a Pro. And my theory was one of two. If it's an XL, it's coming out this year, and it's one of the two biggies, which means Marvel vs. Capcom isn't going to happen. Or it's a Pro, which means it's going to be delayed till next year. So the two biggies are NFL Blitz and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. That's my theory.
Pretty good theory.
It's a single player cab, so it's,
Would it be single player though? I still think. I mean, the original cab was single player, but I still think it'll have two guns on it, even though it's going to be Theme Time Crisis.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
But so how do we justify that cost though? Even T2 was $699. Where's that other $100 come from?
Yeah.
Is it just the pedal? I mean, I don't know.
Light gun build, I mean, for the cabs itself, it is a different type of solenoid than the T2 solenoid, right? And I was really curious when you guys opened it up. It was like that spinning click clack.
It's just a little motor,
it's a little motor spinning that goes clack 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 clack. Versus, are they gonna replicate a traditional Namco gun? Maybe the top part doesn't move, but it's an actual traditional solenoid that fires that you click it. So it's almost like a solenoid aim track or solenoid Sinden like gun. So I think that technology with extra solenoid, even though it's not super expensive, that could be added up to the cost for it. It would be amazing if they actually did like the actual clack clack with the moving top.
That's where my head was at. Yeah.
But I mean, I wouldn't recoil that any longevity based on the plastic on Big Buck and the T2 guns. Like I wouldn't trust any.
I worry about the pedal. Arcade One Up likes to reuse existing molds, right? Like Ridge Racer and Outrun have the same pedals set up. All they did was put a better spring in the Ridge Racer cabinet. If they use the same kind of like base and maybe just one pedal with the same string, can you imagine that just made out of that cheap flimsy plastic? You know what I mean? Like, dude, people are going to go nuts. Like, I paid $800 for this. So I think provided they make the guns not sound like bicycle tires, like when you put a baseball card in a bicycle
good start.
Tire.
Yeah.
And provided they put a good pedal in, I think Time Crisis could be awesome. If they don't do maximum effort on those two things, I think people are going to tear that cabinet apart to pieces.
So the design of a Time Crisis pedal is not like, it doesn't need the full analog range.
Right.
It's just a button.
It's digital.
It's a digital, just click and then press up and down. So it doesn't need that range. So they probably, I think it would be, if I were them, it would be a new design. I wouldn't use the race pedal. So. It doesn't make sense to use an analog pod to do that.
I'm saying like they might use the same base, and instead of having like
have it still click
and then just have one big pedal on there versus the two. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like they like to reuse the same molds, is what I'm trying to say. So,
yeah.
Provided they come up with something completely new for that, I think it'll be okay. So
yeah. There's a lot of molding on that original cabinet too, right? In terms of
I mean, it was very, the top was very,
like plastic form,
not ornate, but sort of rounded, sort of not fiberglass, but like the plastic molding curved, and then the way it jutted out in the front, it was really just sort of, they're gonna have to mimic that. But I was thinking the same thing. It's a switch. It's not really, you don't need a potentiometer. You don't need the full analog range.
Yeah.
So
any short pedal.
It could be stiffer, but to your point, P-Dubs, they tend to reuse stuff. So I could see just basically like two pads, but the brake pedals, and maybe that's where that extra cost is going to come from. They're each going to have their own foot pedal. So
you think they're going to have two?
No.
If it's a 2-player cab.
Yeah, well, I mean, because with only the game that would require it would be Time Crisis 1. So I think one pedal, still two guns. It could be even as a small pedal, like one of those like the PC pedals that you buy where it's really really small, right? Because the
Yeah.
real Time Crisis pedal is like a square base or
Yeah,
rectangle.
it's pretty big. Yeah.
So I mean that would make the most sense. But I think one pedal, two guns, you'll get pink and blue, which would be fun. That's like Namco pink and blue guns.
Yeah.
You can rock either one. The other reported games on that list were Point Blank 1 and 2, and then the Steel Gunner games.
Steel Gunners, yeah.
Those are the Namco games. And I would love a Point Blank theme cab more than I would a Time Crisis. But yeah, having the pink and blue guns will be fun playing Point Blank. Honestly, that'll be like pretty fun.
And I think you gotta imagine $100 price increase. You gotta hope maybe that we're gonna get that 19-inch monitor.
Yeah, bigger screen for that.
I think
please, if it's on a riser, use the large riser. Use
the
big buck height was just
the 15-inch riser,
the 15-inch
versus
riser.
the 12. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, agreed.
100%.
T2 has the larger one, right? It's the bigger one, or no?
T2 is deeper. It's not. I think it's the same 12, but the body is so much taller.
It still makes it higher.
It makes it higher, but it's deeper. It's really the whole cab. The footprint is different. It's a rectangle versus a square.
Oh, really?
Let me ask you something. A lot of these more premium cabinets that are 3 inches taller than a traditional 3/4 scale arcade one up on a riser. They're doing these side panel extensions.
Yes.
Instead of just giving us a 15-inch riser instead of a 12-inch riser.
Yeah.
Is it because they have to find a way to get all the shit to fit into a box? Like that's honestly what I'm thinking, because who in their right mind would be like, okay, we want this cabinet to be 3 inches taller than usual.
Yeah.
Let's give them a 12-inch riser plus some extension side panels that they have to bolt on. Who in their right mind comes up with that idea versus saying, let's give them a 15-inch riser, same size cabinet? The only thing I can think of is they need to make sure all the parts fit into a particular box. That's the only thing I can think of.
You might be onto something, because every box design and how they're packaging it has like been a step up in terms of how they get it to, like that design puzzle process and the extra little foam they put in for the rounded edges and things to really fit. You might be onto something in terms of why to make sure it fits in the box correctly. Because let's think of that's the magic number, 48 inches, right? And then that and it can, like, the width wise has been, it's interesting. Some cabs like are really big, long, some are short. The ones that come with the stool inside of it is another type of thing as well versus not. But that, I think you're probably right. I think it has to do with how it fits into the box.
They're like, we can't fit a 15-inch riser in this box. Give them some side panels.
Get some side panels.
Get those little 2-inch side panels and bring them over here.
Oh, Dragon's Lair would have just been so perfect if it was just on that riser. Because now I have the riser extension, which I like, but now it has like this black bar above the dirt graphics. So I got to figure out how to like blend that or do something.
I gotta say this, Fox and B, is Fox. We are 5 hours and 20 minutes into your marathon event.
That's right. I keep doing that.
How many people will know that if they fast forward 4 hours in, they'll get a full podcast episode?
I hope that everyone
buried in the attract mode video.
In all this goofiness, we're actually had some real conversation.
But it is 1:30 a.m. here. I need to go to bed,
guys.
I'm an old man, so I'm gonna take off. Thank you so much for inviting me on, guys.
Thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it.
You guys are awesome. Do me a favor, subscribe to B, subscribe to Fox. These guys are two of my favorite YouTubers. Make sure you give them a thumbs up on your way out. I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll talk to you guys like tomorrow.
Sleep well. Sleep well, my friends.
Later, my friends. Later, everybody.
Now I can spill all the secrets just to Fox and not to us. So.
You jerk.
Kidding.
I think so. It's a funny question, because to get the height, you could go about it a couple different ways. You extend the side panels, which is probably cheaper if you're just talking about wood, but they have those metal brackets and additional hardware.
The stupidest thing was on MK30th, where the side panel extension was literally like 3 inches.
That much.
And then it could have been a riser instead. So
it would have looked better with the riser.
Funny thing is, though, with that MK30th mold, it is becoming the new standard for cabinet designs, especially like fighting cab designs. right? I mean, the MK30th came out, and then we had the Leoga Legacies. I would not be surprised if I saw other future fighting game cabinets coming out in that form factor. Let's just say that.
I wouldn't be surprised either. And I gotta say, I wanted more authentic, I guess, when it comes to the Capcom side of things, but it's a little harder to nail that Capcom size and shape down because they were sort of in a lot of cabinets. The Midway, I think that this is the most comfortable control panel that I've played on from RK1-Up. So I'm not mad at it.
Not mad at it. And I think even though we see it, for those that are in the know, as more of a traditional Midway shape cab.
Yep.
I think that's like because it first came out and debuted with a Midway Legacy. That was the thing. But I think in their mind, and I think John has said this, that is the traditional looking arcade machine that people would see and recognize that as their new standard form factor for other stuff. So I could see that just being like if you went to what is that Micro Center and you bought like a generic shaped arcade cabinet, it might look something like that, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, I would not be surprised if you saw other form factors or other cabinets using that.
I'm not going to be mad at it. It's better than that first generation Legacy. The wings and the weird control panel and all that. And we look at what we have now, which is kind of an evolution of really Big Blue, a little bit of Killer Instinct in there. It's just, it's really comfortable. And the marquee's gorgeous. And once we get a BOE monitor in there, we're not going to have that much to complain about left. It's kind of awesome.
With the BOEs, because it's the same frame. Right, it's just a slightly shorter monitor.
It's exactly the same frame. You're just going to have a gap.
Nothing about the shape is going to change whether you put that monitor in it.
Nothing at all. The bezel, they'll tighten it up a little bit.
Were you surprised when you put it in, like how the side panels were just like aesthetic and not actually part of the control panel? Like the control panel, that little portion on the side.
It just had like they look like add-ons, like little sticky things. I thought, I think probably like you, that it was going to maybe jut out a little bit. But when they were just sort of stuck on the sides, it's like, it's a little disappointing.
And you just like dropped the regular control panel into that slot.
Exactly. We just
they faked us. It's still the same control panel, but it's just
the
now
same damn thing.
It's actually kind of genius. I really did enjoy building that cabinet for the first time.
I tell you what, I really did. I really did. I was really happy. I was really surprised. I'm not a huge Mortal Kombat fan, but I liked the look. I had to have it because it was the first one of this style. And it's so comfortable. I really enjoy gaming on it. So it's this is I can't give them a hard time about it. And if they settle on this as more of a traditional style,
shark fin, it's going to be their standard for a lot of things that could use that cab shape. And their theory, I mean, I know they're trying to get to more traditional cab shape for stuff, but as they start getting into more of the modern console things, go look at Marvel vs. Capcom 2, for example. What does a standard Marvel vs. Capcom 2 cabinet look like?
Exactly.
You don't have a standard shape.
It's all over the place.
It's all over the place. It's whatever it could be back. Could be in a Z back. Could be in Midway. I probably most saw MBC2s in those showroom style ones where it's like the big screen and then like the pedestal. Like that's
separated.
My memory of playing MBC2 the most when it first came out, like in a lot of different places. But yeah, there's no standard like for side art. Just the marquee, just like maybe the control panel with some of the stuff. That's it. So I think, for some of these other games, and there's probably not a lot of traditional standard cabs that we would look at.
It's because it is kind of funny. Like the games I gravitate towards are going to be 90s, but the 80s had all the unique cab designs and styles and shapes and weird functionality and all that. So there's something to be said about the two. But yeah, I think you're right. I picked up my cab. It's a Dynamo, it's an HS5, and they put everything in it as part of my little video. I showed all these different games that were in there. It was just like in the 90s, we kind of lost some of that, and it became just sort of
reskin stuff and their kits to put into what you can. I mean, Cab Operators. You talked about the Candy Cab era. Right? That's when stuff was coming out for that, which was just the marquee and then the control panel, and that's it. That's all you got. And then it was up to folks to really decorate it and make it look nicer. So if a MVC II came out, what do you think and speculate would be on the side art then? You think it would be just the logo? You think they'd go custom artwork like Yoga Flame stuff? What do you think would be on a VC2 cabinet? Knowing that there's no traditional side art for it.
And because there's no traditional side art, I'm not going to get my feelings hurt. I didn't really, the artwork on the Yoga Flame, the Shinku Hadouken didn't really bother me. It was more the lack of T molding on the blue. I think it really would have, or well, I say T molding, the edge banding, whatever it is. That really could have set it off. So I mean, Marvel vs. Capcom 1 has unique side art. Could we see something like that? A lot of the characters, if it's all black with just a simple, like the poster sort of, what sort of stuck in the middle, I wouldn't be mad at that. That's kind of what we've seen before. But then again, if you're buying this thing, you want it to have some personality. So I don't mind if they take some liberties. I don't mind if it's in this, this new midway shape, RK1-up shape, whatever you want to call it. But I just want the game. I just want the game. Traditional marquee, give me the game. You can do your stuff on the side. That's fine, whatever. But yeah, give me the game.
So here's the other question about that cabinet then, since we're speculating and things. What else would be on the cabinet, game list wise?
Okay, so what do? You've already got a Marvel vs. Capcom cabinet, but is it safe to say it's not really sold out, but it's getting really, really hard to find. Maybe that has run its course. So you just kind of put that on there as another game. I mean, it fits, it's fine. We've seen it before. It would be more of a complete collection, maybe having all the verses on there. Do you maybe sneak a Street Fighter Alpha in there just to change it up? One of those games, just to have something different. I mean, do you just have MVC2 on it and that's it? Is that cab going to sell?
That's my big question, honestly, in terms of what else are they going to put on. I think it's a marquee title enough to probably be a solo, because you think about all the license holders in that game for characters, and you know how they don't like license sharing. Characters and mixing and matching, things like that. I mean, probably you could have the older Marvel vs. Capcom game on there. Or anything in that series,
and it would be fine.
But that makes me hope that then if they did that, it would expand that obviously community. We get more players on the MVC cab, which I hope so. I hope they would put at least MVC 1 on there too. Like if it was just those two games, I would be happy. It's just the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 cabinet with those two games. I would be happy with just those two, and the lobby system that can work with those two games
wouldn't be bad.
Beautiful. Wouldn't be bad. And I mean, like they all make sense because it's like I keep looking at your track mode in the background for Marvel vs. Capcom. You have it there. You need to be on the cab more. It's still my number one favorite game of all time.
I love it. Yeah, I play it. Just the lobbies are dead, but I don't know. That doesn't bother me. I had so much fun. I mean, and really, I don't know about you, but it was Dreamcast really for me with MVC2. That me and my brother just played the hell out of it, but it's, and for those you don't know, I mean, I'm sure everybody in the chat does, but you get 56 characters with MVC2. If that was the only game on there, you're going to play every character you could have played on all the other games because they all came back. Slightly different tweaks and play styles, but you could also unlock different colors and everything. Not different skins, but different colors of their costumes. So there's a lot there. There's a lot there.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Do you think they're going to get all the cabs? I mean, all the characters? Think they would
I think you have to. Now we gotta ask ourselves this question: why couldn't they? You want me to share this?
Look at it.
Oh, look at this beautiful thing.
This is a Fightcade version of it, so you should be able to.
Capcom presents. I don't think, and I know maybe we're getting conflicting messages, but why would licensing be a problem? We have literally gotten all these characters on games before from RK1-up. Marvel vs. Capcom 1, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel Superheroes, Children of the Atom, all of them. We've already got them all. So I think it's
The
going to be
other
the
characters
technical
though, like
limitations.
that actually might have the most issues. Or do you remember there's some characters that have the naming rights that aren't still there anymore? So this character, Shumagarath.
Yes.
This is an example of one where in the new, did you see the Doctor Strange?
Oh yeah, he's in it.
Yeah,
Or,
but they
or
didn't call him
this is in
Shumagarath.
it, yeah.
They called him something else. Like there's a new character name, so they might have to change the name of a character or something like that if they don't have Shumagarath. I think he's the only one that would be something they might have to change. But like this roster is
insane.
yeah, I think everybody else, I don't think there's going to be any issues with having them on.
And a lot of these characters weren't playable in other games. They showed up as assist characters, but they weren't actual characters you could play as.
Serapbot, roll, good stuff. It's so good.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a fun. Who's your main? Who's your 3?
So I love the beam type. So I would do Cable, and I would do Ryu. I'm sorry, not Ryu. Yeah, Ryu, and then I would do Cyclops.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, but I had a lot of fun with Wolverine. Just because I just love his moveset. It's really fun. So I would sneak in Wolverine from time to time.
Yeah, it's good stuff. All right, I'm not gonna play because it's too late. I'm like, I can't. Those are my,
Look at
my names, but if we can get on, that'd be fun. So yeah, just wanted to show what would be on the cab as we speculate as things get closer to
Evo
to Evo, countdown. But everything else that's coming out soon this year, like 2 big announcements, what Dave McIntosh would say, right? I think it comes down to what you might be able to see on the gameplay list. I really do. I really think there could be something there.
I mean, I think that it's it could go either way, but like you said earlier, I mean, this list has been spot on the whole damn time. I mean, everything has come to fruition. So
the last 3 are the ones.
The last 3. And I go back and forth. I mean, maybe because I don't want to fool myself, but Marvel vs. Capcom 2 would be amazing. Is it really going to happen? Is that truly the banger? I think it has to be. Look at the price. It's not just, if it was another version of Marvel vs. Capcom 1, it would be $4.99, like the Legacy cabs, I think, because it's been out long enough, right? It wouldn't be $100 more. I mean, maybe if they added anti-fatigue mat, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So I hope that's the case.
All the other prices were spot on too.
So far, we haven't seen one deviation. Even the collector cade's at $99.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat was $500.
Yep.
The swivel stools for $170.
Yeah, I think that that was that. They were $199 on the Canadian website, I believe.
Really?
Yep, but $169.
So all those swivel stools came out?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess the date had already passed for those.
The dates have been the only thing that's slightly varied. I think Shack Jam was announced way early, but it's probably in line to come out mid-August.
Yeah.
So that's
and then
that's
the SST Champion Turbo Legacy are the Yoga Flame cabs.
That's the right, exactly. That's the Yoga Flame. That's your Shinku Hadouken. Yeah. So
I don't see any reason not to believe that that's the roadmap. I think at the time those even came up, there was like rush to get those down. And so that just tells you that that's at least the roadmap. What will be on the cabs? Still TBD. Who knows?
Punisher.
You'll
have Marvel vs. Capcom 2. You won't have the first one, but you'll have Punisher. That'd be awesome.
Funny. All right. Console Fanboy asked about the Blitz having the same shape too. Did you do a Blitz video?
I did a Blitz video. Oh yeah. I think no, I didn't do a separate video. I talked about it on my Sunday show.
On your Sunday show?
Yeah, and I'm thinking it's going to be the midway shape 4-player control panel, which they could really, if you just continue that plane just straight out, keep the angle and everything. You just have to worry about a couple more pieces, and those little side pieces that we just sort of stuck to the side, those would extend out and become the far left and the far right.
Yeah.
But I think it wouldn't be like the 3rd gen where it just sort of sits on the the plastic thing just sort of sits on the 2 side panels. I think it would actually be wooden panels, bottom and side. That's what I'm thinking.
Do you think from that original or that Dion leak, did it look like a different shape cabinet, or was it like the Konami form factor.
I don't think it looks like the Konami
Yeah, it
cabs
looks
at all.
different.
I think it looks like the
different.
Midway. I think it looks
Okay.
Midway. Yeah, I really
Okay.
think so.
Okay, interesting.
What were your thoughts? What did you think?
Yeah, I really haven't done much speculation on it. Some things that one, like as a Blitz fan, I didn't have nostalgia playing it often. That's weird. Like I played a lot of fighting games. I never got into sports games. So even though I played NBA Jam, I played NBA Jam more on the SNES than I did in the arcade, right? And so I don't have an NBA Jam. I'm a huge NBA fan, a huge NFL fan to some degree. But yeah, since I'm not like huge nostalgic for it, it's like I feel weird making content on it if like I don't know.
No, I think it's if you don't have a passion for it, you shouldn't feel compelled to talk about it.
Yeah. But here you're looking at this as a new cab shape that we haven't had, or you think it'll be the MK30th?
I think it's the MK30th just with a wider control deck.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking. And of course, I guess it's still possible this could be a 2-player version, but I think that's highly unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
I just lean towards. I mean, the majority of their cabinets are 4 players. So
yeah, this is your slide that you made for your show.
This is one of my
your
slides.
Yeah.
My slides. We had some confusion as far as logos on the marquee.
Yeah.
And they said there's no NFL logo. I said, well, usually you don't have Midway branding at all on anything. And if you look at the image, it's actually reversed. So what you're looking for is actually going to be on the right side behind his head. As far as the player logos, the NFL logos. So what you would have on the left would be Midway, but for whatever reason, we don't seem to get any Midway branding on anything. So that would explain the marquee.
Yeah, got it.
That was
you did a lot of sleuthing there.
I did.
That's good stuff, man. And so,
a lot of speculation.
The fun thing in a 12-hour stream buried about halfway through is that we can talk about random things that, I may not or may not have seen. And, you might get some insight to some stuff. So
you
can
never know.
neither confirm nor deny that I have seen some things, but you're not far off, my friend. You're not far off.
Well, that's good to hear. It's encouraging. Like to hear other people speculate about what they may or may not have seen. It's pretty awesome.
I foresee coin doors in the future.
Oh, we have to have coin doors. They have to bring that. Yeah, they have to keep that going.
So I think you're not far off. I think what excites me about the cabinet is actually the people talking about the control scheme, right? Because it uses in the arcade a 49-way joystick. And now at being still, like I said, still new to learning all the intricacies of controls and arcade stuff. So I don't know what I don't know. I don't know even how a 49-way joystick works. Like, is it optical stick that has a disc inside and then it registers that each movement in 49-way? Do you know how a real 49-way joystick works?
All I've seen is the graph that shows the numbers and the ways that it can be 49-way, but I've never taken one apart, so I don't know exactly what's going on inside.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a series of restrictors, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense. I tend to think it would be. I don't know. I can't really comment on it too much without really cracking one open. So.
Yeah. And that's part of my curiosity in terms of like if that's what they're waiting for and what they're trying to look to do, that could be interesting, right? If they really wanted to try to make it arcade accurate or just play it on a regular 8-way, are they going to spend the time doing 49-way joysticks and controls? And I think this is a marquee title for them to invest in and make it right. They're going to have that partnership with the NFL to do something like that. I think they want to make sure that they get it right. So it's all analog. Is that what Ralph is saying? Yeah, it's optical. I know that much. So I'm really curious to like bust it open. If I do get one, I would be more curious about
absolutely
what they'd be putting into the controls to see how that works and then how well it continues to work.
And I'm bringing up some images. What are we looking at here?
Like what is the, and I know there's other games that definitely use a 49-way joystick. Like, I think Robotron is another game, or Sinistar that uses that level of 49-way sticks. Are you trying to like look up what it looks like?
This is what I'm finding here.
Yeah, that's the Suzo Hap one. That's $180 49-way joystick.
This looks like the board inside.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got resistors. You've got what looks like, what is that?
Go to that one that's a
contact
circle
tips?
disc down there, the terminal.
This one here?
Yeah.
That's the grommet.
Oh, it's a grommet. Oh, okay.
Right there, yeah.
I wonder if it's like
just a grommet.
It's way more complicated than 49
I
flavors.
think so. I don't think it's quite as simple as what we thought. It's
yeah. I mean, 49 ways on a joystick. Who knows if that's like how accurate you need to be to play the game. I feel like if I played the game, it would I would remember playing it somewhat. I don't have nostalgia for playing the game, so it's kind of weird to like do content on it. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of those games where you just it's like the sports games, they tend to be super not user friendly, but just a simple, quick play. Just anybody can walk up, throw $1 in there, play for a little bit.
I was traumatized by sports games because my brother would really like sports games and he would always beat me. So then I could just play sports games. So that could be the reason why. But would I buy Blitz in my collection? I don't know. I think a four-player deck is also one of those things that is a space suck for things too.
Yeah, that's right.
And if I was gonna pick one of the two in terms of franchises, like I'm way more of an NBA fan in general than an NFL fan. So I actually like, even though it's a marquee title that's probably bound to come out, I don't know if it's a cab I would pick up, honestly. So it's definitely on I would probably pick it up for the hype more than like wanting the cab. So it's like talking myself out of buying it versus like wanting to buy it. So I don't know. Is it on your buy list? Would you buy it?
It's on my buy list. I want to get that. I want to get the last 3.
All 3 of those?
Oh yeah, all 3 of them
on the gameplay list.
I've been disciplined. I've been proud of myself. I haven't jumped on other bandwagons. I haven't, or not bandwagons, just legitimate awesome cabs that I probably should have bought, but I didn't because I'm waiting for these official announcements to come out so I can plan my budget because they're not cheap. Neither one of them are cheap, or none of the 3. But I think I want to get all 3. I really do. Could be a crazy Christmas.
NBC2 obviously would be on my buy list out of all of those. And then Time Crisis is actually one that I'm really torn about. Like the price isn't an issue for me. It's more of like I have now been spoiled by having real Namco guns in my mod along with the real pedal. And could I go back to whatever version that they come out with that is obviously not going to be the same arcade quality?
It's not. It's not. So what do? Do you check it? Do you get it just for the curiosity of it to see how they pull it off? I mean,
either that or then I mod it. Like that's a lot of money to like then just mod it with the real guns and the things too, just for the shape of the cabinet and things. Because I definitely have more nostalgia for Time Crisis than I do. Big Buck was purely out of curiosity. Purely out of like, it's their first shooting cabinet. I'm gonna buy it to check it out.
It's fairly new. I mean, as far as when it came out. Yep.
And then it got me to get Mrs. Kong's Us to make content with me. So I have like other nostalgia for the arcade 1-up cabinet and just sentimental value towards it than as a shooting cab. But I would rather have the Time Crisis cab or something else as my main shooter cab if I was going to do a mod for something. My other plan that I was working on with Bobby Vu was the Game Room Solutions guys had a generic shooter cabinet design.
Yeah.
And I had been working with him on making my own point blank cab. I had bought all my Time Crisis guns to make that cabinet, and we just never finished it. And it's in his place, and he says he's going to help me finish it at some point in time. But then I have my point blank cab with the guns, and then I'm like, do I need the Time Crisis arcade 1-up version if I'm going to have these other ones? And like I have my other mod. Like I don't know. I'm really, really, really torn.
No, I'm 100% with you. I get it because I like the Shinku Hadouken, the Capcom Legacy. I'm not going to get it because of my mod, of my Alien vs. Predator mod. I've got 16 games on it. I have almost all those games on that cab. So it's like, okay, I want it, but I'm trying to wait. So that's an easy way to kind of justify not getting it, is because I can already play those games in the same form factor. Not exactly the same, but very similar.
You have a Big Blue?
I have a Big Blue, yep.
You have a Big Blue. At least you can play online Street Fighter if you want.
Yeah, I can still do that. I can still join in that way.
I was on the fence about the Shinku Hadouken one. If I was going to order one of the two, I would have ordered that one just to have a Super Street Fighter 2 kind of cabinet.
Yeah.
But
Control
my
panel
row
looks
of
great.
fighters, yeah, I didn't see the demand for needing one. I think if Time Crisis in the future goes on its eventual sale, like around 500 or under, I think I'll pick it up. Like I picked up a T2 on the recent sale that like we just had those $400 deals. I didn't want a T2 at all, but I was like, it's $400. Like
You got to do it at 400. Yeah.
It'll look fun in my arcade collection. And I was buying it for the concept of like, it'll be easy for somebody to pick up and just play. I don't have to like walk them through, because I could play T2 on my current cab, but they have to pull out the TV, pull out the guns, turn it on, press everything,
plug everything in,
like,
make sure it's calibrated.
How to get to the point where I feel like it's post COVID is almost here, where I can like invite people to my arcade, but I haven't had friends enjoy my home arcade except for me and my kids. So how about you? Have you had friends over enjoy your home arcade yet?
Extended family.
Yeah.
So but that's really about it. It's the friends. I travel a lot, so I don't have a lot of friends that are in this arcade space. They'll come over, they'll check it out. They think it's cool, but they don't spend a lot of time playing it. So that's where the sports games kind of come in. The super casuals, they can just walk out to that,
jump into it. So that's why Golden Tee sports games for you guys, it's good in your market. I had the original Golden Tee for I think like 3 months, and like nobody played it. Like I even tried to get my dad into it or somebody like, hey, look, it's a golf game. Like nobody played it, so it went on my chopping block. And I was like, oh, everybody says it's such a great game, and like I tried to get into it too myself, but couldn't do it. Not a sports game fan.
I'll tell you what, bowling saves that new cabinet, because because it's like, well, you have to like pack a lunch if you're going to play golf. I mean, it's 18 holes, you know. It's like
casually you can play like 10 frames pretty easily.
Bowling, you could play regulation, you could play flash, you know, just go in there. Just
one of the reasons why I bought the Simpsons cab, so I can play Simpsons bowling really easily. Because I like that version of the bowling game, and I bought it with the intention mostly. I think I would be playing Simpsons bowling more than anything. Problem is, I never built it because I didn't have the space for it. And then, funny enough, I guess I can say it. I quote unquote like donated it to the brewery for them to promote the event ahead of time. So I went a couple of days ahead of time and built my Simpsons cab there on site, so they can like have it there to promote the event, even though they didn't have any Simpsons cab on sale. And I just thought to myself like, oh, that's my local brewery. So if I ever wanted to go and play it, I can see it there and play it and just like leave it there. But I essentially like left it out of my house. I was like, oh, I'm letting it go for the sake of that and whatever. But then I went back to the brewery today for the first time since the event. And we also left a Turtles in Time cabinet there. So they have Simpsons, Turtles in Time.
Oh, nice.
And then we gave 2 head-to-heads to them as well that I think they're going to move to different places. But they still had Turtles in Time and Simpsons. I was like, I'm curious, like 2 weeks later, like how are those cabs doing? So I went to go look at the control panels for them. And it's a brewery, right? So it already has like beer stains underneath the plexi, and I'm like,
that's not good.
I don't think these are meant for commercial use, especially in a brewery where people are getting all crazy with stuff. And I was looking at the control panel. I was like, I don't think I would want to take this cabinet back home at this point. It's really
this is why the originals were built so beefy like that, because of those issues.
So gross to see that. I was like, oh, that yellow stain under the plexi does not look good, and they're not taking care of it. They're not operators, right? So if anything,
they're just whatever.
Whatever. So
it's just there. It was free. It was there for the kids. Whatever.
I think that they had a good time though. At least we brought in a good amount of additional revenue compared to their traditional Saturday. So it was good business for them. We added some stuff. So I could foresee potentially doing future stuff there, because their warehouse ain't going nowhere. It's still here. So hopefully we can make it an annual thing, and every year there could be some fire sales. So I do know that they were very happy with the turnout, even with the number of reservations. You kind of knew on the back end, but like there was thousands of reservations. So like it showed the demand for a simple type of sale like this, direct to consumer, could be very successful in terms of their model to move product, do something good. Another.
It's to you and I in the community, it's a no-brainer. So but I can understand how some people may think, have a little apprehension. It's like, is the demand really there? You don't want to do this, and nobody shows up, or I don't think that was the problem, though, was it? They had plenty of demand, plenty of interest.
Have you ever had 1,000 people on your stream at one time? That was crazy.
Not before that. That was nuts. And the fact that we carried everybody from stream to stream to stream to stream. It was so cool.
It shows there's a lot of casuals that just want a good deal, right? They're like,
I think so.
Where's the link? That's all they're there for, right?
Show me the link. Show me the link. Exactly.
Show me the link. Yeah, it's hard to get 1,000 concurrent live, right? And
you kidding me?
Any topic, anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It was an event.
But it worked
really
out.
Cool.
It was fun to be part of.
You still got 80 people watching you at, what is it, 5 a.m. East Coast time?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, almost halfway there.
Are you drinking coffee? Are you doing anything?
Or? Oh yeah. Coffee, and I got some Coke. I'm doing the zero.
Okay.
I try to cut down on some of the sugar and all that, the calories, but it's got plenty of caffeine, so that's good.
So are you pulling an all-nighter to like really kind of do this and get it through, or were you planning on taking a nap? And
I'm taking breaks. They're not going to be really long, but they're going to be breaks. So so we'll just we'll sporadically I'm keeping them guessing. I don't want anybody to know, when I'm going to pop back on. So
Big Reese is so happy because this is prime time for him. It's 7 p.m. in Australia.
Yeah.
So he's like going on strong.
Awesome.
And AWOL 101 is a local to LA because he was at the event. He was one of the guys that went to the event, one of the first people there in line. So kudos for you being there early. But he also won one of the Tron cabinets, so he walked away with the Tron cabinet. So
that's awesome.
Mr. Sega is still in LA, so he's like, I can still stay up, so it's cool. For the I'm supposed to get up actually and play basketball in 6 hours at a local gym in Chinatown, but I might be calling it pretty soon. But
you might
hang out as long as I can. Unless there's anything else. Are you doing a giveaway? What are you giving away? Are you doing anything like special yet?
While you're here, you can be a part of the second giveaway. So the first giveaway, for those of you who weren't I know I actually have a X-Men versus Street Fighter PCB. The only problem with it was it doesn't send power to the lit marquee. But this thing was brand new, out of the box. I had an issue. They gave me a replacement. So I've been sitting on this forever. I tested it before the stream. It works. So we had Music Mike actually won that one. So he is the winner of that.
That's right.
Next up, let's do it. What the heck? We're 6 hours in. We got to do something. I got a couple things for the modders out there. These are brand new, not molested in any way, shape, or form. So this is the Geek Sales Countercade HDMI breakout for the version 3. So this is a 2-player. So if you've got a 2-player countercade and you want to mod this and have HDMI in
for the LCD,
this is the kit. This is for the LCD. Yep. These things are. I think you can get them, but I'm not sure. They kind of go in and out. This thing is sealed. I have not used this one. I got 2 kits from the beginning. So there's this, and as part of the same giveaway, I have an HDMI breakout board for the 5.4 monitors. So if you want to take your 5.4 monitor and mod it, have HDMI in, you can do that too. So it's a little bundle. What we got, if you're interested in this, you know the drill, or maybe you don't. Maybe you don't, because it's been like 4 hours since I did last time. I'm going to throw an image on the screen, and all you need to do is just type what it is. It might be a number, it might be letters, it might be a phrase. Just type it if you're interested in having these two, and I will ship these wherever. It's not just limited to the lower 48. Get ready. Get your fingers ready if you're awake. And
fastest
type
fingers.
This. First one that I see in the chat that types this, you get it. You get both these HDMI breakout boards, one for the 2-player version 3 countercade, and one for the 5.4 monitor of any arcade 1-up. First gen, second gen. Oh, we got some DXs. And DX, for those of you who don't know, that was the...
Come on, I said the right thing. Did I not?
This is what? Hold on. You typed the word "suck it."
Come on, man.
So that's not it. DX goes to Big Reese.
What?
He actually got it. He was the first one. I can't believe it. Good job. So Big Reese,
You gotta go international.
you know the drill. I need you to let me go ahead and throw the banner up real quick. Whenever you get time, today, I guess for you, tomorrow for me, whatever, email me at 19kfox1@gmail.com and give me some kind of a email address out there in the Australian tundra.
He says he doesn't want it. He wants to go to the second person.
He wants to go to the second person.
Yeah.
He wants to go to the second person because he's a gentleman and a scholar. Let me see.
Big Reese is good like that. He's a
give
good
to
dude.
the second. Give to the second. Fast on the trigger, but a gentleman nonetheless. We had somebody so close to Dio. No,
Ryan
I'm
K.
sorry. Unfortunately, I cannot give it to you because it was DX, and DX goes to Ryan K. Ryan K, you are the new winner of the HDMI breakout board. So all you got to do is just email me at 19kfox1@gmail.com. Shoot me some kind of an address somewhere, and I will send this to you this week for sure.
What does DX refer to now? Now I'm really curious. Is that Raiden?
You know it is.
What's that?
You know it is. You know it is.
Come on. I didn't know you were a DX fan because you had me on. I was like, all right, D-Generation X is my jam.
I'm throwing everybody off. Throwing everybody off. DX was the little expansion pack to Raiden 2. So it's like some people say it's a superior version. Some people prefer the original. I'm a purist. I like the original. But DX was definitely a step in the right direction, kind of improving on a great game. Have you tried to get your hands on any PCBs, original Raiden arcade PCBs?
I have not. That'd be fun. Like I think you and I, maybe we can just spend the next couple minutes, just really rallying in on the Raiden cab that needs to happen. It's such a sore missing spot in the home arcade space. So
it needs to happen.
If we can do a rallying campaign for that game list that you put together, it's the exact game list on my shoot 'em ups playlist, and it's a good one.
We're gonna have to do it. I'm gonna address this. Where is it? Oh, that was an image. Let me share it this way. Let me go over here, do this right here. And where is it?
Good night, Jay Reed. We lost another one, but it's all good.
Oh, thanks for hanging with us as long as you did. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Thanks, Sir Sega. Sir Sega's given us prizes too from his good stuff. So
thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Good man.
Let me go over here and I'm gonna find it this way. I'm gonna re-download it because I think I have to. Yeah, here it is. Here. And we will do this here. Give me just 1 second, everybody. I apologize. I'm not having this download in the appropriate.
Mike Hawkhertz, I completely agree. DX either means X-Pac or the Road Dog, Jesse James, or nothing to me. So let me do my best DX New Age Outlaws for you guys because it's always one of the best things that you do.
Do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, D-Generation X proudly presents its brand new tag team champions of the world, the Road Dog Jesse James, the badass Billy Gunn, the New Age Outlaws. And then you would say, and if you're not down with that, I got 2 words for you. Suck it.
Suck it.
That's the jam.
That is a jam. And speaking of the jam,
turn that shit up. Play it again.
This is a jam.
There it is. That list. So was this on another show that you had?
These are the 6. These are the 6 that I wanted. The slide looks a little bit different. I moved it around a little bit. This is it. These are the 6. This is a great cabinet. I mean, you got Raiden, obviously, started it all. Raiden 2, personal favorite. DX, an expansion pack. Basically Raiden 2 with a lot of different features. And then you get into the fighters side of it. I mean, come on. I mean, the shoot 'em up, the shmups, they are sorely lacking in the arcade 1-up catalog. I think it's a shame. I think it's a damn shame. What do you think, B?
I completely agree. That shmups genre, a true vertical shmup that has this game list would be fire. All of these are highly easily emulatable, if you will. So it's not a technology issue. It would be exactly the 6 games I would want in that cabinet for sure. And then because like obviously I think Raiden 2 is the one I've spent the most time on.
Me too.
I like the purple one with the wave.
Yeah, I'm the same way. The plasma, the laser whip.
the
Yeah,
purple
I
wave.
love that.
But Raiden Fighters, like those games, Raiden Fighters Jet, they're fun because they still have the original like jet, but they have a different variety of stuff. They're really fun shoot 'em ups that you can play simply. And I used to love the shmup, obviously, for simple gameplay that you can just jump in, jump out, right? Like and long term playing that, and then that's what shmups do. It's just like those classic games. You don't really need to learn much. It's like a 2-button game for all of these, right? So it's just a 2-player 2-button game. That's it. This would be such a dream cab. Honestly, I would love this game lineup on a cab.
I mean, it would just it's accessibility. We talk about this a lot. We talk about like sports games. You can walk up to it, you can play it. It is accessible. It is frantic. It's that adrenaline rush. It's the dodging just the barrage of bullets and missiles and all that. It's the power-ups. It's the weapons that change. I mean, it's just the customizability as you're fighting. It's missiles that just are just missiles. It's homing missiles, taking on larger than life bosses. It really is just it's a ton of fun. There's some story there. I like how Raiden 1 is you're fighting against the aliens. And then in Raiden 2, you've adopted some of their technology, and that's why you get some of the crazy weapons in the second game to fight a second wave of aliens. It's kind of like the Independence Day story, the sequel, the movie that came out, and it was like, oh, we've adapted their technology, and now we're going to fight them again. But it's just you need a good reason to have a vertical screen. This is it.
It's such a good lineup that you have right there. It's the exact same lineup that I have anytime I put together a shmups playlist and like I highlight those games. The other thing about this cabinet too is that from a cab design or artwork design, Raiden was also one of those very simple games that was converted a lot very often. Didn't have like its own dedicated cab. What would you want to see? Marquee wise, side art wise, shape wise, would this be the standard midway form factor? Would you be happy with that, or do you want something else?
You know, it is because of all of the reskins of all the generic cabs that this was put in. I wouldn't be mad at the midway shape. I don't think you have to because it lacked that distinct shape. But I think when we're talking about artwork, I find myself maybe I'm changing my mind a little bit. Take some liberties when it comes to these plain Jane cabinets, because these were really just like cabinets that even the control panels, they just said FabTech on them because it was like the distributor. It was just really just plain. I think you could take a few liberties here and have some fun with it and really show off some of the cool, like the colors and the concepts. And some of the artwork was really, on the older games specifically, was really kind of cool. Play on the red and blue, because you got the two jets, or maybe some of the orange and Raiden 2. I don't know, but I think that you could take some liberties here, and I'm not going to get mad at you. I'm really not. It's kind of hard to go wrong with this.
There's not a lot on there. Even the original Raiden cab, like I'm pulling it up right now. There's not a lot there. But first off, I want to say, so Ryan K, the one that won.
Yes.
I just got to make a shout out. He says, "Thanks, Fox. Greetings from Vegas. B, it was great to meet you."
Oh, nice.
So Ryan, if this is the Ryan that was at the Smog City event, he is like my superstar volunteer. So if you can give him a little extra like high fives or something.
Absolutely.
We could not have done that event without him. He was there on site, the one of the first people that are there with me, like helping out, and one of the last people to leave, volunteering throughout the entire day. So Ryan, if that's you from Vegas who was helping out,
we salute you.
I will contribute more to whatever you got if you want to give him a little extra. It is me. He says it is me. So Ryan,
it is me.
And then he drove back to Vegas that night right afterwards too. So,
oh yeah, you told us about this guy.
Superstar,
That's awesome. Superstar indeed.
Like I think it was one of the most stellar folks that I've ever worked with in terms of volunteering. So salute to you. Congratulations for winning the countercade bot thingy. I think he took home a countercade actually for the first time. So
well, this is perfect. Well, then he's got
work out if he wants to mod it.
Yeah. If he wants to mod it, there you go.
There you go. But yeah, I'm pulling up just a shape of some Raiden cabinets. and there's not. I just typed in Raiden arcade cabinet. Not a lot, right?
Not a lot.
Yeah, like
Pretty generic. The control panel is what gets me. They just have just fab tech on them. Now that's probably the most distinct that I've seen there, the blue color. But usually they're just that. They have the black background. They say fat. It's just so plain.
I've seen some of these before too. Oh, look, here's one that's like an old Street Fighter. Looks like Capcom cab, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Right.
And they just got some.
There's nothing that I think. Like, do you like this little like shaped cab in the front? Like that would be kind of like a cool new.
See, I like that. That's the cab that I have. Well, it's a Dynamo. Yeah,
Dynamo.
It's a Dynamo.
This is the Dynamo
so
cab.
I have the HS5, which is I think that's the last iteration of that sort of scalloped front panel. But they had HS1s, 2s, 4s, and 5s. I think they skipped 3 for some reason, or maybe 3 is in there. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's really kind of cool. I had a Street Fighter 2 that also had the same style. It's really nice because you open the coin door and there's just one latch. You flip that latch down and the whole thing will rotate forward. It's hinged, and then you can pull the board up that holds the PCB. And because they've got this block in there, you can pull it up at a 45-degree angle and you can set it down flat. And now you can service the board. It's really cool, all from the front of the cabinet.
Yeah. So just they probably have a lot of options to be able to do that. I think it would be simplistic for them to get it going. It's time to make that campaign happen, man.
We gotta make this. We gotta make this happen.
Free Raiden.
Free Raiden. Make it happen. But this is such a cool. It's such a cool just genre in overall. I mean, just it's barely controlled chaos, but it's so much fun. So easy to jump in and play.
Mr. Kalfa is all about it. He says, like, let's get it done. Use one of the Raiden game posters for the side.
Yes, exactly. And it really could be just that simple, no matter what the cab is, really. I mean, if you're talking about something that's not very distinct, just go with a black side with just the game poster sort of centered up and call it good.
I was saying because I don't know who owns the license for Raiden currently, because it was like Tecmo in the first one, then it said FabTech.
Yep.
I think Moss now might be the game developer for the newer Raidens. So I don't know if they hold the licenses for the older ones too.
UFO, I've seen that on some of the...
Yeah, but I was like, this would be, if Arcade 1-Up doesn't do it, it would be a great title for the iArcade.
They need some help.
If the iArcade could get, because they have some pretty decent shmups on there, but if they got I consider Raiden probably like the granddaddy of shmups. When I think of shmups, like that's the game I think about. And so if iArcade could get that, and then they could skin one of their, their newer cabs as a Raiden cabinet, because again, it doesn't have a design for it, and it was like that. That would be like
that'd be sick.
The iArcade gold I would want to get.
That would be sick.
Like, get those 6 games on the iArcade for purchase. Make a Raiden theme cabinet. I would buy that in a heartbeat. So
and you got the great sound. You have the great sound with those speakers. You get a little bit of bass. It would just, I think about those. Remember when the bombs would hit? Like you got the whip laser and it's kind of high pitched, and then you hit the button, and the bomb would drop, like, and that thud was so awesome. So
I love the Raiden soundtrack. It's really good.
It's so cool.
Really good. So I was trying to pitch to iArcade to do that too, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like one of those locked up licenses that's exclusive.
I don't think so.
Right. I mean, FabTech, Moss. I don't know who owns it, but
when 4 and 5 came out, it was I think 4 was kind of an Xbox exclusive for a little bit there. I didn't come out on PlayStation, but then they just re-released it on Switch. 5 is out on all the platforms. So,
and I think all 6 of those games were vertical, right? None of them were horizontal. Yeah,
none of them horizontal. Yep, all vertical.
Perfect.
Sticking to their roots, as they should, as they should. But you got a lot of other stuff out there like Dodon Panche, and that's, I think maybe it's, the name is weird. It's foreign to people. Raiden is so simplistic. It's just like boom, it's the word. You may maybe even think about the Mortal Kombat character. So the word is not. I think maybe that adds to some of the recognizability of it all.
Yeah.
But it is.
Wait, did you say Dodon Panche? That's on iArcade?
No. I just meant that some of the other shmups out there, if you're going to
that
go
are,
with
like,
a franchise or a series,
I see.
Dodonpachi has a huge library of games, but it's
Oh, yeah.
not. When you look at the list, it's not simple. It's like 1, 2, 3. It's more complex.
Yeah, it's also, I think it's mainstream enough too, where like
Mhm.
if it was commercially out there in product world on Walmarts and things like that, I
Yes,
think
yes.
people would recognize Raiden cabinets as like
I think
one of,
so.
like, it was like such a staple in so many arcades. Like every arcade had to have a shmup, and it would just be one that I would play like consistently.
And then you have the. I mean, it's actually got a pretty storied history on consoles. Also, I mean, the third one came out on PlayStation 2,
Mhm.
and it just just built from there. It's a downloadable game on a lot of different platforms. The first one, not the second one, which is always weird. I can never find the second one. I've got the first one on Switch, not the second one. It's not available.
Yeah, my
Shame.
favorite playing Raiden, because obviously you can do different power-ups, right?
Mhm.
So either the concept was, if you're doing the red and doing the spray, then you
Yep.
needed the straight missiles. But if you
Yep.
did the laser, you would get the heat-seeking missiles, so you
Yep,
can have a
the
little bit
homing
of
missiles.
combination, right?
It's so
And then
perfect.
that was the thing. So I guess depending on my place, I guess I always went laser and homing missiles on the
Mhm.
Raiden 1, and then Raiden 2 was all about the
I love that thing.
favorite.
That was the whip blaze, the plasma, whatever. That was so cool. And when it got really thick, and you had multiple, you would have like multiple. It was just like crazy. It was such a cool thing, and the sound effects were really great with it too.
Do you like any of the modern Raidens, like Raiden 3, 4, 5?
Oh yeah, I've got 3 on PS2. I don't have 4 or 5. I've got a physical copy coming. It's the double pack. It was on limited run, but they ran out of stock, so I went to Play Asia, and I've got one coming reserved. It should be here next month. Yeah, 4 and 5.
4 and 5.
Yeah, on the same
Oh, that's
cartridge.
cool. Oh,
Yeah.
that's really cool. No, they're really fun. I play them on the PC, so I have the PC versions of them. But yeah, they have that same, like, it's all 3D now, so it's like the modernized version of that, like,
Yep.
jet. And I
Yep.
love the Raiden jet design too. I think that's one of the iconic.
So cool.
Just that jet design itself. I've tried to like make, when I was a kid and I would play like Legos, I would build Raiden ships out of
Yes,
Legos just to
exactly.
I love that ship design so much. If they made, I don't know, I'm a toy collector too. If they made like a Raiden toy,
I don't know that they do, because I know I've looked before to try to
Yeah,
find them.
it's such a
I would
really
love to have like a pair of them, red
yeah,
and
ship
blue one.
design. And then on the DX one, like the
Yeah.
turbines go up because it like lifts up in the middle.
Like it's
right?
vertical takeoff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
vertical takeoff. And then it
Yeah.
takes off. I
And then it
love
just-
that ship design. It's really, really
It's
cool.
so sick. It's
Yeah.
so sick.
I like it. Okay, but it's funny because like the marquee of the Raiden game is a different craft than the actual one, right?
Oh, Raiden 1? Yeah.
Yeah, go back to your list. Like,
Yeah.
isn't- oh well, so yeah, no, it has that one. But I'm looking at the marquee for
You
Raiden
with the
1.
marquee? Yeah.
Yeah, and the
wanna
marquee
share
for
it?
Raiden 1 is just like all gray ship thingy design something. But let's see here. Yeah, so this is the marquee for Raiden
Here
1.
we go. Oh yes, I do. Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
It's so
Yep.
plain. It's like, that's not the ship that I'm flying. Like,
Yep. I remember that. Yeah.
What is
It's
that?
just weird. Yeah. Well, it's
Mhm.
when did it come out? The first one. That was 90?
I don't know if it's 1990. Raiden was
1990.
Seibu Kaihatsu.
So that was actually that's a long time ago, really, when you think about it.
hmm
I mean, for shmups in general, I mean, you had some stuff, like Tiger Heli and that kind of stuff, but these
So
chaotic
he did
shooters.
the first 3 games.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't even know there's a storyline. In the year 2090, Earth
See?
suddenly became targets of deranged aliens. Following the invasion, a new cutting-edge weapon, the Raiden Supersonic Attack Fighter, based on the destroyed alien craft, is created for humanity's hope for survival.
See?
Did not know
Interesting.
that.
Interesting. Yeah. That's the only way it was able to compete with the aliens. They stole some of that technology, or they took that technology and combined it with their fighters. It was so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, just so fun.
This title translates to Thunder and Lightning because it's Raiden Japanese.
Oh.
Then yeah, Raiden 2 and Raiden 2 DX. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
So
a
this
92.
this game predates the Raiden character from Mortal Kombat. So there you go. Here is the inspiration.
The original Raiden.
The original
That's
Raiden.
right. That's the original Raiden.
It's a shmup after all.
So, and you said the DX version just was an expansion pack, so it's just more stages.
So it's more stages and more features. So there was like they added a it wasn't a countdown clock, it was a timer. So you were judged on how fast you beat the bosses. What else was there? There was
So it's adds new features to its prequel.
new
Raiden.
levels. Yep.
Choose from 3 separate missions. Alpha, Bravo. Collect training power-ups to increase lots of secrets and bonuses, including ratings based on performance. So got it.
It's pretty cool.
All right, little extra. All right.
And when I was, for a while, I thought that DX was. I didn't know what DX really was. I was thinking that was like a true sequel. It turns out it's really not. It's just it builds on the second game. So that's interesting. But I think it would be a great. Yeah, this is RKO 1UP. If you're listening, I know it's early or late, wherever you're at.
It's
but
only
this is
6 hours and 16 minutes into a 12-hour stream, where now you have to clip this section where we made our case about why this would be the most amazing cabinet for Arcade 1UP or iArcade, if you can do it.
Anybody at this point, I don't care who does it. Just do it. Somebody.
I would prefer, personally, if iArcade did it, so that I can sell my Dragons there iArcade and buy the new gold in that theme version of that. So I would even skin, like even if they bought those games, I would buy a black edition and skin it as a rating cabinet.
Exactly.
If they didn't do their own.
I've got a black edition coming. I maybe will hold off on putting on the decals just in case.
Just in case, if they do.
Just in case. Just in case.
You've been to their headquarters office. You might be a little bit more in.
So I let's see. It was cool going up there, but they were very tight-lipped.
Yeah,
I was told about a couple things that have already sort of come out, but when it comes to the games and the bangers, that's what everybody wants to know about. Mike told me the same thing he tells everybody else on streams. Like I would love to tell you about some of the stuff. We've got some good stuff coming, but we just can't tell you yet, and sort of that. So
yeah,
how long is that?
Big Reese says he would buy an iArcade for Raiden if it came out. I think it would be like one of those banger things that could really, really make it worth getting, especially if they can do a skin cabinet of that. That would be so.
If they could do. I mean, listen, if they did a skin. If they did, I don't know why it's overlooked. Maybe the genre as a whole is sort of not.
There's no dedicated shmups out there, and unless people
nothing.
They're like, Space Invaders is a shmup. I'm like, no, it's not. Come on,
dude, guys, come on. It's not the same. It's a horizontal screen. It's like 5,000 years old. I'm old. I get it. I'm fine. Yeah. But it's not the same. This is a completely different genre. You know.
If your machine can't go up and down and around, it's not a shmup.
Yeah, if it can't go around, if its weapons can't be upgraded, if it's not trying to dodge so many bullets and missiles, it's not the same. It's just not the same.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, and the fairies, you got to be able to get the fairies for the 1UPs. Yeah. It's all kind of stuff.
Funny, I don't know which rating it is, if it's like 4 or 5, but you can play as the fairy.
I heard that. Yeah.
And they have like one of the two, gray for it too, so it's actually pretty cool. Like I actually like those newer games too. So I got introduced to playing to them because I was downloading a bunch of stuff, but I play them on the Star Wars yoke. They're actually playing shoot 'em up on a yoke.
I bet that would be
a little bit
awesome.
More. It's probably harder to like maneuver like intricately, but it feels more fun. Just like, hey, I'm like playing a shmup on a yoke. Yeah, pretty cool. I've also did that, so I have it on that as my. I have a playlist for shmups on my Star Wars mod. And then for my Tron mod, since I have a flight stick, I'm like, why don't I throw some shmups on there and just have it feel like you're playing? It actually does get tiring using your trigger finger to like press.
Oh, I can imagine.
To like move around and do that, because there's a lot of coordination for that.
And you got to kind of lock your finger in a position.
Really tiring doing that. So like the shmups is like you're used to like pounding, and then
it's just simpler. You can switch fingers too if you want.
Yeah. So it's actually interesting, like playing a shmup that way. So it's not ideal, but it's just another one that I just put on there for fun, for kicks.
It's for fun.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
I like it.
Nah, we need it. We need it for sure.
Okay. All right. Do you need a break? Are you gonna keep going?
I think we'll probably break actually. So if you wanna dip out, that's cool. I'll take a little break and then we'll come back. But we're gonna leave the kids with something awesome to watch.
Yeah.
And it's come on. It's this guy right here.
All right, thanks, man. I appreciate you having me on.
Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it, man. You made the time fly by.
Yeah, Sony 4K was just like, what the hell are these guys talking about at 5 a.m. in the morning?
It's only going to get better.
It's my bedtime. I might get up early and join you for the final portion of it. So
I will be here.
See you later.
Later.
Man. All right. Take care.
Rolling up on hour 7. And when you get 7 hours into a live stream, you put on a goofy hat. That's what you do. That's what you do. Bet you thought I was gone, huh? Hey, sorry about the audio for the attract mode. I don't know why it's not picking it up. I switched the microphone to the other webcam and it's not picking it up. So apologize about that. I'm going to try to get that fixed and worked out before let me go ahead and hide that before I leave again. And, since we're actually running kind of far behind when it comes to the prizes, the giveaways, we're going to go ahead and start this 7th hour with a giveaway. So what is up next? So this may not appeal to everybody, but this may, I don't know, give you a reason to go ahead and make the purchase on one of those in-tech gaming decks for your arcade one-ups. So if you've got the one for the Switch deck, I'm giving up these precious dongles. These are for you're going to get 2. These are the ones for the Dreamcast. So 2, player 1, player 2. There you go. You're going to have to have the Switch deck. If you don't have the Switch deck yet, maybe this will encourage you to go pick it up, because these are I think if I've read it correctly, these are $30 each on Amazon. So you're going to get a pair of these. You're also going to get a pair of the dongles for the PS4, the PlayStation 4. So you're going to get 2 of those. So player 1, player 2 for PS4, and player 1, player 2 for Dreamcast, in case you have it. So that's what we're talking about. 4 pieces, 4 dongles for the in-tech gaming deck. If you want to get your hands on that, if you want that, I'll ship those anywhere. Don't really care. Doesn't have to just be in the States. If you want to get your hands on those 4 dongles, then what you got to do is you got to type this in. Let's go ahead and remove the track mode for a second. You're going to type this phrase in, these numbers, these letters, whatever they are. As soon as you see it pop up on the screen, type it over here, and the first person that gets it, the first one I see that gets it in the chat, you get those 4 dongles. And if you don't have the deck, just get the deck. Pick it up on sale, and you can connect your Dreamcast to it. You can connect your PS4 to it. So pretty awesome. So the phrase, the number, the letter, the thing you need to write down is right there. Take your time. 48 of you here, so we got a pretty good chance of getting it. There it is. Tap it now. Turd Ferguson. Extra points if you know what that reference is. Extra points if you know what that reference is. And we've got a winner already. Wait, no, wait. Oh. You have to spell it correctly. You have to spell it correctly as it's seen on the actual, as it's spelled up there. Come on. Got to spell it correctly. Got to spell it correctly. And okay, do we have a winner? It is, we had some repeats, but let's go ahead and take it down. It looks like it's going to be, it's a toss-up. It's going to be Dart Kick. Dart Kick was the first one to get it. Now, Jerry D jumped in quick. Sir Sega jumped in quick. But hold on. We'll make sure we get it right. No, it's actually going to be EPT Cyclone, I believe. Turd Ferguson. No, but here's the only thing. You spelled it right, but you got the capital letters wrong. So we're going to have to go back to Dart Kick. You spelled it correctly as it was on the screen. So congratulations. You get all 4 of those dongles to mate up with your Switch deck, your in-tech gaming deck for your arcade one-ups. Hopefully you've got it already, and you can just add this to that. Very nice. Very nice addition. Give you a lot of flexibility. So what you need to do, if you want, let me go ahead and write your name down. And guys, whenever you email me, make sure you include your YouTube handle so I know who I'm talking to, so I don't send somebody's thing to somebody else. So what you need to do now, or tomorrow. Doesn't really matter. Whenever it's convenient for you. Go ahead and email me at 19kfox1@gmail.com. Send me your address, Darkkick, and I will send you these Intech dongles. So I wanted to hurry up and get that out there because we're kind of running behind. We're over halfway through, and I've only got 3 things given away. So we're gonna have to keep rolling. So there you go. Thanks again for playing. And Turd Ferguson, and it's all right. It's all right. You're still in the running. You haven't won anything yet, so you're still in the running. You're still in the running. Turd Ferguson. Anybody got that? Come on, somebody's got to know that reference. There we go. There we go, Jerry D. My man, Norm McDonald. Exactly. Are you drunk? One up, Kyle. Unfortunately, no. I'm not drunk. I think that if I cracked open the bourbon, I wouldn't have been able to make it this long, buddy. 7 hours. Had a lot of help from my friends, B and P-Dubs, helping me out early on. Now it's up to me. Now we're in the witching hour. So this is also everybody's chance to bring up a topic. What do you want to talk about? We've talked about some of the wants and desires. Of course, this is going to be my shmup cabinet. This is what I have to have. This is what I want to have. I think a lot of other people. Well, I know B is really adamant about it. B over at Kongs R Us, we are both pretty smitten with this idea. This is. I mean, come on. It's a recognizable brand. It's got to happen. So we talked about that before. We talked about how there's 2 biggies coming. There's 2 biggies coming. 2 biggies are on the way. And what's it going to be? What's it going to be? We're talking about the possibilities are, and there's actually 4 possibilities. So let's go over what we know so far, what we've gone through already. So we've got Marvel versus Capcom 2. Hoping that's a 2 and not an II for whatever reason. The price suggests it's going to be MVC 2. Knock on wood, it happens. Hopefully it's actually going to happen at EVO. That'd be awesome. So that's one of the biggies. Time Crisis. Most expensive cab as far as those leaks are concerned. Hopefully that if that holds out, that will be a biggie. I can't imagine that someone's actually at RK1 up thinking that NFL Blitz is not a biggie. So there's another biggie. So there's those 3. So those 3, a combination of those 3, one of those left off, who knows? There's also a 4th possibility out there. We haven't really discussed it that much. An unknown cab. It's not a cop-out. Think about it. What if there's something out there that we just don't know about yet? It's possible that there's something they've been kind of keeping under wraps. What could that be? Could it finally be a flight stick game? Some kind of a flying game? Could it actually be Afterburner? That would be amazing. That would be awesome. So I guess that's definitely something we can think about. But what do you think? Let me know what you think about it. What is going on? What is your number one? What's the thing that you have to have, want to have, think that they really need to add to their, repertoire, the list of games? How do you do it? We need the candy cab. I fell asleep earlier when you briefly talked about it. So the candy cab was it's a cool form factor. It's something that I brought up a couple weeks ago in a live stream, talking about all the different candy cabs, the shape, how I think that it would be a really cool form factor, because RK1-Up is known for having all kind of form factors that we don't really care about. Let me bring up a few of these while we're talking about it. And I thought that was an actual form factor that would be really cool. That was actually at one point in time an actual. Let me see if I can bring it up. I think that's it right there. Is that the slide? I think that's it. An actual form factor that was available in the arcades, that these arcades actually came in. Here, let's take a look. Go and kill that. So you got all these form factors. What would be a good form factor? Another way to play an arcade ROM, something that actually existed in real life, and it was the candy cab. And I think it's really cool. I think it's the way to go. I think if you're talking about some of the reasons why the candy cab was actually conceptualized and put out into arcades is that it was very, 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 very simple. There wasn't a lot of stylized graphics. Back in the day, before the candy cabs or predating that, you had these big wooden boxes, very, very heavy, hundreds and hundreds of pounds, big CRTs in them. And they were wooden, so they would get wet and they would swell. They would crack, they would splinter. And you had to sort of slap on graphics on the side. And then when it was time for a new game, you either just bought another graphic the same size and kind of put it over it, so like a poster size, or you would have to strip it off and sand it all down and put another big graphic on, or repaint the whole side of the cabinet. It'd just be nuts. It'd be nuts. So what they did with the candy cabs is they were basically not plastic, but some of the parts were probably plastic, but it was like primarily like a fiberglass shell with portions of the side were metal frame for some of the attachment points, the monitor mounts and all that. So there were some metal components inside, but for the most part, it was fiberglass, smooth, sleek. And let me, I'm talking about it. Let me go ahead and just bring up the slide so we can actually visualize it. But the candy cabs were, they were definitely cool. Let me slide in. Here we go. Which one do I want to show you? Let's just start there. Start with that one. They were very cool, but I don't know that cool was necessarily. And here's just a picture of those, in an arcade. They were definitely cool, but I think they were made for different reasons. I think you obviously got a different form factor, much more accessible, easily, played if you just sit down. You walk up to it and sit down. It's made to be in a comfortable seated position. But if you notice, if you look on this, and let me pull up another slide too while we're talking. If you notice this, you're not going to notice that traditional graphics, the traditional style. Usually you would have to basically make this cab, and this cab was the game. The game was the cab. The cab itself was heavily influenced by the game itself. So it was the shape of it. It was the decals on the side. It was the color. The T molding usually was a different color based on the game. These were not that. You have these, what looks cool, but it's kind of a generic shape when you think about it. And when it came down to put the game in, to select the game to play, or to select the game that was going to be put into this cabinet, you didn't have a bunch of stuff. You didn't have a bunch of side art. You didn't have even really a big marquee. You had a very small inlay right there on the control panel that kind of gave you a moves list. And sometimes you would have the small portion, like on the new Astro City. In the middle there, you would have a small marquee. Now later on in Blast City, they kind of brought the big marquees back. So you had that there. Aero City, kind of more the same, the minimalistic. Now the Aero City was a little bit different. It was all metal, and the front would sort of hinge up like the hatchback on a car. So the glass would come up towards you, and you would have the monitor and everything inside. So that was kind of cool. But these were made, I think, primarily for like a cost saving measure. You didn't have to come out with the game PCB and all the side art and then the marquee. And then it wasn't made out of wood, so these things would last a lot longer. And it was more about the shape of the cab. It was more about the cab name. It was more about the manufacturer. In this case, it's Sega. Than the game itself. So what we're talking about as far as who's going to be able to come out, or like, can you get one? Can you find one? Should Arcade One Up make one? If Arcade One Up makes one, it's going to be probably wooden. Probably a shape that pays homage to it, but it's not going to be super accurate. Maybe they could come up with something different. They've got some plastic molding experience when you're talking about the Arcade One Up Junior. So, excuse me, I'm yawning. What the hell? So it's possible that they could do something to some kind of a mold. They could definitely do that. But I think the most promise is actually coming from Unico, because I posted, if you've paid attention to my community post, I posted actually something. It was a survey that they were putting out there to the community back in January. And I guess that shows you how much I'm paying attention. But I didn't really know about it until just recently. So I reposted it on my page, try to get some interest, try to get people thinking about it, talking about it. And what I'm hearing from Unico is that they want to do a 26-inch LCD screen. So it's going to mimic that same size. You're talking about you know, as big as that is, that 26-inch tube TV, CRT back in the day, is no longer going to be there. It's going to be a big LCD. Now, if you go to their website, Unico's website, the Phoenix LCD panels, they were going to offer 17, 19, and 26. 26 is not available because they just the demand wasn't there, so they don't have it available. You can get 17 and 19. That's it. If this cabinet takes off, it's going to have the 26, which is going to make the 26. There's going to be more of a demand for it, which means it's going to be available for purchase separately for us. It's very good when you have an arcade you're trying to maintain, an arcade you're trying to maybe thinking about doing the dreaded thing of actually getting rid of the CRT. I know it's sacrilege to some people, but it becomes a necessity, really. If you want to keep that cab running, you're going to eventually come to a point where the maintenance on the CRT just doesn't make any sense when you can buy a LCD replacement. Now, if you're talking about 25, 26 inch, it's pretty expensive for an LCD replacement. It really is. $300, maybe even $400. So it's almost a no-brainer to go ahead. Let's get a cap kit for that CRT. Let's get a flyback. I'm not sure how much the rejuvenation is and all that for the tube, but there's procedures and things you can do to extend the life of that. But you're still going to be left with something that's kind of lagging, and it's a ticking time bomb. Or let's not say time bomb. Let's just say it's on a clock and it's deteriorating and it's falling apart. So what do you do? I think eventually you're going to turn to LCDs anyway. So Unico, if they come out with something, it would be awesome. What would that price point be? What kind of games is it going to have on it? I really don't know. Are they talking about a recreation where it's going to have a JAMA wiring harness and you just, sort of bring your own PCB and plug it in and away you go? Is it going to have all the SNK games list on it? I don't know. Interesting to see what they're going to do there. How's it going to shake out? Is it just going to be a shell and an LCD and some controls, and you got to bring the wiring harness, you got to bring the game system, whatever. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. Now, the price point to get one used now, some have game boards, most do not. Just to get the cab with the monitor and the wiring harness and everything, it's complete minus a game, $2,000 easily, $2,000, and that's really just a start. Because if this guy doesn't live next to you, this person doesn't live next to you that's got the damn thing, you got to pay shipping. And luckily, it's not as big and heavy as the big bad boys, the big uprights, but there's still some weight to it, and there's cost, lots of cost. So, if their price point can stay around $1,000 for what you're going to get, I don't know if that's really feasible when you're talking about CRT or LCDs that are $300-$400. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the whole package for less than $1,000, but I think that's kind of where they need to be. But even if it's a little bit more, you're still way less than half of what you're going to have with buying something secondhand. And you're talking about something that's going to be 20 years old. So there's that. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I really want one. I'm interested. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm knocking on wood that it's going to go well. Unico can't just bow out of the home arcade. Yeah, they did make a good little cab. It's a shame that was sort of it. I figured they'd have something. They would have a follow-up for sure. Let's talk about the Logitech Z313 that makes any arcade one-up the ultimate. Yes, that's a great way to go. That's a great segue. And it's really any kind of speaker, computer speaker, but the Bluetooth of but the Z313 is not Bluetooth. Doesn't need to be, doesn't have to be. You just plug it in and go. Now, the only downside is that it does require its own power supply, unfortunately. So you got to plug that into the wall there. But we've talked about that. Check out my Marvel vs. Capcom mod video, where it's really just a plug and play mod. It doesn't really hurt the cabinet at all. And you can see how I installed that. Works out nice. But yeah, the bass is nice. The added amperage going to your little speakers up top makes a big difference. Nice cowboy hat. You need to come up to Texas, the Texas Panhandle, and see the rodeos. Nice. I grew up in East Texas. I've had this. I've had this Resistol for quite some time. 96. So in 96, I had the whole band, Lone Star Band, signed it in 96. And then over here is Clay Walker. And then this was kind of cool. Aaron Tippin came to the base that I was stationed at and signed autographs. And so, of course, I had to bring the hat, kind of complete the collection. Of course, well, it's not complete. I just had to have him sign it. So Aaron Tippin's a pretty cool dude. Bodybuilder. Big dude. But real cool. Loves the military. So that was always good. Always good. I had been up to Lubbock, Harold, for a job. United was our customer. Went up there and did some work for them. So I had been to the Panhandle. It's nice. If you consider Lubbock the Panhandle, I don't know if that qualifies. Some people get upset when you say, that's not the Panhandle. It might not be. For me, geographically from where I'm from, it was the Panhandle. It was close enough for me, but it is what it is. Hydro Thunder? Yeah. How would it hold up, though? A flight stick game would need to take a beating. That's right. You can't sit there and mess around. You can't have another Tron poor mold. It's got to be reinforced. You got to take what you got and you got to stiffen it up. You got to make it stronger. I'm yawning, but I'm hanging in there. MG said, I just woke up and WTF is going on. My iPad auto-tuned to this live stream. Please tell me if I butt posted, I'll let you know. Well, I'll let you know. But so far so good. Your post is intelligible. It's intelligible. Intelligible? It's intelligible. We know what you mean. Zinitram says, I have limited space now, so I think for me, I need a gun cab. Yes. With more than one game or a shmup cab. You gotta, and when you talk about multiple gun games, let me know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think are you suggesting that you want something actually different, not Buck Hunter and all of its variants? You're talking about a game, a cabinet that's going to have multiple gun games in it. Lethal Enforcers and Time Crisis. I mean, just pick your poison, whatever it is, because that would be really fun. If you're really tight on space, and a lot of people are, you're tight on space, and you want a gun cabinet. You don't want to really just settle for one game. I mean, you will if you have to, but you don't really want to. And if you don't have T2, that means that you're really not interested in the one game cabs. T2 is a pretty damn good one, but I understand why people aren't. Ando Gamer says, I still want a Sunset Rider. Mystic Warriors. Metamorphic Force is such an underrated game. And it's really got that X-Men art style. The sprites are about the same size. So really, really cool. Really awesome. They got the Altered Beast thing where you can transform into you can metamorphosize. That's a word. We're going to go with that. You can, it's morphin time. It's metamorphin time. Come on, Fox. How psyched are you about your Space Invaders? Huh? What? I didn't get Space Invaders. I got Double Dragon. So that's cool. I'm excited about Double Dragon. I like Double Dragon. Double Dragon's okay in my book. But how excited am I for the gold? I guess the real question is, if I could cancel the order, would I? No, I don't think so. Not yet. There's still a lot of potential there. I'd hate to miss out. I'd have to wait for it to come out and then try to get a cab, and I got to pay $1,000 now instead of $800. And so it is what it is. A part of me is wondering, did I buy the cab because of the $1,000 threat? Or did I buy the cab because of the potential, the games that could be on it? I don't know. At this point now, I don't know. And if I bought it just because I was trying to avoid that $200, well, kudos to them. That's a pretty good strategy. Pretty brilliant strategy for sure. Yeah. And Rafi Durham says he will be moving into his Tron cab when he builds it. So you're building a second home. That's kind of sad, but I understand. Sacrifices must be made. Hey, Sir Sega, you're out. I appreciate you for hanging with me. Really appreciate it. Get some sleep, get some rest, enjoy your weekend. Much appreciated. Zinni Tram says one of the arcades, I have tons of one of the arcades by me has tons of candy caves. They are 2-player, back-to-back, tons of unique fighting games and shmups on them. They are awesome. Exactly. And that's what we need. I think we need that form factor. You're talking about something, it's going to be a lot shorter, right? So that's a battle they always fight. The elevation battle, trying to knock that down, trying to stay under that 4 feet. This cab's going to work out perfect for them. Absolutely perfect for them. These things are nice and short and squatty, and they're made to be, they're made for you to sit and play them. So we're not trying to use gimmicks to get it taller, 2-inch little riser panels, maybe a taller riser, doing all these weird things, or maybe an XL cabinet and the whole thing doesn't quite mesh. It doesn't quite work out. That's always frustrating because there's no easy way to get around that. I mean, you can always get another, riser, but it gets a little old after a while. Stacking Legos. I'm almost there too, bro. Y'all are hanging with me. That's good. I appreciate it. Guilty Gear series from Sammy Corporation. I played the Guilty Gear on PSP. I really like them. Good game. Good game series. Absolutely. Huge, beautiful screens on them. Yes, exactly. Big old 26-inch CRTs. Beautiful. It's okay. It's okay. If you rack out, man, you're good. If you rack out, it's all right. Candy cabs also fit the sit-down aesthetic. Yes, exactly. That Arcade 1-Up started, and those who need smaller cab height can still use them. Win-win. I think so. It is a win-win. Helps you kind of deal with the limitations of what you can ship, and the fact that and being true to the actual shape. So 1,000 is too much. 1,500. Those are ugly. They're not sold for sale. They're not for everybody. Not for everybody. I like them though. I think they're really cool. Oh, you go. Want a Blast City? Blast City's pretty cool. Blast City's got those speakers on the side, left and right, and then the big marquee up top. Looks good. I keep going back to the Astro City. Super sleek. Everything sort of incorporated into it, nice and tucked up tight. I like it. Looks good. But maybe I'm just a simple man. Perhaps I'm just a simple man. They're usually multicades, the ones that I played. Yep. Rafi says, almost coffee time for me too. I get up at 4 a.m. for work. Oh man. Well, try to get some sleep. I don't want to keep everybody up. I'm just hanging out. We're just talking. No big deal. Fox, have you been streaming for 12 hours? No, I've only been streaming for 7.5 hours. So 12 hours is the goal. I think we can get there. I think we can get there. I think we can get there. Yes, brother, I'm back. I'm back. You can rotate this. Yes, exactly. That was another good. That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. It was especially when you're talking about rotating the screens. You've seen this with like the Ad Games Mini, where you could take and physically just rotate the screen. The same thing was could be accomplished with all these cabinets. It didn't take that long, but when you're talking about the Arrow City, the one at the very bottom right, that thing that was the whole purpose of the hinge door on the front. You know, the glass and everything was inside that door, and it was just hinged. You would hinge it up, and you could just, while it was up in the air, and these gas struts held it open, you would actually pull the monitor towards you and rotate it, put it in, just like you see on the Ad Games Mini. Same idea. Big Greasy. Yeah, buddy. I want the best picture I can get. That's why I'm a BOE fan. That's right. BOE for life. Never use scan lines. Love the scan lines. I want an SNK cab out of the box with 30 plus games, but none of them fighting games. Oh, that's a tall order, buddy. That's a tall order. SNK is all and nothing but fighting game, really. But I know where your head's at. I say what you're seeing. Let me make that coffee a little stronger. I'm gonna have to double it up. I love scan lines. I love scan lines. I never use scan lines, but I love them. I never use them. I love them. Two warring factions. Pixel Perfect. I should get a shirt with that. Yeah, that's good. That would make sense. Instead of Pitch Perfect, Pixel Perfect. Oh yeah, this is something you know all about, Big Racing. Expensive shipping. Absolutely. Hey, hit the like button. It's the right thing to do. Playing Death Smiles 1 and 2 combo game for PS4. Such awesome shmups games. Nice. I have Raiden 4 and 5 pre-ordered through PlayAsia. So physical copy. Both of them on the same cartridge. Z313 is amazing on how much better it makes RKO 1-up stock speakers sound besides the bass. Yes, exactly. So you get the additional amperage or voltage or power or wattage, 1.21 gigawatts going to those stock little speakers. I've always wondered if anybody's ever blown their speakers. That would probably be the only downside of using the amp, is that it pushes so much that it could blow those little cheapo paper speakers. It's not the Panhandle, but it's sweet. It's West Texas. Yeah, I understand. I know there's a distinction. I want to make sure I get that right. Jared D says, I purchased 2 sets of the Z speakers and subwoofer. 80 watts of power. T2 and Ridge Racer sound incredible. I bet they do. The bass is needed for those games. Go to Gear Series. Yep. Jerry. Z313 in my Dragon's Lair. Epic. Absolutely epic. Sony thinking about upgrading Star Wars cab. Oh, yeah. Ridge Racer stock is just garbaggio. Oh, no. Ridge Racer stock is not good. No, it's not good. I don't know what was going on there for a while when you're talking about speakers and speaker gate volume. Volume really was the issue. And cab shape, I think, has something to do with some of the acoustics as far as like bass and all that. Where you had Golden TXL was really, it's got a lot of bass. It's got good volume. The cabinet shape had to have something to do with that, I would imagine. because it sounds really good. And they say they're not doing anything different. The PCB doesn't have a big honking amp on it, so I tend to think they're not lying. I usually don't get up this early unless I'm headed to a door release. Yep, I hear you. That's good enough reason to get up and go. Woody, hey, watch out! There's a snake in my boot. Let's see. Oh, you have a Blast City. Thinking of making it a raiding cab. That you're singing my song. Man, you got a Blast City? That'd be awesome. So Big Reese has a Blast City with the big old marquee. That looks sick. You got to post some pictures of that, man. If you start working on it, break it up into segments, and I'd like to see the progress. Ralphie Durham, I played one at a round one. I'm assuming round one is like a arcade. I'm off today. Sweet. So am I. Can't wait to go to bed. Me too, Ralphie. Look at y'all. Swinging for the fences. Like, I ain't got nowhere to be. You're up so late. No, it's early. What are you talking about? It's early. Uh-oh. Fox needs to upgrade. Red Bull. Red Bull time. I hear it gives you wings. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. So Todd Orsing says, I found your channel when researching the MK30th cab. FAH is for your info. I got the can and monitor upgrade ordered. Thanks. Glad I could help. I really am glad I could help. Anyway, we got to kind of help each other in this community. I mean, we got some kind of a problem, whether it's a monitor, whether it's a speaker issue, whether it's a, whatever, controls, artwork. I mean, we need to work together to try to get it solved. Because when we dig down and we find it, we get it out there, everybody wins. Everybody wins. It's not about, shilling for a company or anything. It's about, hey, listen, this is the reality. This is what we have. So if you're going to buy it, you can do these things to improve on it. I know some people think it should be perfect from the factory, and part of me tends to agree with that to a certain extent. You're buying something brand new, it shouldn't fall apart on you, but at the same time, it's going to have its limitations because they're all compromises. And that's what these cabinets are. They're just compromise machines. Where is the coffee? Oh, it's almost gone. Almost gone. The coffee, no, it's gone. That's it. It's gone. It's gone forever. So yeah, I'm digging. I'm a fan. I like the candy cabs, but candy cabs are fine if they're a reasonable price. How are we gonna power these things? What game system are we gonna put them on? If it's just an LCD with an HDMI, then theoretically you could just put anything in there. But how are we going to control it? I mean, if you're going to have that layout with all the buttons and the joysticks, what's your plan for that? Maybe just a big Nintendo cartridge on the front. Just put your game in. Yay! And Jerry D, you got to hit the hay. Good night. Good night indeed. Get some rest. Get some rest. I sent you a pic of it back of the Hilux mate. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, you did. Let me go back and get that picture. Take a look at it. Let me see. Oh, I may have to get it some overtime. I can't find it on the... My eyes are failing me because it's so early / late / whatever. Here we go. So Todd Warsing, should I install the monitor upgrade during assembly of the cab, or should I see the factory monitor first? You can take, what you can do is, if you want to just take a look at it and see if it's going to bother you, if it's a problem, I would take take your stock monitor and PCB combo. Go ahead and take the ribbon cable and plug it into your control panel. This is not in the cabinet at all. Take it over to the table, something, set it aside. And then get your AC adapter and plug it in. And just sitting on the floor or whatever, you can do this. Prop up that monitor, turn it on, and then pretend to play it or play through it and see what it looks like. And then you'll know for sure. You'll know for sure. And that way you don't have to put it all together, find out you don't like it, and then take it all apart. It's just a pain. It's a real pain. The issue is you have to take off the plexiglass cover on the front, and that is going to be covered up by some of the panels above, which means you can't just undo the screws and slide it out. 4 screws on top are hidden by they're up above where the speaker support panel is, and you can't really get in there and take those out. So no problem. No need to super chat. No problem. But thank you so much for the $2 super chat. And I got to give you a little something. And here you go. Yeah, speaking of raiding, there you go. All right. Stevie B says, okay, so a tip of the hat to you, good sir. Good morning from Tennessee. Well, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Sun is not quite risen just yet, so you must be off to work. Oh, no, the sun has risen. Wow, we made it, kids. Kind of, sort of. The sun is up. It is, what time is it here? It's 5:42 here, and the sun's already up. Wow. No, I'm sorry. It's 6:44. Where's the time gone? It's almost 7 o'clock in the morning. So we're making some progress here. Making some progress here. So good morning indeed. Fox, Ice, or 20 on the next break, I'm going to have to do probably both. Harold Miller says, new drinking game. Take a drink when Fox, yeah. Y'all are going to be hammered. You can't be drunk in the morning. The sun's up. I'm feeling better. But ice may be a thing. I've got another 18 minutes for my next break. So time for dinner. There we go. I'll be back later. I'll be here. Take your time. Yep, take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. So let's see. Oh, you vlog about a Disney park? What Disney park do you vlog? Glad to hear your love of Raiden and other shmups. I wasted many quarters on that one and Sky Shark. Yeah, it's there's something about that chaos of just constantly you're not just trying to kill the enemies, you're dodging all the enemy fire coming at you, and it's crazy, it's hectic, it's insane. The boss battles at the end, the loud noises, the big exaggerated explosions, awesome. Very, very awesome. Very, very awesome indeed. So, yeah, so I think that, this is just cool. Take a bunch of these, line them up. That would be really cool. I would like that. Let's talk about the form factors that need to go. Let me know what you think. Let's start with, we'll go to the very top corner, upper left. Let's see if you like this. So what would you, thumbs up, thumbs down? So thumbs up would be a 1, thumbs down would be a 2. So 1 or 2. The Couchcade, upper left-hand corner, Couchcade. The thing that sits on your lap, it's got a beanbag screwed to the bottom of it. Don't know what's going on there, but it's fine. Let me know 1 or 2 for the Couchcades. I'm going to assume 2s for everybody. If you don't vote, you're an automatic 2. So just let you know. So we got that. We've got freaking projector cades. Projector cades. How incredibly stupid is that? projector cades, because you know you're not going to, for the price point, you're not going to get a good projector, and now you have to allocate a wall somewhere that doesn't have something on it. And if you're married, you know that there's not a wall in your house that ain't got nothing on it. So you're going to have to probably buy a screen, pop-up screen or something to plug all this in and do all this stuff. For what purpose? The clarity is not going to be there. It's not going to be the brightest thing in the world because of, just the fact of the cost. So I don't see the value in this. I don't get it. Now, what they should have done is just had the control deck with the HDMI out. Call it a day. Just left it at that. That was it. And then you do with that what you want. Kind of your modern sort of Rafi's a 1.5. It's like, I don't know. It could be, or I'm sorry, -1. Could be whatever. 1.5. So yeah. Projector Cade is a hard 2. No. I mean, it's just, it's not going to work. Not going to work. So this one is I'm kind of torn with this one. Just keep going down, all the way down, and look at the head-to-head. The head-to-head, the cocktail cabinet, it's got its own place in history. It was, for the most part, pretty successful. But the way this is arranged, I mean, it's small, so you think, okay, well, you can just get some longer legs. You could space it up, and that would be one thing. Yes, that would be one thing. That's one thing. But I'm going to keep coming back to the screen size on this one because you've got that dual screen. Listen, I had one of these. I had the Black Series Street Fighter. It was okay, but I think the screen really should be bigger. You should definitely have a 19-inch on this at least to really be able to play this thing. It's kind of weird leaning over like that and seeing half of the 17-inch monitor is your play field. It's a little bit weird. So same thing, 1 or 2 on the cocktail head-to-head cabs. I think the jury that's probably not out because they keep re-releasing these with different games lists. So I'm sure they're selling enough to where they're going to keep designing them. So now the next one that, once again, it's not a love-hate relationship. I think it's not a hate. I'm indifferent with these. I really am. I'm like, I just don't kind of really see the point of them. And, I just don't get it. I think that they're fine. I think they've got what's frustrating is some of the games lists are just amazing on these. Like the Defender games list is really good. The Street Fighter games list is pretty good. So I'm not sure why they can't just put that in the 3/4 scale cabs. But so that's what that is. You got to tell me up or down, left or right, 1 or 2, if that's something that you like. The party cades hanging on the wall. Don't really know. I don't know. Just need one though. Which one would it be? One party cade. Which one would it be? I'm assuming Defender because everybody seems to love Defender. So let me know which one you would want. Yep, Catalina wine mixer. Yep, everybody's talking about it. So the next one is the countercades. I like the countercades. I like the 2 players. Single players were okay, but they didn't have the good screen that the 2 players had. So there's that. 1 or 2, I think we might have some splits. Yeah, Defender. There we go. Yep. Defender, the Catalina wine mixer. So we've got the countercades, which I'm a fan of. I'm definitely going to be a 1 on this one. A lot of variety. Some of the newer games are on here. That 8-inch screen is awesome. So it's a really good cabinet, in my opinion, in my humblest of opinions. So that one I think we keep. So really just down to that one is a solid yes, we keep. The head-to-head countercade. Oh man, so we had Pong, and we're gonna have, I think Miss Pac-Man is coming out, and then we got Pac-Man right here. I don't know what the point of this is. I don't get what this is. I mean, this is like just like a cocktail cabinet, but obviously a lot smaller, a lot shorter. It's on the, I mean, it's the screen is a lot smaller, so you got to kind of lean over and look down into it. At least with the counter case, they're kind of up facing your way. So, hey Jose, peace out, Fox. Thanks. Hey, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hanging out with me while I'm being all weird and goofy and whatnot. 2 head-to-head counter. 2 on both of them? Hey. You don't have time for either one of them. None of them. Yeah. Atari Star Wars? Yes. It's a great game. Great game. Great game indeed. We got okay, so we got a games list. We got the one on Pong. Okay, we play it quite a bit. All right, I'm not gonna hate on that. Get it out and play it on the kitchen table because you got that form factor. You know, I will say it's definitely a lot easier to store, isn't it, than the countercade. Yeah, it's not so tall, not so wide, nice and flat. So it's definitely got some redeeming qualities there. Now the 3/4 scale is up next. I think we obviously keep that. The different shapes and styles and designs. There's no reason to get rid of that at all. Continuing on to the right, the little bitty guy right there. Guess what he is? He is your collectorcade, and he is $100. And that's just, I got nothing for you. Nothing. Now, looking back now, I don't know that I should have even had this one on the list, really. But it is technically a way to play arcade games. So we're going to stick with this form factor, and it's the Pong pub table. I think this has got some merit. I think it's got some potential, but it needs different games. It needs different games. The 4-player novelty is great for a little bit, but I think that it's definitely, we got to do something else. We got to put something else in this table. What else can be in the table? I'd like to see, maybe like a puzzle fighter, something simple like that. You can have a couple fighting games on there, but puzzle fighter might even be the marquee title on this table. More of puzzles, more of casual, and just thinking something like that. Capcom seems to be the way to go because everything is Capcom. All right, so we got another. So we have the 2-player countercade. We got the 1-player countercades. I tend to like the 2 players better because of that 3rd-gen monitor, but to each his own, I guess. But that's always going to be the problem for me. Is those you're going to have to swap out that monitor because they're just so bad, they're really, really bad. Now, we can't forget about the next one on the list. Ta-da! Ta-da! Yeah, baby! It is the HDMI console wireless controller. Blah. Really bad. Really bad. Really cheap. But it is a way to play. I believe these are the arcade ROMs. Now, the Mega Man obviously isn't. That's going to be NES. I don't know. If you know what, technically, if you can't play an arcade, if they don't have arcade ROMs in them, then you got to wipe that away, right? You got to say, nope. So, yeah. So there's that. Okay. I am really, this is something I thought was going to sell well. The arcade 1-Up Juniors. I thought something was going to, I don't know. Maybe I didn't know what I was thinking. Maybe I was nuts. It's possible. I've been called worse. Maybe it was nuts to think that this plastic thing could actually really, turn out to be something. I thought that it could. It's all like anything else going to come down to the games list, and I think that while it was probably a safe bet to go with Paw Patrol, even though it was really like a mobile game. I don't really know why you would need to play it in this way. But once again, you got to go with Pac-Man because it's Pac-Man, I guess. Everything it has to be Pac-Man. I mean, if we're talking about kids, toddlers playing this thing, they're not going to have any nostalgia for Pac-Man. It's something for their moms and dads or grandparents to get to buy and say, "Oh, look, neat." And kids don't care about this. So we got 2 for the Babycade. How dare you? It's the greatest thing ever. Not really. Said no one ever. Okay, so now we got the Oh, the giant joystick. Once again, one of those products is really tough to say with a straight face. It really is. So yeah, there's that. There's that. Take it or leave it. I think it really just is what it is. It's definitely one of these, these wireless, things. Plug in your TV, giant joystick. It's a weird way to play it because it's just not intuitive at all. Yeah, we got another 2 for the baby cade, 2 for the joystick. 2's flying around like crazy. I think that it's it's not a good way to play. The controls are not good. Yeah, Ryan's like, nope, I'm out. And I think that they missed. See, to me, let me know what you think about this. Let me know. You can't even just type it without laughing. But think about this. What if they took, I think there's something to be said about this whole arcade decor, right? Having stuff in your arcade, stuff on the wall, stuff on a shelf. I don't really like this one in the picture, but the one thing I did like, the one controller I did like was that Atari. That was really cool. And what if they made it and it wasn't functional? It didn't have any games in it. It wasn't a Bluetooth connectivity, wireless, nothing. And it was just a replica of the controller. Big. And it just, but the way it's shaped, it could just sit on the floor. What if you made big, oversized, comically oversized versions of controllers like for other consoles? You start with Atari, it's cheap, it's simple. And then you partner with other consoles to make those controllers. Now, the licensing is really going to be a problem and an issue when you're talking about PlayStation, Nintendo, and those are the ones that you really need to get sign off on. Xbox is fine, but its controller didn't change that much. They're not iconic. Nintendo is probably going to be the number one. Atari, I think anything, obviously they have a license with Atari, so any Atari controller they could do, but beyond the original for the single joystick with the button, the fire button, that's the only really iconic controller. Everything else is just kind of weird. Just my 2 cents. But it'd be really cool to have just to have the Atari controller, have a NES joypad, the little 2 button, maybe about 3 feet tall or something, kind of lean up against the wall. That'd be cool. Having a big 3-dimensional representation of that would be cool. Even like having the cord sticking out a little bit would be awesome. I don't know. I think they could have maybe turned that into something else. Could you have these like big, I think the consoles probably wouldn't be as, I don't know. I think the controllers have a little bit, because the controllers are meant to be played with, they're always in your hand. So you got this bigger version of it. It'd be kind of cool to kind of hit the buttons, maybe just have it as part of a table or something, or you can just sit it on a table, and it's big, it's plastic, it's lightweight, but the buttons actually did move up and down, just the buttons. That'd be kind of cool. So I think it's kind of a missed opportunity there. Yeah. Giant joysticks were violated by folks on day one. Yes. The unfortunate placement of Pac-Man's crotch level. It's not good. It's not good. And I think the violating was kind of going both ways. Carl Skidmore, how you doing? Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Coming up on hour number 8. Todd Worsing says I went to a trade expo, and they had a Donkey Kong machine that was 10 feet tall. That's really cool. It's like when Arcade 1-Up did that, they had that big NBA Jam cabinet, really big, like, I forget how big it was. It was huge. It was like 15 feet tall or something. You had to have a ladder to walk up to it and play it. So yeah, so that's the joysticks. And then last but not least, when you're talking about ways to play arcade ROMs, is the XL form factor. The XL form factor. What hasn't been said about the XL form factor? So the first one is going to be Golden TXL. Really like it a lot. I think the form factor works well for that. I think they just pulled off the dimensions and everything looks really good. Marquee looks good. Controls are not bad, not perfect, but not bad. And you're going to have, going to keep coming back to it because it's never going to be something I'm okay with is for that price point and all that. You're talking about that monitor, that horrible, horrible monitor. 19 inches is great, but if you can't see it, what does it matter? What does it matter? But overall, I think that really cabinet was a good cabinet and it really just had that one flaw. It really had the one flaw. The monitor was the flaw. And pretty big glaring fault, but still was a flaw. But you get over that, you got a pretty good cabinet. Now, look at this atrocity here, the Shack Jam. I understand the need, the desire, the want for a tie-in. I get that 100%. But when you look at the proportions of this cabinet, take away the 4-player control deck, if you kind of cover that up with your finger, and it's not bad. I think the marquee is still way too big. I think the marquee is just it's a little too big. It just juts out. Maybe doesn't jut out too far, but it's just a little too tall. It needs to be skinnied up a little bit, maybe. But that control, but when you move your finger and you look at that 4-player control deck, that is not good. That's really bad. Way too small. Way too small. So I think that form factor is going to be, it's going to be fine. It's going to be popular if you can maintain your scale. And right now, looking at that thing, the scale is just off. It's just off. It just ain't right. So that's where I think we are with the form factors. We've got 2 that I want to keep, obviously. Get your 2-player counter cage, get your 3/4 scale. You got a couple other ones on the bubble. The Pong Pug table's kind of on the bubble. You got to do something else with that. And single-player counter cage would be all right if you could change the screen. Get the same screen that we saw in the 2-player version. So that would be nice. Sony 4K Fox, do you think Alien vs. Predator will eventually come out RK1 up? They've got to run through. Well, I guess they got to run through some of these cabinets twice, right? So you got Street Fighter, you got Mortal Kombat. You got to go through these 2 or 3 times, but eventually you're going to run out of games to put on these cabinets, and eventually, you can only recycle the same ones over and over again so much, and it's going to come around. It's going to come around. It's going to have some exclusivity tied into it because the only way you could get this in a home in your home was with Capcom's arcade fighting stick. So there's exclusivity there. That would be a big selling point of the cabinet. Is it going to happen? I don't know. But one thing that gives me hope is that there's a lot of CPS2 games out there that they could easily pick up. The entire Alpha series, for one thing. That thing has been out there forever, and they haven't touched that yet. So I think it's probably doable. I think it's going to happen. I hope it's going to happen. When? I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell you. But I think that it's probably a matter of time. They got some things they want to check off, obviously. If it's going to happen, 2024. I think that's fair. 2024. Not next year for sure. Maybe the year after. It's kind of where I'm at. We'll see. Oh, Steve B says, I've got one for you, Fox. You ever play the game Black Tiger? Loved it growing up, still great now. I'm hoping it shows up on a cab down the road. Black Tiger. Why does that name sound familiar? Sounds familiar indeed. I don't think I've played it though. Don't think I've played it. Black Tiger. You're not talking about Tiger Heli, are you? Like a helicopter game? Yeah. So yeah. Okay, so we've just rolled past the 8-hour mark. And let's see. What else? What should we do? You know what? Let's do one more. Let's do one more before I step away for a minute here. So let's get rid of that one. Okay. All right. So here we go. So we've had some good stuff. Hopefully you've thought that it's been good stuff. Now we're stepping it up just a little bit. So this is, I would consider this an open box item. I've broken the seal, but I have not in any way, shape, or form done anything with my Legends Core Max. See, all the packing material still in place. I haven't taken this thing out of the box. The Legends Core Max, the new one, with all the extra horsepower, can be yours. It has 100 games included. So if you want to check this out, let's see, it's got got the 100 built-in games. It's a more powerful processor. What does that mean? I don't really know, but you're going to get the Core Max, the power adapter, the AC adapter, USB cable, and an HDMI cable. So there you go. There it is, Legends Core Max. Check it out. If you want to get your hands on the Legends Core Max, you know what to do. You know what time it is. It is time to write the thing down that's going to pop up. What is it? It's going to be numbers. It's not going to be shapes. I'm not going to, mess you up like that. Legends Core Max. Who wants it? If you want the Legends Core Max, open box. Never been, low miles. Only drove it to Sunday. I only drove it to church on Sunday. Hey, Stieg. How you doing, buddy? Thank you. Thank you, sir. If you want to get your hands on the Legends Core Max, all you got to do is just type what I'm about to show you in this slide. Remember, you got to have all the punctuations got to be correct. It's got to be spelled correctly. Capitalization is key, all that good stuff, just like we had with the old Turd Ferguson. Everybody ready? Get your fingers ready to type this out, and you can get the Legends Core Max sent to you. I'll ship this anywhere. I'll ship this anywhere. So here you go. Ready? Fingers ready. And go. Whenever you get ready, whenever you see this, whenever you think you got it, just type that in the chat. First one to do it correctly gets the Legends Core Max at Games product. Nice small little hockey puck. I think it glows purple, I think. So, and do we have a winner real quick? Oh, we got a whole bunch of people jumped in. Which one? Let's go ahead and take this off. Remove. We got a bunch of entries. Who typed it first? Who got it right? Oh, we had some people get really close, but the one that's showing up first in the chat to verify is going to be Peeps 540. You are the winner of the Legends Core Max. All right. So we got Peeps 540. Peeps 540. If you're here watching and you weren't able to jump in and type that, it was because you're not a subscriber. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. All you got to be is a subscriber for 5 minutes to be able to jump into the chat. So help me out with your subscription if you don't mind. And congratulations to Peeps 540. Now, Peeps, what are you going to do? How do you claim your prize? All you got to do is go on over to your email and email this email address. Email me at 19kfox1@gmail.com. Give me an address that I can send this thing to, and I'll get it in the mail next week. So congratulations again. Email me 19kfox1@gmail.com. Boom. There you go. All right, kids. So you know what time it is. A little after the 8th hour going in. I'm going to have to step away for a second. Going to have to get some more coffee. And I'm going to leave you with the smooth visuals of the attract mode. Still trying to figure out what's going on with the audio. I think what I'll do is I'll leave this. Well, you're not going to hear it. You're not going to be able to hear it. So just gaze upon it and enjoy it. And I'll be back in a few. All right, kids, we're still rolling, rocking and rolling. I think I may, just maybe, have got a second wind or third wind. Not exactly sure. 8 hours, 41 minutes into the live stream. Back at it again. We've given some stuff away. We've talked about many, many different things. Kind of talking a lot about what we want on our cabinets instead of some of the offerings that we've got coming out. Not necessarily that they're bad, but they're kind of recycled. Same stuff kind of over and over again. Now, some of the stuff we've had over and over again is good stuff. Good stuff. Let's wave bye-bye to the track mode for now. I gotta get that audio figured out. I tried using different cameras or different microphones to pick that up. Couldn't pick it up for some reason. I don't know. It's weird. Got to figure that out. High science. This is an art form. It's messy. It's messy. I don't know if it's necessarily art, but it is. It's something. It is something. This stuff you got rolling around your desk, right? This is something out of the big arcade, the real arcade. If you know what that is, you get bonus points. I don't know, but if you can tell me what this is, more importantly, where it belongs. It is here, little light bulb. Where does that go? In a full size arcade. If you've been paying attention, you know what's up. You know what time it is. How's everybody doing tonight? This morning, I guess. Yeah, the sun's up, so I guess it's technically morning. Who's still with me? We got a lot of people with me. Y'all are absolute rock stars. You're killing it. You are killing it. You are killing it. Let me scroll down here and say hi to everybody. Sir Sega, thought you were done, buddy. Glad to see you're still alive. I'm worried Time Crisis is in a refurbished. Okay, now what you're talking about is grounded in some sort of truth. Okay, some sort of. Well, you know what? Give me just a second, and we'll talk about that. I've actually got, you know me, I got some slides. I probably need to re-download this, but it's a really good point. Now, what you're talking about is grounded in some kind of reality and some kind of truth. They're not going to go really crazy in regards to, what they can do with these cabs, right? Download that. Click this button over here, and then you got to kick this button over here, and then you hit the download button. Let's talk about this. Glad you brought this up. We've seen all the components being, sort of out there already. We saw the leak, and I thought, okay, well, this kind of makes some sense because we've seen hallmarks of this cabinet already. We have already seen it. We have, in one way or the other, Give me just a second. Okay, so let's bring this up, and we can talk about it. Eventually. Come on, Internet, don't fail me now. Okay, this is what you're talking. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but let me know if I'm on the right track. So this is what Sir Sega is concerned about, is the fact that we're just going to have kind of a, reskinned, for lack of a better term, a reskinned Ridge Racer, right? Because the shape is pretty much already there. Now you see how elaborate it was, especially around the gun area, kind of jutting out towards you. I think that was a way to kind of stabilize yourself, maybe. So you got that. A lot of these hallmarks are already there. You got what I consider to be the two guns, control panel, kind of straight up like that, big pockets, holsters you would put the pistols in. On the left with Buck Hunter, but the majority of these styling cues are going to be found on your right. Overall shape is kind of there, isn't it? And for the most part, I think I could definitely see this. I could see this happening. Couldn't you? You got the marquee, basically. You got the pedals. Instead of two, it would be one. And the single player pistol in the middle, it's probably going to be two players, though. Let's be honest. I mean, they're not going to put out a single player cab. So yeah, exactly. So I know, my bad. I'm working on the sound. I'll get the sound right next time. But this is where I think some of your concerns are coming from, for sure, is that we're just going to have this reskinned. You're going to have a different control panel. Take that out of the way. and put the pistols in there, and that's it. Same monitor, same overall style and everything. And I think that would be a mistake. And I will say that the only thing that kind of gives me hope is that it's the thing that some people would think is most discouraging, but I think it's the biggest indicator that we're going to have something different. And it is that price point, right? It is the fact that, that looks better. It is the fact that price point is so much higher. It's not a $500 cabinet or a $600 cabinet. This is $800 cabinet. It's huge, big money. And I tend to think that that's going to be an indicator of something different. If it was just another Ridge Racer cabinet, I mean, think about what you got. If we had, let's start with the Ridge Racer cabinet. And we're looking at rumble steer, obviously the 2 pedals on the bottom. The 2 pedals, would there be some cost difference there? If there was a single thing that kind of folded down and you had 2 pedals on it on the same sort of platform, then I don't think that there's much cost difference there. If you had 2 separate platforms with 2 separate pedals, there's additional cost there for player 1 and player 2. But you're taking away the steering wheel, which there's some cost, and the rumble, and you're basically swapping, I think, that out for the guns. So there's not much of a reason, I don't think, that if they just took that cabinet and made a Time Crisis cabinet out of it, let's say if it was a 1-player, it should be the same price. It should be the same price as Ridge Racer. If it's 2-player, maybe a little bit more, but $100 more than Ridge Racer at launch. I don't know. We're going from $699 to $799 for this cabinet. So could it be the same thing, but a 19-inch monitor? Overall size, so not XL, still a 3/4, but with a 19-inch monitor. I don't know that they're going to do that. I don't know that they're going to go that route. Because that kind of contradicts what they consider to be an XL. I think it would be a little too weird. Stepping on some toes there. You can't have that. So what I hope, I think, is that take the overall size, shape, not size, but shape. Take that overall shape of that Ridge Racer cabinet and stretch it out to an XL. About the same size as Shack Jam, basically. Shack Jam, 19-inch monitor. It's going to be washed out a little bit, but it's okay. We got that. We got a fix for that. But the problem is it's going to be a much harder pill to swallow when you're talking about an $800 cabinet and having to fix the monitor. That's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a really, really tough sell. I don't know that I'm going to be okay with that. That'd be tough. So that means it's going to be a Pro then. If the 19-inch form factor, if the large size is what they go with, if we're talking about a Pro, then it's not going to happen this year. It's not going to happen this year. Barring some kind of miraculous change, but we've been pretty much told flat out. But David McIntosh, this is not going to happen as far as the Pros this year. Not that the Pros aren't going to happen, but they're not going to happen this year. This is definitely the year of the XL. So, like I said, I'm still of 2 minds, but overall, if you're worried about the fact that it's going to be, a refurbished Ridge Racer straight up, right? Just a kind of a color swap with side art and maybe a control panel swap out. And that's it. I don't know that it's going to be that direct. Not for that price. You can't do that for that price. If you're talking about just swapping it out, it's got to be a $699 cab. I don't know where the other $100 comes from. I don't know where it goes. It's I don't know how you can justify that when you had T2, arguably a more expensive license to get a hold of for $100 less than that, $699. We're talking about a $799 cab. Now, if we see this thing announced for $699, that's a different story. But usually the way it goes is that there's a leak somewhere, and then the FCC sort of confirms a leak, but we don't really find anything out about it. No pictures, nothing like that. Then images pop up on Arcade 1-Up or some other retailer. So we end up knowing what it looks like before we know what the price is. So it's we're not going to really. I don't think we're going to find out. This is going to be probably the rarest of situations where you have a leak with the price and the name of the actual cabinet before we see an image. So I think we're going to see an image. Will it be an actual image, a picture, or will it be a rendering? I'm not exactly sure. But if it's going to be, if your worst fears are confirmed, and it's just a swap out, then we'll probably see a picture because it's just going to be something they already really have made, and all they're working on is just, really just a control panel, right? And the pedal assembly. Everything else is pretty much there. Just artwork, decals, slap it on there, and it's good. So the price is the only thing that kind of puts my mind at ease, because there's no way they can charge that much money for basically the same cabinet. Can't do it. Can't do it. I guess they could try, but I don't think so. So it's there's that. Is it possible? Sure, it's possible. Is it likely? I don't think it's likely. Like I said, I'm going to keep going back to that price point. It's a very it's a high price point. It's a big price point. It's a big jump. We've never seen one that high, the price anyway. But if it is, I ain't paying that. I'm not paying that. We gotta draw a line in the sand somewhere, right? So who knows? Who knows? Harry X says, good morning. Good morning indeed. How are you? Good to see you, Harry. Hope your night was well. I hope you're well rested to tackle the day of doing whatever the hell you want, because it's Saturday. It is Saturday indeed. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm back. I think I'm going to be okay to power through the next 2 hours. Looking sharp for being up all night. Thank you. Good, clean bourbon living. We'll go with that. Yeah. I didn't have any bourbon tonight though, buddy. I'd be done. Those days, I'm sorry, they're long gone for me. Have a couple drinks and ready for bed. That's one thing. Have a couple drinks, have 5 drinks, 10 drinks, stay up all night. I found out a few years ago, I'm not Superman. Bingo, Mr. Wayne, Master Wayne, coin door light. You got it. You got it figured out. 3 hours to go. 3 hours to go. Everybody, 3 hours to go. We can do it. We have the technology. Yes, we have been going for 9 hours now. We can do it. Rocking on. Cracking the neck. Here we go. You're in Kentucky, right? The floods hit you at all? No, luckily I've been blessed. No floods in my area, but yeah, they're in parts of Kentucky, and we need to keep those people in our prayers. And if you don't pray, then keep them in your thoughts. And if you have an opportunity to donate in some way, shape, or form, consider it. If you're able, not everybody's able. So just keep them in mind. Keep everybody in mind that's going through tough times. It's there's problems all over the world, and you got to be mindful of that. And if you're mindful of it, it helps you be grateful for what you got in the situation you're in. Your situation is probably not great, but there's probably somebody that's got it worse. So I don't know. Try to find ways to keep your head up, because it's easy for it to fall down. It's easy for it to fall down. Try to keep it up. You'll be better for it. But thank you for your concern. But no, I'm one of the lucky ones. Beach Native 78. You're still here, or I'm still here? Because I live here. I have to be here. If they won't let me sleep anywhere else. Thanks for staying with me. Thanks for hanging with me. Right, Retro Cake. Morning indeed. How you doing, buddy? Big Reese, that could work if they mod the design, but yeah, they'd have to change the design a little bit. I think I'd want to see that price down to $6.99. If it is just that, and we keep everything else in place, we change up the the marquee and overall shape. We keep that the same. We obviously have the 2 guns, 2 pedals. I think you still got to stay at $6.99 if you're going to keep it that shape and keep it that screen size and all that. I'm still waiting to see what's the deal. If think about it, if that's the price, Why? Why is that the price? Why is that the price? And maybe, hopefully, when we see those initial renders, we'll find out. It'll be abundantly obvious. Chicken Shay says they need that front mold to bring. Yes, see, that's what I'm saying. This right here, man. If you just take Ridge Racer at that 45-degree angle and you just got your pistol sitting in there, yeah, it would work. But those big red haunches sticking out, that's what you need, man. Everything else we could live with. Overall cab shape it's close. It's close enough. But I mean, it's iconic. It's what definitely sells it, right? Sells the design for sure. Sup, y'all? Sup. You? Wait, what did I miss? Nothing. Just hanging out. Just hanging out for 9 hours. Nothing wrong at all. Nothing wrong at all. BCB 147 says that maybe for $100 for a better gun. I know there were some negative feedback about that. Yeah, and that's a good point. You raise a good point too. The guns, we're not that great. We're not that great. So we talking like recoil guns? We talking about guns, the pow pow? Yeah, I mean, if we got a mechanism actually recoiling, like some of those really nice Sinden light gun technology, I could see that. I could definitely see that as working. So, and we are just about at the 9-hour mark. 3 hours left to go, kids. It's will be a walk in the park. 3 hours left to go. 3 hours left to go. But better guns. Would you pay $100 for better guns? Only if the screen is perfect. The screen has to be BOE. The screen has to be a non-issue. The rest of the cab looks pretty good. That marquee's a little washed out. So I think, let's say the screen is not an issue. Let's say they fix the sound issues. And we're paying an extra $100, right? To get the extra gun, the gun quality. Better guns. Okay, so that fixes almost everything. So then we're just down to the marquee. That's going to be a fairly easy fix when you're talking about the way this cabinet's put together. The marquee assembly sits on top, and somebody could easily make something different. Am I out of focus again? What is up with this? I think I'm out of focus. I have to keep doing this. Of course, if I turn the autofocus on, everything goes crazy. The marquee, the way it just sort of sits on top, it's just 3 pieces. 2 little angled pieces, 90s, and then you got the marquee across the top. So yeah, that's okay. But listen, the guns have to be incredible. I mean, they have to be markedly better. They have to be like a big improvement, not just they're a little bit better. No, I mean, like, they got to be better, like a lot. It's got to be like, wow, these guns are amazing. The quality, you know what I'm saying? It's got to be like, not even a question that they're better. Not like, well, if you note the mill thickness of the plastic. No, I shouldn't have to get down into the weeds to see the improvement, the quality improvement. Not at all. Not at all. It needs to be obvious. So guns are just really, they're obviously a lot better. They got great weight to them. Recoil would be something cool. You got to have something. You got to have at least the clackety, right? You got to have some feedback. Now we're talking about, well, no, because you can have a machine gun. I think, yeah, Time Crisis 2, because you can pick up different weapons, power-ups, shotgun. Pistol is just pistol. You got the shotgun, and then you can get a machine gun, so you can have fully automatic. So yeah, it's got to be good. It's got to be solid. It's got to make it good. It's got to be satisfying. Would I be willing to pay? Yeah, if all I had to worry about was fixing the marquee, that's still a lot of money, though. That's still a lot of money. That's more than Golden TXL, but the monitor was bad. So we keep coming back to that, don't we? You willing to spend a little bit more? I don't know. Maybe this year, but next year, when I'm really tight on space, I'm going to be really selective. So maybe we'll go with maybe. better guns, $100. The only thing left to do is just the marquee. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with spending $800 again. I've already done that once with iArcade. Do we need to go into that? Do we need to go into that? I hope it's good. I hope I don't regret that purchase. I don't have it in my hand, so I don't know. It might be awesome. It might blow me away, the quality. But I don't know. For those of you who are just joining us, 9 hours into this live stream, I'm trying to get my subs up, trying to hit 5K. That's a part of the reason why I'm doing this. Another part of the reason why I'm doing this is to maybe talk to some of you that I don't get a chance to talk to, don't get a chance to interact with, because I'm streaming like once, maybe twice, but it's always at night on the East Coast. And I want to do something. I want to be able to just kind of give everybody a chance to kind of jump in the chat and say something and give a few things away. We've given away 4 items so far. We have 3 more to go, and the value's been going up. So there you go. So we got 3 more things left to give. We got 3 hours left. So that means that we're going to have to probably wait. Yeah, wait a little bit longer. Let's wait a little bit longer. Let's stretch it out. So Peeps 540 says, will the gun have recoil feedback like in the true arcade? Hope so. That would help justify the cost. I don't know if it fully justifies the cost, but it would help. F around to find out. LOL. Yep, that is what alcohol says to me also. That's right. I have a healthy respect. Hey, Samantha, how are you? What are your thoughts on House of the Dead Arcade 1-up? Hope they can make this happen next year. I really hope so. I think if we're going to get a shooter a year, 2 shooters a year, House of the Dead has to be next up. I kind of thought it was going to be in the place of Time Crisis. I really did. I thought that House of the Dead was going to be the next one. I was sent pictures of mock-ups of cabinets that I thought, given the other pictures that I was sent by that individual, it had some validity to it. Turned out not to be the case. Well, I don't know. I don't want to say that. Some of the other images were legit. Sometimes I try things. Sometimes the coffee runs out. And sometimes it just doesn't work out. So, or priority change. Maybe there was some reason why they really couldn't pull off House of the Dead yet. But we'll see. I hope that. I can't imagine, honestly, between you and me, I can't imagine another gun game that they should have other than House of the Dead. Unless they're trying to save it and wait and maybe do some other older games that are easier to emulate, I guess. But I don't know. So I hope it happens. I think there's a good chance that if they're going to do another shooting game next year, which I assume they are, House of the Dead has to be top of the list at this point. If we can scratch Time Crisis off the list, House of the Dead, come on. Everybody's asking for that. They're clamoring for it. Cheers, final stretch. That's right. We got this. House of the Dead would be great. Wouldn't it be great? It would just be awesome. Just be able to walk up to the cabinet and just play. That'd be great. Time Crisis is the only thing I can make space for this. You see, everybody's starting to run out of space. This is becoming a real problem. We're going to get way more selective. Maybe I will sell Marvel vs. Capcom 1 for Marvel vs. Capcom 2 if that is good. Everybody's getting to that point, aren't we? The diehards are now. We got to start making concessions. Now we got to give some stuff up. Do we really want to do that? Are we, as we look around our arcades, like, man, but I like that one. I play that one. I don't want to give that up. It's tough. And I don't know that you want to actually have your customers, put your customers in that position where they have to do that, But it's kind of the nature of the beast, right? Is what it is. So we talk about what we want. We're talking about Time Crisis and what that could be. We talked about Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? Why? What? It's $5.99, which makes sense if it's going to be a good 2-player cab. Let's talk about what we know coming out so far. And, coming out very soon. Shipping maybe next week even. Todd, to answer your question, honestly, I don't know. But I do know that something's going on with Evo. Arcade 1-Up, something's going on. I really don't know what it is. I thought, like a lot of other people, I think we mentioned it on the stream last night in the wee hours, in the beginning hours of the stream, that I thought a lot of us thought, the YouTubers, the people that speculate, thought that it was going to be the Capcom Legacies. I thought that's what it was. I thought that was more of a sure bet, right? Okay, well, Evo's going to happen in August. You're going to see those. You're going to see they're going to bring out the Capcom Legacies. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to drop anything crazy. But the Capcom Legacies have come out. They're available. We know everything about them. We got some reassurances when it comes to the monitors. So pretty much everything's known, right? So they're coming out. They're shipping next week. I think I actually had some people say they're actually shipping now, or they've shipped this week. So some people you could see some reviews on some of these next week. You're not going to see one for me. Haven't got mine yet. But is it happening? I really don't know. I want it to happen real bad. We'll see. We'll see, but I'm not sure. Emulation's tough. But keep your eyes on Evo. Keep your eyes on Evo. We're going to have B from Kong's RS is going to be there. And if there's something to be said, if there's something to talk about, he's going to be there covering it. So that's going to be nice to have him there. It's really good. So there's that. I really just don't know. Let's talk about what's coming out now. Let's talk about what's coming out now. What we know. So we got the Capcom Legacies. Both are going to have the same games list. There was some confusion out there early on. Strider's in red because we thought that the listings for the Shinku Hadouken had Street Fighter 1, while Yoga Flame had Strider, and there was some confusion. But it looks like this has all been confirmed by John D on an official Facebook post that they're going to have Strider instead of Street Fighter 1. Much love, much respect to Street Fighter 1, but I'm not going to have it on there. Which is kind of weird because these are 35th anniversary cabinets, and it was celebrating the 35th anniversary of Street Fighter 1. So it's not going to be on the cabinet. It's kind of weird. A little bit weird. But okay, it is what it is. So let's look at these games lists. Let's really think about this and take a deep breath and look at what we got coming out. We're going to talk about everything and kind of make a decision as far as what do we think here? Is this really something we want to have right now? Knowing what we know now, knowing what we have in our own collections now, is this going to find a home for you in your collection? Now, I'm a little bit different. I've got the cabinet that I made, which is the Anniversary Predator cab. It's got 16 games on it, and a lot of these games are on that cabinet. So my knee jerk right now is that I'm not going to get this. I'm not going to do it. Although I do like the shape. It's kind of a bummer that it's not something unique, but as far as cabinets go, this isn't bad. It's very comfortable. It's a very comfortable cab. So Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition, all right there. It's Street Fighter 2, right? What else can we say about it? It's Street Fighter 2. Good versions of the game. Championship Edition is probably the definitive, depending on what your preferences are, I think Championship Edition is probably the definitive Street Fighter 2 before we started getting crazy with speeds and all that. King of Dragons, not that familiar with, but it's something new. I don't have that on my cabinet, my custom cabinet. Strider is fun. Strider is a cool platformer. Pro Gear is a side-scrolling shooter instead of a top down. So that's good. Battle Circuit's really fun, another fighting game. Super Puzzle Fighter 2 is really good. It's on It's on another cab we're going to talk about in a second. Saturday Night Slam Masters, also another game, another cabinet that's currently out. Capcom Sports Club, these are the ones in white, are already out there. Gigawing, good game. Armored Core, good game. Captain Commando, oh yeah. Final Fight, oh yeah. Big oh yes. Final Fight could almost be, it's not in yellow because it's been out before. It's been on a couple different versions. It's been on the head-to-head. It's been on the, it had its own cabinet. So it's been out before. It's not on Big Blue. We'll talk about that in a second. So there's your games list right there. It's pretty good. Now, if you don't have a custom cabinet that has a lot of these games on it, I think this is a good cab. Like the depending on, and it comes in 2 skins, right? 2 different variants for you to take advantage of. To pick, you want blue or you want red. Why the unnecessary choice here? I mean, I think that it's nice to have a couple different skins, a couple different variants, but to have them in the beginning, I guess, is probably better than having one later than the other, because you buy one, maybe you buy the red one, but you really wanted the blue, and the blue comes out later. You didn't know about it. So on one hand, it's kind of nice to have them out like this in the beginning, so you can kind of pick the one you want. But there's some things on here that I just don't like. Okay, so you got some of the characters on the side. It's like I wish they could have just left the characters all the same, but you got to change it up to change it up. Not sure why, but okay. Blue and red is fine, but the problem, this is where the contradiction kind of, or not the contradiction, but maybe it's clashing. You're talking about a cab style that is very similar to a Midway cabinet. It is the current Midway Legacy cabinet, and it's going to be trimmed in red if you get the logo, the Yoga Flame. Putting these things next to each other is going to be kind of weird. It's going to be kind of awkward. They're going to look very similar. So that's my trepidation on that. It should have been a different color. If you're gonna T-mold this bad boy in a color, yellow. I don't think that we've had a yellow yet. Orange was available on the Marvel Superheroes Special Edition or Limited Edition or whatever. So we've had orange. Yellow could have been cool, something different. Yoga Flame, it would have stood out a little bit more, because if you're going to put these side by side, in your arcade, it's going to be kind of weird. They're both red. It's like it's not enough distinction between the two, in my humblest of opinions. So the blue really comes in and pops, and it stands in contrast of your MK30th, if you got it. Some of these aren't going to be an issue if you don't have it, but it stands in sort of contrast to that. But it doesn't have any, like the T-molding or the edge banding is just black. And it's a damn shame. They should have went with a color here. Blue. I kind of thought about green, but I don't think green would look good here. I think blue they should have definitely gone with the blue T-molding. I think it would have really popped a little bit more than what it's doing. I mean, it looks good, but it looks sort of muted. So I think they should have definitely gone with that. Could have stood out a little bit more. Especially, like I said, if these things are going to be side by side in your arcade. So, yeah, the blue one does look better. The blue one does look better, in my opinion. I have to agree with you. The blue one looks better. It needs that T-molding, though. I wish it would have had that. Marvel Capcom 2, not happening, I don't think. I can't argue with that. Will we ever get a Gauntlet 4-player cab? I don't know. Ever? Sure. I'm starting to sound like John D now. Hey, anything's possible. No, I think that if they want to revisit that, that's how you do it. You got to change it up more than just a different art, different art style. Fox, you are slight out of synchro. Probably because I'm tired. Unless my audio is messed up. Let me check the audio real quick. Could be. Hello, testing. There you go. Tell you what, let me Let me stop sharing that camera. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Maybe that'll help some. Okay. Yes, B is a great field reporter. He will be the man. He will be the man. Bill, what's going on, buddy? Hey, good morning. Wow, 9 hours is still going. Yes. Trying to make it to 12 because I'm a fool. I'm a moron. We need a show every Saturday morning. Hey, like cartoons. Thoughts on the Rexer show always mocking the community? That's his stick. That's what he wants to do. He wants to mock. Some people like to be drama channels. So listen, there's a lot of people that make a lot of money. They're big channels, and they do it with drama, and they do it with hot takes, and it's the path he wants to take. Good luck. You might do well. You might take off. That's just not me. It's not what I do. So take it or leave it. I leave it. Not a fan. Bill says they should have replaced Street Fighter 1 with Bionic Commando. Yes, that'd be slick. Same year, so at least you could still make an argument for it being a 35th anniversary. It makes sense. Makes sense. I'd take it. I like Bionic Commando. It's pretty fun. Happy to get Sports Club and Puzzle Fighter, even though we have him on Big Blue. It makes a possible replacement for Big Blue. And that's something else we're going to talk about in a second. I have Capcom Legacy and Big Blue, though. What are you torn? You're torn. You don't know what to do because some of these bangers are on that cabinet, that Legacy. So what do? If you don't like that cabinet, I think that it's kind of a no-brainer. See if you can offload that thing for about $300 and dump that money into this. Take another $200 plus the money you made on your other cabinet and pick this up. If you got the original, if you got that first generation Legacy with a riser, with a lit marquee, yeah, you could probably get $300 for it as long as it's in good shape. That's a $450 cab new. You could probably get maybe $350. Who knows? Because you can buy it new for $250 without the riser and without the lit marquee. So you can probably get rid of that, offload that, take that money and dump it into this, and you're good to go. But if you like that cabinet, it's got the yellow, and that's right. I knew it. That's where the yellow edge banding. I knew we had it. Yeah, that was on that first Legacy, wasn't it? That Capcom Legacy. So yeah, carry that yellow over to this Yoga Flame. It would have looked good. It looked really good. Sega, the day is rising, and I'm on my way home. Thanks for the entertainment tonight, Fox. Hey, you're very, very welcome. Drive safe, get home, get some rest. Captain Commando was on the Street Fighter 2 Partycade as well, but this is the first time on 3/4. Yeah, it's weird, the stuff that made it to Partycades and different form factors and didn't make it to 3/4. 3/4 you would think would be that's like the main event. You would think that those titles would make it there, but sadly, no, not always. Kind of weird. The blue one looks, yeah, I think I read that already. We can hear you, bro. Okay, good. Good morning. Wonder why they didn't release the Big Blue again with these skins. I'm kind of curious as to why we didn't get a second Big Blue. Different skin. Change up the games. Just keep it going. You already built it. You already made it. Why not? It's a good question. I guess you could, either way you skin it, it's about the same because Big Blue exists. That's already built. That's already made. You could have just made it a version of that. This cab shape also exists. And, there's nothing to re-engineer or redesign. So you just, you get new decals, artwork, and you're ready to go. Now the Yoga Flame is not. It's like, okay, it's basically, you got the side arts unique, but the control deck's pretty much the same. The bezel's pretty much the same. The Shinku Hadouken, the blue one, is really cool because of what they're trying to mimic with that control panel, that waterfall sort of design, where you got continuous artwork on the top and the front. So that's something that maybe justifies this new shape is my point. But I think Big Blue probably needs to go because it's not that comfortable. The control deck is not that comfortable. I'm glad it was out. I'm glad they sold a bunch of them at that cheaper price so everybody could get one. But this is probably the way to go. Maybe you take this and you make a variant of this, a Big Blue variant of this style. Change the top, but keep that. I like that control deck. That's really comfortable. Atran Fanatic, what's going on? Hey, Fox, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Jedi Goku, how you doing? For a $5 super chat, can I take an old 360 flight stick connector and plug in the original arcade 1-up buttons into it to play a PC inside my X-Men versus Street Fighter? Thanks. Can I take an old 2? I think you're talking about an old. Maybe the 2 comma shouldn't be there. Can I take an old Xbox 360 flight stick connectors and plug into the original arcade 1-up buttons to play a PC inside my X-Men Street Fighter? What you're going to have to do, this is what I did. So if you buy a fight stick, which is basically what I did, you're just going to take all your buttons and stuff and transfer it over. So the holes, basically the same size. If you're talking about Sanwa, basically the same size. You just plug them in, you're good to go. You may have to have a USB encoder if you're trying to plug it into a PC. So what you could do is you could just buy a set of cheap buttons off Amazon with a USB encoder, take all the buttons out, put the buttons in, plug all that stuff into your encoder, and then you run your USBs down to your Xbox or your PC. Plug that in, and you're good to go. But if you take a flight stick, like I said, you're going to have to figure out how you connect that. Now, if the fight stick is USB, then yeah, you're basically just going to take it out of its shell, and the arcade 1-up control panel becomes the new shell. So then all you got to do is run it down and plug it in. Power for the unit's going to be different. You're not going to have the volume control on top unless you try to tie into your PC with some kind of potentiometer on the actual control deck. You can do that. But yeah, I mean, you're basically just decasing it and putting it in a new case. The new case is your control deck on your arcade 1-up. So you can definitely do that. No problem. But you could also just go on Amazon and buy a cheap set of buttons that come with a USB encoder and do it that way too. That way, if you want to maybe change the color of your buttons, maybe you don't like the buttons that are in your fight stick. Maybe another thing to consider is when you're talking about your fight stick, they're usually the shell that they're in is usually really thin. So Sanwa buttons with the clips, the top of the buttons here and the clip that springs out is really close. So if you put that in the wood, the clip is not going to spring out to retain it. It'll probably sit in there okay, but it's not going to spring out to retain it. Whereas if you buy those cheap buttons from Amazon, they just have a backing nut and they screw on tight. It's up to you. It's not going to cost you anything to take it out of your fight stick and put it in your control deck to just see how it fits. But if it fits in there kind of loose, that's going to be an issue. If it fits in there kind of loose and you don't have that spring tension, that spring retainer to pop out to keep it, in the control panel, you can have issues. So just something to play around with. I would try it first. Take a button out, put it in your control deck and see what happens. See how it fits. If you like the way it fits, then yeah, just swap it all over. But if it's not going to fit just right, if it's going to be kind of funky and weird, it's not worth it because you're going to be jamming, you're going to be playing, and you're not going to like it. You're not going to be happy. So just get you a set of, and you can go on Amazon and just look up, arcade buttons, type in arcade buttons, arcade controls, USB, and then it should bring up. They have sets where it's like one player. It's a Sanwa type or a Sanwa style joystick and buttons with a USB encoder. So anyway, thank you so much for $5 super chat. I hope that answers your question. Thank you so much again for the $5 super chat. What am I going to give to you? How about a little bit of Fulgore? And thank you for that. I'm going to have to step away for just 1 second, and I will be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Wasn't going to be a long break. I just had to get some more coffee. Let me get some more coffee. It is a happy Saturday morning to everybody. Hope you're enjoying yourself. We're gonna keep on trucking. Got the second wind. It is officially landed. It's in my lungs. So we got this fella here. We got these two guys here, and it's pluses and minuses. Yeah, okay. We talked about that. We got to talk about what's existing now. What is currently available on the market today. We talked about this before on another show, but I think I wanted to just bring it up again to really talk about what do you potentially have in your collection right now. What games do you have right now? Well, you're going to have Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition already. You're going to have Street Fighter 2 Turbo. You're going to have Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. You're going to have those games already. Those three fighters are already there. You're going to have Super Puzzle Fighter 2 is going to be there. Here's kind of a sticking point. Here's something that is going to kind of, maybe get some people's like, why do we have 3 Street Fighter 2s on this cabinet and not at least one of the Dark Stalkers? You had the entire trilogy of the Dark Stalkers over here with Big Blue. I mean, that's kind of a big deal. Now, I've been on record as saying that I'm glad that they didn't go super heavy on the fighters when you're talking about this new Capcom legacy. But if you wanted to have 3 fighters, why not, diversify, chop it up a little bit, have 2 Street Fighter 2s and 1 Dark Stalker, just to kind of change it up a little bit, give a little bit of variety. You're still going to have at least 2 Street Fighter 2s. Why not? So you got the Dark Stalkers trilogy there. Saturday Night Slam Masters carries over. Knights of the Round does not carry over, which is kind of a shame because it's a good game. Maybe you should have got that instead of King of Dragons. King of Dragons is fine. So that's kind of personal preference. Eco Fighters, wasn't really a big fan of, so I'm kind of glad that is not on there. Capcom Sports Club, it changes it up. It's fine. Muscle Bomber Duo is just more the same, unfortunately, in my opinion. So that's what's out there now. These are the decisions you're going to have to make when you're talking about, do I upgrade or do I add this to my collection? If we're talking about Capcom fighters, there's a lot out there. It's not just going to come down to Big Blue and the new legacy because, listen, there's a lot out there. So you got the Marvel stuff. That's all Capcom CPS2. It is a different SKU. It's a different style. You got different characters on there, but it's still very much in that same vein of Capcom. You have the other legacies out there too that are not in the mix. Should you upgrade? I have a lot of issues with that cabinet. I didn't even bother getting the Capcom legacy. I got the Midway legacy. modded it a couple, just tried to improve it, and then put it all back to stock and sold it as soon as I heard that the new stuff was coming out. Is there enough there to warrant it? If you're the one that spent, all that money on the Big Blue originally, you're not as keen to maybe jump ship yet. Now, if you just bought one as part of the whole charity event, and you got it for $150, have both, right? You didn't spend that much money on it. Keep it. It's pretty cool. Get both. It's fine. Is there enough there? No, enough difference to warrant the purchase? I think so. If I think I'm going to stick by my statement. I think that if I didn't have my custom cabinet that had the majority of these games already on it, I'd probably go for this one. Even though I have Big Blue, I think I'd probably go for it. I'd get the blue one for sure, because the red one, I just got MK30th, so I'd definitely go with the blue one. Games list is diverse enough that I'd probably go for it. But it would be nice to have a completely new, I don't know, is it possible to get a completely different games list besides a couple Street Fighters? It would have been nice to have 14 games and only 2 of them are Street Fighters and everything else is different. Everything else is something we haven't had before. Because you're really buying this for what? The games in yellow. If you don't have the Legacy, you're buying them for the games in yellow and Final Fight. Maybe Strider. You're talking about 6, 7, 8 games. 8 games that, I think that warrants the purchase. If you don't have any other options, if you don't have any other Capcom Legacies or Street Fighter Legacies or whatever, I think there's enough there to make the leap, make the jump. But that's something you got to consider. Here's another thing. We keep talking about we don't have enough room. It's getting tighter. What do we do? Is your arcade big enough to have 2 pretty similar fighters? 2 pretty similar cabinets? 2 they got a lot of the games. They got a lot of the same games. Is your personal arcades tight enough to where, listen, I'm either going to keep what I'm doing. I'm going to keep this Big Blue, or I'm going to actually swap it out and get the Capcom. So that's another thing. It's like so now if you're going to do that, if that's where you're at, because you don't have any room, so it's going to have to be one or the other. Now you got to look at what you're going to lose. It's not so much what are you going to gain by buying the second cabinet, is what am I going to lose? Darkstalkers is gone. Eco Fighters, no big deal. Knights of the Round's pretty good game. But that's really it. That's really it. Everything else you're going to get is going to carry over. You're going to have it on the other cabinet. You got to make that decision. Darkstalkers, are they going to have a Darkstalkers cabinet? I don't know. Probably not. I don't see that happening. I guess it could. I guess it's possible. They could keep making Big Blue and just give the same games list and just have a different marquee title, Darkstalkers 3 or whatever. But they haven't done it yet. I think the brand recognition with Street Fighter is just too great. You're not going to have anything like this with fewer than 3 Street Fighter 2 games, which is fine if you're going to add a whole bunch of stuff to it. If you're going to add more games to it, that's fine. It kind of evens it out. Where is the Marvel Legacy? We don't talk about that enough. Where's the Marvel Legacy? Now, I know it's Capcom, but you see the difference. You see the distinction. The crossover that happens between Capcom and Marvel, the versus games, all those end up on other cabinets. They end up on Marvel branded cabinets. They don't end up on these Capcoms, these Legacies, in any way, shape, or form. None of them do. So you're not going to get Punisher on a Capcom Legacy, which is fine. I guess it's kind of sad in a way, but you get to a point where it's so diversified, it's so chopped up, it's so fragmented when we're talking about the Marvel Capcom games. It would be nice to have a Marvel Legacy. A Marvel Legacy. All the games that were on all the Marvel cabinets. Put them all together. We have yet to get that right. I think the best games list was on that Marvel versus Capcom head-to-head. We need a stand-up version of that, and it needs to be the Marvel Legacy, whatever shape that takes. Is it going to be another Midway style? And I guess I need to quit calling it the Midway style. Is it going to be another MK30th style? That's that same kind of shape, cabinet and all. Wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it, but it's got to be. It can't be red or blue. We can't. We gotta go with something else. We got to go with something else. Is it orange? Do we make it orange like the limited edition? I don't know. Maybe. There's not a lot of those out there. Obviously, there's only 8,000. What about if you go green? Now you're going to conflict with turtles. I think you got to have something else though. I don't know. What else could it? What else? What other color could it be? Purple? I don't know. If you're doing like the Infinity Stones, purple maybe. I don't know. I'm looking for something a little different though. Something that's going to stand out more. If we're going to have the same shapes, if all the cabinets are going to be the same shapes, we're kind of going back to Gen 3 again, aren't we? Where everything's kind of the same. All the fighters are the same shape. Of course, Gen 3, all the games were the same shape. Didn't matter what. It didn't matter what the genre was. They were all the shark fin. So you're going to have to, the challenge is still there to make it different, make it stand out, you know? And if you're a fighter fan of these kind of games, you're a fighter fan in general. I mean, if you're waiting to see your cabinet get remade, Marvel vs. Capcom gets remade. What shape is it going to have? It's going to have the MK30th. So then what do you do as far as, you know, the colors and the artwork? How does it stand out? Well, maybe because Shinku Hadouken is black, as far as the T molding, maybe we retain the baby blue on the next one, and there you go. All right, that's decent. That's a good way for it to stand out. But I think I'd rather have a Marvel Legacy, and maybe you do it in the light blue, and that works. But blue and red, we got to kind of get away from blue and red. Different colors: blue, red, green, and black. Yeah, the only one that's different than that is really going to be Big Blue, which is white. What else is out there? There's got to be something else. Yellow for the last Legacy stands out. It really pops. That's something really cool. I wish we could get some more, some variety in the colors. I still think the cab is too loud. You talking about the Capcom? It's a bit much. It's a bit much. I don't mind it. Doesn't really bother me, but it is a bit much. I think if Marvel vs. Capcom 2 comes out, it will be in the big blue, and that is why. No, I don't agree. I think that if they come out with Marvel vs. Capcom 2, I think it's going to be, if it's going to be in an existing shape, it's going to be the Midway shape. I think. Pretty sure. I don't think they'll do big. I don't think they'll revisit Big Blue again. It seems like they've moved on from that form factor. I can see them taking the current shape they have now, the MK30, the shape now, and just changing maybe some of the. Think about what you could do is you could just change the upper shape, and you already have the Midways already have like a 2-inch riser, a 2-inch extension. They could just turn that into like a 4-inch or something, make it taller. Big Blue height. But I like the control panel better on MK30th. So that's kind of where I'm at. David says, will we see an updated Killer Instinct in the new MK30th Street Fighter cab design? Would look cool with all 3 cabs side by side. I'm hoping to get my hands on one of those cabinets this year. What's the difference? And I'm being serious. I'm not trying to be facetious. I don't know what the difference is. I think the styles are very similar. Maybe too similar. And because it's trimmed in black, if you put it next to your Shindu Hadouken, you're going to have, it might get lost if they're too similar. But I got to, while we're doing this, let me look it up real quick. Let me get another look at the old Let's take a little peek here. I probably should have made that. Maybe we'll talk about this Sunday. Yeah, so see, it's... we need to talk about this Sunday. I need to put these two side by side. I think what you're looking at is a design that's really similar. No, I think the big edge is going to be the control panel. So you're talking about the control panel. It's definitely elevated and slanted, whereas KI is flat, and then looks like the marquee is pushed in a little bit, where it's pushed out more with the MK30th. Other than that, kind of similar, but I don't know. You put those side by side, it is enough of a difference. But if you redo it in the same style as MK30th, oh, we can't have black. We can't have black T molding. We've already got one with black T molding. And that cabinet's already black anyway. It's black, solid black, dark. Spinal on the side kind of pops, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Killer Instinct. We had the cabinet, and then the first Pro they announced is Killer Instinct. It's not Pac-Man. It's not Street Fighter. It's not even Mortal Kombat. It's Killer Instinct. So why the desire to move on quickly from what you just announced in the 3/4 scale to a Pro version? So are they abandoning the 3/4 scale once it runs its course? I don't know. But to your point, if you like uniformity, which initially I did too, I wanted everything 3rd gen. It would look cool. It would look cool. But I'm afraid that they would get lost sitting next to each other. You definitely would have to divide that up. You could have Killer Instinct and then Mortal Kombat and then the Shinku Hadouken off to the right. And while they have, the same T molding in black, you would have the blue over here. You'd have the all black over here, red in the middle. You could make that work. And they would look pretty cool in that order. Specifically that order. If that's not micromanagement, I don't know what is. Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah. I meant to say, 2 Xbox 360 flight sticks. I got you. Yeah. 1 and 2 player. Yeah. No, it's basically the same thing. You're doing the same thing. Yeah, the hole might be too deep, depending on, like I said, it's because you're talking about your panel. The top panel is thin compared to the 1/2-inch MDF that's used to make up the control panel on the RK1-Up. So yeah, that's what you need. That's what you need. The control deck on Big Blue is at the same height angle as the original arcade. Arcade 1-Up actually did a great job on that cab. No, I think that they did. I think that it's the problem for me is probably going to be the height, I think, overall. If that angle was higher, it would be more comfortable than it is. For me, everybody's different. Everybody's different. Just for me, for my height. Maybe if I was a little bit shorter, or maybe if I wasn't, all messed up, just joints all afflicted. No, I'm fine. No, it's probably just my personal preference. But I think that I think the new one is better. The new one is better. Maybe you have a yellow block. I changed those. I changed my block buttons. They're white now. Okay. Sacrifices had to be made. Somebody had to go. Something had to take a hit. It was either going to be my wallet or another RK1-Up I had sitting around. In this case, I took it to the countercade. Sorry, it lost. And there was that in regards to the white buttons. I could have bought different buttons, different brand, not Sanwa, had to be something different, HAP, whatever. But then you got to, OCD, you want to change them all. You might as well, if you're going to go in there and do that, get the custom, plug and play harness. So you go to, I forget the name of the website, but they'll make them for you, and they'll plug right into the standard encoder, and you'll be good to go. But that's buying all the buttons. And then while you're in there, do you really want to stick with the standard joystick? Well, maybe, but still. And then wait, of course, for that to show up. Or you could just take them out of the countercade, and maybe you never put that back, and maybe you just put in I didn't even bother putting the yellow buttons in. You can put them in, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, trying to find white buttons, white RK one-up buttons was a little bit harder than I thought. It used to be a lot easier when this all started. It's kind of weird. Something with the white pigment. It's gone. Fox went to poop. No, I had to get coffee. But I had to urinate. I had to go to the restroom. I had to pee. The bladder was full. Has Fox been partying all night? Depends on how you what do you define party? No, been talking, been streaming, been talking. Trying to get to 5K. We're just like 50 away from 5K. We can do it. If y'all would be so kind as to hit that button. But nah, partying. Well. I'm anxious when Glenn releases the steering wheel for his spinner. Yes. Glenn makes such good stuff. He makes such good stuff. Sold for sale. I thought he was going to turn the volume up on that attract mode. I switched mics to the mic that was actually in the actual camera, and they didn't pick it up. I turned the volume up on the actual cabinet, and it didn't. For some reason, it wasn't picking it up. It's weird. I saw it in the software. It just wouldn't. I don't know. I got to figure that out. I don't know if I got to plug in or what I got to do to get the audio out of that. It's weird. I slept for a while, missed some. Lucky you. No, I haven't slept. I did take breaks. I took one long break that was almost an hour, but that was after I was on for a while. And then after another long stretch, I took about 30 minutes, 40 minutes off. So I don't know. I can't. It all blends together. But no, I haven't slept yet. Angelo P. I'm having my morning coffee as well while watching. Thank you, sir. Thank you for watching. Afterburner. See, it always comes back to this Afterburner. I don't know why this is not. Nobody's waving the flag at RK1 up. Why this doesn't come up more often? I know they had the petition. I know it didn't do well, but Afterburner for me is just like it's a way to chop it up. It's a way to show the variety in your gameplay with a flight game. Something's got to give. Something's got to give. I don't know what you do, but you got to do something. And if it's not, if it's not Afterburner, what is it? Maybe I keep coming back to the Ace Combat, which is actually air combat. That could be fun, but what else do you put on it? We keep going round and round. I feel like sharks circling. Like I'm floating on a piece of driftwood and the sharks are circling me. I'm not sure what was the point of that. But that's how I feel. I feel more like it's the topic keeps coming around and around. It's like, what are you waiting for? What's next? It's another fighter. It's another regurgitation of fighters. And these, to be fair, these regurgitations are pretty good. They look great. But it is the same stuff. I'd like to see them sort of settle on a 2-player form factor style, and it's definitely probably going to end up being the MK30th, which I think is good. So let's get this sort of established and set in stone, and then let's move on to something else. Mortal Kombat now, I think you got it licked, with the exception of that monitor. And maybe there's a mid refresh somewhere, a mid model refresh where it's now going to have the 4.3 monitors. Early adopters kind of get the short end of the stick. That is what it is, though. That is what it is. It's fine. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to say I'm happy about it, but it's to be expected when you jump in early. We talked about it, and it was confirmed not that great. So, but settle. It's settled. It's established. Good. Now let's move on. Let's do something else. Getting about as stale as Pac-Man. Like I said, it's what you're doing is good, but let's move on from that. But your list is good. Hang on, Zaxxon. Good list. And of course, Road Blasters. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at you. I would not be mad at Road Blasters at all. On the Legacy, they needed a mix. Exactly. They've got. If you want to have 3, let's say you have to have 3 fighters, okay, and you still want to be Street Fighter 2 heavy, fine, but just grab another fighter and throw it in there. I don't know. I don't know. But thanks for stopping by to question my sanity, because so do I. So do I. Angela P. Or another question for RK1UP is, how much more would it cost them to make this cabinet with 17 games instead of 14 to get the new games plus I mean, nothing. I mean, it's just programming. It's just adding games you already have. But they want, I would imagine, I don't know, but they would want options. They're probably holding out on maybe the possibility of a Darkstalkers cabinet. So don't put them all on there, you know? I don't know. At what point do you become a multicade? I think they could have done it, though, and been fine. Wouldn't hurt my feelings at all. Wouldn't hurt my feelings at all. I like my current Capcom legacy because of 1944 and Commando, which is more of a, not deep cut, but just older games, right? Look at that forehead. Look at that forehead. The hats have been tearing me up this evening, this fine evening. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. I think you are right. They want us to repurchase the same cabinet yearly to get the smaller change. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not something they're trying to hide. I don't think it is sort of what it is. They know that they want to make changes. They want to better the cabinets. How do they get you to buy it? And include the games, but not all the games, because they want to sell other cabinets down the road too. So they got to change it up. So they got to leave some of those games out. So it is what it is. They want, they want to make money. I get it. But yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. Big Blue arrives on Tuesday. Sweet screwdriver and Loctite in hand. You demand. Fasteners will be tight, and your experience will be delightful. Simply delightful. Pro Series next year. It's been delayed because they know they cannot mess around with a crap monitor. Pro Series is going to have sand wall controls. It's going to have the molded coin doors with the push button light up coin return buttons, or the player 1 and 2 select buttons. You're going to have all that. You can't have a crappy monitor. You can't do it. So you either go back to the drawing board, skimp on the controls, or you wait and get the right monitor. And then you charge pretty much whatever you want. Sadly. The King's Bro, morning Fox. Fox and coffee. Yeah, headed to work and saw you live streaming. Have a great day, everyone. Have a great day. Don't work listen, it's Saturday. Don't work too hard. Give them an honest day's work, but come on, it's Saturday. Hopefully you're going to the plant and you're just walking around with a clipboard, making sure everything's okay. Or if you're working the line, just hit your quota, man. Don't kill yourself. It's Saturday. William Wright says the ledge on the control panel doesn't bother you on MK3. No. You're talking about the MK30th, right? The new. No, it actually doesn't. It's as far. Oh, you mean on the left? So it's there, but it's not nearly as prominent, and it's a return to form. It's back. We've gained an inch now. Versus the old legacy we lost that inch because we were inside the side panels. Now we're sitting on top of the side panels. We're back where we were, and it doesn't bother me. It could just be that I'm used to that maybe, but it's not nearly as bad as what we had before. Not at all. So the way I game, it's there. I'm not gonna say it's not. It is there. It just doesn't bother me. Not like what we experienced with the other one. Yes, have a great day. Everybody wish the King's Bro a good day as he has to work while we just get to hang out and be silly. Be goofy. Good morning, Chad and Fox. Zero Hero. How you doing? Rolling into hour 10, ladies and gents, boys and girls. At the top of the hour, we got some more stuff to give away. We have some more stuff to give away. It is not ending with a thud. It's going to end with a loud burst. Should have thought about that before I said it that way. Tran Fanatic says, yeah, I meant by partying, just hanging out for hours. I am too old to part. Well, you and I are kindred spirits. We're going to party is an ever-changing term, isn't it? Not what it used to be. The only ones I'm impressing are the 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds. You stayed up all night? What are you, some kind of Superman? That's me. That's me now. Sorry. What happened? Hey, we got a $5 super chat from my brother, Ezekiel, the Chicago Retro Ranger, $4.99. What's going on? Good morning, Marca. Fox. What countercade should we give away? Let's ask the chat. Hashtag 5K giveaway. Yeah. Great question. Let's ask the chat. My man here is going to purchase a countercade to give away. So in the chat, let me know which one you would like to give away. A countercade. 2-player, single player, Ninja Turtles, Marvel, NBA Jam, Mortal Kombat. Let us know in the comment section. Thank you so much for helping out the channel, helping out the cause. We're on the way to 5K. We're pushing. Thank you so much for the super chats, and hopefully you had a restful night. I did not, but luckily we got Gohan to save the day. Thanks again for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, William. Yeah. See, that and Road Blasters. Go back to that. Go back to that style, right? Break out the yoke from Star Wars, and and do that, something with triggers, so you can shoot the guns. I think that's cool. I think driving and shooting games, like I said this about shooting games, is like I don't want to get something that you take your deer rifle and shoot a deer. That's not fantasy for me, I'm not digging that. It's fine. I mean, it's fine. It's cool graphically and all that, but I want silliness. I want to shoot robots. I want to shoot fully automatic machine guns and rocket launchers. Driving games are cool. Racing games are cool. But what if you want a little bit more? What if you want to drive and hit a button for an oil slick? What if you want to drive and you want to maybe shoot machine guns out the front of the car and drive over the little orbs for your power-ups? I'm just saying, these are the things that this is why we play video games, to lose ourselves in the silly and the ridiculous. But Spy Hunters are classic. Road Blasters is too. Would it sell? I think so. There's some name recognition there, but what do I know? A Tran fan says we also need Daytona USA. Yes, we got to have that, and I think we're getting there. I think their emulation is getting there. I think they're really close. I think they understand they got to have the next. They got to take a step up. They got to jump into the next generation, I guess. It's been a long night. A Tran fanatic says I'm drinking vitamin D whole milk in a Miller Lite glass. That's the kind of rebel I like. Just a little bit edge. When you see a guy drinking whole milk out of a Miller Lite glass, you don't know what he's thinking. You don't push him. You just keep an eye on him and you walk away. It's a wild man. We got the Marvel vs. Capcom, TMNT, Marvel vs. Capcom, Turtles. Turtles might be winning the day there. Ezekiel, we might have to go find us a TMNT 2-player. The votes are coming in. Keep voting. Keep telling us what you want to see. Jeremy Diedrich says, if you want to drive and drop an oil slick, you should train to be 007. Not a bad idea. But I got to go to work Monday. I'll work it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out the schedule. But you raise a good point. You raise a damn good point. So anyway, we just rolled past the 10-hour mark. It's at the top of the hour. Let's give something away. Who wants to give something away? Everybody ready? Everybody awake? Come on, kids. Saddle up, partner. So I got something kind of different. Unfortunately, the remainder of the giveaways are gonna be limited to the 48, the continental U.S. only, because they're big, and it would be extremely expensive to ship to. Knowing my luck, somebody from Australia would win the damn thing, and I had to ship it and pay $1,000. It's just crazy, or it'd have to go up to Canada, and your communist government wouldn't even let it in. They would probably blow it up, thinking it was some kind of something. So let's take a look at the first item that's too big to ship overseas. I have to move this out of the way. All right, so Arcade Mod Up is a place that not everybody maybe is a fan of, but they made this, and I like it. This is a 19-inch monitor. This is obviously skinned for Street Fighter, but you can put this in any cabinet. It's already got spin around here. The bracket's going to come with it, and on the back you can see your connections for HDMI. Right there, you got your HDMI. Right there, and you got your other ports there. Power comes in. You already got your LVDS connector. There's your backlight here. 19-inch panel in the board, ready to go, ready to swap out your stalker. Now, if you wanted to retain your PCB, you'd have to get the Geek Worm LVDS. Oh, look, you can see, look, everybody, you can see the shiny lights over there, and you see the 3 monitor setup. It's like the Bat Cave over here. It's crazy. It's high science. But if you wanted to retain your stock PCB, you're gonna have to get that Geek Worm splitter, HDMI splitter or whatever. But if you just want to mod your cabinet and allow it to have to play HDMI or what have you, you can do it with this. You can do it with this mod, and it's got low miles. I really haven't put that much on it. I put this in there, and then I got the PS2 rocking, and we use it for. See, if you go back and look at my videos, everything after, when did I change it over? I think everything after, when I did the PS2 mod and started rocking, when I started rocking the words come to my brain slowly than others. So have to think. Burnout. There it is. Jeez, come on. Whew. When I was rocking Burnout on my cabinet, this is what we were using, and it's got just a little bit of. See, that's not even a scratch. It's just like a smudge or something. I gotta wipe that off. But it's good. It's pretty good. If you want to upgrade to a 19-inch monitor, it's already ready to go. Street Fighter skin, obviously. So if you want that, come on, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want that? You're going to have to play the game as we've been playing all night long. For those of you who haven't been paying attention, or maybe you actually did something crazy like sleep last night. I don't know. Wackos. Crazy people sleeping at night. Insane. This is how we do it. I'm going to take, I've got a slide. I'm going to pop it up. It has an image on it. It's going to be letters or numbers or a phrase or something. And all I need you to do is just write what you see over here in the comments section. Just write it. Punctuation has to be the same. Capitalization has to be the same. And you obviously have to spell it correctly. So get ready to go. The Arcade Mod Up 19-inch monitor in the mount, ready to go into your cabinet. Like I said, it was in a first gen, but you should be able to put that in any other generation. And here it is, ready. Fingers on the keys. Oh, well, brag on going to karaoke. Oh, you didn't invite us, did you? That's okay. Different state. Fine. Okay, everybody ready? Fingers on the buttons. Type this exactly how you see it. The first one that does it in the chat is going to get this 19-inch monitor. Here we go. There you go. There it is. Type what you see over there. It's not a trick. Just type it. First one that gets it gets the 19-inch monitor. the 19-inch arcade mod-up monitor. The first one that puts this in. Oh, hey, boom, instantly. Okay, so remove that. We obviously have a winner. There was no spelling. There's no grammatical errors. So we go to the very top. The fastest finger on the trigger is David Downs. Congratulations, David. You get the 19-inch monitor, David Downs. Now, remember, you have to live in the U.S., the continental, the lower 48. So if you don't live in the lower 48, you gotta let me know. David Downs, what you need to do to claim your prize. I need you to do one thing for me. I need you to go on over to open up your computation device, your phone, whatever. Shoot me an email at 19kfox1@gmail.com. Use your handle, your YouTube handle. I'm sure that's just your name, but use your YouTube handle. Let me know who you are. That way I know what you won, and tell me where you want me to send this thing, and I'll take care of it. So yeah, 19kfox1@gmail.com. Congratulations, David. You are the winner. And I would just want to say fist of love. You were very, very excited, very close. You have destroyed me and others, many others at Rampage, but I can see why 6. You were very excited. You missed it just by hair. So there you go. Anyway, so let me know. Oh, great. Okay, good. Awesome. Okay, so we got another one out of the way. We have 2 more things to give away. And to me, the value is increasing. So let me put this off to one side. Hold on. I'm not even going to make you watch the attract mode with no sound, because I know that's not what you like. I'm just going to get the next item up and ready to go. Let me know in the chat if have you enjoyed this. Have you enjoyed our time together? Have you enjoyed this? I will say this is going over much slicker than had it in the chat before I even saw it. Come on now. Stop with all your mind reading tech. We got 2 more. Yeah, this is going a lot better than the early days of the channel when I had my live streams and you had to go watch a video and comment on that video. And then everybody that commented, I had to write their names down. And then we had the number thing. And then I had to try to, this was embarrassing. I was trying to verify who was subscribed. I'm like, or you could have just done it this way. You cannot jump in here unless you're subscribed. You cannot comment unless you're subscribed. It's a perfect way to weed everybody out. I know you're subscribed. Good to go. YouTube doing the work for me. Quit trying to, overthink it. All right, good. So we got that going on. Yeah, this is definitely a lot better than that way. So got a couple more items to give away. Kind of excited, kind of cool. Hopefully you guys can take this and y'all can take these parts and pieces. You can make some kind of cool something and maybe let me know what you did with it. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. Let me know if you were able to utilize it. No, you can't. You can't swap it out. You're stuck with it. Atran Fanatic is in Arizona. There you go. A lot of people in Arizona. P-Dubs in Arizona. Vaisel says, LOL, he had it in chat before I even saw it. He had it in the chat before I even saw it. I had it in the chat? I don't know. Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah, David. He was like, boom, son, on it. 2 hours away. So I didn't even bother. Lightning fast reflexes. Stringer Films. We've graduated to Cheddar Bay Poops. Pops. I thought, how's the biscuits still treating you poorly? I'm sorry for the damage done to your colon. Stay away from Red Lobster in a box. It's not good for you. Thanks for the $2 super chat, buddy. I appreciate it. What am I going to give you? Oh, I know what we're going to do. We're going to do, you know what? Watch out for this guy. He's a pistol. Oh yeah. So we got Jeremy. Okay. All you were missing with your marathon stream was a meal at a at a Denny's or a Waffle House. That's how they usually end up, right? That's usually where you go. That's where you end up. 12. Yeah. Sarge, pushing it. Less than 2 hours. We're doing well. We're hanging in there. Mo, what's going on, buddy? There's this thing called what is this word? Slep. I don't know what. Not familiar. Not familiar with the term whatsoever. You're doing Rip Van Winkle this thing. Who is this guy? What have you done? What have you done with Fox? He's gone. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, so it's been fun. Okay. So we got that going on. We got 2 more things to give away at some other time. So we talked about Yoga Flames and Shinku Hadoukens and what's currently available and why and when and should you and how, and I'm not gonna yet, maybe, who knows. Probably not now. We talked about Time Crisis. How is it just going to be another reskin? Is it going to be a switcheroo? They're just going to swap out the marquee and call it done? Hopefully not. Who knows? But we got to go back to these colossal leaks. So let's go ahead and open this up. This happened many, many months ago. This is not recent. Some people are reporting on this like it just happened. It didn't. It's been out for quite some time. But here's the dates. Here's the way that it's pretty much been from the get. These are the GameFly screenshots, and there they are. In all their glory. NFL Blitz is all but guaranteed. Time Crisis is still a rooster illusion. Who knows? Marvel vs. Capcom 2, the II, the dash, Roman numeral. I mean, everybody. It's going back and forth. I think a lot of it stems from the fact that we don't think it's going to happen. I mean, it's almost too good to be true. Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Too good to be true, a lot of people are saying. And there's some validity to that because it's tough to emulate. It's not that easy. We've been told by others, John D., that the licensing would just be crazy and that if he ever got that, he could just retire or whatever, something like that. Well, you can't. Let me go back. You can't see that. But maybe it was all a smoke screen. Maybe it was all a ruse. Maybe it was the oil slick out of the back of the spy hunter vehicle. Done purposefully, done with intent to throw us off the trail, throw us off the scent. The bloodhounds we are, trying to find any morsel of information. Maybe it was all for naught. Maybe they've had this the whole time. I don't know. I'm very excited. I hope it happens. I hope it happens. This guy. Now, why would you be in Vegas? What's going on in Vegas? Oh, a little show called Evo. Something going on? Mo? Something you want to share with the rest of the class? Of course not. He's not going to share. He's not going to share. He's not going to share. So is it going to happen? Is it 2? Is it II? What is it? I still don't know. The long and the short of it is I still don't know. But every other leak has been either confirmed or completely just come to fruition with minor exceptions. Instead of getting one Street Fighter 2 Legacy, we have 2 variants. There was some confusion in the beginning about the games list. They're all the same. It's really just a reskin. Same cabinet. With some pretty dope artwork on the side. Looks good. Perhaps there's a connection. I don't know. Is it too good to be true? I'm cautiously optimistic. Or maybe I'm just cautious overall. It's like when you want something real bad, you convince yourself it's not going to happen, so you're not disappointed. Or so you're bracing for impact. Like when you're in a car and you're about to hit a wall, you tense up. That's where we are right now. We're coming up against the wall. The wall is no announcement. And we're tensing up. We're bracing for impact. We don't want to say anything. We don't want to say nothing. Not a damn thing. I think something's going to happen at Evo. A while back, I've talked about this earlier in the stream. I thought it was going to be the Capcom Legacies. They came out. You're not just going to Evo to go to Evo. You know? You're not just going to Evo to hang out for no reason. What feature would they introduce, show off? I don't see it. What fighting game program would they announce? I don't see it. If they did announce some sort of program or some kind of initiative, some kind of fighting game thing or something, it would be on their cabinets. It would be a very small niche. It really wouldn't matter to that many people. But if they had a thing to show off, if they had a physical item to show off, to announce, that would make an impact at Evo. And I'm being serious with you. I don't know. I don't know. If I had a clue, I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't even talk about it. I'd be like, nothing. So I don't know. I will say that I'm bracing a little less for the impact because there's a chance that we're going to hit a pillow and not a wall. We're going to hit tissue paper and not a wall, and the car is going to sail right through. And on the other side is heaven. Or Marvel versus Capcom 2. However you cut it up, however you slice it. We're going to be like Dorothy walking out of the house and everything goes from black and white to color. Or when it goes into color, you're attacked by a bear and you die. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know how to flip it, spin it, put my thing down, flip it in reverse. I don't know. I don't know where we're at, but it's not clear cut anymore that it's obviously not going to happen. Before it was like, oh yeah, there it is. And it was like, it's not gonna, there's no way. It's not so clear anymore. We stand at the precipice of greatness. We stand at the summit of Mount Everest and say, look what we have accomplished. And by that, I think we just wished for it, or we just really asked a lot, or we bugged the hell out of them. We said, listen, give it to us. I have a renewed sense of hope, but it's probably going to be an anti-fatigue mat. Let's be honest. But it will be the best anti-fatigue mat ever. Maybe. At Evo, that's what you're gonna show off. You're gonna show off a stool with a back. It's gonna be called a chair. It's gonna blow minds away. Where I'm just gonna cry. That happens. I'm shutting it down. I will shut down my channel for a full day, a solid day of no content in protest, and then the next day I'll talk about it. That's what I'll do. That's what's gonna happen. All right. Only an hour and 40 minutes left. Coffee is still, it's there. Well, no, it's not there. We've given something away. We got two more things. I think in the last hour, we're going to rock the last two items. So we got about 40 minutes here. So I need you to ask some questions, to give me some things to ponder. And we can, he keeps you. That's quite enough out of you. No, stop. Head-to-head table. Would you stop? Because when you say it, they're going to do that. It'll be a party, Cade. Don't take the head-to-head table in vain. That's serious. That's like saying Candyman in the mirror. What are you doing? It's going to show up and kill everybody. Just say stuff like that. Damn, come on. This is serious business. Crazy. Watch it happen. Man, if that would freak me out, I'm just scared as shit. So I think that there is hope. Now, let's think beyond the GameFly leaks, because listen, it's getting long in the tooth. Here we are. I know we're only halfway through the year, but we're looking at that last half of the year, and this is about it. This is it. Where do we go from here? What does 2023 hold? We've heard from the mouth of David McCormick. I got to keep looking over here to make sure I'm saying his name. McIntosh. I said McCormick. I knew it was wrong. David McIntosh. we heard from the mouth of David. Sounds like the start of a movie or something. This is not the year of Pro. This is the year of XL. So I've taken that to mean a couple different things. Obviously, the XL cabinets that we already have. We got Golden Tee. We got Shack Jam and all of its glory. And we have what could potentially be the third XL, which could be Time Crisis. It's possible. The price is a little high. Is it an XL? Maybe. Or maybe it's a Pro, which takes us into next year. Next year being the year of the Pro. But it's not going to be all Pro all year long. There's no way that's going to happen. I mean, I think that next year, if next year truly is the year of the Pro, maybe they kick it off with Killer Instinct Pro. They've already announced that it's already, the mats have already been shipped. It's there. The stools have been converted to chairs, and everybody rejoiced. 10 signs have been printed. They're waiting on the monitors to slap in there and go. I think they'll kick it off with KI Pro. I think we're going to get a Street Fighter Pro next year. Either that or Mortal Kombat, one of the two. Since they kind of started off Gen 1 with Street Fighter and then followed up with Mortal Kombat, probably going to continue on with Street Fighter Pro after they've just come out with the Capcom Legacy, which is fine. The price difference, it's going to be a bigger cab, all that. I think we're going to see that. And then the Pro in the discussion, Time Crisis. If Time Crisis is a Pro, it's going to come out next year. So there's that. But beyond that, beyond 3 Pros in a year, I don't see it going much beyond that. So what do? What goes beyond that? There's got to be a slew of 3/4 scale stuff coming out. What is that? Well, I think the legacies are kind of covered. With some exception, I think you could have a variant of the legacies that have 4.3 BOE monitors. Once the stockpile comes back up, you'll get a refresh, probably exactly the same cabinet, but they got to have some kind of disclaimer that says, "Hey, now with 4.3, now with BOE, now, something." There has to be some way to distinguish between the two. So, or they're just going to slip them in and, "Hey, you got to figure it out," which would be a real kick in the knee. For sure, for the people that already bought them. So you got all those refreshes out. They'll slip the new BOEs in, change up the bezels, call it good. So I don't see any big changes as far as legacies come. But what beyond that? What cabinets beyond that? What else is out there that we haven't seen? Continuing in the same vein of Capcom CPS 2, I think there's a good chance we could see a Street Fighter Alpha cabinet. Probably underwhelming, but I think that's possible. You take Street Fighter Alpha, you throw Puzzle Fighter on there. Or no, I'm sorry, not Puzzle Fighter. You put Gym Fighter on there. Basically, smaller versions. The characters from Puzzle Fighter were in Gym Fighter, so you add that in there. And there were actually 2 different versions of Street Fighter Alpha 2, so you could throw that on there. 5 games. And there's a cabinet there for you. Beyond that, what are we going to see? What do we know? I mean, we don't really know anything. I mean, the leaks, we've heard this, we've heard that. I think there's a good chance we see House of the Dead next year. Shooter. I think it's a real possibility. There's been a lot of leaks, a lot of talking about that. I think that could be the shooting cab for next year. Hopefully it's more than one, but if there's one, I think that's probably the way we're going to go. Racing, driving. I think we talk a lot about Spy Hunter and Road Blasters and all that, pole position. I think there's a possibility there of some old reliables kind of coming into the mix. We had our Outrun. Then we had our Quantum Leap Forward with Ridge Racer. We could roll in and have a fallback racer in something like a Road Blaster. I'm thinking of Midway Racers, racing cabinets. What was it? Stun Runner, I think, was one of the ones that uses a yoke. If you couple that with Road Blasters, Spy Hunter was not Midway. I don't think Spy Hunter was something else. But you have older games out there, driving games out there. You take, your yoke from Star Wars and you do that. I think that's a possibility. They've been really downplaying Qbert. They've been really downplaying it, like giving it a hard time. that is, listen, that's one of two things. That is, John D, San, listen, I love y'all. I do. And I want what's best for you. But it's just not going to happen. Cubert, I know it's wonderful. I know you love it. But it's just not going to happen. It's like he's breaking up with you, right? That's what it feels like. It's just not going to happen. It's not. It's not going to happen. And turns out it doesn't happen. And then it's like, well, that's what he said. Or it's going to happen. I just can't tell you about it. So I'm going to just flat out tell you it's not going to happen. And then it happens. I think a lot of things are going to change when you have DTC, direct to consumer. What is that shift going to look like? What's the criteria for selecting something that is available direct to consumer? I think, we've talked about this before. Probably, well, I've been talking for 10 and a half hours. So I'm sure I covered this stuff before. But you're all new here. We'll talk about it. What is the criteria? How do you nominate something to be considered? You see, if you're familiar with Hasbro Pulse, which the great Liv, new addition to Arcade 1-Up, is that's where she's from. That's what she did. She worked with the direct consumer, Hasbro Pulse, and basically what they would do, they would say, hey, it's the new G.I. Joe notebook. If you're interested in this, back it. So you would pay money. It's kind of like a Kickstarter, only it was direct with Hasbro, direct to Hasbro. The company that was going to build the thing you wanted. The G.I. Joe notebook. Finally, we all have been craving the G.I. Joe notebook. How much is it? It's $55. I'll take 3. And that's it. And once they hit a certain threshold, okay, there's enough interest there. We've actually secured funds. Make it. Print it. And the G.I. Joe notebook became real, and fans rejoiced. They were so happy that they got their G.I. Joe notebook. We don't want a G.I. Joe notebook. We want cabinets that are a little bit pricier. $500, $600, $700. What is is there just going to be, they're going to take a survey and list stuff that they've heard within the community? And that's how they sort of just, hey, this is what we're considering. We've taken the survey. Now we're actually putting it on direct to consumer. It's on the website. We have narrowed this down. We've gauged, we've different surveys. We've listened to content creators. We've gone to the Facebook groups and all that. And we have narrowed it down to 20 possible cabinets. But it's not just marquee titles. They have to come up with the whole concept. They have to spend some time thinking, okay, everybody wants a Cubert cabinet. Everybody wants a Road Blasters cabinet. How do we make it? Well, we can take a bunch of stuff that we have laying around from other cabinets and put it together. Great. What's our cost? Here's the cost. Okay. How many games do we have to have on it to justify that? Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Do we have games? Yeah, sure. Okay. They got to put all that together, and they got to do a rendering. I mean, if you go to Hasbro Pulse and they would have something up, something was rendered. It wasn't necessarily made in real life. Sometimes it was. There was a prototype made, and then it goes up on the website, and you have the opportunity to back it. That's a lot of work that has to be done on their part. What do they decide to invest that much time in? How do we get them to look and pay attention to the cabinet we want? How do we get our cabinets to that point? And then they take the ball from there, and then it's on the website, and you can vote, you can pay your money, you can back it, whatever. How do we get to that point? That's what I'm interested in. Not so much it's on the website and just go, if you like it, great. If not, no. How do we get that there? Selfishly, how do I get Alien versus Predator there? Is it not even in, the running to becoming America's Next Top Model because of licensing and all that? Is it excluded because of that? Is there just no way in hell? Do we got to start more petitions? Do we got to, do I got to go out in the shop and make one out of wood and say, look, this is what it would look like. What do we got to do as community members? How do we get it to that point to where they will then take it, focus on it, give it the attention it needs to then basically turn that into a proposal that they submit back to us and say, all right, now put your money where your mouth is. How much detail do they have to provide to us before we put our money where our mouth is? Are they just going to say, here's a cabinet, It's got Qbert on it. It might have other games. We don't know. But all we can guarantee you is that it's going to be this cabinet. It's going to be Qbert. And we need $500 from you before we'll make it. And then we have to sort of jump out on faith and say, okay, Fox, here you go. Boom. Here's the cabinet. Here's the render of what it's going to look like. It's going to have Alien versus Predator on it. What other games? We don't know. We can't tell you. We don't know. Maybe it's only going to have one. We need $500. And there we go. And then what? Surprise, things change, whatever. I mean, it's going to require a lot of, you got to have a lot of people, resources just to get it to that point. How do we, as a community, get to that point? And that's what I'm curious to find out about. They've got to tell us. They've got to inform us. They've got to let us know. We've got to ask that question. How do we get it there? How do we get it there? And right now, I'm going to talk about how I get out of here for just 1 second, and I'll be right back. Stay It's a phenomenal morning. No barking from the dog. No smog. Mama cooked the breakfast with hog. So I'm happy. And a piece of bacon. It's pretty good. Moving on. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and actually kick this bad boy off with a scroll up here. $2 super chat from Stinger. The hits just keep on coming. Another $2 from my man. Does anyone have a 1-up Star Wars PCB for sale? Are you insane? Are you completely mental? If they did, it would cost you $8,000. But if anybody has it, let the crazy person know. Oh yeah, we got them laying around. You're crazy. It's, you know what it is? It's the Red Lobster dinner rolls that you heated up in the microwave is getting to you. It's finally taking hold. The poison is seeping into all your organs. You've entered organ failure, and you got problems. You got mental problems, man. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. You should probably keep it for your therapy that you undoubtedly need to recover from all this. And because of all this ridiculousness and these questions, you got to go to the pit.
Finish him. Melina wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
It didn't have to be this way. You didn't have to eat the rolls. Come on. Your stomach deserves better. Better than that. I've been up for a long time. I make no sense. Fine. I don't know what's going on. We need a Sega Legacy cap. You know, it's funny. Did I talk about? I didn't talk about. I didn't talk about a Sega Legacy. I talked about a Marvel Legacy, where we take all these Marvel games that we already have, put them on one cabinet. So we get Punisher, and we get X-Men: Children of the Atom, and we get Marvel vs. Capcom. And we take all that, we put them all together. Boom, nice. All the console games can go away. We don't need those. Just take all that stuff, and put it all together. That's what we need. That would be great. Sega Legacy would be phenomenal. I think they got to come out with more cabs that are Sega specific, and then compile that into a Legacy. Because the Sega Legacy that they got out now is Revenge of Death Adder's pretty freaking good. It's got a great games list. I was asked in the wee hours or the early hours or the late hours. It was late depending on what time zone you were in. Anyway, a long time ago, yesterday, I was asked about how I feel about my Revenge of Death Adder cabinet. And I said, I feel kind of the same way I did before. It seemed like a little less for the money that you were having to pay at the time. A removal of features for what was essentially, stepping down from NBA Jam and asking more money. And it doesn't get as much play as I thought that it would. But the games list is amazing. I mean, it's really good. And compared to the prices we're paying now for other stuff, it's not bad, cheap almost in comparison. But yeah, I mean, give me some more Sega games, dude. Right? Give us some more bangers. Give us some more Sega. We need it. Thank you so much, Scott. It's a good suggestion. Really good suggestion. Yes, Justin. Yes. Wish him luck. All right. 19K box. New challenge. Build an afterburner cabinet. We have faith in you. I like where your head's at. I knew you were my friend, or at least an acquaintance. Thoughts crossed my mind. Okay. The thought has crossed my mind. I really envision them doing it's going to be RK1 that does it. I hope the stand-up afterburner, even if it only has 2 games in it. I mean, could you do talking about Sega, right? Building on what let me scroll up and see your name. Scott James. Building on what he said, talking about that Sega. I don't think I played Space Harrier. Was that in the arcade? It was in the arcade, right? It wasn't just Genesis. But that same control, I'm trying to think of what could you put on the Afterburner. You got Afterburner and Afterburner 2, but they were almost identical. There wasn't that much difference between the 2 games. Could you put Space Harrier on there? Could you put something? What else uses that control scheme? Because I absolutely love the stand. I mean, the pinnacle for me would be the actual cabinet that you sit down in, the afterburner, rocking forward and back and all that. But the stand-up was pretty good too. I mean, it looked really good. It was all sort of plastic molded to kind of look like the cockpit, and it had a unique sort of joystick. It wasn't just a joystick sticking out of a flat surface. It kind of curled up at a 90, and that's how you take it up and down and left and right. It's pretty awesome. It was really awesome. I would love to see them do that, but they really would have to get that joystick right. And for it to kind of hang out like that, it's got to be solid. It can't be plastic, cheap, mold. It's got to be solid. It's going to have to be metal. You're going to have that's going to take some abuse going up and down, left and right, hard banking and all that. You think the Tron joystick suffers some stress? This would obviously, this would take it to a new level. Yes, it was the powerest of naps possible. No, I had to refill the coffee and sneak a piece of bacon. It was good. I feel like the only way to consistently find the cabs we specifically want are to do customs or buy OG. There's a point to be made with buying OG. You're making a good point. I really want Raiden to happen. I think a Raiden cabinet would be awesome. You could throw freaking 6 games on it. Me and B talked about this late last night. Over B from Kongs R Us. He's a Raiden fanatic, just like I am. It would be a badass cabinet. 6 games, boom, love it. But is it going to happen? I don't know. Some games, some cabinets with the PCB, you can get for $500, and then you do a little rehab. Maybe you do the unthinkable, and you take out that CRT and you put in a LCD, and there you go. And at the cost of these arcade one-ups, it's tough to make that argument. It's tough to argue against that. If you're dying for a certain game, if you can find the PCB, if you can find a cabinet in decent shape, or better yet, if your game came in one of those, variety pack cabinets, the cabinets that everything came in. Like I bought this cabinet, not for the game that I have now, but for the Dynamo HS5, that body style, everything came in it. So I can literally take any game that I want, that I find, and put it in there, change up the control scheme to match it, done. Then it's just fun stuff, artwork and all that, fun. There's something to be said about it. That's what I'm doing right now, because I don't know if Raiden's going to happen. So I'm looking at Raiden. Of course, that PCB is $600. I don't know what people are smoking, but they need to put it down because it's affecting their judgment. But there's other games out there that I could also get. Alien versus Predator is always something, but I would really like, if that was going to be purpose built, I would want to do a 3-player version of that. But even those PCBs are $500. And if you're talking to A and B boards, if you're lucky, you can get both for less than $5. But what you're usually going to find is the game board is going to be about $400, a little more, and then the B board, a good B board, or is that the A board or the B board? A board is what you plug. The game board is the B board. Anyway, the other one, for lack of a better term, because I don't know my A's and B's. Okay, once again, school was hard. All right, don't just because you made it. All right, we're not all that lucky. I'm slap happy. I've been up for a long time. But you're going to pay like $400 for one, like $150 for the other. So you're over $500. But some of these games you can find in cabinets, and the cabinets are in decent shape, and you got a $500 starting point. And then you build it up as you go. You clean this up, you clean that up, you swap out a monitor, and you're still less than the cost of an arcade one-up, but you got the one game. But if that was the one game you wanted, why wait around? There's a case to be made for making something totally custom. Listen, I didn't wait around for the 6-player X-Men to be made. I took one of their cabinets and said, let's make it happen. And I did it. I didn't wait around for Alien versus Predator to happen. I found a good solution. Boom. I found something that Capcom already produced. It was pseudo official. Boom. Made it. So I'm on your side. I think there's a case to be made, Shay, for both of those options. But there's nothing wrong with also advocating for them to come up with their version. I've got my Alien versus Predator. I'm good. But I think it would be really cool to see what they come up with. What game do you want? Is it, I want Raiden. If they don't make it, well, maybe I can make my own. Maybe that will help convince them. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about before about what's the criteria? How do I get you to take something seriously? Arcade one-up. How do I get you to look at my want list and justify it to you so that you'll take it to the next level to see if it'll get backed? You know, do I have to build something? Do I have to run the numbers? You know, do I have to build a full-on custom and gauge and then get the reaction from the community and see what that does and then submit that to you? I don't know, but you make a good point. But you could definitely do all three, or well, you could do two. I mean, you want to do custom or whatever, but you know what I mean. It's valid points. Valid points. How do we get there? How do we get what we want? Listen, anything worth having is worth fighting for. It's worth working for. It's going to take some effort. If it's just given to you, it's not. It's going to be meaningless. But if you work for it, oh, it's going to be so valuable. If you got to build it, if you got to conceptualize it, it's going to mean that much more to you. You know, I'll gladly sell my stock machines to maintain my customs that I had to, you know, fight with to get made, to get put together, you know, to have them made the way I want, you know, while none of my projects are perfect. They're not. I enjoy them and I learned a lot doing them, learn what not to do. I learned some things that worked and you go on. But no, I think you're perfect. What you say is right on the money. Buy an OG, fix it up, or make something brand new. I want the one-up Star Wars so bad. It is beautiful and will look great next to Dragon's Lair and Tron. 100% agree. And I don't know why they haven't re-released it. They have a lot on their plate, maybe. License run out. Maybe it's a temporary thing. They don't want to revisit it yet. Maybe some of the tooling is shut down. Maybe they just printed off so much. They printed off so many side panels, you know, and then they shut that down. And now they got to retool back up, right? They got to fire up the machine again to cut out that side panel, which is unique. It's a unique side panel. You got to get more yokes. You know, it needs to happen though. It needs to happen. I hope it all works out. Hope it all works out for you. I'm 9. Okay, okay. We're gonna have to jump forward. I'm way behind. Yeah, you're just so hilarious. It was urine. It was urine. So I was about 2 pounds lighter. At a full bladder. Full bladder. I'm just trying to catch up a little bit. I'm not trying to skip over anybody. I just want to kind of get slightly caught up somewhat. Matthew McConaughey, I can always count on you for an all right. Yep, 1 and 2 Thunderblades. Yeah, Space Harrier, exactly. It's not a bad list right there. Look at that. Oh, damn, that's well, there you go. 5 games, boom, make it happen. Yeah, G-Lock was good too. Yeah, G-Lock was good. Okay, on the Sega front, they can do Star Wars Trilogy. Oh, don't you toy with my emotions. Absolutely, they can do it if they get their emulators up and running. You know, they got to get there. They're not there yet. But absolutely, throw Afterburner on it with the flight stick. Never happened, but fun to think about. That would be great. I would not be mad at that at all. Yeah. Let's see, here we go. Yeah, CT Mason says, I turned my Legends Arcade Ultimate into a Pac-Man Arcade 1-Up. Didn't like it, and then turned it into a trash can. Full circle. It all comes back around. But that's experimentation. That's what you do, right? That's what you do. You try something. Sometimes when you dig into it, you realize, well, maybe it's not. Maybe I don't want it that much. I've done that where like I get jazzed up about an idea, and then I'm working. I'm like, maybe I don't really want to play this game that much. when I got to freaking build it. When I got to build it, yes, Nintendo games so bad. Hashtag get loud. Exactly. Blow it up. Fox, I want APB. Oh yeah. Driving and shooting at the same time. Yes, the police light marquee is special. It is special. That's fun. That's a fun one. Another good one. I mean, you're driving, you're racing. That's one thing, but you can do that in real life. I mean, not race, but you can drive, you know. But you can't, you know, have another guy hanging out the sunroof shooting. I mean, I guess you could, but it's not going to last long. I wouldn't recommend it. Maybe like a Nerf gun. Shoot a Nerf gun. Stevie V, what's up? Hi, Fox. I just got Miss Pac-Man from Walmart, and it Oh, it doesn't have a BOE or TN monitor. Are they using another supplier for those? Possibly. If it's a BOE, it will say BOE on the backside. As soon as you take off that back panel, the actual cabinet back panel, and you look at the back of the monitor, there's usually a sticker on the outside that says BOE. They advertise the hell out of it. If it's not, I mean, to really understand, to know the panel that you actually have, you need to actually decase it. So you got to take the bezel off the front, and you got to separate the housing, the PCB and the housing, from the actual LCD panel and see what it is. But they could be. I mean, in their desperation, they could be going for anything, something different. Check out the backlight and see what you think. If you do decase the monitor and you're looking at the LCD panel, see if it's if your connector is in the middle. I don't think this is gospel, but if your connector for the backlight, the LED backlight, is in the middle down low, I think that's what BOEs are, and that signifies what I believe is a complete LED panel behind your LCDs. If the connector is off to one side, I think that, like I said, I don't know this for sure, but I think that's going to imply you have LED edge lighting, which is shining from one side, trying to light the whole panel. You'll know if your viewing angles are drastically off, looking left to right or right to left. You'll know if it's edge lighting or if it's backlit, complete backlight. Get a little hoarse here. Hale, good morning. How the hell are you? Good to see you, bud. Angelus Draven stopping by to say hi. Alfred Berger. He's still going, sir. What kind of coffee do you drink, and where can I get some? It's called America in a cup. No, it's actually just K cups. I think I usually drink Folgers. Colombian is what I usually drink. But this is whatever she bought is what I'm drinking. At this point, I can't taste anything anyway. What happened to Double Dragon rumors? Here's what happened. The rumors were out there. The rumors were pretty solid, I think. Listings showing up at retailers. Just not images, but just listings, placeholders. And then it fell apart. So it's officially not official, if that makes sense. I don't think it's going to happen. It's not going to happen. Not now anyway. Is that a cab that could come out next year? Maybe. Track and field is still out there. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe that happens next year. I don't really know. I have no clue. But yeah, unfortunately for now, Double Dragon is squashed. It's dead. Yeah, it would be dope. It would be absolutely dope. Hey, how's the actual arcade build coming? It's coming pretty good. I've made several improvements I did this with, and I'm not an old hand at the original arcades. I haven't done a ton of them, but the ones that I have had, I start with some baseline improvements. So marquee backlight, the sound system, the speakers, the placement, coin door, get all that stuff's foundational. Is the wood in good shape? What do I have to do to fix that? And then we focus on the PCB is good. There's not a problem with that, but that monitor is going to need some attention. I got a cap kit. I'm gonna work on that. I'm sure I'll shoot footage of that. Might need a flyback, put that in there and see what that does. But I'm also looking into, LCDs. Don't get mad. I'm trying to save the monitor. But if I'm not having a lot of luck, replacement monitor, there's a guy not far from me has one that he rehabbed. He redid the chassis completely, but he wants, $350 for the monitor. And it's a bit of a drive. So, or I can spend $400 on a brand new LCD, 26-inch. So it's not cheap either way you skin it, but I'm trying to just restore the monitor because I want to keep the monitor if I can. I want to keep the CRT if I can. If I can sink $100 into it and fix it and it lasts me for a couple years, I'll be happy with that. But at some point, the monitor's going to go. But that's what I'm doing, foundational work now. Once I get my little tasks done and the monitor good, do a review of the cabinet as it sits, pseudo restored, not 100%. And then from that point, we're going to ditch the PCB. We're going to modify the control panel and put a new game in it. What game? I still haven't decided yet. Going back and forth. But who knows? Who knows? But thanks for asking. It's coming along nice. I mean, it's clean. Man, it's clean. It is super clean. Wipe that thing down inside and out. That's good. Spectators gonna spectate. That's true. Sitting on the sidelines. Dr. Coolio, not Mr. Doctor. Do you think the Tron cabinet could be a test on the controls for more flight? I hope so. I think, man, listen, they got to take the feedback. I don't know how much R&D they did beforehand, but it obviously is not perfect. It's not. It's encountered some stresses that it has not, weathered. Some storms it didn't weather, right? It didn't do so hot. So they probably know there's some improvements that need to be made for sure. Absolutely. Good morning. How are you? Carry on. Let's go. What do we got here? Fortnite cool. Arcade 1UP actually went and played Double Dragon and realized it's not that great. There's a lot of slowdown with Double Dragon. A lot of people don't understand. Some people think it's lagging. It's not. That's just the game has a lot of slowdown. I honestly don't think it would sell. If they did it, it would need to have Double Dragon 2 and Combat Tribes. That's another one you can find. You can find Combat Tribes. You can find the PCB for cheap. I think $75. There's a cabinet. There's a Combat Tribes 3-player cab in Minnesota, Wisconsin. I don't know. It's up there someplace. Michigan, whatever. It's one of those. So dismissive. Yeah, whatever. One of them states up there in the middle high of the country up there. Man, they're selling that thing for like $500 or $600. And it looks like it's in pretty good shape. And it's a unique control scheme, obviously. The true successor to Double Dragon 2. Can't believe that it wasn't actually Double Dragon 3 instead of the abomination that we got. Wasn't good, kids. Was not good. Wasn't good at all. Remove that from there. We'll keep that there for now. I just want to take this and remove that from there. There we go. I'm trying to do all this bookkeeping back here. So we are coming up on the 11th hour, which means we are entering the final hour. It's the final countdown, some would say. Sorry. Coming into the home stretch. This is kind of like CQ. This is kind of like guard duty in the Army, with much more interaction. So y'all done a great job of keeping me awake. I appreciate it. FK Google, you're a good man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hanging in there. I'm hanging in there, boss. Doing what I can. P-dubs. Almost there. Almost there. I can confirm I haven't slept a wink. And there's been no side effects whatsoever. It's fine. No problem. No problem. Let me scroll down a little bit more. Same. Yeah, I wanted to show you. So I teased this book. And if anybody's been watching YouTube for, a while, they'll remember Classic Game Room. Great show. One of the pioneers of just reviewing video games. And the founder, the owner, the whatever was Mark Bussler. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. And he came out with a couple books. I think he may even have 3 volumes, but I have volume 1 and 2, and it is the Ultra Massive Video Game Guide. It was a passion project of his, and it's basically just high resolution pictures of consoles. The first volume has, you have you open it up, there's a table of contents. You've got some cool pictures like this of just cool stuff, Nomad, the Game Boy. Here's a table of contents right there. So in this one, you got the Sega Genesis Nomad, Atari 2600, Atari Art Storytime, the NES, the original, the Vextrex, Super Nintendo, Super Famicom, Neo Geo CD, PlayStation 2, Nintendo Game Boy, the Magnavox Odyssey 2, Nintendo Famicom Disk System, Famiclones. Interesting. Haven't read that part. Well, it's really just, see, that's the trick. It's really just pictures. It's great. It's more of a coffee table book. Continuing on. the Mattel and Television Art Storytime, Arcadia 2001, Neo Geo Pocket Color, the Texas Instruments TI-99 #4A. That's a calculator, folks. I think. Pretty sure. Sega 32X to Sega CD and photo outtakes. Photos that didn't go so well. But there's just a lot of this good stuff in here. Cart collection. He lists off some. The reason I bring this up is, and you may have to correct me or point me in the right direction, but you look at stuff like this, and listen, these are not super ultra rare things. You know, these are PS2 games. Still, for the most part, fairly common. You know, for the most part, fairly common. But it's nice to have them sort of categorized, cataloged, put in a book. And, you know, it's just kind of cool to be able to flip through this because, you know, we're losing some of this stuff, these cartridges, these systems, to see them in good shape, close-ups, to be able to look around and look at the back and, well, what did it say on the back? What were the connections, you know? What was all this? The top loader, NES. It's really cool. The Famicom, I guess. The disk system. All this stuff, these clones, these retro the retcons, retrocons, televisions, all this stuff. You know, it's books like this that are a cool thing to have laying around. It's a good stroll down memory lane for those of us who really can't afford to have an entire you know, massive collection of the stuff that we probably want, but we just can't find it. It's tough. Is there an arcade book like this? There has to be somewhere. If somebody could point me in the right direction, that'd be great. Because I would love to have something like this in my collection, showcasing some of the original arcade machines, pictures on the inside, wiring diagrams, maybe even, you know. But if not that, just some good pictures on the inside and the outside in their stock configuration. It would be interesting to see. So if anybody knows of a book out there, let me know if you would, because it'd be kind of cool to have that also on the coffee table, on the bar, something you can just kind of flip through and maybe get some ideas for some other projects and all that. Yes. All right. All right. All right. Absolutely. Receiving drunk text from my just turned 18-year-old daughter out. Oh God, at a bar for the first time. Godspeed. Do the best you can. I don't have a daughter. I have no idea I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with my hands. The car handle real good. I wouldn't know. I'd be lost. And at that age, I can't imagine. You probably don't. You think about it, I'm not sleeping. You're probably not sleeping ever. Yeah, I have over 30 original consoles from the Atari 2600 to the PS4 and everything in between. LOL. It's pretty awesome. That's awesome. I'd like to find a way to sort of catalog or just see if there's something out there besides like price books and price lists, something that kind of captures the arcades themselves. What up, Sarge? What's up? I am. And CQ's almost over. Ready to pass it on to the next crew. Speaking of passing it on to the next crew, I've got something else to give you. I've got something else for somebody to win. Here we go. Once again, this item is only going to be in the 48, the continental U.S. Please forgive me, but this is a larger item, so I can't just ship it anywhere. I hope you understand. This is another thing, another Modders highly sought after item, maybe, I think. This was also checked last night before I started the stream, so it is good to go. No problems here. Works as intended. It is. Bum, 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 bum. TMNT, bezel, monitor, bracket, and the PCB all in one. And yes, look at those three little letters, BOE. Complete assembly. Complete assembly. Ready to go, ready to put in your project. Some swirls. I I don't think there's really scratches, but there are some swirls on the bezel, as you would expect. But this was part of the Fusion cabinet. This is part of the Fusion. Whoa, don't sit still. Relax. Come on. It's almost over. So this is pretty much unmolested. The cabinet was stock whenever I got it. So this is where we're gonna get it. I think it was probably didn't have a lot of playtime on it. So this is it. This is it. Still got some of the plastic up here around the screws. So you know that means it's fresh. So that's what you're gonna get if you want it. If you haven't won something already, if you're located in the 48 states, lower 48, the U.S., the continental U.S., you know what to do. You know what time it is. Go ahead, get your fingers ready. You're going to recreate exactly what I put up on the screen. Capitalization matters. It has to be spelled right. Spacing, all that. I'm going to put it up there. First one in the chat to get it gets the TMNT monitor with PCB and the cable also. Everybody ready? Are we ready to go? Second to last giveaway of the night. One more after this one. It's a toss-up if this is better than the last one. I don't really know. It's going to be kind of up to you to determine which one's better. So, should you try to get this one or hold out for the next one? Ready? Fingers ready? And here we go. Boom. Type it in the chat exactly like you see it. First one wins it. First one wins it. Waiting for the chat to catch up. Just type that in the chat. The first one to get it all correct. Capitalization, blah, 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 blah. Good to go. Boom. Spacing has to be correct, everybody. Spacing has to be correct. Has to be exactly like you see it. Exactly like you see it. And I think I see. Okay, I see at least one. Okay, let's go ahead and close that out. Okay, MVC, just for everybody as a reminder, capital MVC, space, lowercase II. Why? SP does. He'll break your heart. Looks like, wow. So it jumped real fast, and I didn't see it, but it was actually, yeah. Okay, so there you go. Shay Glover, you got it. You got it. First one in the chat to get it. So let's go ahead and write your name down. Shay Glover. You win. I did test this before the stream. It is good. What do you need to do now that you've won? Simple. Email me at 19kfox1@gmail.com. Email me 19kfox1@gmail.com. Make sure you use your YouTube handle, Shay Glover. If that's your name, great. If that's your handle, just make sure you include it in the email so that I know who you are and what you won. And give me an address. Send me an address so I can send this out to you. Congratulations, Shay. We got one more left to go. Let's go ahead and kill that. Let's go back to the comments section. Congratulations, Shay. And ultra massive. Exactly. There you go. Good job. Let me scroll down. Yep. Good job, Shay. Everybody congratulating you. Absolutely. Okay, let me go ahead and set this off to the side. We got one more gift. We got one more giveaway. Going to be closer to the top of the hour. We are less than an hour away from the completion of the 12-hour stream. Hey, I'm so tired. I'm getting slap happy. Okay, so it's going to be a free-for-all. It's going to be a free-for-all. We'll probably at, let's see, we got 11. What time? That's messing me up. Okay, so it's 10:14. In about 30 minutes, we'll do the final drawing for the final gift. We got everybody written down here. I got, I got everybody on there. For those of you that are just joining us, to recap the things that I gave away earlier, we had an X-Men versus Street Fighter PCB. The only problem is that it doesn't output voltage to the marquee. Other than that, it's good to go. So gave away that. I gave away a couple HDMI breakout boards. One was for the 2-player countercade, the version 3. Brand new, sealed. And then another one was for a 5.4 monitor, another breakout. If you want to take that and break out and have an HDMI input, you can do that. So that was a set, an HDMI mod set. So that went out to Ryan K. I also gave away 2 sets of the Intech dongles. So if you want to hook up your wireless Intech gaming controller, the control deck, if you want to hook that up to a Dreamcast, 2 of those were given away, and also included in that bundle is 2 for a PlayStation 4. So if you already got the control deck, you got 4 dongles, connect up to 2 different control, two other consoles. So there you go. If not, maybe you got a reason to go ahead and pick one up. Number 4, I gave away a Legends Core Max. I cut open the box. I didn't even take it out of the box. Probably not going to. So it's going to a new home. Somebody will appreciate it. Gave away a 19-inch arcade mod up, complete monitor assembly in the housing, and it has the Street Fighter bezel from the first generation cabinet. Gave that away, and then of course you just saw the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles bundle. That's going to a good home. Hopefully somebody can take it and run with it and do something cool with it. I hate to see it sit in my shop, with a bunch of other parts not being used, and it's kind of a shame. So that coffee's gone. So yeah, hopefully everybody can take this stuff and go to town. Fluids. All right, we got it. So 45 minutes left. 30 minutes. About 30 minutes before we go to the last giveaway. What's on y'all's mind? What's on your mind? Sorry, Fox. You forgot it's daylight savings time. Gonna turn the clock back 1 hour so you. Oh my God, Jeremy, no. Jeremy, no. I'm pretend like I didn't hear that. I'm almost 12 hours. Time is of no consequence. It's the duration. That's what I'm looking at. Fox, how is that chair holding up after 12 hours? It and my ass have become one. I can't separate them. I'm gonna have to walk around with this for a while. It's not good. It's not pretty. I did get up from time to time to get some drinks and stuff, but yeah, it's been rough. It's a good chair though. It's a good chair. This one, it's Emerge. Got this at it's the nice faux leather, not the real leather. No. I don't live that high on the hog. Got this at Staples, and then it's actually pretty comfortable for one of these gamer chairs. It's got more padding than usual, so I got 3 more, and they're in the arcade. They're the red, white, and blue. So I'm what I'm trying to say is I'm barely alive. It's all getting dark. How are you still awake and that word? I'm hanging in there, man. You Ronsky, you at some point you hit a second wind. It happens to everybody. You get past that. Once I looked outside and I saw that it was sunny outside at like 5 a.m. All of a sudden I was like, okay, I can do this. I can do this. And then I had to switch it up. It was a coffee regiment with ice water. Keep you going. Keep it going. You can do it. Anybody can do it. What time is it here? It is 10:18. 10:18. Sherry, Nindic, how are you? It's less than 12 parsecs. That's right. It's a fast ship. Fastest ship. Fortnite Cool 67. We need the ultimate collab. 19K Fox and 20th Century. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Give me their properties. Let me see what I can do. Come on, Disney. What are you doing? You're not doing anything with them. Make it happen, Captain. When I hit 5K, there's gonna be some changes to the channel. We're gonna finally update the intro. It served me well. It served me well, and I will miss it. But we're gonna change that up. Focus more on what I do now. So there'll be some changes, small changes. Intros are gonna change and stuff like that, but nothing major. Just kind of try to update things a little bit. Maybe invest in a better camera that will focus without me having to do this. How many fingers am I holding up? Sorry. Losing track of time. Losing consciousness. Regaining consciousness. I'm back. Hey, how's it going? Valid Core. Contra. why does no one bring up Contra? Is it because there's all these collections and stuff out there, and Konami has they've pimped out Contra to the nth degree? But wouldn't it still be cool to have that as an arcade machine? I mean, I know you can get the Intech NES controller. So if you had the cartridge, you could technically play it that way. Obviously, if you get the Bluetooth version, you could play it. You should be able to play the collection through your Switch, right? You could do that. But yeah, that'd be cool. With the kids is on my mind. Yeah, that would be cool. Contra's, man, I love Contra. Just play the crap out of that game. NES version, and it was actually weird because as a kid growing up, you played the NES version, and then you're just like, "What? It came out in arcades? What?" And so then you found it, and you're like, "This is weird. I don't like it." Well, no, but this is actually the original. I actually like the NES. I was just used to the NES version, but it was cool. 7:19 here. 7:19 a.m. 7:19 a.m. God's sakes, man, where are you? Where on earth are you? 12:19 a.m. here. You on the ocean? What the hell's going on? Quit messing with me. Quit toying with my emotions. Okay, how about a POW cabinet would be awesome. Absolutely. I mean, there's so many games like that. We just Operation Wolf we talk about all the time. I mean, I know they're simplistic, just sort of a side scrolling and then you shoot the stuff, but I would be all about that. Russian Attack. I mean, all these older games. I mean, put them as a part of a compilation. I mean, something. So many freaking games just aren't being showcased with their own console or their own arcade cabinet. Ooh. If you're talking about NES, the original Contra for me is better. Is what I prefer. I'm not going to say it's better, but I prefer that one. NES. Arcade? It's probably Super C. Super C in the arcade is probably better than Contra in the arcade. But if it's NES, the original. Contra was huge, but if it won't sell 3K units, John D will try to convince you it sucked. He will be unsuccessful in that pursuit. Now, listen, whether it's going to sell or not, that's kind of their thing. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to gauge using all their knowledge and giant brains and figure out just exactly, what's going to sell and what's not going to sell. They supposedly know the market. So, honestly, at the end of the day, really, honestly, truthfully, all I really know is what I like. And what does that matter? Not a lot to you, unless you like the same thing I like. Then you're like, yeah. But if we don't like the same thing, it's like, well, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Fox, go ahead. Just pat me on the head and say, go ahead. You're fine. Nobody wants that game. It's whatever. But to me, it's like it's all important. Oh man, everybody would love it. Well, not sometimes, not necessarily. Sometimes I would love it, but maybe you need somebody to sort of be objective and step back and look at the landscape and say, well, nobody wants that. What's wrong with you? Have you not had any sleep? Is that what it is? Did you stay up all night before you said this foolishness? Go. And then you sit in the corner and you realize he was right. And then you go to bed. That's what you do. Yeah. Nerd Dark Podcast. When you blow up on here, will you start doing YouTube full time? I think you will be there in no time. if you blow up here. I will say this I'll say that it's not going to happen. I'm not going to blow up, but, can't imagine I could definitely imagine a worse retirement. Not that I would retire, but I mean, you look at the work that I do is physical, and I'm out in the field and I'm all that, and I'm on the road and all that. And yeah, it would kind of be nice to just do this. That would be really nice. So we'll see. I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll see. It's a great thought, though. It's a great thought. I think everybody needs a creative outlet. And when you go to the plant every day and you work and you do what you're told every day, and you make a living and you pay your bills, it's not a lot of room for creativity. There's not a lot of, and if you're a responsible adult, you're doing what you got to do based on the commitment you made. If you have a spouse, if you have kids, you signed up pretty much for life, but at least 18 to 20 years. I'm going to honor this. I'm going to honor you. I'm going to take care of these kids that I helped bring into this world, and they're more important, and everything else goes on the back burner. But when they begin to go off and you can count that as a success, and the little tear goes down your cheek, they're moving on, and it comes time to sort of things settle back to you and who you are and where you're at. You can make different decisions, and you can say, maybe I want to step back and do something that's a little more creative, and I have an outlet. I'm sure everybody would be happier if they had that ability. That'd be great. Why do you think nostalgia is such a big thing? We all want to go back. We want to go back to that time when we were having a great time, whether it was we were a little kid, teenager, in our 20s. That's why we want to go back to that. Same thing. I mean, it's all the same thing. Returning to not so much an easier time, like we're not all wimps. We're not all lazy. We're not wanting to go back to an easier time. We're trying to maybe go back to a simpler time when things weren't so complicated, and we could just enjoy whatever it was that was in front of us. But no, I'm sure I still have to work. I still have to have a regular job. Greetings and salutations. Oh my God, I'm not going to say your name. But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. That's a horrible name. It's really bad. It's really bad. Man, Tommy V says, man, I know you're going to crash after this marathon stream. I'm probably, yeah, most likely. I got the kids coming over this afternoon, so yeah, I'm going to have to. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Hello, Sharon. Hey, girlfriend. Holla. How you doing? Good to see you up and about. Hope you're doing all right. Hope last night wasn't that bad. Wasn't that rough on you? Hope you got out of there okay, wherever you were. Good to see you. Help if a really, really ridiculously good-looking quit. Yeah, I'm trying to build a video game console repair business at home. I mean, to just be able to do what you love, right? Wouldn't that just be awesome? I mean, really, wouldn't that just be great? Whatever it is, And even if you don't, if you can kind of set your life up to where you don't have to just make all this money just to make it, to survive, reduce your bills, kind of set your, we all probably know that's the right thing to do, but try to set your life up like that. Set it all up to where you can just stack them up and you can knock them down. Would be awesome. Yeah, so that would be great. Another one that's been with me for a while. You've been here for most of the stream. I think you might have snuck away and got a nap though, probably. I wish it was 1982 instead of 2023, but take myself and loved ones as they are. We would be in dawn of arcade greatness and 80s sci-fi movies. Just a little bit of technology, but not an overload. I keep hitting this damn thing. Who put this here? Oh, I did. I'm not paying attention. Yeah, it's funny. If you're about my age, 40, 50-ish, right? Think about where we came from. We were born in the 70s, like some technology, and then we saw the birth of everything, right? I mean, video games in particular, we were there for the whole thing, right? We saw it all, basically, come to where it is now. And it's wild. It's wild to think about. It'd be nice to spend a day back then. We got to live in the here and now, but it would be nice to go back and spend a day and just be able to kind of breathe it in and look around and say, and to take it in and be like, just appreciate it, But that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. So who is Sharon Peters? She's right there. That's Sharon Peters. So hi, Sharon. She's right there. Yeah, see, only the most famous woman on the internet. That's all. Gen X, December of 74, September of 76, right here. Gen X, baby. X is always cooler anyway. X. It's just the coolest letter, I guess. I don't know. Everything's better if you put an X on it. And you like it if you would put an X on it. Cabinet set I really want, though. Cabinet set I think we really, really want. What do I want? I've talked about it before. Afterburner sit down would be just amazing to be able to kind of pull that off in some kind of way. I like the idea of the Unico's coming out with these candy cabs. Recreate all those old, some of those really cool form factors. Boomer Bob, February 71. You just barely squeaked in there, didn't you? You were almost a 60. Oh, look, somebody's got you. Somebody's got you. 70, just almost in the 60s. You just slid in there, didn't you? We got September 71. There we go. Good month. 77. Youngster coming in here. Not really, but that's what you do when you're slightly older than somebody else. Hey, youngster. What are you talking about? I'm 45. What are you talking about? October 73. I didn't think you were 73, baby. 3-player off-road, 3-player cabs in general, right? But real. I mean, really, we only had the one. We had Rampage, which was cool. I mean, talk about making the most of that 19-inch freaking control panel. You did well. My Fusion cabinet video should be. I'm actually waiting for another part to come in. I thought I was going to have that part yesterday. Didn't happen. So I changed up and decided to go ahead and do this stream. Because I hate myself, I guess. We got April 77. We got, here we go. We got a 60s. Miss Lopez, 1969. We got a 76 here. Excellent year. Bicentennial baby. 72. Well, I'm sorry. Bicentennial if you were born in the States, I guess. If you were in another country, that doesn't make sense. It's America thing. Marca. 3-player. Yeah, 3-player. Sharon, listen, as long as you're over 18, I guess that's fine. You know, some of the things you say, it's like she better be 18. Just saying. 3-player. Yeah, 3-player cabs, right? 3-player. There's a ton of 3-player cabs that are awesome. I keep forgetting his name. The Mad Modder. I keep Maniac. I don't know. I haven't slept in a while. The 3-player off-road cabinet that he made. Maker Maniac. What the hell is his name? Anyway, a 3-player off-road. I took a cab. I took the first generation cab, and I proved that you could actually have two. You could actually have a racing cab with 2 steering wheels, and it could work. It could really work. It wouldn't fly and top over. And we got an 88. We got a super youngster. Whoa, Willie G, 88. What are you doing? Yeah, 3-player cabs, man. Because you take that same form factor of the 4-player. I mean, which is kind of cramped to 4 players, and you space it out. I'm telling you, when you see this control deck, you're gonna be like, "Oh, that looks awesome." But you take that and give me some 3-player action. You know, give me some combat tribes. Give me Alien versus Predator, 3-player. You know, we got another 69, Dr. Coolio, 1969. Badass year. I didn't think you're older than me, Ritual Dello, 1972. Salute. How you doing? I'm just shocked when somebody's older than me. I don't know. I'm stupid. I'm the oldest in my family, but the youngest at work still. I don't know. It's weird. A lot of young people are coming up doing what I'm doing. But yeah, 3-player game. I think that's a great way to sort of take what's an existing form factor and then sort of make it different by just really eliminating some controls and making it 3-player and giving people room to breathe. So we got AWOL 101 with 73. We got Stevie B 77. 77, good year. You're 53 or 1953? If 1953, salute, Bartman 2K5. Thank you for being here. 74. All good years. 70 babies just running the show down here, buddy. Running the show. Xenophobe, 3-player. Exactly. Although I think I'm the only person. No, you could put that. You get a midway cab, 3-player. You could make that work. You could throw that on there. Of course, it was a very unique layout. Had the tube. The TV was actually sort of not suspended, but it was sort of elevated above the control panel. Very unique. I'd hate to miss an opportunity to recreate that. That would be kind of cool. I don't know what else you would do with it, but that would be kind of cool. A Tran Fanatic says, I'm the oldest of my siblings. My sister is November 83 and brother is 88. Youngsters. I hate the sprites in Combat Tribes. Don't know why I can't stand the game. I'll tell you, I'll give you my opinion. The heroes are bigger than everybody else. And I don't mean like muscular. I mean like they look like they're not scaled properly. They're a little bit bigger. I think it's one of my hangups. So they're a little bit odd. The moveset's cool. I mean, I think that the fighting is good. I think it runs smoother than Double Dragon, but that's one of my things. It's the scale of the heroes seems a little bit off. They seem a little bit bigger, so they look like they're almost in the wrong game. It's kind of weird. It looks like they're beating up on children. Children are being pummeled. They're throwing motorcycles on top of children. It's wrong. It's wrong. Couldn't be any more wrong. It's bad. It's very bad. So we got February 78. There we go. 85, another youngster. Oh my goodness. What are you doing up so early? Okay, sorry. Yeah, 53, 19. Okay, there we go. All right. Either way, 1969, 60s. Something about, I mean, even though you probably don't remember the 60s, it's something about being, to say, I was born in the 60s, born in the 60s. So my dad is April 1950, while my mom is July 53. Wow. Think about the stuff they've seen. Gen X is one thing. Think about the stuff they've seen. I still have a grandmother who's alive. She remembers when they did not have electricity. Now, to be fair, they live way out in the country. So, but yeah, she is, how old is she? 90s? Yeah, she's in her 90s. And so, yeah, talk about what she's seen. That's freaking crazy to go from nothing, like no lights at night besides the candle, to what we got now. It's crazy. You can imagine how overwhelming that would be. Yeah. Out of proportion is annoying. It messes with your eyes a little bit. I don't know. I'm not big on it. I think it's not a lot, right? It's just enough to seem off. It's weird. My wife is January of 80. Youngster. Well, we'll call her a youngster. I think that's probably good practice. We all remember being our family's first remote control. Hey, boy, get up and change the channel. And now remember, I know you remember, you didn't push a button. Clunk, clunk, clunk. And you had like 3 channels. And Lord, heaven forbid, if it didn't come in strong, you had to get up there with the rabbit ears. It was a different time. 1970 for me. Harry? Salute. 1970. With the exclamation point, he's like, yeah, 1970. That's what it's all about. Do you know of anybody working on a mod to add more gun games to the T2 cab? Somebody was actually working on that. I think it was a Mystery Encoder. I think Mystery Encoder is actually working on it. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. What would you want to see? I would want to see Revolution X. That'd be cool. That would be cool. I mean, it's just sending light guns. It's just, I'm sure. Well, I don't know. Is it PC? I don't know. I'm sure it's got its own architecture, but I believe that Mystery Encoder is actually working on a way to add T2 games. I'll have to check up on that. I'll follow up on that. I'd be interested to try, especially now that we've got some cabs out there that are cheaper, not cheap, but cheaper. I mean, if you pick that up for $400, that's a deal. If you picked up Ridge Racer for $400, that's a really good deal. Boomer Bob says, 19K Box, what was the first arcade cab you brought home? My first, well, I started with like a kit, and then I put a PS2 in it. But the first, okay, this is kind of funny. So I'm in Kentucky, working out in Iowa. The client, the guy that I was working for, that bought equipment from our company, and I put his plant together for him. He used to be in the what did he say? It's not entertainment business. It's amusement business. And he had ATMs and all that, and he had arcade machines. So one day, they were real nice. They were real good to me. We go to one of their warehouses, and I guess he had pulled all his arcades out. And in the back, so I'm looking at all these arcades. I'm like, wow, that's great. And I'm looking in the back. I'm like, I see. I'm like, what is it? Is that Street Fighter? Oh yeah, it's Street. In the back, yeah. And it was just Street Fighter 2, right, straight up, the World Warrior. I'm like, first one. I'm looking at it. I'm like, I think he had said something about you pick one out or something, or what do you think? Or would you like to, I'm getting rid of these, or whatever. They're sitting here wasting away. And so I just said, like, can I have that one? He's like, well, which one? Yeah, the Street Fighter. And yeah, so we looked back there, we looked at it, and the bottom, the wood had kind of rotted out, but the cabinet looked great beyond that. So he was like, yeah, why not? So what I had to do was, because I flew there, I had to cancel my flight. I rented a U-Haul with the flight money, rented the U-Haul, and then put it in the U-Haul. And then I drove home 12 hours or something with this thing bouncing around in a U-Haul truck. So that was kind of fun. Bring that home, and then I completely took it all the way down. I think I showed pictures on one of my live streams where took it all the way down, took everything out of it. The board was in impeccable shape. The JAMA harness was clean, wasn't all chewed up, jacked up. And it was a dynamo cabinet. It was an HS1, not HS5 like I got now. And I tore it all the way down. I cut some of the rotted wood off the bottom and spliced on with like a Craig jig, the pocket hole thing, the Craig jig, and added the material back and cleaned all that up, and then routed, slot cut everything and painted it all black and got new side art, bringing it back up to the original Street Fighter. Took the control panel all apart, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And I played it for a while, and I put a Pandora's box in it for a little bit, maintain the board. But that was my first one, and I loved it. But it was one of those things. It was like, it was big, it was heavy, and the arcade, I had somebody moving in, so I had to move my stuff out, and I didn't have a place to put it, and it was heavy, and I couldn't maintain it, and I couldn't play as much as I wanted to. So I said, let's go. So I gave it a new home. And but I had that, and I had Ridge Racer 2, both those full-size arcade machines, and sold them both. And they didn't touch any of it until Arcade 1-Up came back on the scene. And I was like, you know what? They got something going on here, these Arcade 1-Up people. Greetings from the United Kingdom. Hey, how you doing? Thank you for stopping by. Is this live stream just starting? Unfortunately, no. I've been going for 11 hours and 40 minutes. You're catching me at the very tail end of a 12-hour affair. It's a descent into madness is what it is. So you're here to capture my final moments. It's very sad. The first arcade cabinet that I brought home was Star Wars Arcade 1-Up stand-up. When it dropped at the Best Buy in October of 2019, I was super stoked when my wife brought it for me. Thank you for that. I think I misunderstood the question. And the question that I was asked, I was assuming you were talking about full-size arcades. The first Arcade 1-Up was actually Turtles. My wife got it for me. 4-player. And the rest is history. So I backtracked, started picking up first-gen cabs, and really just decided that I was going to have one sacrificial. That was the Street Fighter, and it became the test bed for all kind of stuff. Multiple eye panels, multiple control panels. Some of the stuff I gave away tonight with the 19-inch monitor, that was in there, playing around, HDMI breakout boards, all this stuff, just figuring it all out. And it was a ton of fun. Ton of fun. Let me scroll up here. See what's going on. Everybody. Rolling down. We are coming up on, we got a few more minutes. I'm sure I can find something else to talk about. Can be Benjamin Button this stream and go back? Yeah, I would like that. Would gotta be nice. I'd probably go backwards and maybe, not do it. No, I'm just kidding. I've had fun. Mo, now when is it actually your birthday, dude? When is your birthday? Can you put it in the chat so we can see? I've heard happy birthdays, pre-happy birthdays. When can we wish you a happy birthday, dude? Come on. William Wright says 19 K-Fox. Does your shirt have Luke Skywalker? Now, officially, because I sell this shirt, I can either confirm or deny what's going on here. But I would say that this is a Space Farm Boy playing a Wombat Blaster cabinet. And I'll just leave it at that. I'll just leave it at that. You can draw your own conclusions. But it's a custom artwork. Custom artwork. Here we go. Tomorrow, Sunday Fun Day, Mike of All Trades will turn 24. Young man. Hey, happy pre-birthday, buddy. I may still be asleep then. I'll try to wake up for my stream on Sunday, but I can't even guarantee that at this point. Fox, what is your high score on the Wombat? 84. 84. I mean, it sounds low, but it's pretty high. It's pretty high. Luke's top score is 97, so he's got the high score. So I'm almost there. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Oh, 39. You're still in your 30s. What you do is you take that age, you grab it with both hands and hold on tight, because I swear to you, it's all down here. When you hit 40, everybody that knows you is going to give you a hard time. They're going to be like blowing up black balloons, giving you canes. It's going to be horrible. You're going to hate your life. So enjoy this one. Enjoy it. To be 39 again. Actually, it wasn't that long ago. I'm not that much older than you. I just like to say it. That looks less like Luke Skywalker and more like Ellen, girlfriend. Well, to each his own. To each his own. I didn't draw it. It's worse. I didn't draw it. I paid somebody else to draw it. What's worse? I should have just said that I drew it. Yep. So we are at 11:44 and 30 seconds of this live stream. The last thing to give away. The last thing to give away. Let me step over here. I don't know if it's the best. It's it's kind of up to the eye of the beholder, I guess. Depends on what you consider to be the best. I thought it had the most value. So we'll go with that. Final item of the 12-hour stream. We got 15 minutes left. Just clicked over 15 minutes left in the stream. We can, we're going to have to go a little bit after 11 just to make sure we hit the 12 hours, but we're going to do it. 78 people. Can't believe y'all are here. This is awesome. So what do we have for the final? So this is a very low miles unit. Everything is with it. Everything is with it. The box is in really good shape. Like I said, it was really just done for testing. The protective film is still on the top of it. It is the Switch fighting stick from Intech, complete with the it's got the graphics on. The little covers. Those high quality covers are still on it. We got the PCB still wrapped in the plastic. I still have the protector, the deck protector film is still on it. So that is there. Really just took it out for the review, and I'm going to give it a new home. This is going to work. It's going to fit seamlessly on your first gen, second gen cabinets. It'll fit on a third gen. You're just going to have a little bit of a gap. So, but the main thing is the flexibility it gives you. You take this and then you go on Amazon and you can buy whatever adapter you want to work with whatever console you have. I'm not going to say they have adapters for everything, but I tested the Dreamcast. I tested the PS4. It's all Bluetooth connectivity. It works pretty good. So I'm pretty sure you can find a console to work with it. And of course, it's obviously, Nintendo Switch as well. So there you go. Intech Deck is what's up. This is the last item. Squirming in my seat because I gotta go to the bathroom again. I gotta pee. But we're gonna stick through this. We're gonna go for it. The Intech Switch, like I said, the box is in really good shape. Everything's in there. Some of the packaging is open, but everything should be in there. Should be good to go. And all you got to do is put in the chat. Put it in the chat exactly how you see it coming up. The last slide, you got to write it down just as we saw it. Let me remove this other stuff from here. Last slide of the 12-hour adventure. We'll call it an adventure. We'll call it an adventure. Last one. Intech Switch Bluetooth gaming. Here we go. Remember, get your fingers ready. Type it exactly how you see it. And I will ship this out to you. Once again, this is going to be the 48 states, the continental US, because it's going to be expensive to ship. Sorry for all my my foreign viewers, but that's just kind of the way it is. So, everybody ready? Get your fingers ready. Steve, it's not 62. It's not, good guess, but it's not 62. These all have not been numbers. Okay, ready? Here we go. Get ready. Just as you see it. And go. It's the morning time. What better way to start your day than with this? Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and kill it real quick. Let's take this. Let's remove from stream. Put me back on. And the magical word spelled correctly. No spacing required because it's just one word. Who's it going to be? Everybody's looking in the chat. Oh my God, what is he going to say? What is he going to say? Is he going to make a mistake? Is he going to put the wrong one in? I got to scroll all the way up. We got a lot of entries. This really is going to come down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Okay. All right. Well, so the first, okay. So Shay Glover, you Sly Dog. No, you cannot get it. You can't. But good try. You were actually the first one. Oh, Moat. I wish I could have given you this birthday present, but you were actually undone by Rad Dad. Let me just scroll up one more time just to make sure. Yes, okay. Rad Dad is it. Rad Dad. I hope you live up to your name. I hope you are the raddest of dads, because now you got the Intech gaming controller. Thank you so much for participating. And what do you do next? What do you do next? Well, you got to email me and send me an address. Make sure you include Rad Dad, your gamer tag, not your gamer tag, your YouTube handle. In this, go ahead, let me click. I'm losing consciousness. Here I am. I'm back. Okay. Email me at 19kfox1@gmail.com and tell me, hey, where am I going to send this? Give me an address in the lower 48. So I'm not getting killed with shipping. I got some big stuff to ship out. This is already boxed up, so that's good. The other two things, I got to get those boxed up. The small stuff that I gave away earlier is pretty much boxed up. That's small stuff. So hopefully nobody. I mean, listen, if you're in Australia for the small stuff, you got it. So it is what it is. But anyway, email me 19kfox1@gmail.com and send me an address. Everybody who participated, all those who won, email me. Please make sure you actually give me your YouTube handle so I can match it up. Everybody, that was cool. That was cool. That was fun. Oh, 9 minutes left. Can you hang with me for 9 more minutes, everybody? I've asked a lot of you, but if you could just hang out with me for 9 more minutes, I would really appreciate it. 9 more minutes. Ashley Bradley's back. She's saying, hey, congrats. Rad Dad. We hear you're rad, Dad. Coffee's gone. Ice water. Ice water. Ooh. Absolutely. Absolutely. No problem. We're just going to start over. We're just going to go ahead and we're going to do it again. Let's do it again. Let's start from the top, everybody. No. No. So this has been, I was really going to try to mess with you and be on this live stream as low as possible. But that just didn't quite happen because I you know what, I felt guilty. I'm like, I can't have them looking at the damn attract mode the whole damn time. So I took my breaks here and there, but it was fun. 12 hours. I never streamed this long before. Special thanks to P-Dubs and B over at Kong's R Us for jumping in and helping me for a good several. I mean, man, I was probably 3 hours. I think they were helping me out. 2 hours. It was a big chunk of China. They helped me kind of eat up. It was rough. It was late, early, whatever, however you look at it. And yeah, so that was really helpful to kind of push me to get me over the edge. But yeah, this has been fun. And not just tonight, but the last year and a half has been pretty awesome. It really has. It's been pretty awesome. I've been having fun with this hobby. I've been having fun with this community. I've been meeting dads that are rad. I mean, come on. Doesn't get no better than that. Steve B, what's going on? Says, Fox, would you say the most difficult moment was the time with the Cowboys had you powered yeah, that was rough. I was kind of fading. I was fading fast. And to have somebody help me kind of bring it home, I got somebody here. They're obviously in transit somewhere, but they're taking them just a minute to say hi to me. E, how the hell are you, buddy?
You can do it. You're so close. Man, that's awesome, man. I'm waiting for the 24-hour stream. When are we gonna extend this out and keep it rolling?
I for God's sakes, are you trying to kill me? I don't know that I can do that. But maybe someday, maybe we can hand it off to each other like a. What's that?
Yeah, that'd be. Well, how long was the last break? Like, how many breaks did you take, like, total out of the 12-hour stream, just for folks that are just catching in?
I think the biggest break was probably over 30 minutes, I think. But then after that, oh man, I took another 30 minutes, and then I think probably 2 15s, maybe. So maybe I could probably say 2 hours out of the 12. I wasn't on camera, but I didn't get any sleep. I didn't get any sleep. No.
You're still working, doing the thing, man. Well, that was fun. I think people enjoy like little things like this that are out of the norm. So I appreciate you providing the good content for the community, Fox. This is fun to just join in and talk about random shenanigans in hours like 4, 5, and 6. So
it was pretty fun. Yeah, when you got 12 hours to burn, B, you talk about anything and everything.
You talk about anything and everything. So for folks that will watch this on a replay, are you gonna timestamp this? That would be insane.
I mean, maybe every hour.